Point Liggett of Sugarland Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station, 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Monday to all of you. You're among the brave getting up to weather these completely dry streets that I drove in on. Good for you. Good job, everybody. Welcome in. Hope you had a great weekend. Hope you stayed warm and are continuing to stay warm. It is cold out there. I will say that. The roads are dry, but it is cold out there. We are here for you. And we are here till 10 o'clock. Our first 4-hour show, like legit Payne and Pendergast 4-hour patch. None of this.
A lot of the young people out there might not know that's even a thing. You know?
Yeah.
We do in the off season. We do a 4-hour show on Mondays.
Believe it or not. Yeah. How you doing, man?
I'm good. It was interesting. I hesitate to say it was an awesome day. You did have two tightly contested games in the championship games. The first game was basically played in 2.5 quarters, I'd say. Yes. Once the weather conditions got so ridiculously bad that neither team was willing to do anything about it other than hope for the other one to make a drastic mistake. And you had a backup quarterback that started off promising, and Jarrett Stidham basically lost the game for him with a C.J. Stroud-like turnover down in his own territory, and that ended up being the difference in the game. The second game of the evening, my goodness, what a back and forth. What turned out to look like it was going to be a shootout for the ages ended up being a story about the defenses in the second half.
Yeah,
I thought some great play calling on both sides of the ball, and that was a great battle between two teams that had really just battled it out in the regular season, and they were very evenly matched, but ultimately the Seattle Seahawks are the victor, which I'm happy for.
Yeah.
I thought the team that beat the snot more thoroughly out of the Texans in the regular season was the one I felt like, okay, you have impressed me, sirs. You go on to the Super Bowl.
Yeah. Have you seen the spread for this Super Bowl yet?
I think it's like three in favor of the Seahawks. Is that right?
I saw 4.
4. Okay.
Jimmy Shapiro's. Yeah, Jimmy Shapiro. I said after the Seahawks-Rams game, I said it during the Seahawks-Rams game, because just watching those two teams play, and I think I'd be saying this even if the conditions weren't what they were in Denver for the last quarter and a half of that game. I'll take what I saw in the first 2.5 quarters and say exactly what I'm going to say right now. If that spread is under a touchdown, I said this during the NFC title game, I'm taking whoever wins this game against the Patriots.
Uh-huh.
The Patriots have gotten to the Super Bowl by now winning 2. I'm going to put the Los Angeles Chargers aside. They won that game, convincingly in so much as Justin Herbert couldn't do anything. The last 2 games that the Patriots have won have both been games where you're like, well, there's 28 other quarterbacks that would have won that game.
Yeah.
If they're playing against the Patriots. And so I just feel like give credit to Mike Vrabel for getting the Patriots turned around from being a 4-13 team 2 seasons in a row and getting them to the Super Bowl. That's an incredible accomplishment. It really is. This Seahawks team, I think, and I'd say the same thing about the Rams. They're on a different level than whoever the AFC was sending to that game. That's my only thing, and this is where I want to start, Seth, because I'm watching that Denver-New England game yesterday completely through the prism of how am I going to feel as a Texan fan at the end of this thing? How am I going to feel that the Texans blew the best opportunity that they've had in a quarter century to get to a Super Bowl? How am I going to feel about how this game played out? And you and I were texting during the game, and I said to you, the only outcome that's going to make me feel better as a Texan fan is if Denver steamrolls New England. Because then I can say, well, I don't think the Texans' A- or B+ game would have beaten that there today.
Yeah.
If Denver had steamrolled them, and early on it looked like that's how it was going to be. The defense for Denver was good all day long. The one touchdown drive the Patriots had, Jarrett Stidham handed them field position at the 12-yard line, and they scored on 3 plays. Other than that, I feel worse as a Texan fan having watched that game yesterday.
This is the problem. The Patriots have followed the formula that the Texans had been trying to follow all year long, right up until C.J. Stroud decided to abandon it in the playoffs. Yeah. Drake May, this is the fewest points per game scored in the playoffs to make it to a Super Bowl in NFL history or since the year whatever.
I saw the tweet. I'll find it. Yeah,
it's 16 or so points per game they've scored.
It's 18. Yep,
18 points per game. And meanwhile, the teams to make the Super Bowl after playing 3 playoff games and allowing 26 or fewer total points, there's 2 teams that have done it, the 2000 Ravens and the 2025 Patriots.
Yeah.
This Patriots run has been way more about the Patriots defense.
Way more.
But because it's the NFL, people are going to talk about Drake May. I don't fault him for not scoring a boatload of points because he's had bad weather conditions. But all he's had to do is take care of the football and take advantage of the opportunities that the defense presents you, and he's done just that.
Yes.
And that's what C.J. Stroud could have done.
Yep.
It's just man the ship, play conservative football, don't be an idiot. And he was unable to accomplish that. And the Texans defense had too many blips in the Patriots game, so
yeah.
It's not, they didn't play a perfect game or anything, but I mean the Patriots defense was given a lot of extra opportunities because C.J. Stroud just went AWOL on the game plan.
Here's the number you were looking for. The Patriots have averaged 18 points per game in their 3 playoff games this season, the lowest of any team to reach the Super Bowl since the 1979 Rams.
Yeah,
quarterbacked by Vince Ferragamo.
Oh, Vince Ferragamo.
Yeah,
all right.
Yeah. They won I remember that. They won.
A good job as the Hulk as well.
They beat the Tampa Bay Buccaneers 9-7 in the NFC title game that year.
I think this is. I could see myself. I could see myself scrolling Twitter yesterday, which I chose not to do. I just tried to enjoy the football. But I just know there was somebody out there, Sean. Mm-hmm. Somebody out there said, well, I don't see people criticizing Jarrett Stidham the way they did C.J. Stroud. It's because somebody did. I know they did, and it was gonna send me over the edge. Yeah, Jarrett Stidham's a backup quarterback,
right.
Career backup. Right. And Jarrett Stidham's what should have been a pick six on the backwards pass. All ball don't lie, et cetera, et cetera. It ended up allowing a touchdown. Yeah. That wasn't even as bad as CJ's pick six. That was, at the very least, he was trying to dirt the ball, and he was just a little bit late on it. It was still a really, really bad mistake by Jarrett Stidham, career backup.
Yeah.
So, yes, that C.J. Stroud is going to get more criticism than Jarrett Stidham would. And he also C.J. turned the ball over more than Jarrett Stidham did.
Yeah, that was and I mean, Jarrett, towards the end of the game, when they get the ball back, I mean, the snow element to this in the last quarter and a half was interesting because when I'm an impartial observer, I like watching snow games. I think it's entertaining. There's a Norman Rockwell aspect to it, like it's fun. It harkens back to the old John Facenda, the frozen tundra, that kind of thing. When I have a rooting interest, which I had a heavy rooting interest, I was not ready to see Dave Portnoy gloating on social media, Bill Simmons, all of it. I was rooting for Denver. That snow felt like handcuffs. That snow felt like, okay, this is just credit Vrabel. Like, he played it super conservative down the stretch because he knew that's all he had to do.
They just conceded the set of downs.
They were throwing the ball away on third down, almost intentionally.
Yeah.
Romo said it. He's like, no, that's a play where if the first read's not there, you huck it into the stands.
Yeah.
So Jarrett Stidham on the last drive that they ended up getting it was just complete game mismanagement. The first down play where he dives to shovel the ball to the running back, who then catches it, and then they burn 7 seconds off the clock, getting the next play on second and whatever it was, and then on that play he throws the interception. So you had two just horrific plays, and you never got the ball back. You never got the ball back. Did you know Drake May went rogue on that the end around or the naked
really?
bootleg that he ran there?
Romo said it was a really gutsy play call. So that was
by Drake May. Yeah, Drake May went rogue. Nobody at least according to him, nobody on his team knew he was going to do that.
That's good. Yeah. He pulled a little bit of the Peyton Manning recognizing that the naked boot was there.
Yep.
And
that's
just
what people
went
compared
out,
it to.
and took it.
Yeah.
And, look, on a day like that, that's exactly the smart and right thing to do. My gosh. And, a week ago, I was wondering why the Broncos weren't running their quarterback more in the second half. And Bo Nix ended up running the ball in the overtime and breaking his ankle. There were times where in that game yesterday, I was wondering, man, should they just have a little bit of Drake designed runs to try to squeeze out the clock? It all worked out, and his legs ended up being the difference. But you gotta be careful of that. And he did a good job scrambling up the middle a few times. But that was, it was exactly what Drake May needed to do in that game, where he wasn't spectacular, same way as he was last week. Last week he was more impressive than he was this week. The touchdown they scored was just at point-blank range after Jarrett Stidham had basically gifted the Patriots the touchdown.
Yeah. The big call in that game that's getting a ton of attention, and we'll hear from Sean Payton in just a second. Well, let's hear from Payton first. Payton said the problem with this game, we had opportunities in the first half. We just didn't come away with enough in the first half.
What do you think of how Stidham played today?
Oh, I thought he fought hard in tough conditions. I think we're going to look at the film. I know this. I'm going to look at it and be critical of myself. And I think there were a number of things that we just had to do better. We didn't finish some runs. We dropped some passes again. Felt like that was a problem all year. Early when we had momentum, we didn't, it felt like, let's just say, most first half, and we didn't come away with enough having had that momentum and that field position.
Yeah, there were opportunities. Hell, on the Patriots, I'm watching, they're showing the highlights on the TV in our studio here, Seth. The very first possession the Patriots had, Hufanga could have had an interception at the Patriots' 25-yard line. There were a lot of missed opportunities in that game. The biggest thing Peyton is getting criticism for, and I've never seen a coach get such criticism for a decision in the first half of a game on fourth down, but the game ended up 10-7, so it's easy to go back and look. I agree with the criticism because I typed it at the time. 4th and 1 in the red zone, up 7-0. You can see which way this game is going. It's going to be a low-scoring game. I thought Sean Payton should have kicked the field goal. Instead, he runs a fourth down play that was completely butchered from the snap.
Yeah.
Where did you come out on that?
I thought at the time I said, man, kick the field goal.
Yeah, me too.
Because they said that there was bad weather coming in and everything, and I know that can be a coin flip and say whatever you want with the analytics and everything. But I also, at the same time too, at that point the weather conditions weren't bad. So I'm trying to remember that, okay, all of those missed field goals later on were from much further away. But they were missed by a good chunk of a margin that maybe when Peyton just balanced it out with everything, he just felt like, man, it's not a chip shot field goal at any distance here. And it's that was 4th and inches, right?
No, it was kind of 4th and a long one,
It was 4th and a long one.
Yeah.
And that was the one that the Bronco or the no, that was. Did Peyton himself call a timeout before that one?
I can't. Peyton himself couldn't remember. Here's Sean Payton on the 4th and 1.
I feel better then.
Yeah.
Well, we ended up in a 6-1 front. They ended up playing in a heavy 6-1. There was a clock stoppage, so we had a nickel run called, and then I don't know if there was a timeout or they called one, but. It's a slipper naked that run pretty well. They played a 6-1 front with a kind of a 2-deep shell, so the run look was going to be – hindsight, the initial sub-run thought was a better decision.
Yeah, Denver had a timeout before that.
Yeah, Denver called their second timeout at 9 minutes and 28 seconds left. Yep. And then the play was just it was a complete – bleep show from the start. Like Stidham, the pass rush gets in there. Stidham's running backwards, and he almost throws an interception.
This is the one where I just continue to wonder, man, the play that everybody wants to outlaw, the tush push. Why are we still overthinking this? at any point. They can line up in whatever they want, have a good tush push. I mean, Stidham later in the game, Drake May would get a conversion on a sneak / tush push that really looked. Yeah, man.
Did he?
That's the one that's driving me insane, is that they've got this microchip in the football that they refuse to use for actually spotting the ball. They'll use to decide whether it's a first down or not. And the other part about the way they're officiating that now that annoys the hell out of me is that as soon as the quarterback stops for a nanosecond, if he loses the football, they'll call forward progress. But meanwhile, if he gets stopped for a nanosecond and he doesn't fumble the football, they allow him to keep going. But regardless, that's I guess if he had run a tush push and they didn't get the fourth down, then I would have been a little bit more forgiving of it.
Yeah.
But it's just I'm at the stage now where any team that doesn't have a tush push, including the Texans up until this year where they finally decided to start using one, they just do not overthink this. Stop coaching like it's 1993.
Yeah. What's your initial excitement level for Seahawks Patriots? We're going to be out there next week for this thing.
Just by my sheer hatred for the Patriots and everything they represent right now, it's pretty high. It's not the right kind of feeling. It's more of a, boy, I would rather be fueled by love and happiness and peace and all of that. But right now I want blood.
Yeah.
I want blood. I want heads on spikes.
Right. The absolute value of your emotion is high. It's just it's coming from an anger place, not a
right.
Watch this out of sheer football joy.
It's like it's fun to have an exciting life, but usually it's one. Hey, we're going to roller coasters and water parks and everything.
Yeah.
It's still an exciting life if you're fighting a war against the invading hordes, and that's what I feel like I'm doing right now.
Dude, the text page today. I come into the text page today and I open it up, and it's all text from like however many hours ago, like both these games were going on. And it's all C.J. Stroud. It's all like
it's impossible not to.
It's all Sam Darnold is much, much better than C.J. Stroud, which he is.
Yeah.
It's all about how C.J. Here's a big frustration. This is an interesting one. C.J. had to learn the system. This is BS. Darnold had to learn Clint Kubiak's system, and this is a big one. Drake May had to learn, sort of a cousin of the system that the Texans were in.
Yeah.
In this season, Josh McDaniels, it's his first season, and Drake May might be the MVP of the league this year.
Yeah, I don't. The bloom is off the rose for C.J. Stroud, and this is very much a prove it year for him. But then you flip back to, oh yeah, Sam Darnold looked like absolute trash after his first couple of years in the NFL. He didn't look anywhere close to C.J. Stroud, and look at him now. Yeah. So there's just so many variables that go into it.
They go to 4 other teams. That's the thing.
Yeah. I don't know, man. There's the problem with CJ is that he just had a mediocre regular season. So it's harder to say, oh, wow, he just fell apart in the playoffs. It was all right. He wasn't all that exciting other than in some nice clutch fourth quarter moments during the regular season. But then he just completely fell apart in the playoffs.
Yeah, like in the worst way. He's still getting memed.
Yeah, you can make excuses for why he didn't have great performances in the playoffs. We can talk about the offensive line. We can talk about Joe Mixon's absence, all of that. You can certainly talk about Nico not being there in the final game of the playoffs. But you just can't ignore that it wasn't just that he couldn't perform well. It's that he is the one who lost you the Patriots.
He lost that game.
By just horrendous football play.
Yep.
And that also, because we'll talk about it later.
Yeah. We're off and running on a Monday, reacting to the AFC-NFC title game and reacting to the news over the weekend. Speaking of CJ, did CJ Stroud's AFC divisional round game get somebody a job this weekend? We will explain. If you haven't heard the news yet, we'll tell you who it is. We'll do all that coming up next. But first,
22. Payne and Pendergast is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Seth, Scott Hansen, who he's the host of the Red Zone channel during the season. Yeah. He does a great job. He retweeted 8 hours ago. He retweeted a tweet from the NFL back on September 4th. 32 teams with February dreams. We're so back, and it's a poster of one player from each of the 32 teams, all sort of marching towards Levi Stadium with a huge Lombardi Trophy in the middle of the stadium. It's not a photograph, obviously. It's a painting. But it's each of the 32 teams is represented by a player marching towards the stadium, and the shot is from behind all the players, so you can see the names on the back and who the players are and everything. The ones up closest to, call it the camera, are like Saquon Barkley, Joe Burrow, Pat Mahomes, T.J. Watt. And then the ones that are actually closest to the stadium, like way out in front, closest to the stadium, the two closest to the stadium.
Does that mean closer to the Super Bowl or closer to the
closer to the Super Bowl trophy inside the stadium? Like yeah. I know I'm trying to paint the picture here. I don't know if I'm doing a great job. The ones that are at the front of the crowd of players nearest the stadium, because shot behind, are Drake May and Sam Darnold. Drake May and Sam Darnold are the two closest ones to the stadium in this picture. Yeah, it's funny. It's just and the point being, this was posted on September the 4th, so there's people like,
okay,
yeah. Sorry, I knew that was going to be kind of a circuitous thing.
No, that's the part I missed. I thought it was for next season or like the next year's Super Bowl.
Posted back on September 4th, 2025. Scott Hansen said, yes, this is really from September. Look at who's all the way up at the front, and it's the two quarterbacks playing in this Super Bowl. Man. That's just wild. It's like a card trick almost. It's crazy.
No, and Sam Darnold, I think Brandy, by the way, says she totally understands what you're describing, so both of you can go die this morning. And you showed that I'm incapable of visualizing what you're describing.
Thank you, Brandy.
Thanks. I think that's Sam Darnold's a huge cautionary tale. And you can go in multiple different directions with this. It's a cautionary tale of, hey, how much longer are you going to stick it out with C.J. Stroud when you could go out and sign a guy like Sam Darnold? Or it could be, wait a second, you're going to bail on C.J. Stroud the way so many teams bailed on Sam Darnold, and then look at what he became when you just surrounded him with the right people and the right coordinator and everything else. The possibilities are endless, Sean. Isn't it fun?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Giddy up. Let's go.
Nobody's bailing on C.J. Stroud this season. I would be incredibly surprised if the Texans bailed on C.J. Stroud.
You mean people that are important? I mean, the fan base, a lot of the fan base has bailed on him.
Oh, yeah, no, and I 100% get that. Yeah. But I think just practically and realistically, he's got one more year at least to prove himself.
Yep.
I think the part that makes it really interesting is that all of these teams have decided, like, oh, okay, I guess what you do is extend your quarterback after their third season now. And I don't think anybody, including myself, has an appetite for that now.
Nope.
I will pay the price, and by that I mean the McNair's money. If we have to pay a little bit more to pay C.J. Stroud after next season because he has an MVP caliber season or something.
That is a tax I'm willing to pay, yes.
You're like, oh, no, now we have to pay extra money because we've realized everything we've ever wanted in a quarterback is right here. Yeah, okay, I pay for that.
I will too, yeah.
I don't want to pay in advance for a guy that I'm not so sure about. After his last two regular seasons, and especially after his playoff performance. And I already see the apologists lining up to say, boy, C.J. Stroud had one bad game and everybody's abandoned him. Why are you cutting out the Steelers game? He had a horrible game in the Steelers game. The Texans won that game because their defense was so incredible. You cannot ignore the Steelers game and his 5 fumbles.
I'll answer your question.
And his one really bad interception.
I'll answer your question when you say, why are you cutting out that game? Because that's what apologists do.
Oh, that's right.
They cut out. They ignore the bad, and they accentuate the good, and they hope that C.J. Stroud gets paid. I hope that C.J. Stroud gets paid, but to Seth's point, I hope he gets paid under the umbrella of great performance, not speculation of great performance, or even worse, hope that prior good performance comes walking through that door.
I think so. Bobby Slowick gets the offensive coordinator with the new head job in Miami. He was the passing game coordinator last year, which was enough job. Mike McDaniel got fired.
And Tua got benched. Where do I sign up for this guy?
Guys like this don't just come walking in the door.
Oh, my God.
I mean, is CJ's performance this year one of the things that got Slowick hired in Miami?
That's my question in bold, big font on the rundown. Did CJ's playoff performance help Slowick land this job?
Right. And I think it's a fair question to ask. That, man, instead of Bobby Slowick being the guy who was throttling back CJ's potential last year, is it just the simple fact of the matter that people weren't that impressed with CJ Stroud this year? The most promising he's ever been was in his rookie season in Houston with Bobby Slowick as his offensive coordinator. I don't know, man. I think the one thing about Bobby Slowick in Miami is you damn sure better hire the right offensive line coach, because that is one thing that DeMeco did not do for Bobby Slowick in Houston. No. That was a real bad mismatch. And the way that, it sounds like Chris Strausser, the O-line coach, was almost an unwilling participant in the Kubiak-Shanahan system. Yeah. Just from conversations I've had, it just sounds like he wasn't 100% all in on what they were trying to run. And I'm out there, I'm watching yesterday, and Clint Kubiak get after it with a system based off of his name partly. Yeah. That, man, seems to work pretty well for some people.
It really does, man. It really does. Slowick and Jeff Hafley, who's the new coach in Miami, former Green Bay defensive coordinator, they were together on the 49ers staff in 2017 and 2018, much like DeMeco Ryans and Bobby Slowick were together on the Niners staff back in the day. So that's their connection. Hafley was a young coach when Slowick was a young coach with the Niners. What do you think happens? Do you think Slowick is in charge of trying to rehabilitate Tua Tagovailoa, or do you think they go a different direction at quarterback?
Boy, I think they're moving into a different direction.
I think they are too, except the cap is so big.
I think Tua, honestly, he's a guy that I feel it probably tires people out after, just based on the way he talks in press conferences alone, where he just shows so little awareness about just anything. And you wonder, okay, how's that? And the fact that they're limited in that offense. I see people talking about, well, what's Mike McDaniel's system going to look like with Justin Herbert? That's not the system that Mike McDaniel is going to be running. Like, there's no way in hell he's going to think, oh, yeah, what Justin Herbert needs is to only throw the ball 10 yards shy of the line of scrimmage as much as possible and get the ball out of his hand as incredibly fast as possible. They can do some of those things while they try to figure out how to surround Justin Herbert with some good offensive linemen. Part of that is they're going to get their tackles back in healthy hope, you would think, this next season. But, yeah, that's like Mike McDaniel was handcuffed by his quarterback in Miami. It just got worse and worse as they became more and more predictable.
Bobby Slowick got an offensive coordinator job way faster than I thought he would.
I've always felt like Bobby Slowick is a really intelligent football mind. And I know what people are saying in terms of because of how the play calling looked and everything. I do think he could have adapted better and differently to understanding what the group of guys he had could and could not do. There were a lot of times last year where it just felt like, man, kind of like this year, where like, all right, you're asking these guys for a level of physical dominance on the offensive line that I don't think they're capable of. And that really just becomes the big question in Miami is, all right, if they can actually, if they're going to run the system that Bobby wants to run or that Kyle Shanahan wants to run or that Clint Kubiak wants to run, they're going to be committed to the run. I don't care how many color commentators say that that's an old school notion. I don't care what the analytics say. I'm just telling you the reality of it. That's what those guys want to do because they want to tie the run game and the passing game together. If you don't have a viable, doesn't have to be the best rushing attack in the league, but if you don't have a viable rushing attack, it's really hard to run that system. So that's the million-dollar question in Miami is can Bobby Slowick actually engineer a good rushing attack? Because he didn't do it his first year here either.
Yep. All right, lines coming up next. AFC, NFC title game. We've got a Super Bowl matchup. What do we think of it? What's the spread? We'll tell you that. Coaching Carousel got one seat filled on or over the weekend. I believe on Saturday this happened. So there's still 4 openings left. Also, audio from Astros Fan Fest and news from Astros Fan Fest. We'll get to all of that coming up next. Stay there.
Nick Caserio shared his perspective on the Texans' disappointing end to the Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, let's get to headlines. We've got a Super Bowl. How you guys feeling about it? We'll talk about that at the top of the hour. Seattle beats the Rams 31-27 in the NFC title game and in the early game, and probably the one that the Texan fans were watching with a little bit more emotion. The Denver Broncos lose at home in what was a blizzard for about a quarter and a half. 10-7 the final score of that game. Here was Sean Payton, head coach of the Broncos, after the game when he was asked, how do you think Jarrett Stidham played in place of Bo Nix?
You think of how Stidham played today?
Oh, I thought he fought hard in tough conditions. I think we're going to look at the film. I know this. I'm going to look at it and be critical of myself. And I think there were a number of things that we just had to do better. You know, we didn't finish some runs. We dropped some passes again. Felt like that was a problem all year. You know, early when we had the momentum, we didn't, like, it felt like, let's just say, most first half, and we didn't come away with enough having had that momentum and that field position.
Probably should have been up. If he makes the right decision on the 4th and 1, and if Jarrett Stidham just doesn't lose his head and fumble that ball backwards that set the Patriots up for a room service touchdown, they probably go into the half up 10-0. You know, and it's a different kind of game instead of 7-7.
The backwards pass that was recovered, and a few plays later, it's a touchdown. Couple things. One, I thought Romo did a good job of consciously, he stopped talking. And then he did make a good point that, okay, the only thing that could be different here is if it's a backwards pass, which I'll be honest, based on the original TV copy, I didn't think it was a backwards pass at all. And then they show it again, you're like, oh, it's conclusively a backwards pass. So good job with Romo on that. When I'm watching that play, I'm thinking, okay, I could totally see the Texans doing this. But the problem is I'm also thinking I could totally see C.J. Stroud doing that. I could see the Texans defense forcing that play by Jarrett Stidham. And maybe they come up with an extra interception or another caused fumble or something in that game that makes Jarrett Stidham look even worse than he did after the weather conditions took over. I think that's important to point out. Jarrett Stidham started off, misfired a couple times, but then had a beautiful pass. Third pass of the game was beautiful. And he did some good things. At that one point, he was 6 for 7 or 6 for 8 or whatever after his first few passes. But then before the weather conditions got bad, he started to look like a backup quarterback.
Yeah, they figured some things out with him.
Yeah.
The Patriots did.
Yeah, and I think that my big question going into that game was, all right, the Broncos are not good versus all-out cover zero blitzes. It's one thing that they haven't been good at offensively this year. I thought maybe Jarrett Stidham, by being more of a veteran quarterback, because he's just been in the league longer, he's been in that system longer than Bo Nix, maybe he'll actually have an answer for that because the Patriots do exactly that a lot. And it turns out he did not.
Nope, he did not. 10-7 the final score. The Patriots are on their way to their 11th Super Bowl in franchise history. Meanwhile, in the NFC, this was a fun game. Seahawks 31, Rams 27. To me, this game, the biggest play in this game, Seth, was the botched punt return by the Rams. The Rams were going to get the ball back down 17-13. That was the score at halftime. So the Rams defense gets off the field to start the second half of that game, and the Seahawks are punting the ball back to the Rams, and Smith, number 19, just completely misplays the punt.
After having muffed one earlier in the game,
yeah,
too.
You could see it coming. In this one, he misplayed it to where he was on his back trying to catch the punt. It bounces off of him. Seahawks recover. A few plays later, Jackson Smith-Njigba scores a touchdown. I think that was Smith-Njigba. It might have been a different one. No, Smith-Njigba had the one before the half. Anyway, it's 24-13. And at that point, that got that game out of the tennis match that had been where you score, we score, you score, we score. Now all of a sudden the Seahawks are up by 2 scores. And credit the Rams. They fought back in this game. They came back immediately and scored a touchdown after that to make it 24-20. Seahawks make it 31-20. And then the Seahawks could have gotten the ball back on a third down incompletion by the Rams. But Reek Woolen decides to talk trash to the Rams bench and gets an unsportsmanlike conduct penalty.
Yeah.
And the very next play, McVay goes right at him with Puka for a touchdown to make it 31-27. That ended up being the final score. I'm telling you right now, if the Rams had come back and won that game, Tariq Woolen would have needed to find a different city to live in.
No, screw that. That's on the officials. Look, this is what we're really going to do. We're going to start adjudicating the sportsmanship in a championship game.
I don't know, man.
You should be excited in that moment.
He walked over to the bench to talk to them.
They needed a talking to. I think it was
the Rams did.
He was trying to help them.
He was? Okay.
Yeah, I thought, no, honestly, the touchdown you were talking about, you're trying to think of, I believe was the Bobo touchdown, which was
yes, fourth catch of his career.
We're right, no, and that's exactly that's what I was impressed with in the second half. There was the Seahawks had started off running the ball like crazy. And Jackson Smith-Njigba was going on. Jackson Smith ended up with 9 receptions on the day.
10 catches, 153. He's going to get acknowledged. Yeah.
He had 7 catches in the first half.
He did, yep.
His 8th catch was very early in the third quarter.
Yeah.
But then the Rams took him away.
Yep.
The Rams were able to shut down the running game. So what happens? They open up. They spring Bobo. They unleash Bobo.
Yep.
For like the 4th time all season.
Yeah, literally his 4th catch.
It was a really good. I mean, both defenses did a good job of what looked like could have been a 43-41 game. Everything was shut down by late in the third quarter.
Yep. Seattle is a 4-point favorite over New England. My early read: I am emptying the chamber on the Seattle Seahawks in this game. Over under is 45. Coaching carousel news over the weekend. Still 4 openings in the NFL. Pittsburgh is the latest to fill theirs. They fired Mike Tomlin. Well, they didn't fire Mike Tomlin. Tomlin left. They basically hired Mike Tomlin's career equivalent. If you do, they do those similarity scores, Seth, like on baseballreference.com.
Mm-hmm.
Like Carlos Correa through 8 years is most similar to, Roberto Alomar, whoever. Mike McCarthy, who's the new hire in Pittsburgh, his career is shockingly similar to Mike Tomlin's.
As far as regular season success. Now, he's had more, as of late at least, he's had more impressive regular seasons than Mike Tomlin, and yet still has failed over and over again in the playoffs.
Yeah.
So I guess the difference is, all right, hey, it's Mike Tomlin, but it's an offensive-minded Mike Tomlin.
Right.
So we can, if we ever do decide to go out and get a viable quarterback and somebody that you're actually afraid of, then this guy can with him. I think the Steelers, you still have that issue of, all right, whatever the reputation of the head coach is, it seems to be a lot like Mike Tomlin in terms of playoff success. But also just, all right, he does need a quarterback. Like Mike, he's done impressive things with Aaron Rodgers and Dak Prescott, but they don't have anything close to either of those two guys.
Do you think Aaron Rodgers comes back for another year with Mike McCarthy in the fold?
I know there were so many reports about those two guys just
not
being huge fans of each other. I don't think he does.
I don't think. Yeah, I mean,
remember the broadcast crew was saying that Aaron Rodgers had basically said that he was going to retire after the season.
Yeah.
He just wants to go do a darkness retreat and think about it a little bit, and then he'll let the team know sometime around August 1st.
Yep. Quick news from Astros Fan Fest. We'll dig into this a little later in the 7 o'clock hour. Astros had their Fan Fest this weekend over at Daikin Park. And with a lot of things confirmed by both Joe Espada and Dana Brown. Jose Altuve's primary position is going to be second base again. They reiterated that. Isaac Paredes is going to get some reps at second base in spring training, assuming he's still here when spring training rolls around. I think there's a lot of people expecting a trade. Yordan Alvarez primarily will DH. He'll play some left field. The Red Sox remain a possible landing spot for Isaac Paredes. That was reported by Chandler Rome in his kind of summary of the whole thing. Carlos Correa had some interesting quotes that we'll get to in the 7 o'clock hour about the team and almost like about the work ethic of the team, the things like he was noticing as he got back in the building last July.
Yeah.
We'll get to that in the 7 o'clock hour. But, Astros had their Fan Fest this weekend. We're, about 3 weeks away from pitchers and catchers? Goes by fast, man. I Payne and Pendergast with you on a Monday. All right. Is C.J. Stroud the most intriguing NFL player of the 2026 offseason? We will discuss that coming up next.
started.
From West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hi, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Monday. Hope you all had a great weekend. Hope you're staying warm. I can tell you that the roads in Upper Kirby are dry. I'm not going to tell people, hey, it's okay to get out there. You might have to go over an overpass that might still be icy. Who knows? Yeah. I'm just telling you that
Sean braved the elements for his 1.5 mile commute in on flat ground today.
For you guys, I did that. I put my life in danger for the audience. Yeah.
You had who knows what kind of wild beasts you could have had to slay along the way.
Yeah, man.
That's what happens when these weather conditions. The animals come out into the streets looking for anything to eat.
That's right, man. That's right. All right, so we've got a Super Bowl now. Seattle and New England. We'll be there next week. We'll be on Radio Row next week. We're very much looking forward to that. Meanwhile, everything seems to, what's so funny?
Thinking at the end of the broadcast where Jim Nance is talking. Drake had attended a Super Bowl as a young man at the last one in San Francisco with his dad.
2016, yeah.
Yeah, and I guess said that, that's the only Super Bowl he's ever been to. Now he's going back to that same place. And it was a really cool story by Jim Nance. But then, asks Tony to do what he does worst, which is say something meaningful in this moment or special. I can't remember what he said, but it was a good story by Jim Nance.
Oh, my God. Well, that would make sense because Drake May from Carolina. That was the Panthers-Broncos Super Bowl. Okay,
yeah, he was a Panthers fan.
Yep, that makes sense. By the way, I said 11th Super Bowl for the Patriots during headlines. I should have said, sorry, Texter, 11th Super Bowl for Bob Kraft as the owner. They did get destroyed by the Bears when the Sullivan family owned the team back in 1985. So there's that.
Listen, if that's the standard you're holding us to
this morning,
buckle up, fella.
Yeah. You're going to have a long 2 hours and 56 minutes. Is C.J. Stroud the most intriguing NFL player of the 2026 offseason? Seth, the case I would make if I had to argue that very subjective thing in a court of law is that I don't know that there's a player. First of all, there's no player heading into the offseason that is being clowned harder than C.J. Stroud by the NFL audience.
This is man, that being the most watched game in ESPN history.
Yeah,
is not done much for the treatment CJ is going to be getting because they're a large portion of the NFL fan base doesn't watch much Houston Texans football, and they know that CJ didn't have all that impressive a regular season, and then that's what they see of him. That's their lasting impression. Yes. And it's out there, man. It's going to be all off season with this.
Did you see the latest one that Barstool posted with the Doppler radar of the storm going through the country? Yeah. So you had the storm system that was going basically coast to coast through the whole country, right through the center of Middle America.
Yeah.
And somebody hand wrote C.J. Stroud in the middle of the storm.
I would imagine there's all kinds of little AI things of like cars going off of the road, and but it being pictured like C.J. Stroud or wearing his number.
The one nowadays is whatever player in any sport is failing at what they're doing, they get AI'd into C.J. Stroud. Even basketball players, somebody. There was an NBA player, I can't remember who it was, shot like 1 for 10 in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
And they're like, so-and-so down the stretch, and it's C.J. Stroud in like a Sacramento Kings uniform or something.
It's been a big week for Michigan fans, too. They really enjoyed all of that.
Oh, yeah, for sure. So I just think the high variance of where this whole thing can go now, because you and I were talking before the show, and sort of wasn't even a topic, it was just you and I having a conversation. Like, is there any move the Texans can make that excites you out of your lack of confidence over C.J. Stroud right now?
I think there's, and this is, I don't know if this rouses me out of my discomfort or anything, but the running back situation and the offensive line situation, I think you've got a problem with your interior offensive line. And I know Ed Ingram played well for what you're expecting of him. But it's just this dynamic of whenever the Texans faced big, tough, strong, physical dudes on the defensive interior, like if they had somehow made a Super Bowl, they would have to face versus Seattle yet again. it's been really, really ugly. That's what it looked like when they faced the Patriots. And they've got to do something to bolster that. That'll make CJ better, a better version of himself.
Yeah.
If they can actually have a viable rushing attack instead of one that's got us saying, well, they don't get tackled for a loss as much as they used to, so that's good.
That makes sense. So moves,
you're going to see a better version of CJ Stroud.
Yeah, so moves that directly affect his ability to be better, I would say. Yeah, that makes sense. To me, it's just the whole thing about where this can go at any point along the way over the next several months.
Yeah.
The big picture, does he recover? Does he recover from literally the most scrutinized playoff performance in ESPN's history? The most viewed performance in ESPN's history or Disney's history. Does he, so does he recover from that is the big picture, but the contract thing could become, the contract could become a thing as early as March.
Yeah.
If his camp is making noise about wanting a contract, or if he stays away from even just workouts in the offseason, if he stays away from anything that he was normally at his first 3 years,
right?
That's
especially
news.
When it looks like he really, really needs all that stuff.
Yes.
So in operating this offense, there's so much of the pre-snap mechanics that need to get better. And that if somehow, as a way of exerting leverage or anything, he decided to miss OTAs, I would be, A, surprised. I don't think he'll do that. But B, after my surprise wears off, I will be livid. Because, he's not played up to the caliber of a guy that is a slam dunk, oh, yeah, you got to extend this guy or what have you. And really, he needs to be in there. This is why as people were calling me Chicken Little because I was nervous about him missing OTAs last year because apparently he'd been going too hard in the weight room. I didn't like it because there's a lot that goes into operating a new offense, especially one like this. And that's where he really needs the most work. You can always clean up your mechanics and this and that. But a lot of it is just the entire operation. He just needs as many reps as possible. I'll be really surprised if he doesn't show up for OTAs because of some kind of contract negotiation. I would be really surprised and disgusted.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think I wouldn't be shocked. I would be surprised. I wouldn't be shocked.
Now, Mulligetta, remember, it's interesting and a bit ironic is that the last time there was a question over whether or not a quarterback would show up for the preseason was when one Deshaun Watson was still under contract.
Yeah.
And remember, everybody was saying, well, no, he's not going to go to camp or anything. And we thought, well, no, it makes sense that he would go to camp. Because then it's the Texans' issue, and they got to make a decision. And Deshaun Watson did show up.
He did.
And it was one of the weirdest stories in the history of the NFL. As day by day, we watched Deshaun Watson walk out onto the field, take scout team, walk through reps with the defensive backs, and all of these weird things that were going on.
That might have been the most surreal moment I've had, certainly covering a Texans training camp.
Yeah.
Was when, holy crap, he's here. Because remember the first time he came out?
Yeah.
You weren't sure if it was him because he had a hoodie on, pulled up over his face.
He was dressed up for the current weather conditions in
August. Like, is that him? I'm not sure. Because he didn't have a jersey on. He just, I'm like, I think that's him. And then within a week, we knew it was him because he came over and yelled at all of us for filming him.
Yeah, he said, why are you filming the same thing every day?
Yeah.
And he got his answer quickly when that became a huge viral video.
Yeah,
him asking,
we were hoping for this.
Hey, why are y'all filming? More irony.
Yeah.
Why are y'all filming me?
Yep.
Because when you ask why we're filming you, it goes big.
Yeah. Hey, speaking of C.J. Stroud, text message. C.J. Stroud has gotten you to the playoffs every year he's been here. Josh Allen didn't do that, but you want to move on from C.J. Stroud? Okay, a couple things here. One, Josh Allen didn't make the playoffs his rookie year. Are you bringing this to me to present evidence that somehow C.J. Stroud is on the same level of Josh Allen? Stop with that. Number two, I'm hoping, sir or ma'am, that when you say, but you want to move on from him, that is a generic you directed at members of our audience, not at me and Seth.
Yeah, because we were specifically saying in that segment, CJ's going to get another chance this year, and I think that's the right move.
I do too.
I watched Sam Darnold out there looking like the king of the world in the NFC Championship game, NFC Championship game, and it reminds you of the hazard of moving on from a young quarterback too early. So yeah, he'll get at least this year, and I still think there's a very, very high upside with C.J. Stroud, but it's also totally understandable and natural that there's some people that just want to cut ties immediately. But then you have to ask yourself, okay, for what exactly? I get it if you feel that way, but we know the upside with C.J. Stroud. We know that there's problems that they need to fix, but we know the upside. You're starting from scratch without a high draft pick. If in a year where there really might not be that many good quarterbacks anyway. Yep. It's just the smartest thing and the most aggressive thing right now is to stick with C.J. Stroud.
Oh yeah. I think it's the most sensible thing. The most sensible thing is he starts year 4. He doesn't get a contract. He's got to earn his contract. How that goes, nobody knows. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Is there any thought, text message, is there any thought that CJ doesn't want to be a Texan? Yeah, there's people that text that in. Now, CJ, for what it's worth, and I mean that like in all caps, for what it's worth, has gone out of his way over the recent press conferences here, particularly after his really bad performances in the 2 playoff games, to go over the top complimenting the organization from ownership on down. So I don't know how much of that is posturing, I don't know how much of that is the idea that a contract demand could be coming up soon. I don't know. This is what players do.
Remember when Deshaun Watson was tearfully talking about how much he loved everybody in the organization after they gave him a big boatload of money with his contract?
I do.
And then 4 months later, he requested a trade. Yeah. So I don't – without any reason to believe that, I'm not going to sit here and, he doesn't like the team. I would imagine that, D'Amico's out there talking about how much he loves them and he'll stand by him, and you would never think of benching him and all of that stuff. There were times this year where it seemed like D'Amico wasn't professing the same amount of love for C.J. Stroud. Yeah. I don't know. Does CJ like being coached hard? Does he like it when the people tell him hard truths? I have zero clue. But there's no reason for me to think right now that he wants to get out of Houston or anything.
Right.
The last guy that ran his way out of Houston has been one of the worst quarterbacks in the league since then.
And one of the richest, though, too.
That's true.
Just how much does your ego getting stamped on? How much is that worth to you? Is it worth $230 million guaranteed?
Remember when Sean flat out told the Browns no, and then the Browns upped the ante by $40 million more than anybody else was offering and completely guaranteed the contract. And then Ian Rappaport said it wasn't about the money.
Yeah.
Like, what the hell are you talking about?
Oh, dude, yeah, Ian. We'll get to acknowledge me. Acknowledge me. We acknowledge big, great performances, and then a few ironic, really bad performances sometimes. Mm-hmm. Maybe the worst tweet that I've ever seen from a Nugget Hussy over the weekend.
Ooh, I'm excited
in
about
acknowledgement.
I love hating on the Nugget Hussies.
Yeah. Did the Patriots? Okay, I've seen tweets that the Patriots had the hardest road to the Super Bowl of any team ever because they faced the 5th, 1st, and 2nd ranked defenses according to total defense, total yardage.
Yeah.
Chargers, Texans, and and Broncos yesterday. And then this is the 2nd straight week that I see people and hear people say what Dan Orlovsky said about the Texans after they lost to the Patriots. You can win
with
that
31
game.
Other quarterbacks. And it's unfortunate.
With Jarrett Stidham?
And any other quarterback. It's unfortunate that we don't get this defense not only in the game, but and more than likely in the Super Bowl if they win that game yesterday. Bad quarterback play wins that game. Bad quarterback play. The pick 6 and the fumble, that's 10 points right there. Now, credit New England.
So that's we don't need to go. We don't need to re-adjudicate CJ's entire bad performance. That was another game yesterday. I think a lot of people feel like, oh my God, maybe not 31 other quarterbacks because the conditions were bad. But I think there's, I think 2/3 of the league probably.
No, I think this is where the Patriots defense probably isn't getting enough credit because when people say stuff like that, it's the toughest road. What they're trying to do is justify Drake May being in the MVP conversation. And you have to credit the Patriots defense for taking on a very weakened Broncos team, obviously, but also doing what they did to C.J. Stroud. The the Patriots have scored the fewest average points of a team that's ever made the Super Bowl
since 1979.
Since 1979,
yeah.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
So, and a lot of those points, by the way, were because of point blank, either a pick six, and then yesterday, what should have been a fumble recovery for a touchdown did end up being a point-blank touchdown.
Yeah.
So it hasn't been because Drake May has somehow overcome this onslaught of impressive defenses. It's that the Patriots' defense has played as well as they have.
Yep. So I'm anxious to see what Orlovsky says about Stidham's performance when they do get up or first take or whatever today.
Right. Well, I think that part of it is, okay, the expectations of Stidham are not the expectations of
fair.
CJ Stroud.
Yeah, fair.
They lost that game because Jarrett Stidham threw a backwards pass or had his hand forced into a backwards pass.
Yeah.
That was an easy touchdown. It's very easy to pick out that one play and say, wow, if it isn't for this might end up being a 7-3 Patriots victory.
Yeah.
Or Broncos victory.
Yeah. I'm still mad at Orlovsky for apologizing for that 31 other quarterbacks take.
Uh-huh.
I heard it again. We played it on Friday. I heard it again a few times throughout the rest of the day and over the weekend. I want to hear it one more time. Just get me agitated one more time, Colin, please.
Before I do that, I want to go back to Monday morning because on Monday morning after the Patriot-Texans game, I went on and said, Houston wins that game with 31 other quarterbacks. I want to publicly apologize to C.J. Stroud. I crossed the line. I don't ever want to do that in this role. When I started 8 years ago, was making the commitment, never go on TV and say, well, they won because the quarterback played good, or they lost because the quarterback played bad. And so I've been called out on it. Accountability, full stop, shouldn't have done it. There's ways for me to say that in regards to C.J. Stroud did the one thing.
We're good. I was called out on it.
Yeah, that's the part. Yeah. Who called you out on it?
Yeah. Who got to you, Orlovsky?
Yeah, because you're in a business where you're on ESPN and you're getting called out by fans all the time. I think Houston Texans fans would not be the one really aggressively calling him out.
Did you have a problem with? I have no problem with that.
No. I think that by insults, that was a pretty tame insult. Yeah. I think an inaccurate one.
Yeah.
It's very positive. Jarrett Stidham's performance yesterday probably would have won the Texans that game. They had one touchdown, one interception. Just one. One measly interception.
Yep.
That maybe you could have even gone further than to say 38 other quarterbacks could have won that.
Right.
On that day, if they gave their average performance.
When people apologize, I mean, it wasn't personal. It wasn't insulting. It was C.J. Stroud had one of the worst playoff performances in the history of the postseason.
I think it was Ryan Clark or somebody like that called him out on it, which would be ironic as hell because Ryan Clark goes way beyond the point of good taste in a lot of his insults, as all of those successful guys do. That's the business. They are in the creative insult business, and that was like a mile. I thought that was a pretty creative insult by him, but not a vicious one. I
don't even know it was an insult. I thought he might literally be correct.
That's true. That's a good point. Yeah. Well, if somebody's ugly and you say they're ugly to their face, that's an insult. Yeah.
Right. I suppose. But
don't be that, hey, just because you say something honest means it's 100% shouldn't be offensive.
I guess. But with he threw 4 interceptions in the first half. It was
100% true.
Yeah.
But it can still be just because it's true doesn't mean it's not also an insult.
No, that's true. But it's yeah. I just didn't. I don't think it warranted an apology at all. I got more agitated hearing it again. So, are you ready to acknowledge some folks? Let's acknowledge some folks here from over the weekend. Big performances, normally good. Got a couple ironic ones in here as well. I will say a name. Colin, who's in for Ben today, will play Roman Reigns.
Acknowledge me.
And we will acknowledge. So let's start with Mother Nature.
Acknowledge me.
What a bitch she was this weekend.
That's a loathsome wench.
Yes. Yeah, but for what she likes to do sometimes, she had a big performance. Snowstorm nationwide, including one that made the last 20 minutes of the AFC title game, depending on your point of view, either extremely watchable because you like snow football or unwatchable because you like, yards.
No, that was
points.
That was menopausal Mother Nature.
Yes.
She would bear no more fruit in that game.
Yeah.
There was not going to be any kind of egg production going on in that thing in the second half.
No.
I don't. Now, the one thing about that broadcast, I'm curious what people think. I enjoyed when they actually had all the yard markings out there. They had the hash marks and the virtual hash marks and the virtual yard lines.
Yeah.
I thought it was a little too stark. Like it was a little too bright.
Yeah.
But I enjoyed actually knowing that, I can see where they are on the field right now. They stopped using it. I'm guessing just because of like all of the virtual things. When there's snow, it starts covering up various players and body parts.
Yes, I don't know. There was one point where they stopped using it, and the ball was. It seemed like they had the 5-yard line. Every 5 yards, they had those kind of cleaned off near the end zones.
Yeah.
It was the middle chunk of the middle 40% of the field. There was just this big white rectangle, and I'm watching this game, and I'm like, I was about to tweet, can they at least give us a little graphic that says ball on Denver 32-yard line or something? Because they can probably guesstimate where it is.
Well, they did. No, they know because of the chip and everything. Well, at least by the very least, what they're saying on the play-by-play.
Well, and then as I was about to hit send, they did. They put a little square there that said that. So good job, CBS.
The other confusing thing was that they started using the pylons for the first down markers.
Mm-hmm.
Because that one, when they first did it, I can't remember who it was.
Why was it confusing? Did you think it was the end zone or something?
I guess psychologically, yeah. Like Ramondre Stevenson is running, and he gets. There's a part of you that's like, wait. Yeah, I second guessed myself.
Oh, okay.
I was like, wait. I thought
where
they were
are they
in
on
their
the
own
field?
territory.
I got you. Yeah.
It looked like, wait, is that a touchdown?
Yeah.
I applaud Tony Romo for not being confused by it.
Here are the numbers for the last 20 minutes and 29 seconds of regulation. Neither team scored. The Patriots ran 24 plays for 75 yards. They missed a field goal. The Broncos ran 18 plays for 32 yards. A missed field goal from 46 yards, which was actually, on the replay, you see it got slightly tipped at the line of scrimmage. And then an interception by Jarrett Stidham. That interception, Seth, felt to me like Stidham was really struggling trying to find guys open downfield. And he's realizing it's towards the end of the game here, so I'm just going to throw it up and hope my guy makes a play. And he drastically underthrew the football.
Yeah.
And Christian Gonzalez came away with it.
Well, in this one, too, and I'm not criticizing Romo for this. I get where he was coming from. But the previous play, he said, Stidham should have taken that shot downfield. He had it. The very next play, Stidham tries to take a shot downfield. You just can't throw the ball on those things,
nope.
man. There was nothing you could do. I credit the Patriots for just having Vrabel for understanding and realizing the situation and saying, man, right now, just field position and this 3-point lead might be what we need to rely on to win this game. And they kind of gave up on really trying to get anything done other than get the ball back on the other side.
Yeah, no, that's the two last series they had before closing out the game. Drake May threw the ball into the stands on third down quickly. And then the last one they ran on third down just to keep the clock moving and make them use up timeouts. So along those lines, let's acknowledge Mike Vrabel.
Acknowledge me.
Getting to the Super Bowl. You got to acknowledge it, Seth. Getting to the Super Bowl.
I know.
They were 4-13 the last two seasons.
Yeah.
They're 14-3 this year. He went 9-0 on the road this season, including the postseason. He's the first coach to ever go 9-0 on the road.
This is it's impressive, man. This is, as you said it, though, I realize there's no reason I should dislike Mike Vrabel. I feel like there's so many – he's such a great, like, old school but in a fun way, because he's got a sense of humor about him. He coaches guys hard, but he actually, seems to have the personal side of him down and all that. And yet it's because he was a part of the original Patriots dynasty that it makes it feel that much worse that the Dark Empire has returned.
Yeah.
That's the part that just sucks about it.
Now, he did have a funny answer on Friday. For those who didn't see it, this came down after we were off the air, so we didn't get a chance to dig into it at all. But Darrell Taylor, former Texan, who the Patriots signed for a week, didn't elevate to the 53-man roster. At this point, it's very clear they brought him in to pump information.
Trying to get some nuggets, yeah.
Yeah.
what's this Ariante Ursary hate? All those kinds of things.
Yeah. Well, they cut him on Friday, and Vrabel was asked about that.
How has Darrell Taylor gotten acclimated so far?
Yeah, we released Darrell Taylor. We'll put that out here at 4 o'clock, so not very well.
The question, for those who couldn't hear the question, because it makes the answer even funnier, how is Darrell Taylor acclimating to being a Patriot so far? Not very well.
That's, I wonder, it'd be funny if Darrell Taylor, they signed him in like just after the final practice. Or maybe after the final film session that week, they were like, okay, man, we got what we needed out of you. We're good now. That's the one thing. I always hesitate when people talk about, oh, wow, the Patriots signed Darrell Taylor because they want to pump him for information. I do believe that teams do that a lot of the time. What I don't like is when people make a big deal out of it because it's one of those classic things where it's leave no stone unturned, and you bring a guy in, and maybe he does have a few little nuggets that help us out, but it's not going to typically be the one big thing that takes the Patriots and gives them an opportunity to win. It's just one of the things that you're trying to gain an edge with.
Yep. All right, this is a big one for me personally, Seth. This is a big one for me personally. If you listen to 5 Reasons I Hate You,
this is huge.
On Friday.
This is something I was trying to encourage you to do last week.
It was,
and you fought me. You sent me angry texts afterwards.
Yep. And
now you said, don't ever put me in that position again.
I'm a big enough man to admit when I'm wrong. Sam Darnold.
Acknowledge me.
Not only did he throw 25 of 36, 346 yards, 3 touchdowns, no picks, he is off the fat face list.
I told you. He's lost that little bit of baby fat.
I'm going to acknowledge me for being the bigger man here, too. Sean Pendergast, yeah.
Acknowledge me.
Yeah, he's off.
Can you really tell? Because he has a beard now, which tends to make your face look a little fatter. Even really lean guys, sometimes you can't tell how lean they are when they have a beard.
The fat face with Sam Darnold has really become kind of like the Big Ten, where it's not really 10 schools anymore, but you call it the Big Ten.
Yeah.
His face really isn't as fat as it used to be, but I still call it a fat face.
He had a punchable adolescent face.
Very much.
And by that, in the way I mean, when you want to punch an adolescent, that you can't do it,
right?
But you go back and you watch J.J. Watt from his earlier years. He had kind of a baby face.
Yes.
Yeah. He just still looked like an adolescent with a pituitary.
He had J.J. had a fatter face than he has now, for sure.
Yeah.
And so did Sam Darnold back in the day. He is legit. He is off the fat face list. He was the catalyst and made big throws in that game, getting his team to the Super Bowl, in which I'm also going to acknowledge Jackson Smith and Jigba real quick.
Acknowledge me.
Oh, my gosh, Jackson Smith and Jigba.
10 catches.
What a machine.
$153, touchdown, a one-handed catch that was just made it look so easy.
It was like he was in a waitering competition where he's trying to run through an obstacle course while holding a tray of caviar and champagne glasses.
Yeah, man.
That was DeAndre Hopkins like, and I love receivers who understand when because of where they are and the timing of it and everything, they can't pull the ball to their chest to show control.
Yeah.
So they just keep it one-handed. And that's the best he could do. And the fact that he could show control with the ball up on a platform and the defender hacking at his arm, that was really impressive.
Really impressive.
I don't know how you cover him, man.
I don't either.
know how you cover him.
They weren't.
I know.
He was
it
open.
felt oddly reminiscent of the Texans game.
Yeah.
He's so fast and just shifty. He's making cuts at full speed that most people have to do at three-quarter speed.
Yeah,
it's
man.
Crazy.
He's one of those guys now, too, that teams that didn't draft him, their fans are like, oh, my God, our team drafted. So he's drafted 20th overall.
Well, I think there are a lot of teams that might have drafted him and still thought, well, he's not really a guy you can use on the outside.
I thought that about him. I was never.
People were skeptical when the Seahawks signed Cooper Kupp because they said, you've already got a slot receiver. And I know. We're going to move Jackson Smith and Jigba outside.
Yep. All right, this is going to be a who that you guys are going to say, but Craig Berube. I hope
acknowledge me.
He's the Toronto Maple Leafs head coach. Did you see the picture of this guy this weekend, Seth?
I'm going to look at it for the first time right now.
If you're on social media, I'm gonna retweet. I retweeted it this weekend, and I said I would be acknowledging this guy. It's a picture of him standing behind the bench, coaching his team. And he's got kind of he's got a receding hairline. He's still got the hair kind of on the back.
If you saw him like in public, you would think this guy just had hair replacement surgery or something.
Or a frontal lobotomy. I mean, look at that thing.
It really looks more like it looked like, okay, I don't know. I don't think that's what hair replacement usually looks like, but he must have just had it yesterday.
Yeah.
Because it's a perfect arc up underneath his hairline. It's like a horseshoe. It's an upside-down horseshoe.
Yeah, and it's obviously it's stitches, and there's a little bit of dried up, not a little, it's all dried up blood along the line there.
Yeah.
He said he had an accident. He's got a black eye, we should point out as well, right below it.
Yeah.
He's got a shiner. He said it was a gym accident. So,
oh, wow. Oh,
yeah.
it does that. It's about a 5-pounder dropped on him.
I'm going to defer to you. You spent the time in the weight room on this show.
Let me go grab one of my 5-pound
Yeah,
plates. I think that's a 5-pound plate that he dropped on his head
slam yourself in the head with a weight and see what happens. It looks like someone hit like a 5-iron off his forehead, and then the doctors came in and replaced the divot.
Oh, it does look like there was. It's perfectly symmetrical, like a 5-pound plate would be.
Yeah.
But when you don't know that it was a 5-pound plate, it looks like a surgeon's incision or something.
Yeah, man.
That's just healing over.
We got to acknowledge that.
I wonder if it was some kind of surgery. And he's like, this looks. I don't want people to know my personal business. Punch me. Asked his wife to punch him in the eye. And then was a little concerned that he didn't have to ask twice. Yeah. Hey, would you mind punching me in the ow?
Yeah.
I didn't even tell you where.
She went back. She went back for 3 more.
Yeah.
All right, Ed Werder.
Acknowledge me.
Ready for this one, Seth? This is Ed Werder tweeting about Mike McCarthy getting hired by the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah.
A move that was, I would say, widely met with, at best, a yawn, if not like, what are you doing? A chance to reset a little bit, and you kind of hired the white Mike Tomlin.
Yeah, Mike McCarthy getting hired in Pittsburgh, I'm guessing is obviously huge news in Pittsburgh right now and all over the place. But largely, while the NFL playoffs are going on, most of the league went, huh?
Yeah. Well, and McCarthy's McCarthy's got to be over the moon. He's from Pittsburgh. This is his dream job. So
there's nothing better than being hated in your hometown.
Well, for now, it's just right. He's feeling good for now. Till he goes on Twitter, except if he read Ed Werder's tweet, Seth. One of the elements Mike McCarthy provided the Titans and Steelers when he interviewed with them were videos and graphics of his long history of coaching and developing quarterbacks, beginning with Joe Montana with the Chiefs under Marty Schottenheimer.
Oh, my gosh. Did they say developing quarterbacks?
I'm going to read it again. I'll read that last part. When he interviewed with them, he showed the Titans and Steelers videos and graphics of his long history of coaching and developing quarterbacks, beginning with Joe Montana with the Chiefs.
He did a good job with Joe Montana, taking a raw, young 15-year NFL veteran and teaching him how to play the game of football.
The most insulting part of that is obviously Joe Montana had won 4 Super Bowls and was 36 when he got to the Chiefs. Here's the part that I went and looked up. Okay, what exactly was the overlap with Joe Montana and Mike McCarthy? Was it a year? Did Montana retire after 1 year of McCarthy? Are you looking at it? He was a quality control guy in 93 and 94, the 2 years that Montana was there.
No, I'm looking at the replies. This is my favorite.
He's a quality control guy.
This is my favorite, sarcastic, actually. Joe was far from a finished product when he got to the Chiefs. If he was never coached by McCarthy, he probably doesn't win those 4 Super Bowl rings with the 49ers. He was 37 years old when he got to the Chiefs.
Oh, my
God. The funniest part is I love the idea of Mike McCarthy in a coaching interview because remember in his introductory press conference with the Cowboys, he admitted to lying to Jerry Jones about how much film he had watched of the Cowboys.
Yes.
Remember, Jerry Jones said that he watched every snap of ours.
Right.
And then Mike McCarthy flat out said, well, I was lying. I didn't actually do all that.
And he's lying again. I developed Joe Montana. GTFO. Are you kidding me?
Well, I guess the Montana part was probably him covering all the bases and saying, how do you get the most out of – I bet he said, as quality control coach for the Chiefs, I really helped extract the maximum value out of an aging quarterback, just like we could do with Aaron Rodgers.
I really hope the Steelers are finally on the cusp of becoming a truly bad football team because they haven't been truly bad in decades. They've been average. They've been mediocre. They haven't been truly bad. They deserve to be truly bad for hiring this guy and this guy walking in with video of Joe Montana with the Chiefs saying, yeah, that was me.
You know what I don't think they spend enough time on in business school, based on my long experience of taking business school classes?
Yeah.
It's 0. I took business accounting my freshman year. But lying in interviews, I think really just going for it and lying in interviews, and how successful it is for some people.
Oh, my God. McCarthy, dude. McCarthy's landed 2 jobs because of it. All right. I had another one I wanted to get to. I am going to get to it in the next segment. It's an acknowledgement, but it's really an acknowledgement that I'm starting to come around on this quarterback to the extent that if he turned into our quarterback here, I would be totally cool with this. And we'll tell you why coming up next.
Will building up the offense be a major focus for the Texans in the offseason? 22. Payne and Pendergast is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents, live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast, there's one acknowledge me that I didn't get to, that I sat on last Friday, and we didn't get to mention this. Fernando Mendoza.
Acknowledge me.
He changed his LinkedIn bio within an hour of winning the national championship. That he has a LinkedIn bio to begin with makes me love him even more, and that he's in the locker room updating it with the fact that he is a college football playoff national champion is outstanding.
He, what's his dad? I feel like I've read this 29 times and heard it. What's his dad? His dad's a doctor, right? A surgeon?
Oh, good question. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Yeah, he's some kind of, it's a dialed-in family.
Yeah.
I think him having a LinkedIn profile is probably the least surprising thing that I've heard about Fernando.
There was a clip that surfaced this weekend from when he was 13 years old as the junior high quarterback at his school.
Yeah.
And one of his buddies, who's obviously the same age, but much smaller, probably in some sort of broadcasting class or something, did an interview with 13-year-old Fernando Mendoza.
Yeah.
And the answers were the exact same as like the only thing that was missing was the hand gestures that he gives now to accentuate his answers.
Well, he got his degree in business administration at Berkeley in 3 years, and then he's been working on his MBA. So I would imagine most MBA students have a LinkedIn profile.
Yeah, it's probably part of one of the courses that you're in. They probably
That's true,
say,
yeah.
Like, hey, start a LinkedIn profile.
Every bit of his public presentation and everything is like a guy that watches a whole lot of YouTube videos of motivational business speakers,
Yeah.
and also, or people teaching you how to public speak, and he's nailed it. Some people try to do it, and it looks awkward. When, what's his name? The Facebook CEO there.
Zuckerberg.
When Zuckerberg tries to do it, you can tell he's had coaching on using his hands and everything, and it looks really awkward and mechanical. Mendoza is deep into it and nails all of it.
Dr. Fernando Mendoza, father of the Indiana quarterback, is a pediatric emergency medicine physician.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh. So that's at the high end of doctors, man. Anything with the word emergency in it. Respect.
Well, he's pediatric emergency medicine too. That's tough, man. That's real tough. You're working on little kids in serious situations.
Yep.
Really, all of medicine is pretty tough. Shout out to all the medical folks out there, both licensed and unlicensed.
Yeah.
You're trying to help. Yeah, you didn't want to have to. You didn't want to have to go to medical school.
Did you just thank the unlicensed medical?
Yes. They're out there doing the Lord's work.
Do you know?
Some people can't afford a licensed doctor.
I don't want you to out anybody, but are you speaking from experience? Have you gone to some witch doctor for one of your knees or what?
We had a physician's assistant in college who had gotten his degree from a Latin American country I'd never heard of. He was awful. My God, he was awful. But he served his purpose.
Where are you from? Westeros.
It wasn't. This was not an Hispanic fella. This was a guy who was whiter than even you, Sean.
Oh, okay.
He had to travel to this. He had to travel to this tiny South American country I'd never heard of, and I don't know if it even exists to get his medical degree. Yeah.
White AF. Hey, by the way, speaking of Fernando Mendoza, Dan Le Batard on his show last week. Now, Le Batard is a Miami grad, so we should point that out. So there's probably a little bit of bitterness baked into.
This is some pettycast. This is a pettycast take for sure.
This is a pettycast preview right here. It might even be a take a mania, but definitely a pettycast preview. The diving touchdown by Fernando Mendoza on 4th and goal, which will live on in college playoff history as an iconic play, diving into the end zone to score. And that's the still shot that you get as Fernando Mendoza extended into the end zone, holding the ball out there, scoring the touchdown. Le Batard accuses Mendoza, almost like, without using the word, accuses him of showboating in a way.
I actually believe everything about Mendoza is both sincere and sweet. And yet, when he jumped into the end zone there and extended the ball, I'm like, wildly unnecessary. He could have just run in. He did that because he knew the size of the moment. Yes, I didn't think it was necessary.
I'm not sure he knew. In the moment,
yes,
he knew, oh, this is dramatic.
Yes.
I've got to extend the ball.
That's crazy.
I'm not exactly sure he knew where other players were.
That is
so he was just like kind of blind and like, I'm going to put all of my 6'5" frame into this.
That's nuts.
I understand why, because it was like extra dramatic, but he got spun around like a couple of times.
That guy, you think that guy is like, flair for the dramatic. I've got to extend.
Not only, Jeremy, do I believe that, because I believe he knew he was going to get in, but the other way looks more theatrical and wonderful. I'm not even criticizing him for it. I'm simply saying that part he was giving you a little extra. It was not necessary because he knew the size of the moment.
No, you're not criticizing him for it. What you're doing is projecting your own attention whoredom onto him. This Dan Leptard being a guy, classic ex-ESPN guy that just craves the attention, craves the fame, and in his mind, that's something he could have seen himself doing. No, the crazy thing about that, because I went back and I'm like, all right, let's see if is there anything to this.
So you went back and watched the play again?
Oh yeah, like 8 times to see if he had any kind of a case. And no, the problem is he's getting spun around and turns. All of the defenders that were closing in on him were to his blind side.
Yeah.
He had no idea exactly who or what was coming at him, and he saw the end zone. And I'll say this too: what's the dumbest thing about this take by Levitard is that diving was the exact right
thing to do. Yeah.
Even if he knew that there were players, if he could see where all the players were coming, yes. This is like sliding in baseball to avoid the tag.
Yep.
Not because it gets you faster or anything there. Because if he had seen there were 2 defenders closing in on him from his blind side, and if he had tried to run, there was a good chance he was going to have to take a collision at the half-yard line or even the quarter-yard line or something. And who knows what happens in that instance. It was exactly the right decision for purely specific, likelihood of getting into the end zone. And this is decrepit. This is loathsome by Dan Levitard. This is projecting all of your most selfish and showboating tendencies onto some young man who just got his LinkedIn profile
updated. The guy updates his LinkedIn profile on the regular, and you're dragging him down, Dan Levitard. Yeah. What the hell,
No,
man?
As he starts the dive, he's facing away from the defender that was closing in on him. He had no way of knowing exactly where he was or what the situation was.
Okay, so that
is a horrible, horrible take.
It's right. I think it's as much take-a-mania as it is pettycast.
He also had somebody closing in on him from behind that could have, if conceivably, could have wrapped him up or gotten more of slowed him down more if he had kept running.
Yep. So Dan Levitard. I won't be here on Friday, Seth, so if you want to put that baby in Take-A-Mania on Friday, feel free to.
Where are you going?
I'm going to Chicago.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, I'm going to Chicago Thursday and Friday. Thursday, yeah. Thursday and Friday.
Great. Thanks.
Lazy. I'm lazy. Yeah. Daughter's going. I gotta go. My daughter's going into the Naperville North Hall of Fame.
That's what this is.
Joining former Houston Texans Glenn Earl and Chris Brown. The running back.
They're both already in it, though. They're not going to be there.
No, they won't. They may be there. I don't know, but they're both already in it. Yeah, they were inducted a long time ago. She is going in with 2.
Chris Brown, the kicker, not Chris Brown, the singer.
No, Chris Brown, the running back.
Oh, yeah. That's right. Chris Brown, the kicker is from Nebraska.
Yeah. And Chris
Brown, the running back, not Chris Brown, the singer.
Not Chris Brown, the singer. And I don't know if he's singing the national anthem and he's going to be there, but he's not in the Naperville North Hall of Fame. I can tell you that. Yeah, she's going in with actually 2 former NFL players. I think former. Matt LaCosse, who was a tight end for the Patriots, and James O'Shaughnessy, who I believe was a tight end for the Jacksonville Jaguars back in the day. So, yeah, not big names.
That's what an impressive high school she went to.
They have 1,000 kids in her graduating class.
What was her high school cross-country team like? She was obviously very good, but were they? Yeah,
they're like the equivalent of like Moeller in high school football, or
really?
Modern Day in high school football. Yeah, or Oak Hill Academy in high school basketball.
They just show up.
They're a factory, man.
Who was the one that got off the bus first?
Judy, man.
I don't know what it looks like. Which cross country runner do you have get off the bus?
They don't have
first?
many husky cross country runners. Which skinny girl are we sending off the bus first?
Remember the movie that Kevin Costner did about the cross country runners?
MacArthur, right? MacArthur. Something.
USA or something. McFarland USA.
McFarland. When I say MacArthur, McFarland.
I don't know. I don't know if McFarland's right.
No, I think it's McFarland.
But the funniest thing about that was the stud runner on that team. The guy they cast to do it, he looked like a high school nose tackle. He was thick as hell. This is a weird choice for this guy to be the stud.
McFarland USA,
okay.
2015, a Disney sports drama starring Kevin Costner as Jim White, a coach to a predominantly Latino town in the 80s. Transforms their high school into a championship cross-country team.
That's where I was talking about that movie, doing a movie review of it, and that's where our famous drop of "What's a quesadilla?"
Oh, really?
came from.
That's where that's from?
Yeah. No, because he first shows up in town with his family, and they go to this little diner in a 100% Hispanic town, and it's a movie and it's Disney and everything, but they make it look like this guy is like, "Can I just get a burger? What's a quesadilla?" Like, yeah, dude.
What the hell is this quesadilla?
There we go.
That's right. There it was.
That's where that came from. Oh my God.
My grandma. The first time I took my grandma to a Mexican restaurant, she was awesome because she was just she'd never been to, I guess, ever in her life gone to a Mexican restaurant. She's like, "What's a fajita?"
She's giving it all the gringo pronunciations. That's beautiful. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Monday. Heading into the 8 o'clock hour. All right, which fan base was the most tortured watching the AFC title game? And were there some even more tortured fan bases watching the NFC title game yesterday? But was it Buffalo? Or was it Houston, who was the most tortured fan base watching the Patriots and Broncos yesterday? We will discuss coming up next. But first, Prize Picks. Nothing torturing about Prize Picks.
Creighton at West Point Liggett of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Okay, if this is a bit of a lesson on TV here going on right now. They're showing highlights, Seth, on Get Up of the Seahawks and the Rams. And the lead into it, the tease before the commercial that this was what they were going to be going to after the commercial, was showing throwing a touchdown pass. And the caption was Ghostbusters, ! Which I think refers back to Sam Darnold as a New York Jet.
Yeah.
Saying he was seeing ghosts out there. And I actually went and Googled during the break. It was a game against the Patriots in primetime in 2019.
Yeah.
We are now in 2026. We are 6+ years later into this thing. And the reason I bring this up is, one, congratulations, Sam Darnold. Two, if C.J. Stroud is wondering how long something follows you around for.
Yeah.
This is Sam Darnold saying, I was seeing ghosts out there, is following him around to this very day.
The interesting thing about that is, if you go back to the last Seahawks-Rams game, Darnold threw 2 interceptions in that game, and they were both very much because of the defensive coordinator for the Rams, Shula, completely fooling and screwing with Sam Darnold's head. There was one where Sam Darnold had sent Cooper Kupp in motion, and the Rams, followed Cooper Kupp across the field. It looked like, okay, these guys are in man. I know what I'm going to get. And the Rams were not in man. They made it look like it was man. It looked like they had followed Cooper Kupp, everything that you expect to get, the quarterback diagnosing with pre-snap motion. But their rules, had it set up that they were playing zone, and the defensive back for the Rams picked them off easy. Looked like Sam Darnold threw it right to him.
Yep.
And then later in the game, it was Kobe Turner, the defensive tackle, got an interception. Same thing. It looked like Darnold had an easy throw to Cooper Kupp again. But, oh, no, there's a defensive tackle sitting right there.
Man.
And they've been really, really good at duping Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold threw 6 interceptions to the Rams this year.
Wow.
4 in the first game, 2 in the second.
Yep.
He had 8 interceptions, if you don't count the 6 that he had versus the Rams.
Yeah.
That he had 14 interceptions on the year.
Yep.
So for him to play a clean game like that, and actually I thought some of what happened last night was they took advantage of when the Rams were disguising their coverages, or when the Seahawks would send somebody in motion, Sam Darnold would check into a play, then you could see the Rams adjust to Sam Darnold checking into the play, and then Sam Darnold run something based on what he thought the Rams checked into. This is a level of chess so far beyond what you would have expected from Sam Darnold back when he said he was seeing ghosts.
Yeah.
And it's so far beyond how C.J. Stroud is operating right now.
Yep.
C.J.'s only in his 3rd year in a new offense. I don't expect him to be operating at that level yet.
All right, so as far as Texan fans go watching that AFC title game yesterday, I am curious. Weigh in on the text page, 713-572-4610. How did you feel? How do you feel now having watched that game as far as the Texans missing out on that game yesterday? Because I think the Texans win that game. If this is how these two teams played, Broncos and Patriots, if they each bring the same game to that game, C.J. Stroud being the big wild card, and it starts snowing, and how does C.J. play, and is he turn? I understand all that. I feel worse after having watched that. That was a bad football game. I feel worse after having watched that game yesterday about the Texans and the way C.J. Stroud played in that divisional round.
This is the one thing about the Texans and the Broncos, because we've talked a lot about C.J. Stroud, obviously. The thing that the Texans, as we all know by now, and this was the big thing going into the Patriots matchup, was the Texans' defense, as awesome as it is not awesome at preventing explosive pass plays. And that ended up biting them in that Patriots game. The Broncos are one of the best teams in the league at preventing explosive pass plays. Mm-hmm. And they did it pretty well in that game. Yeah. I think that's the part that it's hard for me to look at the matchup and say that the Texans would have been better than the Broncos. Realistically, You can't ignore the fact that the Texans let up a few big chunk plays to the Patriots.
Yeah.
And could that have happened in the first half? Yeah, I think it could have. And that's where the Texans secondary, those are young guys too. They had, Jalen Reed and Kamari Lassiter and Kalen Bullock were all very important parts of that secondary, and those guys are all in their second year or rookies.
Which fan base was more tortured watching that game yesterday, Seth? The Texans fans who lost to the Patriots by turning the ball over a bunch, or the Buffalo Bills fans who
Texans fans by a long shot,
who lost to Denver by turning the ball over a bunch?
Yeah, I think the Texans by a long shot because the Bills. Well, let's see. I mean, I was thinking if the Bills had to play the Texans, it would have been in Houston. Obviously, no Bills fan wants to come to Houston with Josh Allen ever again. But I guess with the Bills, if you look at it, I mean, the very reason I wonder, people around the country and the national media seemed put out that Sean McDermott had been fired. And yet, I got to think in Buffalo, they're looking at that Bills game, and you're saying, well, all right, Josh Allen won the game for him. If the defense can hold up, just same as the 13-second game against Pat Mahomes. If the defense can hold up, they did everything needed to do with Josh Allen, but your defensive minded head coach has some weaknesses in his defense, and it's steadily gotten worse and worse over the years. I don't know if it wasn't a fluke or anything that the Bills lost that game to the Broncos.
No, but I would say this about when you say Josh Allen won that game for them.
Yeah.
He also had he had some bad turnovers in that game, too.
He did, but he made up for him.
Yeah.
And I guess he won it at the end for him. He could have won it at the end.
He could have. Yep, no, he definitely could have. This is what I wonder about Buffalo, is their torture in watching that game less about partially about who's playing, who they played and lost to get into it. They lost to Denver. But, the bigger picture where they're like, man, this is the one postseason where there's no Patrick Mahomes. There's no Lamar Jackson. There's, these teams that, especially Mahomes, obviously, who's knocked them out 4 times this McDermott Allen era. The Kansas City knocked them out 4 times in the postseason. Is there part of watching those two teams play? Man, we're just better than both of those teams. How did we, how did we let the Patriots win this division? That kind of thing. I wonder how much of that factors in. The Patriots had an easy schedule. There's nothing Buffalo can do about that.
Yeah.
But that's the part with Buffalo that I wonder about. Hey, look, both of them had to watch Stephon Diggs get to a Super Bowl yesterday, Buffalo and Houston. And we know they both have history with Stephon Diggs.
The interesting thing about, Josh Allen, obviously, it's just been, you feel like, we've wasted all of these golden opportunities when he's 100% in his prime, and you're right there for the taking, and you've just blown it in the playoffs again and again and again. With C.J. Stroud, we talked last week about how Peyton Manning had that really bad AFC Championship game against the Patriots in 2004, the 2004 playoffs. I went back and watched looked at Peyton Manning's playoff stats again, because for the youngsters out there, Peyton Manning used to have an atrocious reputation in the playoffs. It was known that, man, great regular season quarterback, but awful in the playoffs. I had forgotten that was the first 8 years of his career.
Yeah.
In 6 different trips to the playoffs, 5 of them he did very little at all good in the playoffs. Finally, in that year in 2003, he had a couple of really good playoff games, but then goes and plays the Patriots and throws 1 touchdown, 4 interceptions. Mm-hmm. A stat line that sounds familiar. And that was it. The book on Peyton Manning was, man, this guy just
the choker.
He crumbles in the playoffs.
He's a
he
choker.
Just doesn't know. And that was 6 playoff trips in his first 8 seasons.
Yep.
Including during that time, he won an MVP. He won 2 MVPs. He was he'd been to the Pro Bowl 5 times at that point. Mm-hmm. So that's what I keep trying to remind myself. And, I could say all that, and then you might reasonably say, well, yeah, but at least he had the regular season performances, because CJ hasn't had regular season performances that are MVP caliber. But it is a reminder that, man, you can't you can't close the book on Guy because of some atrocious playoff performances early in his career.
He, prior to winning a Super Bowl finally in the 2006 season, so the first 8 years of his career, like you said, Seth, he was second in the MVP, fifth in the MVP, won 2 MVPs, third twice in Offensive Player of the Year, won the Offensive Player of the Year. This is all before he won a Super Bowl. Yeah, that's where the road separates in the woods. Like CJ's last 2 regular seasons are not mulligan worthy for these postseason performances.
He was one and done in 4 of those 6 appearances.
Yeah.
And then the couple times that they won any games at all, there's the first time in 2003, beat the Broncos, beat the Chiefs. He had really good games there, and then he played in that New England game where they lost 14-24. The next year, they lose to New England. They score 3 points in a 20-3 loss.
Wow!
It was really. And the next year after that, they lose in the first round of the playoffs to Pittsburgh, scoring 18 points
to a Pittsburgh team that would go on to win the Super Bowl that year. Yeah, that's interesting. Hey, speaking of Stefon Diggs. Here was Diggs after the game yesterday. Diggs was fired up before the game, man. He's going up and headbutting teammates that have helmets on and things like that. He didn't have a great game. Nobody did offensively. The Patriots threw for 86 yards. Drake May had 86 yards passing. Not an exaggeration. 86 yards passing in that game. Here was Diggs, emotional after the game.
First of all, congratulations. I see your tears. What are your emotions feeling like right now going to the Super Bowl?
I'm just so proud of this team, man. You don't know how hard this year has been, bro, battling the injury and coming back, being around the right group of guys, man. Great quarterback, great OC, great team, great head coach, man. It made it all worth it, man. All the hard work, man. We got one more, man. I just want to rejoice and take this moment in and just be thankful for God. All right, man. So we got one more, man.
So, Steph, that rehab that you had to get back here, you called this most fulfilling year of your career. There were some people that wondered, would you come back and be the same player? What did you want to prove to yourself and to the world?
Man, Eric, man, they was calling me washed. Said I ain't having no more, man. I just wanted to, I tell everybody, I just wanted to prove it to myself. I am who I say I am. E took a chance on me. This team took a chance on me. I just wanted to make them proud and make them. Just thank you, man. I'm thankful.
Yeah. Not one mention of he's currently also being charged with felony strangulation.
No,
that seems like a pretty big obstacle to overcome.
He did yell, or he did say, I think, in either his press conference or in another post-game interview, that God is good.
Yeah.
And God was able to get his arraignment postponed. Yeah.
I don't know. I'd never once in my life thought about this, and I thank Stefon Diggs for giving me the opportunity. There's felony strangulation. Is there misdemeanor strangulation?
It's a good question.
How do I go about doing some of that?
It's a good
question.
I
would like to. There's some people in my life that I would like to misdemeanor
strangulate?
Yeah. I'm gonna strangle you, but in a misdemeanor fashion.
Right.
I'm not going to do any hard time for this.
Still want to retain my voting rights, but I want to make sure that you're choked out just enough. Just enough.
You know what? Cardi B got interviewed by somebody, too.
She did, yeah.
I thought it was good because she talked about how impressive Stefon Diggs was in that he goes to bed early and he gets up early.
Yeah, I heard
She talked
that.
about the hard work. Like, that's a good lesson for the youngsters.
Discipline. She used the word discipline a bunch of times about him. Yeah.
It's probably cool for somebody that's been in their whole lives in entertainment of various varieties for her. Some of those entertaining variety, like she has to stay up late and everything. It's probably cool to see an athlete in the regimen that they have to go by, which is in stark contrast to somebody who does their entertainment in the evening.
Take. You know what? Stefon Diggs is a good influence on Cardi B.
Like all the Cardi B concerts from now on are going to be at 4 p.m. so she and Steph can get to bed
all
early.
matinees.
Yeah.
Like rodeo on Saturday, 2:45. Oh man! Hey, one more from Stefon Diggs. I wonder what D'Amico Ryans thinks of this one. Here's Stefon Diggs talking about the culture in New England and Mike Vrabel as his head coach.
It starts at the head. You know, when you hold everybody to the same standard. And you hold everybody to the same requirements each and every day, you hold your teammates accountable. You know what I'm saying? You start looking at your teammates like, you know what I'm saying, self-policing, self-accountability, and you don't want to let your teammates down. So the camaraderie and the team chemistry that he's built from the coaching position, the head coach position, is second to none. Hopefully he wins Coach of the Year because probably the best coach I ever had.
Oh.
Shots fired. Shots fired.
You know what? Oh, it's interesting because obviously Vrabel's spent more time as a head coach than D'Amico has. And the one thing that D'Amico did differently this year was he became more of a true head coach.
Yes.
He spent more time with the offense,
Yep.
gave play calling duties to Matt Burke. And another thing I keep reminding myself is I don't have any issues with D'Amico as a coach so far, but he is still a young head coach. I mean, presumably he'll get better over time. So as good as D'Amico has been, hopefully he's going to be that much better with a few more years' experience.
Should I have added a third team to my question when I asked who the most tortured fan base was watching that AFC title game? My question was Buffalo or Houston. Should I be adding the Tennessee Titans fans watching Mike Vrabel go from being fired by the Titans to turning the Patriots around in 1 year to where they're in the Super Bowl?
I think so. I don't know how much more miserable they could feel over that than they do already, because this whole season has been like an exercise in looking at where we are now and then looking at Mike Vrabel somehow wasn't the guy. Somehow Mike Vrabel was a problem in Tennessee. Somehow Amy Adams-Strunk decided that, no, we can't get by with this Mike Vrabel character. Just a smooth talker, that's all he is.
That's all he is. Just a bunch of words.
Yeah.
I thought about that, man. Tennessee.
The fake Oilers.
The Vikings watching Sam Darnold piece the Rams yesterday. I mean, Sam Darnold won 14 games for the Vikings last year, and now they're stuck with 9.
Yeah. Well, I think the other big thing watch and monitor, obviously, is, man, now that the coordinators are allowed to interview for head coaching jobs, you've got 2 defensive-minded head coaches in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And there's a very good chance that both of them are going to be stuck in that old conundrum of, man, boy, Clint Kubiak, the offensive coordinator for the Seahawks, he might be on a Zoom with Buffalo right this moment. You know? Likewise, Josh McDaniels has done enough with Drake May that there's people out there that are going to say, look, I know he's a 2-time loser, and I know that, but he's older now, he's learned his lessons, all of that.
Yeah.
And, man, we're going to draft the quarterback. We've got a young quarterback, whatever it might be, that Josh McDaniels might be gone too.
Maybe. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Monday. Hey, the Astros had their Fan Fest this weekend, and a lot of players, including Carlos Correa, met with the media, had some very interesting things to say about what he's seen around the building since he got back. And Dana Brown, you still tweaking this team right now, Dana Brown? We'll hear from the Texans. Astros GM coming up next. Stay there.
Nick Caserio shared his perspective on the Texans' disappointing end of the season.
In the end, I'd say our shortcomings come down to execution. Can't turn the ball over 5 times. We control that. 3 touchdowns that New England scored. We didn't play the coverage or the technique the right way on calls that we've done countless times.
Payne and Pendergast is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Hurt in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Two things. One, I'm going to go connect with Fernando Mendoza on LinkedIn, I think, Seth. I'm going to go become friends with him on LinkedIn.
How do you do that?
You just you request connecting. You're not on LinkedIn?
I have an account. Every now and then I get an email saying somebody sent me a message, but I'm
going to pepper you with messages on LinkedIn.
I haven't been on it in about 10 years, so all those messages are sitting there. I might have been offered several CEO positions at this point.
Of course you were. Oh, my God.
I wouldn't even know about it. Yeah.
The other thing I like about Fernando Mendoza is...
It's probably why I keep getting the CEO offers, because people are starting to realize, like, wow, he's hard to get.
Yeah,
he must be good.
He must be in demand. Yeah. He must be. Fernando Mendoza's avatar, his profile picture, it's him with a coat and tie.
Yeah.
But he's not facing, like, shoulders facing the camera like you and I face each other. He's doing the thing where you turns to his right. You know what I mean? Like he's standing like shoulders perpendicular to the camera with his head turned to the right. Just very
very
power
stage
move.
Yeah. He looks like this guy could move my 3-bedroom ranch.
Absolutely he could. Yeah. So I'm going to go friend with him on LinkedIn. I'm going to do that a little bit later. By the way, the question on TV right now on Get Up.
By the way, okay, go ahead.
Is the Patriots defense carrying them in this playoffs?
Yes, I like that question.
How long is that segment going to be? 8 seconds? What the hell? Yes.
Of course it is.
Yeah.
What on God's green earth are you talking about?
Horrible topic.
Fernando Mendoza, though, he is the perfect guy that back in the day, back before pro football became as big as it is, kids, there used to be a time back when people actually decided consciously, nah, I don't want to go into pro football. Frankly, just there's not all that much glamour and the paycheck isn't good enough. Mendoza would be like immediately picked up by some Wall Street firm and made a junior executive and brought out, like he would have been a rising up and comer based on nothing of the fact that this kid's just got the it factor.
Oh my God, yes.
And that's why we need to manage that's why he needs to manage your pension.
Yes,
fund.
It might still happen. He's the one guy I can see juggling that with football.
Not as much. Now they've moved more full force into the nerds, which is probably going back in time. Yeah, maybe we should have let the guys who are really good at math manage all of these investment funds instead of the best jock from my alma mater. Yeah.
Fernando Mendoza doesn't seem like a nerd at all. You're right. I know the nerd you're talking about.
That's true. He's a good blend of the nerd and the famous athlete.
I know the nerd. You're talking about the old math nerds. Here's Dana Brown. Not a nerd. He's more of a, former player, ethos GM, not one of the analytics GMs. But he was at the Astros Fan Fest, and he was talking about roster construction and trade talks, and our team's calling you about some of your guys.
Yeah, look, they have interest in a lot of our players because we're a good team, right? And so, I've had conversations with a lot of other clubs, and they've asked me about multiple of our players. A lot of our pitching. They've asked about some of our infield. They asked about some of our outfield. And so, so we continue to have conversations, and but we continue to stay locked in to make this team as best as we can make it.
All right, so a little hard to hear because they're at the Fan Fest, people talking in the background. He basically said people are interested in a lot of our players, right?
Yeah, and I think the most notable thing that he said, and the quote from Chandler Rome's article was that they want to add a left-handed bat. Yeah. And he's not as wrapped up in getting an outfielder, this, that, or the other. They want a left-handed bat, and they're going to be pursuing some. So at some point, with the crowded infield situation, at some point might be resolved by a trade for hopefully a notable lefty.
Yeah, maybe. We'll see. The infield thing, I'm not comfortable going into the season. If everybody's going to play the positions that Dana Brown and Joe Espada are talking about, not super comfortable with the surplus in the infield right now.
Yeah.
It sounds like, according to Chandler, where the choke point would be Paredes and Walker probably splitting time at first base as of right now.
Yeah.
So
and then Paredes playing some at second base also, and you kind of divvy up where exactly Jose Altuve is going. Altuve is, he's. Look, there's still a potential he has like a golden twilight performance this year or next year or something, and last year is just a blip on the radar. But between his age and his actual performance as a second baseman, and you don't feel, is he going to all of a sudden now in his second year playing sporadically in left field, is he going to take a great leap forward? I'm not optimistic about that. It's becoming a very big and uncomfortable situation.
These are the quotes from Correa that got a lot of attention in Chandler's article, Seth. The summary of FanFest that Chandler Rome wrote. Carlos Correa, who got here at the trade deadline, so July 30th, end of July, thereabouts, and was on the team for the last couple of months. Obviously, this is his second stint with the Astros. But it had been a few years. When Carlos Correa last left here, Seth, Dusty Baker was the manager, James Click was the GM. They were still in the middle of their dynasty window. They were a year away from being World Series champions again when Carlos left. He said, quote, "We had way too many injuries last year, and I feel like when I got here, people did not have the routine they needed to have in order for them to be able to withstand the whole season. For the young guys and the people who had not been doing this for a while or had not been through injuries in the past, it's easy to get carried away and go through the motions on a daily basis." He would go on to say, Carlos, "From what I've been talking to the players, it's been focusing on our bodies. If we stay on the field with the talent that we have, we're going to be in a good spot. It's tough when you have that many guys on the IL at different times, trying to get to the rhythm when they come back. When you add all those games up, we ended up missing the playoffs by one game," end quote. The first part of that I read is, to me, the more interesting than the second part. The second part is just like, we got to take better care of our bodies. The first one is almost one where the response to someone who wants to stir the pot would be, well, name names. Name names.
I don't think
people did not have the routine they needed to have in order for them to be able to withstand the whole season.
Yeah, but I think I don't know if naming names is necessarily that's not an indictment of specific players as much as I think maybe in some of either the younger players or not, maybe the middle-aged players. But remember, Carlos Correa is a guy that had those chronic back issues and had to learn how to, choose the right massage therapist that would apply the appropriate amount of force, and B, just that routine that he did every day to keep from having the back issues rear up again.
Yep.
And I think that part of it, in terms of just, if he was going to name names, he might name the trainers that are no longer there.
No, he might. I was just going to say the same thing, because the very next paragraph from Chandler is talking about how they fired Jeremiah Randall, the longtime head athletic trainer. No, absolutely. This is my point. What he is saying, what he's highlighting there with people did not have the routine they needed to have in order for them to be able to withstand the whole season. For the young guys and people that had been doing this for a while, had not been through injuries, it's easy to get carried away and go through the motions on a daily basis. Yeah. Someone is getting a finger pointed at them there. Maybe a handful of someones are getting a finger pointed at. I'm not saying he should have named names. I'm saying the reaction for me as an Astros fan is, who is he talking about right now?
Right, yeah.
He could be talking about Yordan Alvarez. Yordan Alvarez missed most of last year with various injuries.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, but I guess the way I'm reading it, I didn't interpret that as like an indictment against the players as much like some guys just they don't know what they don't know.
Yeah, maybe.
So if anything, it might be an indictment of the veteran leadership and the guys not maybe taking whoever took Correa under their wing back in the day and said, listen, man, you gotta have a routine and you gotta have a plan for how you're gonna prevent having these back issues. That it's multiple things and maybe just the overall culture of, all right, we got a lot of guys that are just showing up before batting practice because they don't know any better and they think, okay, I'll just stretch out a little bit and I'll be fine.
Yeah, that's the part. The parts that people did not have the routine they needed, that's somebody's fault. Either the players, if they should have their own routine, or the trainers and the staff setting the routine. Firing the staff seems to be some smoke that's who you would point the finger to. But the part where he says go through the motions on a daily basis.
Yeah.
That's one where, like when I think of go through the motions, like, well, who's going through the motions? The players are going through the motions. What you're saying is maybe they're going through the motions because they don't have a roadmap. They don't have the proper blueprint.
Yeah, if there's just not a lot of structure to their injury prevention program and everything else like that. Obviously he's thinking of variables and how they're going through the motions, but including, and as he says that he met with Espada several times for lunch this offseason, just exactly what structure do you have in place? Because I think there's a temptation sometimes, especially to keep hiring from within, and you've got the same guys around to where you worry about complacency setting in and people feeling like, oh, yeah, this is the Astros. This is what we do. We go out and we win pennants, and no big deal. It just happens, right?
Yep.
That maybe in bringing somebody back that was there when they forged it all, that he steps in and thinks, oh, no, this is not what we were doing when things really turned around and things got going.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, bringing somebody in who just hasn't seen it in the building in a while. And look, if they get back to the playoffs, maybe you go back and credit Carlos Correa for all those conversations with Espada. I'm guessing the conversations were not talking about fantasy football or something like that.
We'd have to go back and look and see exactly when they got Correa, who was currently rehabbing, and then who got hurt afterwards. No one named names. This would be a good.
Weren't Correa and Espada spotted together one offseason at like?
No, that was with AJ Hinch.
Tiny Milk and Cookies. It was with AJ Hinch. Oh, okay,
yeah.
okay. I knew it was with an Astros manager. That's right. The other thing, Carlos Correa and Jose Altuve both want to play in the World Baseball Classic.
Yeah, Arrighetti's not playing.
No, Arrighetti's not playing. No.
Wait,
no.
who did you say?
Correa and Altuve. Both
Correa and Altuve. Okay.
Yeah, both.
So Jose Altuve again. This is the thing. Okay, with Jose, I get it. Partly because there's just not that many Venezuelan baseball players compared to Puerto Rican baseball players.
Yeah.
And yet, I don't.
Not a good reason to me, but go ahead. Yeah. Oh, okay. So he's going to be playing on a bad team. Continue.
I understand the pressure, at least, of like wanting to represent your country and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, neither of those guys. I don't want either of those guys, because of their age and injury history, to be playing extra baseball right before you play the really important baseball.
No. Yeah, I mean, what are we doing? No, they should not be playing in the World Baseball Classic. And that's not even me saying no Astros should be playing in it. That's you. The point you just made is the valid one, which is Altuve's 36 or whatever he is now, and Carlos Correa has at times functioned like a 50-year-old physically because of injuries and whatnot. So this is just silly. Stop it.
Venezuela's ahead of Puerto Rico by a long shot. I didn't realize that.
Okay.
I take it all back.
Okay, well,
it's a bigger country.
Yeah, that's nice. I'm not changing my take on any of this. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Monday. All right, I want to circle over to college football for a second. Transfer portal closed up last week. That did not stop some teams here. What's that? What?
I just got to correct myself on Puerto Rico. I called it a country, territory, whatever, entity. There you go.
Oh, yeah.
Of
ours.
Yes,
yeah,
yes. Well, no. I never know exactly. It's U.S. It's in the U.S., but I never know if it also has like a designation as its own country or if it's a territory or anything.
Gotcha.
I've always known that it's part of the U.S.
Yes.
Because I had a relative who lived in Puerto Rico.
There you go. All right. Is this how coaches are going to handle tampering with their players? God, I hope so. I hope so. Wait till you hear it. Coming up next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
What do I expect from Nick Caley?
610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, we are back. Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610. Nice to be with you. We'll get to Dabo Swinney here in a second. All this hate CJ is getting, this is a text, Seth, is great because it'll show you who he really is. Yes. Next year, he'll either, I agree with this text, next year he'll either come back Kobe, that one summer he put all that work in, or he will shrink like Watson under the pressure.
Yeah, that's pressure makes diamonds.
Yes.
Tom Coughlin used to say it all the time. No pressure, no diamonds.
I don't think there's a middle ground. As bad as the scrutiny has gotten over the last 7 days, and as ridiculing as the scrutiny has gotten, I mean, he is being made out to be a clown right now. I think it is going to go one of two ways, and I don't think there's going to be a middle ground. I really don't.
And it really is a question of however you might feel about CJ's body language or his overall sense of urgency or anything else like that. You either improve it or you just fold. And I think I'm rewatching Game of Thrones right now, Sean.
Mm-hmm.
And for those of you who haven't watched the series, there's a character, Jaime Lannister, who's just a very cocky and arrogant young prince. And he ends up going through a stage in season 3 where man he gets his comeuppance, and things are about as bad as they could possibly be. And that's a big question: is who does he come out for this afterwards? Can C.J. Stroud become like the new and improved version of Jaime Lannister?
Yeah.
Which still has its faults, don't get me wrong.
It does.
But still,
one of them, if it's the exact same thing as Jaime Lannister, he's going to have a very hard time doing his job with
thrown
one of the
football.
things.
Yeah.
It's
no,
hard to,
I don't think that's going to be the thing.
Yeah. Metaphorically, Jaime Lannister. Literally.
He's getting kicked around in the muck, made to drink horse urine and everything else right now.
I forgot
That's
about
how he's being treated. Urine. You know, so you either rise up from this a better man or you fold. What's it going to be? What's it going to be, CJ?
Are you watching this new one in tandem with the old Game of Thrones? Because they dropped another episode last night.
We'll probably do that. I think I can keep up with that. Although I have limited bandwidth for getting names correct, as you know.
And that's the worst series ever.
This time I'm going through and I'm consciously, every time a character comes up on screen, I'm saying his or her name just to try to.
Like you're meeting them in a mixer or something? What the hell?
I just want to. It's a kind of an exercise as I get a little bit older and just trying to salvage whatever strength I have. But then I think where it's flowing out is that, like, I was on a live stream this weekend and I couldn't think of Wade Phillips' name.
Oh,
it's a pretty easy name to remember.
Right.
You know. It's 2 first names.
Yeah.
And he's very famous, and we've talked about Wade Phillips a lot. And yet, I found myself saying, Vance Joseph is a protege of, that guy.
That guy, yeah.
Because I've got Varys and Varison and all these other various weird names in.
Yeah. You had the one weird suggestion on Rotten Tomatoes for Game of Thrones. It would have been nice if they could have worn stickers that said, "Hello, my name is."
Can one of them be named Bob?
Right, right.
Can we just get a Bob and a Phyllis in here?
Yeah. Well, wasn't there a Robert Stark? Right. Yeah.
They could have called him Bob Stark.
Could have called him Bob Stark. Yeah, that's true.
Too many syllables in general.
That's true. College football is fascinating these days, and it seems like things are getting harder and harder for head coaches. And I don't know if that means it's going to be harder and harder to find head coaches. There'll be plenty of people to take jobs that pay $5, $8, $10 million. But Dabo Swinney did a press conference, I guess late last week, and he went 8 minutes laying out a super precise timeline. I'm saying down to the minute with text messages, actions, and everything. A timeline for Ole Miss tampering and stealing away Luke Farrelly, a linebacker who himself had just transferred to Clemson from Cal. He was one of the top freshmen in the ACC at Cal. Yes, kids, Cal is in the Atlantic Coast Conference. And he transfers to Clemson. Literally, he's sitting in class, and he's getting texts from people at Ole Miss. The Ole Miss GM, the Ole Miss head coach, Chambliss, the quarterback at Ole Miss, is texting him. And Dabo calls him in. Dabo's GM calls him into the office, this Luke Farrelly, and he says, here's what's happening. I'm not going anywhere. He promises he's not going anywhere. Eventually, like literally hours before the transfer portal is closing, they double their offer to Ferrelli, Ole Miss does, and Ferrelli ends up transferring to Ole Miss. Literally after sitting in classes at Clemson, says, I'm going to Ole Miss. They went from a $1 million one-year deal to a 2-year, $2 million deal. So they didn't double the annual value, but they doubled the length of the contract.
Guaranteed money, basically.
The guaranteed money, they doubled. It's too long to play the 8 minutes on the air, but it is a fascinating listen if you go listen to it, because Dabo has like a stapled packet of papers in front of him, and he's going through it, and he's reading this thing.
Yeah.
And then at the end, he just goes off on tampering in general.
There's tampering, and then there's blatant tampering. You know, tampering 101 is when you're talking to kids who aren't in the portal. Tampering 201 is when you've already negotiated the deal with the kids not in the portal. Tampering 301 is when you got a kid who's gone in the portal, signed somewhere, moved there, gone to classes, and you're texting them while they're in class. That's like a whole nother level of tampering. And it's total hypocrisy, because all this is going on while they, on the other side, are trying to fight their defensive end from going in the portal. They have accused publicly others of tampering with their roster and their players while they are over here tampering. All right, so this is just a really sad state of affairs, and it's, to me, we have a broken system. And if there are no consequences for tampering, then we have no rules and we have no governance.
Yeah. Welcome to college football, Dabo.
Yeah. Now, okay, so as I understand, now, Sean, explain this to me like somebody who's very disoriented in this world of college football with what you are allowed to do and not allowed to do and what the NCAA is actually enforcing. Because there are still some things you're not allowed to do. It's just the NCAA doesn't even seem to be bothering enforcing a whole lot of that. His allegations as laid out would be tampering, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to be sure of that.
Yeah.
Because I just don't know anymore.
Right.
I don't. So I guess then the question is, all right, so it definitely is tampering, and yet it happened. And why, like, is the NCAA, do they have their hands tied and their ability to do anything about it?
I don't know. This is the big test, because I don't ever remember a coach getting as specific as Dabo did in a public forum, like a press conference. Yeah. I'm watching this. I'm like, man, I have no idea what goes on behind the scenes with all these schools, and if there's a wink or there's some sort of omerta.
Yeah.
You know, like in the mob, like, hey, we're not going to, we know this all goes on.
Back in the day in the SEC, I mean, there was, oh my gosh, the stories that I would hear in locker rooms about stuff. It was crazy.
Like, dude, are there coaches out there that view Dabo as a rat? You know, like because there was also during that press conference, Seth, there was an appeal by Dabo to the rule-abiding coaches to band together to stop stuff like this.
Yeah.
So that's what's fascinating to see where this goes from here is all of a sudden are there a bunch of whistleblowers that come out? Because I could see the entire group of five feeling the way Dabo feels, because they've turned into a glorified farm system for the big schools.
Oh, yeah.
You know, so I could see a lot of them feeling that way. But do they come out and feel that way? Do they feel like they're going to get blackballed if they ever want to get a job at a bigger school? Dabo doesn't care, because he's going to be Clemson for life, and he's made jillions of dollars.
Well, maybe that's what it is. It's going to have to be the guys who are made men, and maybe guys that are a little closer to retirement anyway. Because the whole are you blackballing yourself by calling this stuff out as everybody? I don't know. Because I don't think, there's no loyalty amongst thieves, and it feels like everybody's a thief right now by necessity. Because the system is just the Wild West. It's Sean. It's like when you're, back in the Old West when I was a pioneer in Montana. Did I kill a few men? Sure. Did they have it coming? Some of them.
Yeah.
But times were different. I had to get by and provide for my family.
Right.
And the law wasn't around back then. So, I did what I had to do when I was out on the frontier.
Yeah. So
likewise, I feel like that's where college coaches have been put into this position of, man, what's moral and proper and ethical? It seems to shift by the day. So there's a lot of guys just scrapping to do what they feel like they can do.
Well, and the degrees that Dabo, and obviously Dabo was pointing out the degrees of tampering, 101, 201, 301. because of what the topic is here. He feels like a victim of tampering 301 right there. Guys in our school, he's literally sitting in class getting tests. Part of me wishes I was in that room to ask the follow-up. So by drawing these degrees of tampering, are you saying that maybe you do a little bit of the 101?
Right, yeah, like, hey, like, you know,
not the 301.
It starts to feel like the unwritten rules of baseball, where it feels like you're just making them up as you go along, and it varies from team to team and age group to age group, and like everybody's got an idea. It's a very morally relativistic situation.
Yeah.
You know, where like, hey, this has gone too far.
Yep.
I like to do my level of tampering, but now Dabo's also a guy who has not, I think of all people who could speak from a pulpit with some legitimacy, he has been the most reluctant to dip into all of these things to really aggressively go after the transfer portal, or if at all. So I guess he's in the minority. I mean, by his participation or lack thereof in the transfer portal, you know, he's calling it out when, like, okay, it's gone, even for my likes, it's gone too far.
Text message, Dabo Portal is a pastor's daughter going to her first frat party with no idea how to party.
Yeah.
Hey, these guys are tampering. Hey, that's a beer bong.
They're not 21.
Is that a beer bong?
None of these people are 21.
Is that a beer bong?
Yeah.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you
Is Dabo going to go the stereotypical pastor's daughter way and just get super into it now? Yeah.
Maybe.
Dabo's going to have guys transferring in mid-season.
Oh, my God, yeah. Next year, Dabo
sent a private jet to the actual other team's practice to pick him up.
They signed 3 high school players and 31 transfer portal guys next year. Dabo's just out there swinging, man.
He's got a 48-year-old that they somehow figured out a way to get him an extra year of eligibility.
Exactly. All right. Hey, did any of you watch the games yesterday with a sort of an Amazon.com eye on it, where you want to go a little shopping for the Houston Texans? Any of the potential free agents on these teams, would they look good in deep steel blue or battle red or Liberty white? We'll discuss coming up next. But first, Bex Prime. Bex Prime closed yesterday.
West Point Lincoln at West Point Liggett of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hey, Seth, can I pay you a compliment?
Oh, you certainly can, unless it's backhanded.
No. This is a front-handed compliment coming right in with the front of my hand.
Yeah.
Your beard and mustache look meticulously groomed. I
learned. I read up on beard grooming. I'm right at the stage where other time in my life I've quit on my beard, and I'm like, all right, let's not make so many big decisions without thought. And so I looked into it. And I'm like, oh, okay. There's things I'm supposed to be doing with it that make it look better and less uncomfortable.
Where'd you go for those out there that have beards and mustaches that may be suffering from the same affliction you had been suffering with? Where did you go to find these tips and pointers?
The internet. Yeah, I asked Gemini. I had a chat with Gemini about it.
That's my question. Gemini.
The biggest thing is, I'm gonna go get some beard oil. And
the internet's a big place.
What did you think? What, I talked to my barber or something?
No. I didn't know if there was a specific website that you got sent to on the internet.
Usually these days I go to Gemini until I stop trusting Gemini in a particular chat. Like usually it'll be, I'm like, all right, well, wait a second. All right, I'm gonna have to check your source material here, and then that's when you click on it. With sports especially, it really. I've learned a lot about using Gemini with sports, and a lot of it is it's like being a good boss. You got to be really specific in your instructions.
Yeah, the prompts.
And I'll say only take from I only want you to look at these 3 articles and then give me the synopsis of it and all that.
Stats and dates struggle.
Right. It really screws that up. Yep. And even if you do like with the AFC Championship games, that's the other rule I have. I have to actually read the articles too. Because that's when you can really catch where, wait a second, they got this wrong. But I like using it to basically outline something that I've already read and give you the bullet points and main themes and everything.
Yep.
But like even if you plug in an article and say just use this article previewing the AFC Championship game, it'll still screw up and take a Stidham sack and apply it to Darnold or what have you.
As shoddy as it is in that area, let me tell you, it directed you right into the HOV lane of handsomeness with your mustache and your beard, my friend.
Well, I think I'm going to keep my playoff beard going until next year's playoffs.
Are you going to grow it out?
Yes.
Grow it so it would be long.
Like I make my own craft beer.
Yeah.
Yes. I want to have the beard of a brewmaster. Or somebody that's into medieval cosplay or something like that.
Dive bar bartender?
Yeah.
Dive bar.
Yeah.
But 2 of my bartenders over at my watering hole of choice have the long playoff beards, including Kobe.
If the Texans if they don't make it past the divisional round next year, I might have to not only not shave my playoff beard, but I might have to get a face tattoo.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we need to start getting more and more extreme with what you do.
Do you know face tattoos? I didn't realize this. Tattoos have changed. The Gen Z gets different tattoos than the millennials do.
Okay.
And more popular now are almost like these tinier little standalone tattoos and everything.
Okay.
Which I like, but also an old man now. And, I'm older than the millennials. I actually admire a lot of the millennial tattoos.
Standalone on the face?
No. Sorry, just in general.
Oh, just in general.
Almost like little emoji style stuff.
I got you. Yeah.
Not better than emoji art, but just like that. Like, I think for kids that grew up looking at avatars of things their whole lives, it's almost like a little avatars all
as
over
opposed
the
to these gigantic patterns or almost
and
paintings.
And everything. Yeah.
Gotcha.
I wanted to. Brandy still is not allowing the artist rendition of her as a medieval Falcon Dragon.
She won't let you do that one?
No, she won't let me do it.
Oh,
I was
going
to get it all across my back.
Lighten up, Brandy.
She said, well, how about you lose 30 pounds first, okay?
Oh, okay.
Because I don't know what they're going to do with those love handles.
Okay.
Yeah.
You should go lose 30 pounds just to spite her now and say, time for the tattoo. Yeah.
I've been waiting about 30 years to get a tattoo because I've always said, like, nah, I want to get super lean first. So it doesn't get, so it keeps
still waiting.
Yeah.
Still waiting. All right, so the AFC and NFC title games yesterday, did you watch that game at all with an Amazon.com eye on it? Like, I wonder if I can get this player delivered free to the Texans in early March.
There were guys that flashed.
Yeah.
that I was very much thinking that, and Kenneth Walker was the one who flashed first.
Me too, man.
And most impressively.
Me too.
And you might think, oh, Seth. Oh, simple Seth. Running backs on their second contract. Yes, running backs on their second contract.
Some of them, they started to work out a little bit better, actually.
Yeah, well, as the league kind of starts veering back towards, all right, you can take advantage of some of these defenses in the run game, and that it's a very valuable part. No matter how much you think about how it's all a passing league these days, you turn on playoff football and tell me how much an awesome rushing attack can help you. Say in a game like yesterday in Denver, where neither of those teams were particularly scary running the football, but man, if you had an awesome rushing attack, that would have been the slam dunk on the whole thing.
But boy, Kenneth Walker sure had some plays where he made a 10-yard gain out of a play that was blocked to gain 3.
Yeah, and he ends up with, and it's an unimpressive stat line because the Seahawks moved away from JSN and Kenneth Walker in the second half because, hey, the Rams did a good job of taking those guys out of it. But in the first half, like Kenneth Walker in these last couple playoff games has just he's been a stud.
Yep.
I mean, that one play down on the goal line where it looked like they had him dead to rights. Puka Nakua's got him wrapped up. And somehow Kenneth Walker spins out of that and ends up getting the 4 or 5 extra yards.
Yeah. It couldn't have been Puka Nakua.
Puna Ford.
Puna Ford. Yeah.
It could have been.
He ran out onto the field. There's only one man that can. There's only one man that can stop Kenneth Walker, and it's me.
That was my whole goal in week 1 of the regular season was don't screw up Puka Nakua and Puna Ford. Don't screw up Puka Nakua and Puna Ford.
Because the Texans played them in week 1.
The Texans played the Rams, and we were talking a lot about this Rams roster, and I'm like, Puka and Puna.
For a second, I thought
different people.
For a second,
Puka Nakua, Puna Ford.
For a second, I thought you meant just that was your general goal going into the season. I'm like, okay, well, that's an interesting
one of them.
one.
It was one of my stated goals, and I almost made it. I made it all the way through the season without once saying Puka Nakua instead of Puna Ford, and then boom, there I do it.
You made it through the regular season, so you're still eligible for the MVP award.
That's true. Yeah, if they had voted on it, it would have been. That's already. Which makes it. It ends up being. It ends up being kind of like when Hakeem was screwed for the MVP.
Yeah, man. He showed David Robinson what's up.
I'm the David Robinson of the Puka Puna Award.
Showed David Robinson what's up. So I'm with you on Kenneth Walker. I'm with you, and I'm with you in general. They got to find a running back, like a real running back. It can't be Nick Chubb, 1 year, $2 million. It's got to be.
Boy, I'll tell you what. The Texans are in that category of teams right now where people will wholeheartedly say, "Yep, makes sense drafting a running back at the back end of the first round." That's exactly what can put this in. You wouldn't do it if you didn't have your quarterback, et cetera, et cetera. Yep. Unfortunately, they're also all of a sudden in that situation where kind of like Joe Shane was with Daniel Jones a couple of years ago. Mm-hmm. Well, we got to figure out what CJ can do.
Yeah.
So, just try to surround him with as much talent as possible, including a running back, and see what he can do.
Who else did you see running around out there?
Clint Kubiak. Lateral move.
Is the OC? Oh, man.
No, but Clint Kubiak's probably, especially, Tom Brady himself might have tried to hire him after the game to go coach for the Raiders. But I think Clint Kubiak will get a job. I would like people to be talking about Nick Caley the way they're talking about Clint Kubiak.
Oh, are you kidding me? Clint Kubiak had some gutsy calls down the stretch in that game.
Yeah.
The Seahawks had the ball at a point in the game where you're like, all right, just don't do anything silly here. The Rams had to burn a couple of timeouts because of a play where Sean McVay was a little unsure as to whether or not he was going to challenge. He burns a timeout. The Rams were Sean McVay, game manager, he is a blight on Sean McVay, the overall coach. It's a little like D'Amico. Sean McVay is not a great game manager. Similarly, D'Amico, not a great game manager, and yet I think both of them are really, really good. Sean McVay is a great head coach. He's won a Super Bowl. D'Amico, I think, has the potential to do that as well, and I think is a really good head coach. But they do make mistakes that hurt their team.
I thought the Rams should have gone for 2 there in the second half, make it a field goal game.
Yep.
That one. I don't think it's not the biggest sin in the world. It was
towards the end of the third quarter they scored to make it 31-27.
And it's in line with, that's where McVay, as smart as he is, has also been had been one of the more conservative coaches in terms of going for it on fourth down. They changed that this year. So I was a little bit surprised that they didn't also go for the 2 there, because McVay he got religion this year when it came to being aggressive.
Were you surprised? We'll get to the free agents here. We'll get back to that. But as long as we're talking about that, were you surprised that McVay went for it on 4th and 4 from the Seahawks 6-yard line with about 5 minutes to go in regulation, 31-27? When if you kick a field goal and you get the ball back, there's still time to go get a game-winning field goal.
I didn't think, because by that point, it had become a defensive battle. And I think, look, they would have called the game differently, perhaps, or whatever, but the Rams defense came out on the field and they didn't stop the Seahawks. I guess, boy, no, you're right. No, I'm arguing against myself. Because it had become a defensitive battle at that point.
I get the ball back.
You might think you're going to get the ball back, and then you just got to trust that you can keep going. No, I don't know. I don't. I guess maybe he just didn't trust their ability to really move the ball.
Yeah, maybe not. Hey, are we going to get this close again? It's not 4th and 4 from the 26 where it'd be a 45-yard field goal. It's 4th and 4, from the 6. I mean, we're right here. And we got Matthew Stafford. He's driven us down the field here to get this far. I was a little surprised, but I get both sides of that argument.
He has been, after being very non-aggressive for a long, long time, he's been more aggressive this year.
He has.
So I guess if it was a previous version of Sean McVay, it would have surprised me.
Yeah.
I guess this version of it, I get it.
You can pick a couple of guys off of the other teams, non-Seahawks. Who do you like?
So. I'll tell you one thing, in going through the upcoming free agents for these teams, they've done a good job of most of these teams in the championship game don't really have a lot of marquee free agents.
Yeah.
Or at least if they do, they've got some of the guys that there's a lot of wide receivers that are going to be free agents that aren't as enticing to me because Texans need to spend their money elsewhere.
Mm-hmm.
But in terms of things that the Texans need, Tyler Higbee's a free agent, and I'm not overly excited or rambunctious about Tyler Higbee, but the tight end for the Rams has obvious ties to Nick Caley, and I think there's a really good chance given the, I would say, lack of depth with tight ends this year, except it was just, they both their second and third tight ends went on IR right before the season. I can't trust that Brevin Jordan's going to be healthy.
No. You cannot operate this offseason like Brevin Jordan is an embedded part of the 53.
Yeah.
You just can't. He's been too injured. Tyler Higbee's an interesting one. Look, because Dalton Schultz is going to be back. He's still got a year left on his deal. I could see them tacking another year on to Dalton Schultz's deal with the year that he had. Cade Stover still has 2 years left on his rookie deal. So we know that the room already, you've got your top 2 guys, or you've got 2 guys that were your top 2 guys last year. Boy, if Higbee comes in, that becomes an interesting thing as to how they operate on offense. Do they operate heavier with tight ends?
I think that was one thing right from the very beginning of the season. I heard a lot of people in the national media after the Texans played the Rams in week 1 say, wow, I thought the Texans were going to be probably a more tight end heavy offense. And what they didn't realize was that they didn't have any tight ends. I think there was a very good chance, given that they had Cade Stover, and D'Amico would not stop gushing about Cade Stover in the preseason. They had Brevin Jordan. I think the plan originally was probably going to be, we've got young wide receivers. We still got a young quarterback. We're gonna go out with 2 tight end, 3 tight end formations. We're gonna be very tight end heavy.
Yep.
But they lost 2 of their 3 tight ends to IR before the season even began.
I would even submit, forget about Brevin Jordan. Has Cade Stover shown you enough 2 years in to not go after a tight end on the market?
No.
Right?
He's still a developmental prospect at this point.
Yep.
He might need another trip down to AAA for a little bit.
Mm-hmm. How about in that AFC title game? Do you see any guys that you want to cherry pick?
And again, I don't have some on here because there's some free agents that just I don't think the Texans would go after. I thought with the Patriots, like Clavon Chason seems like the kind of guy that if he can be gotten at the right price, the Texans have. Danico Autry's been on this roster for 3 years or for 2 years without really, because of injuries and suspension, hasn't been able to do a whole bunch for them. He's been big in moments. They paid him respectable money. I could see them going after like a guy like him on the Patriots, or John Franklin Myers, the defensive tackle for the Broncos.
That's a good one. That's a good one because they need defensive tackles, and I don't know what his market is exactly, but you brought up this point on social media. I know I saw you say it, which is, if I were a defensive lineman and I was not happy with where I'm at, or I'm not happy with what the market's offering me, I'd go sign a deal with the Texans and play for D'Amico Ryans.
Yeah, and he's sort of like a Sheldon Rankins body type. But they've got guys like Tim Settle, if he were to come back. Certainly, the Togiai is like the big body guy that can be the soaking up blocks type of guy and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you've got an athletic guy next to him. John Franklin Myers, he's probably 285, 290 pounds. He'd be, I think, exactly the type of rotational player they'd like.
Yep.
But other than that, they're really the only guy that really jumped off and I got excited when I heard that he was a free agent was Kenneth Walker.
Yeah, me too.
Yes. Does that guy have a swarm mentality?
Yeah.
It appears to me that he does.
He runs very swarmily, yes.
He's so much shiftier than you expect him to be.
Yep.
He's almost got like a Frank Gore body type. You expect him to be this big bruiser, but then all of a sudden he jump cuts to the outside and beats a defensive back to the pylon. Yeah, I like him a lot.
I thought you put it best when you're like, man, the box score for Kenneth Walker doesn't look nearly as impressive as the actual viewing of the game looked. Because when I was finding some acknowledgments for today, I'm like, well, got to do Darnold, got to do Jackson Smith and Jigba, got to do Kenneth Walker, and then I go look at the box score, and I'm like, well, two of those three had eye-popping box scores, and then Kenneth Walker was like, all right. At the time I looked, like in the fourth quarter, he was like 16 carries for 56 yards or something like that.
Yeah.
You know,
I think he seems like the kind of guy that was definitely whatever his rush yards over expectation were based on the next gen stats.
Yeah.
I'm guessing it was really high in that game. He made a lot of something out of nothing.
You bet. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, losing in the divisional round for the Texans was brutal, but just be glad that we are not ... And I've got a few teams here, including one that is conducting a wild head coaching search. We'll get to that coming up.
long leading up to the big game, hear Payne and Pendergast, In the Loop, and The Drive, live at Radio Row, supported by Planet Fitness. Celebrity guests and station shenanigans every day. It's a radio experience unlike any other. Right here on Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610. Payne and Pendergast is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents, live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
Look, I know losing in the divisional round last week was brutal. It sucked. Made it painful to watch. Certainly the AFC title game. For me, it did at least. Especially as ugly as the game was. It wasn't even real. I mean, it was entertaining in that it was close, but it wasn't entertaining if you like, things like yards and points and stuff like that. But just be glad that we're not some of these teams, okay? Because, we're one quarterback reawakening away from being right back in this thing, man.
Yeah.
CJ figures it out. I feel pretty confident in most of the rest of what's going on out there.
All that you have to worry about is something that you won't get to see for another calendar year. Does CJ Stroud all of a sudden abandon everything that he's been working on all season long when it gets time to be the playoffs? That's all.
When you put it that way, maybe it is worse being a Texan fan. No. Hold on. For some of these teams I put here, Cleveland. Okay. Cleveland doesn't know if they've got a quarterback. Nobody wants this job now.
They're back in that same old boat that they've been in at times where people keep just turning them down for interviews and everything. They've got an incredibly interesting quarterback situation, and that you're going to step into an environment where, you think about preparing for an interview in Cleveland, you got to go into it having an opinion about Shedeur Sanders.
Yes.
And not knowing whether they want you to be a guy that sees the best in Shedeur Sanders or wants to move on from Shedeur Sanders.
What do you think the right opinion, if they're basing a big portion of their hiring criteria, and we'll get to the stuff they're doing with these candidates in a second, but as you brought it up, Shedeur, what do you think the right answer is for if they get asked the question about what would you do with Shedeur Sanders? Okay,
so when they drafted him, the word in the scuttlebutt was that both Stefanski and Andrew Berry, the GM, who's still there, thought that, okay, he's going to be a bit of a project, and it might be a couple years.
Mm-hmm.
I think you go into it with that, but you got to have a plan for how we're going to deal with the scrutiny and the criticism from fans and everything else about all that. Shedeur, to his credit, I thought, look, I know he rubs you especially the wrong way when it comes to his interviews and everything, but in terms of the actual, and he does me too, but in terms of actually handling that dynamic, I thought he was pretty damn good about I don't know, maybe I'm not remembering a certain thing.
I thought Shedeur Sanders got better at handling the media and handling his position when he was made the starter down the stretch.
I don't think it wasn't one of those ones where he was publicly grousing about it or anything. There weren't reports that he was mad at anybody or anything. So I thought he handled it pretty well.
Yep.
But I guess it's just, all right, but are you going to go in and say, I like Shedeur as a prospect and as a developmental project, but I also want to go out and aggressively try to find a veteran quarterback.
Yeah.
And what plan do they want? As a candidate, I think you got to go in just having your opinion. If it doesn't match up with theirs, then maybe they change theirs or they say, okay, no good. Perfect. Because I'm not going to go in kind of trying to feel things out about what the Browns want out of me.
No, you can't go. You definitely can't go into the Browns job saying to yourself, boy, I hope I say the right thing so I get the Browns job.
But you got to do a deep dive on Shedeur Sanders and have a report on exactly what you think of him.
For sure. Here was Tom Pelissero of the NFL Network saying that, I think this was on the Rich Eisen show. It was on the Rich Eisen show. Listen to what the Browns are doing with their head coaching candidates that they're interviewing.
The Browns search process and interview process, which they have run a number of times, is unlike any other in the NFL, and it plays to certain types of candidates. They are a data-driven operation in Cleveland, and so they spend an extraordinary amount of time gathering data on their coaching candidates. You're talking about taking a personality test. You're talking about writing an essay. You're talking about completing homework assignments going into both the first and the second rounds of interviews. It plays toward the types of candidates that they have in the mix, which is very, very smart people in a lot of cases that just often happen to be tall, thin guys who came from Ivy League schools, so that's certainly not a requirement. That's the type of candidate generally that is going to fit into a data-driven environment.
Cleveland is Pelissero. According to Pelissero, the Browns are requiring candidates to complete questionnaires, a multi-part essay, a personality test, and additional homework. I don't know that he mentioned all of those in that cut we just played. Can you imagine?
I can't imagine it because it's the Browns, especially. Like this is the thing. I feel if this were the city on the hill that you were trying to get into, that you might say, yeah, the way this is the Shangri-La. I'm willing to be treated like a raw recruit or whatever. But if it's somebody that's kind of looking side-eyed at Cleveland to begin with as a situation and as a job, and wait a second, you want to basically do an alien probe on me before I get to come and live in your dump? If you're going, it feels like you're going to get an apartment, like a horrible apartment with leaky plumbing that's half occupied, and they're saying we only accept credit scores above 800. You know,
that is what it is.
I've got a paycheck stub. This is good enough for you.
This is what you're gonna get.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that's hilarious.
I think it almost like Grant Udinsky just pulled himself out, according to Mike Garofalo of the NFL Network.
They were kind of counting on him on my listening that I did up there.
Mike McDaniel, that's just 38 minutes ago, at least the article I'm reading.
Yeah.
Jaguars OC Grant Udinsky is withdrawing from the Browns head coaching search on the heels of agreeing to a new deal with the Jaguars. So he leveraged the Browns into getting himself a new deal with the Jaguars.
I would. Oh, good. He got a raise. Okay. Yeah. There you go. Good for him. That's how it should be in capitalism. I like it. That's the interesting thing about that is they're not going to get a good candidate. Do they wind up with a young guy who's like, you know what, I'm just going to cut my teeth here, and I know I'll get another job? It seems like Stefanski got another job in 2 minutes. Or are they going to get an old guy who's like, you know what? Like, do they wind up with Lou Anarumo, who's been like in the mix for a bunch of head coaches?
One of those guys that's just always been mentioned, but nobody's necessarily taken him seriously.
And he's like, you know what? This $20 million, $30 million guaranteed contract or whatever.
This is the part about the personality profile and everything that I find interesting. It's the problem with that. When it comes to small organizations who are in an outlier business, like every pro football team they're in the business of outliers. That there's not everybody and not all of your ultimate best performers fit into a nice tiny little cubbyhole of the way people that in the Mayo Clinic trials or whatever answered questions and what have you. As I've told you before, a lot of the really, really good NFL head coaches are freaking weirdos, man.
Yes.
They are weirdos. I would shudder to look at their personality profiles.
Oh, my God, yeah.
So good luck. I mean, it's a great way to end up with an above-average organization. Is if like, oh, we're gonna confine ourselves to these parameters and these people that fit a certain personality prototype.
Dude, if Andrew Barry handed me some questionnaire and homework, I'd be like, you gave Deshaun Watson $230 million guaranteed.
I want to see. I'll submit to this after I look at your personality.
Right. Exactly.
You went into training camp with 5 quarterbacks on your roster.
Yes. Oh my God, Cleveland. I would imagine in Pittsburgh. I wonder how they're feeling. I may need to listen to Pittsburgh this afternoon and see what they're saying about the Mike McCarthy hire there. It feels like a very uninspired hire. Although McCarthy's from Pittsburgh, so maybe I don't know. Maybe people like him. How about Buffalo? Would you rather be Buffalo or Houston right now, just based solely, I guess, on having Josh Allen? Because Terry Pagula has not shown well as an owner over the last few days.
Well, he's a guy that's learned his lesson and needs to be a little bit more careful about when he pops into a press conference.
Yeah.
And I don't know, owners are kind of screwed one way or the other because when owners don't go and talk to the media a lot, people feel like they're letting the coach and the GM take the brunt of all the criticism. But then if they do show up and they handle it like Terry Pagula, then people, lambaste them for for being the idiot that shows up in front of a camera.
Yeah.
I think that with Buffalo, really the question is, all right, what do they love so much about Brandon Beane, who seems to have just he won the lottery in getting Josh Allen. But otherwise, in building around Josh Allen, and even in building and keeping the defense viable and everything else like that, he seems as complicit as Sean McDermott would have been in them not ascending above where they are.
Yeah.
What is it about Brandon Beane that's so magical, and why do I want to work with him?
Yeah. Well, and Teddy Bruschi would tell you when it comes to Josh Allen that Josh Allen is a head case.
On this head coaching thing, what you're talking about here, because that was just a mess with Terry Pagula, okay? This head coaching thing, I mean, honestly, Josh Allen at times can be a head case. Okay, that is the truth. The way he looks on the sideline, the way he plays out there frenetically, I think he can be a head case. The head coach has got to be able to wrangle this extraordinary talent in that's all over the place up here, especially in big games, and get his best.
Teddy Bruschi just talks out his ass sometimes, man.
The guy is drunk.
Yeah.
Josh Allen has been very good in some very big playoff games. It's just go back a couple years, he didn't have Gostkowski as a kicker. You know, like he did when they missed that kick in the snow. I mean, there was nothing different about that field goal drive than many of Tom Brady's playoff winning drives that were field goal drives. And I give Tom Brady credit for those. People used to try to use it as a criticism. But it is also, it goes hand in hand with, having a better coach team that can take care of all the other business. Josh Allen won the game in overtime or in the fourth quarter, except that he left 13 seconds on the clock. And somehow that's Josh Allen's fault.
Right.
How about his sideline demeanor? I don't recall hearing a lot of criticism of Josh Allen on the sideline.
I don't either. That was weird to the whole thing. I mean, I go into any Teddy Bruschi take with a kind of a side eye.
He's an extreme Patriots homer. He knows that the Patriots still butter his bread in a lot and I feel like that's almost Patriots versus Bills hate.
Yeah. It is. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Monday. Trying to find copy for my next spot. No, I got to find copy for my next spot.
Okay.
So, Colin, run a spot here, and I'll come back in and do the live read because I got to find my – it's got a new phone number for a client. So we'll come back. Also, there is a Texan employee interviewing for a job. I am rooting for him to get this job, and for a very good reason. We'll do that coming up next.
Nick Caserio shared his perspective on the Texans' disappointing end to the Francisco this year, but Sports Radio 610 will be. All week long leading up to the big game, hear Payne and Pendergast in the Loop and The Drive live at Radio Row, supported by Planet Fitness. Celebrity guests and station shenanigans every day. It's a radio experience unlike any other. Right here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. Sports Radio 610 presents, live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. This is a text that I just got from our producer today, Colin Neal. He sent me this tweet from Diana Rossini, and it says this, Seth, the Philadelphia Eagles continue to search for their next offensive coordinator. They are set to speak with Houston Texans QB coach Gerard Johnson.
Okay.
Spent one season. I forgot about this. Johnson spent one season in 2020 with Nick Sirianni on Indianapolis's offensive staff.
Yeah.
So Sirianni and Gerard know each other from that. I will say this. I really hope that Gerard Johnson gets one of these jobs, because my fear is that here they're going to do some sort of shakeup that might involve the offensive staff. Not Nick Caley, but maybe some of the people underneath Nick Caley.
I guess what would the fear be specifically?
Well, that Gerard Johnson would be let go, and then as the quarterback's coach, that he could get fired here.
Yeah.
As the quarterback's coach.
Oh, okay.
And
so you're saying you're
I
happy for Gerard Johnson that he might have an opportunity.
I like Gerard Johnson personally, so I'd like that he land on his feet and get an offensive coordinator position, even one like this that does not seem to be the most desirable for people out there right now. There's been a lot of talk about people up for offensive coordinator jobs not wanting to go work in Philadelphia.
Well, it's a mess up there all the time. It's so and yet, from that mess comes some great and impressive Super Bowl runs and victories. It's Nick Sirianni seems to have a method to his madness in that he's totally comfortable with people butting heads and chaos and A.J. Brown going off and everything else like that. I guess the big question would be, all right, what exactly are you – what are you going to get as an offensive coordinator going in with Jalen Hurts as your quarterback? It's not going to be perhaps the dream scenario of the offense that you've been working on in your mind, on your own personal whiteboard at home, all of these things that you'd love to do and implement. You've got limitations with Jalen Hurts, where Jalen Hurts can do some things really, really well and really, really awesome, but he's going to be limited in some respects. So I guess as an offensive coordinator job, how much credit do you actually get for it? I feel like Shane Steichen got a whole lot of credit for the work he did.
And Kellen Moore got a lot of credit for the work he did,
I mean, if you're looking for it, I think it comes with certain challenges, but, man, it's also been a springboard for some other coaches recently.
If you feel like you're good, you should take that job. There's a lot of talent on that roster, and if you show out well, then, it could be the springboard. You could get fast-tracked to something. Now, Kellen Moore was at other places, too, before, Kellen Moore had a much longer runway to eventually become a head coach than Gerard Johnson would say if he went there for a year, completely blew it out with that offense, and then went to get a head coaching job. That's the thing that's scary, I guess, is that just the environment. What is your capacity as a person to live in a drama dome like that, let alone someone who's going to be bumping up against it all the time. But the other thing would be that when they've gotten the offensive coordinator right, that guy's gone on to become a head coach. Shane Steichen and Kellen Moore, when they've gotten them wrong, Brian Johnson and the one they just had, is it Patullo was his last name? They both got fired after 1 year.
Yeah. I don't know. And then I guess depending on what happens with the A.J. Brown situation, that's in wanting to take that job or not take it, it's clearly that like Jalen Hurts and A.J. Brown are not on the same page, or I don't know. Various reports would suggest they don't like each other, don't talk to each other. Others would say they're just fine. I think that with Gerard Johnson, the one thing I think we forget about around here, or at least some people do, is that he's still relatively young in his coaching career. Mm-hmm. Because we've known him since he was a college quarterback, sometimes it feels like he's been around forever. But his first quality control job was with the Colts in 2020 and 21.
Yeah.
So he's been a quarterback's coach or an assistant quarterback's coach since 2022.
Yep.
So 4 years basically.
Yeah.
And this timeline is about right for a guy that people speak very positively about. He'll probably get that opportunity.
Yeah.
It could be. And the other thing about it that's interesting is, I mean, it's kind of like with hitting coaches, like in baseball, some guys respond to different hitting coaches differently. It might be good for CJ just to get a different perspective, or just hear a different voice or whatever it might be. And maybe that ends up being a good thing. Not that a new guy is better or worse than Gerard. It's just different.
Well, along those lines, and again, I like Gerard Johnson. I think he's got a bright future. If this were like this time after the 23 season, so I guess 2 years ago, when Bobby Slowick was getting interviews and Gerard Johnson started getting interviews, I was like, no, I don't want to change it. I mean, this kid was just the rookie of the year with this, sort of lineage of coaches coaching him. This guy is the OC. This guy is a quarterback's coach. Case Keenum in the room. Bill Lazor in there. Like, why? I don't want to change anything about this. I want him to. Well, they didn't change anything about it. They brought everybody back the next year, and it was worse. And so Bobby Slowick took the fall for that. It seems pretty clear Nick Caley's not taking a fall for anything. I mean, this was still an offense that was the reason why you couldn't go further in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Even when it was operating at its best, not at the best, but at its best, it was still a limiting factor on this team, not something that you could ride to postseason success. So I would say that's where it's changed for me, is whereas 2 years ago, I'm like, man, don't take Gerard. Like, CJ likes him. They just had a decent offense, or a good offense for an offense with a rookie anchoring it. Now I'm like, I wish Gerard the best, but I think they could use some new voices in there. Maybe it has run its course.
You know what you gotta?
I'm for the new.
If you're trying to game it with the way the Eagles have gone as of late, it goes Super Bowl appearance, fire everybody.
Yep.
Super Bowl victory, fire everybody.
Yeah.
So Gerard would be jumping in right when they're back on the upswing.
Oh, it's like the odd-numbered years. It's like Hughley.
Jalen Hurts is a ladder.
Yeah.
I think if you're Shane Steichen and you get the most out of Jalen Hurts, boom, head coaching job.
Yeah. Was it Hughley? I want to say it was Hughley that like the odd-numbered years were
Hughley,
amazing.
it seemed like every other year he was
like
awesome.
2021 he wins the batting title, and then the next year he's got an OPS of 646. God, it is uncanny. The odd-numbered years for Hughley, his OPS was over 800. The even-numbered years, he was 750, and the others he's all below 700. Yeah. So Gerard would be batting title Hughley going up there.
So, and the way it went was Shane Steichen, head coaching job.
Yep.
Brian Johnson.
Canned.
Kellen Moore.
Head coaching job.
Yep. Kevin Patullo.
Canned.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the time to get in.
Stepping right in to get the really good year out of Jalen Hurts.
This is the time to get in. Yeah, buy low on the Eagles OC job. Oh, man. All right.
The numbers don't lie.
Yeah, thank you. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Monday. Okay, is it an indictment of the Texans that the Broncos and the Patriots were both in some sort of a rebuild as recently as 2024, and they both slid past them on the HOV lane to the AFC title game, and in the case of the Patriots, to the Super Bowl? I mean, the Patriots were 4-13 last year and hired a new coach, drafted a quarterback. They've drafted a quarterback and hired a new coach after the Texans did both of those things in 2023.
With the Patriots, I can excuse it a little bit more easily just because, all right, look, they had one of the easiest schedules in the history of football, which gave them home field advantage for the first couple of weeks of the playoffs. Mm-hmm. And boy, did they use it to their advantage. And if the Texans play that game in Houston, I don't know. If CJ is struggling on the road in big games. I think you would have gotten a better version of CJ at home.
Yep.
So I don't worry about that as much. Sean Payton doing what he's done with the Broncos and specifically with Bo Nix is really impressive. And I felt like some of the things he did with Jarrett Stidham yesterday was actually really impressive as well. I thought Jarrett Stidham on the play, and I was so annoyed that Romo didn't point this out. On the play that he ended up having the backwards pass that was recovered by the opponent, it was an awesome job of recognizing blitz coming from the right. He checked into a screen, and the running back just got hung up getting out of the backfield. That could have ended up being a really explosive play there. Mm-hmm. It's just the play execution was botched, and then Jarrett Stidham ended up making it even worse. But Jarrett Stidham is a guy that's been in the system for 3 years, was operating that offense. There were certain parts of it where I felt like, man, I bet Jarrett Stidham's operating the actual offense better than young Bo Nix
as opposed
does.
to Nix. Yeah.
Yeah, like Stidham can't do the things that Bo Nix can do, but he's operating things exactly the way that Sean Payton would want him to operate, and it just all went awry. I thought that was impressive.
Yeah.
And that's a guy that Payton went after aggressively a few years ago. He's been in the system for 3 years.
Yep. I'm looking at the Patriots schedule next year because they are a prime regression candidate.
Yeah.
Because of the schedule like you just talked about. They obviously play all their divisional opponents. They play the AFC West, which if the Chiefs bounce back that ain't easy. I mean, that's Broncos, Chargers, Chiefs, Raiders. They play the NFC North, which is Packers, Vikings, Bears, Lions. That's not easy. And then they get a first-place schedule for the 3 variable games, Seth. And their 3 variable games are Steelers, I would submit that the Ravens are a harder get than the Steelers next year on the schedule. Jaguars and the Seahawks.
Yeah. I think
it's harder.
The big question would be, all right, is their defense got more impressive as the season went along, and they were doing a lot of things at the end of the year and in the playoffs that was a better defense than they were at the beginning of the year. And they don't have a bunch of free agents that they're going to be losing or notable. They've got some of those, that Jack Gibbons guy has been really good. Clevon Chason is a free agent, and they'll probably retain at least one of those guys. I think the big question will be, all right, Drake May did a lot of really impressive things versus a bad slate of opponents. You get to the playoffs, and they did not do much at all on offense. But he was playing under some adverse weather conditions. He did throw a gimme pick early in the game yesterday. It
didn't get picked. Yeah.
Hufanga just jumped right in front of it and got hit by his own guy to break up the pass. It's not like he played a great game. He scored a touchdown at point-blank range after the defense gave him the ball. I think that's the real question is, all right, with a year of film on Drake May, what do we see versus a tougher slate of opponents?
I think that too, and also a lot of the improvement defensively for them was because they went shopping for veteran free agents, and that sometimes has a shelf life. You know, given your druthers, I think you'd rather have a team like the Texans. It feels like more sustainable when you got guys in their early 20s that are playing at that high level, and they keep playing for you on these rookie contracts. They signed Carlton Davis. They signed Andrew Spillane. They signed Milton Williams. And these are all guys that played well for them. On offense, they went shopping and signed Stephon Diggs. Like, they hit a parlay, veteran free agency, that you rarely see. You know, usually one or two of those guys fail.
That's the other interesting thing. Like, Stephon Diggs he's charged with felony strangulation. That feels like that would be a jail sentence. I don't know, for a first-time offender or whatever. Maybe it isn't. I have no idea. But
plea it down.
What's that?
Plea it down, maybe.
Yeah, we have zero clue what the situation with all of that is going to be. It could be it could end up being thrown out of court, or it could end up being kind of a serious circumstance.
Well, we know it got pushed to far enough onto the back burner where Stephon Diggs is going to play in a Super Bowl for the first time in a couple of weeks. So there is that. The fellas are here with In the Loop, Reggie Atatula.
Oh, we're the fellas. That's right.
Well, that's us.
Did you guys survive the great freeze of 2026 that was going to throw us into gridlock and crush the power grid and everything else?
I mean, just barely by my fingernails. We had to put on the parka and chains on the tires.
It's really admirable.
All that stuff. Yeah. But you do what you do.
You a dog.
I am a dog.
Yeah, you a dog.
Me
and
a
Reggie,
dog.
you a dog.
I was very jealous walking into work today, seeing nobody out there. Yeah. And I was like, man, I could be at the crib right now.
That's where my wife is.
You know what, though? I feel like, the utmost caution is warranted, and given that with a few degrees shift, we've seen what happens.
Sure.
This city is not built for these types of circumstances.
No.
So you gotta be careful. It's it could have swung very badly the other way.
Soft.
Yeah.
I just say they're all soft.
Yeah. The kids are out of school. What a perfect day to be out of school.
Yeah.
Every district.
I will say, back in the day, like when we had snow days, I know, Seth, you grew up in the north, like, like a legit fun day. You go outside and you were snowball fights and everything else. Here it's just like, all right,
that does suck
walk
for the
outside
kid.
and just stand there. So I was really cool day off. I'm freezing my ass off right now.
Stand there.
Talking to a friend of mine up in Dallas, and he was like, "Oh man, it's just kind of sleet and ice," and I was like,
"Oh, it's nasty up there."
Yeah, and I was like, "Yeah, but I hate snow. Snow sucks. Like after an hour." Just it's useless. And he was like, yeah, but for the kids, because he's got two young ones. And I was like, yeah, that's fair. And you talk about it. All the kids here, they get to stay home, which I'm sure they enjoy. But the not having any real like snow or anything, they don't get to have that particular fun.
Well, the cool thing in Houston, Reginald, is that over there, that down by the bayou on Allen Parkway, as you go into downtown, there's that huge hill that people go up and everything.
Yeah.
That becomes like sled central.
Yeah,
it's cool. Kids that have never seen snow or anything, it doesn't take a lot because it's a steep hill.
Yeah,
like a half inch of snow or even sleet and ice, and you got kids sledding. It's cool.
It's cool.
Yeah.
It is. Yeah.
Just going down at speeds that are ungodly and unconscionable.
Yeah. Watch out for those trees.
Stay away from the underpass.
Oh God, concrete.
Yeah, no kidding. All right, you're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2, Houston and Odyssey Sports Station. Crosstalk, brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. So, along those lines, fellas, what is the question of the day?
The question of the day is along those lines. What are all recognizing what Seth said, because he's right, but what are some things that just didn't live up to the hype, like Arctic Blast 2026?
2026 did not live up to the hype.
Arctic Blast 2026.
Y2K.
There you go. There you go.
I was ready for the whole world to fall apart. I was ready to be warlord of Duval County. And I had all my battle plans ready. I had things hoarded. I was good to go, and then nothing.
I didn't mind Y2K because at the time I was in the telecommunications business. And boy, did we make a lot of money selling a software patch in late 1999 to make sure that none of the phone systems went down. Made a lot of money on those software patches.
Boy, how many since you're in that business, did it turn out I'm guessing there must have been a whole lot of fraudulent, like people saying that they were sending you a download or a fix or something.
Oh,
that was
good question.
Like a placebo fix for your software.
Good question. No, because they would normally, like in our business, they would come directly to, like, we were the sellers of the phone system. It was proprietary. They could only get it from us.
Well, I wasn't accusing you guys of
No.
I just wonder if it was an issue.
I knew you fraud. I knew you weren't. No, I happily cash my commission checks on all those software patches, though. I will say that.
I was thinking more of like things like this Arctic Blast 2026. The one that I know is always polarizing because I've had these conversations with friends and such. The Mona Lisa.
Oh,
really? I got to see the Mona Lisa. Okay. It's just people everywhere. Then there's security, and they have it way back away from the roped off area, and people, they just run you through there like, cattle. And you can't take any pictures and all. And I feel like a lot of people just do selfies now from a distance. And then they leave. The Mona Lisa was just like, all right.
Yeah. I've never seen it before.
I guess I watched something, so I have not fact checked this, but I watched something on YouTube a while back that basically said, like, listen, there were some things about there were some artistic techniques they used in it they're impressive, but like cool. If you understand art, I can see where that would be impressive. But that it wasn't famous until it was stolen in the early 20th century.
Okay.
And then it became a huge media sensation and everything. And that's how the Mona Lisa became so famous in terms of the eyes of the public.
I hate that they talk about her smile.
And it's like
she's not smiling.
She's grimacing.
She's
her
not
smiling.
It's at best a smirk, and even then.
Oh, yeah. Not that I
look at her right now. And then people.
I don't want to get violent.
Like
it's a woman, but I would give her a firm finger shaking and say, that is not a smile on you.
I remember thinking, I was all hyped up, and I went,
We'll talk about her beauty and her, like, I would say even by the standards of the 1400s. Like, okay, you're right. She doesn't have leprosy, I suppose, which was a big deal back then. I don't know if she has all her teeth. I guess not. Just what the hell are you talking about? That this is supposed to be some great beauty.
Oh my God.
Good job, John. You're exactly right.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
Sick of that
All right.
French clown or Italian clown, whatever she is.
I've got two.
Mm-hmm.
One is a specific thing, and this is if you got to be older to have remembered this, but when Geraldo Rivera opened up Al Capone's vault.
That's a good one too. That's a good one.
I mean, everybody's watching it.
The ratings were through the roof.
I watched it as a kid, and I didn't even know who Al Capone was. I'm like, I guess I should be watching this. And they open it up, and there's like a couple of empty bottles in it or something like that. I'm like, all right, well, boy, big, nice mobster.
Yeah.
So Al Capone's vault, and then just in general, carnivals.
Carnivals.
No. Carnivals.
No. Carnivals. I like carnivals. Yeah, I like to eat at carnivals.
Dude,
I like to.
Listen, when I go to a roller coaster at an amusement park, I'm generally, I don't know if my heart rate gets above 72, but when I go on any ride at a carnival, and some dude that looks like he's been awake for 72 hours is running it and everything, that is a rush.
Okay.
And you don't know, that same guy might have been responsible for assembling it. That's living.
Feels like there's no such thing as an inexpensive carnival anymore. There's that.
Okay, you know what? That's not wrong.
It's so that's what I'm saying. Like, dude, if I go, like the rodeo's coming in a few weeks.
Sure.
Do I enjoy walking around the rodeo?
Yeah.
Sure. Do I enjoy it as much as a lot of the people there? No.
No, I don't.
See, I feel like that's the part where, and I'm tend to be logical. At least I try to be.
Yeah.
I turn that part of my brain off because then I'm thinking about how much this turkey leg costs and how this is a parking lot just 2 weeks ago, and now these are things that I'm trusting my life to. Just turn that off.
Yeah, I'm generally very irresponsible.
Just turn that part of your brain off.
Well, no, let's get specific about that. I'm glad you mentioned this, Reginald. The turkey leg, the giant turkey leg, that looks like something where you're like, it's going to be like I'm drunk in the medieval times. You get like a third of the way through that turkey leg, and you're like, oh, this is a job I signed on for.
A lot of tendons in this thing.
Yeah.
It's also not very easy to eat cleanly. Like, I got my whole get up, and now it's all greasy.
When I eat a turkey, the turkey leg's the last thing I go to.
Yeah.
All right. Are you for real?
I don't want to eat a giant turkey leg unless I'm like a fat man sitting at a banquet table and I've already had like 3 flasks of wine and everything. I want to feel like I'm a medieval king.
The high knee socks and the poofy pants.
Yeah.
And the weird hat. Yes. All right, boys. Well, I'm looking forward to this one at 10:40 today. Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies, as I venture off to create a list of things and people who have disappointed me in my life. Wait, let me tell a quick story. This is my favorite thing that happened yesterday. I sent Sean a screen text of this. Somebody from a number I didn't know said this. Hold on a second, I got to scroll up a lot. So I didn't know who this person was from an Austin phone number. Romo talking about Surtain, and New England is going to wear him out today, and what I mean is that, not that guy. That was a direct quote from Romo. Just so good. And the guy says, so the quote from Romo was, and New England is going to wear him out today, and that I mean is that, not that guy.
Yeah.
So good. This random stranger then said, I don't even know what that means. To which I replied, I don't have your name in my contacts, but if this is a random stranger who wants to bag on Romo, I'm here for you.
Yeah!
And
Let's
then we
go,
bonded.
whoever you are.
We bonded for about 8 texts, and then it turns out it was one of my friends on his burner phone. He said it was his work phone, but I was like, whatever.
Sure
wink,
it was.
Wink. Yeah.
We bonded. Now they're coming over for Christmas next year.
Lo and behold, now Seth's number is on the dark web, and people are just like, "This is how you get in with them. Start with Romo."
Yeah, that's the advice they always give Seth, is to engage these anonymous numbers.
I apologize to everybody that was confused by me not setting up that direct Romo quote, because it was a very confusing thing that he said.
Confusing to hear at the time.
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
Gonna wear him out.
All right, we are done. We are out of time. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing, Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They are in the loop, and they start now.
Happy Monday. You are indeed in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Roll call. That's John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig on the ones and twos, all alive and warm. I was concerned about that.
It was dicey there for a while. It was dicey there for a while. I had to turn off the water outside.
Did you really?
Well, I did, just because it got down so low. But
okay,
that was about the extent of it. Yeah, that was about the extent of all my stuff. Before we get started, can I give you a thought?
I mean, you're going to do it anyways.
I am.
I appreciate you having the courtesy of asking, but you're going to do it anyway.
You should have said no.
A thought that I had while driving in this morning. The off-season is officially beginning today.
Oh, yeah.
Today was the day. And I was driving. And
today,
I'm like,
not after the Super Bowl?
Today, because now it's like, well, we didn't empty the barrel on the Texans by any stretch, but we really hit the.
There's nothing else to talk about. We're done. We'll catch you in April.
But we really hit the high points and the after, the immediate thereafter of the game and everything, and I'm like, damn. It's officially the offseason for the Texans today.
Yeah, I had that thought, especially when I saw that the Shrine Bowl happening.
Yeah, I was like,
it's happening. I was like, damn, I need to tap into that to see what players we're talking about. And I was like, oh, okay, we're really into it. So once again, happy Monday to you. Welcome.
So there's that.
Welcome. We are in the 2-week stretch until Super Bowl, which Sports Radio 610 will be at. In fact, we already have a lot of guests that are being lined up. I am preparing shenanigans, and I say that very loosely because preparing is one of those things that I'm not always great at, so we'll see what kind of shenanigans we do.
I can help you. Do you want to go to all the same places my wife and I went in San Francisco on our honeymoon? How about you and I?
There's a weird curiosity that exists that my natural inclination is to be like no, but there's this odd curiosity.
We went on our honeymoon 40 years ago
because I have a feeling we're going to like putt.
No, we'll go to Coit Tower. We'll go to Lombard Street. We'll go to Chinatown. We'll go to Golden Gate Bridge, and we'll just take this. We'll take this. We didn't do Alcatraz. We'll take.
You didn't take your bride to Alcatraz.
Well, we looked at it from a distance, but we'll take the same pictures. We'll like I have pictures of my wife in all those places. You and I can do the same thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
That is. We'll put that on the docket. We'll put
y'all so cute.
We'll put that up for a vote.
Look at y'all planning the date.
Recreate the album of
not everything.
Lopez Honeymoon.
Not everything.
Oh wow, y'all took pictures of that. Anyways, let's move on. It is 10:09 on a Monday. We cannot do that.
It's on VHS.
Not at all. All right, let's talk about.
Oh God, man.
You haven't converted it yet? Why am I indulging this? Why am I like this?
Hey, I don't blame anybody if they switch the music right now, man.
Yeah,
I do not blame you.
We need to quickly go away from that. From the 281, Texans actually emailed season ticket renewals last week. Which I get why you do it. Do you not hold that off for a week?
No.
Hey.
No. Yeah.
Hey, we need that bread.
Yeah.
We need that bread.
Because there was still a little bit of a high, even though there was disappointment. Yeah. So sad.
Yeah.
So sad.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
All right. What was definitely sad. Did you have sadness yesterday? Championship Sunday.
I did some, and we'll definitely get into that. Comparing, I'll put it this way: comparing the NFC Championship game and the AFC Championship games for me, there was a lot of what I just said. Well, damn, because the Texans. I don't know if the Texans were better than either of the NFC Championship games, and if they made the Super Bowl, they clearly would have been the underdog.
I think those were the two best teams in
that
in
was
the NFL.
The Super Bowl. Yeah.
Yes, I think we watched the Super Bowl and the NFC Championship game on Fox.
But for sure, the Texans would have gone to the Super Bowl. Did you feel the same thing, Figgy?
Yeah, especially looking at Drake May only throwing for 87 yards. And I know the snow was a factor, but that snow came in the third quarter, towards the end of the third quarter.
Yeah.
So I'm like, damn, I know CJ could have played better than that, right?
Well, we don't, but I get your point.
Well, in theory, he could have, but obviously he did not in the playoffs this year. But also, someone else who did not. What's up, Drake May? How you doing, big dog? Like, he has not put together a good performance yet in the playoffs. Yeah. That is the thing that, if you're talking about the FOMO for Houston Texans fans, that has been deeply frustrating. I ain't seen Drake May play good playoff game the first yet. 10 of 21, 86 yards, no touchdowns, no interceptions. As you did mention, this was what y'all like to call football weather, and yes, I did say y'all because I'm not implicating myself in that foolishness. But yes, still, Drake May did not, outside of him using his legs, which was good, and obviously that was the place that you needed to have him.
Yeah.
I still haven't seen a good game from Drake May in the playoffs.
No, but I do have to give him credit. He made some very big conversions with his legs. Obviously, the last one to ice the game was enormous, and it was something that he did just on the fly. Didn't even tell his lineman that he was going to be running on that bootleg. And then, of course, scoring. So you got to give him credit on that. But I do want to get back to what you said regarding the weather, because I thought yesterday was a complete embarrassment for the NFL.
Go ahead, Cook.
I really did. We especially once we're watching the NFC Championship game, two teams playing at the highest level in good conditions, able to do anything they want, truly testing each other after two regular season meetings, not being hindered by anything other than their own greatness or mistakes or whatever it may be, making plays, all that. And then we got this crap that we just watched in the AFC Championship game. That was an abomination. It wasn't a true. Do you know in your heart that New England is truly the better team? I don't.
Honestly, Jared Stidham played better than I would imagine.
Right.
I think if it was clear conditions, I think he probably could have won that game.
Do you think in your heart of hearts, forget what you saw and everything else, do you think New England was the better team?
I mean, probably, but I can't say it with all.
I think Denver was the better team.
I don't know about that. Like, I did think that the Patriots, and I think that some of this was you saw the places in which coaching came into play, and you saw some of the inexperience of Jared Stidham. Now, you get me to a place, I think I could be where you were if Bo Nix is in this game.
Sure.
I definitely have no idea who the better team is, because I could see Jared Stidham played well early, as you mentioned. Fig, I saw him, unleash the deep ball, and this was one of those things that we were talking about late last week of, hey, you go back and you see the last time that he was actually had an opportunity to play, which was like 3 years ago, but he played pretty well back up, on the backup curve, and you saw that, right? He could get that ball to where he needed to, but you could see the differences between him and Bo Nix. One of the things that we talked about on Friday was, some of the things that Bo Nix does, getting the ball out quickly. How quickly is Jared Stidham going to do that? And you saw some of that. In addition to it, I was wondering how you feel about the battle of the lines in this game, because there was 3 sacks that Jared Stidham took. He had himself under pressure at times, and some of that was just dropping too deep.
He went way deep,
and not having that right feel quite in the pocket. Where I go, Bo Nix has a better feel for those things, gets the ball out quicker. Does that change the tenor of the game if he's in that? But ultimately, to your point, I think that you look around at least at this game and you go, I don't know necessarily that one team in a vacuum is a better team, but you could take this to the AFC in general. I don't know that there was a team that stood out amongst the group in any way, which again feels like a wasted opportunity for the Texans.
No, that's true. But I'm really talking about the blizzard in the second half.
Sure.
Because to me that's the embarrassment. I mean, you go 18 games and then you get 18 weeks, and then you go into the playoffs and you decide it with that crap. They couldn't even see going in one direction.
Dome the league.
Exactly.
Dome the league. Say it with me now. Dome the league.
They were talking about it after the game. They said when we were trying to run pass routes in one direction, you had to almost close your eyes. You had to squint and you couldn't see any defensive play. Well, what do you think the quarterback was? That's how you decide the Super Bowl berth?
Yeah, I knew it was bad when Vrabel was pretty much just playing for a 3-and-out.
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't even trying to get the first down. He was just shooting for a 3-and-out. Yeah, 3-and-out punted.
It was an abomination. It was bad. And that's what disappointed me. And then you see the next game, you're like, woo, boom, 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 punch, 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 punch. It was awesome.
Now, I called that game, oops, all explosives. They were just, there was an ungodly amount of explosives in this game. I have the stats somewhere. I'll check it here in a second. But yeah, can I be honest?
Mm-hmm.
And maybe it was the 5 bowls of chili that I had to this point. I definitely took a nap in the midst of this game. I went back and caught up, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But I definitely took a nap in the midst of this game, which felt like an indictment, as you said, of the game itself. How do you feel about this assertion that's made on the YouTube page? I'd rather lose in the divisional round than get embarrassed in the Super Bowl. Do you agree?
No, not at all. Not at all.
Man, why would you say something like that?
Yeah, I was like, I just wanted to throw that out.
Great. I mean, we all don't want to get embarrassed anytime.
Yeah.
But you rather skip out on the Super Bowl, your first Super Bowl ever?
And imagine what it would do for the city. Just as a Houstonian.
I don't know about that one.
Just to be able to, we are there. We have 2 weeks. We're, everybody's energized and
everybody's, because this is also a thing. I think that it changes the outlook of the national media. How often do we look up and we go, man, the media is not giving Houston credit, or they don't know what they're talking about?
Mm-hmm.
When you are on that stage, even just the 2 weeks that you're talking about leading up to Super Bowl, that week at Super Bowl Radio Row, when people are having to get deep into your team, it forces them to contend with what your team is, and they keep that for years.
And they remember
afterwards.
it.
They remember it. They think about your team.
Yeah.
Like that would put the Texans on a different level, just even from the perspective and the people getting actual insight as opposed to being on the periphery. Even that changing your lot in life would have been huge.
Yeah, you getting all the love you will ever get from this about this franchise from the national media if you're at the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And then we get back to the very basic. Any given Sunday, right?
Yeah.
Any game, you could say that you would get embarrassed versus these Seahawks. I've said for a while I think the Seahawks are the best team in the NFL this year. Even still, all it takes is one fluky thing here or there. Hell, I mean, in that NFC,
you played them.
In that NFC Championship game, there was a couple of things that happened where you go, that play goes the other way, and this is entirely different. That is the nature of football. So yeah, no, I don't know that I.
And then and one final thought here. Bleep the Patriots, man. Bleep them running.
Dude, they didn't travail the wilderness that is the NFL long enough to get back to the Super Bowl. Even if I do not believe they'll win. And I'm already in that place where I do not believe they'll win. We'll obviously go through it and talk about it and think about it a lot more. But still.
Who sold their soul to the devil?
Well, there's a lot of possibilities.
A lot of candidates?
There's a lot of possibilities there, big dog.
Mike Vrabel might have cut something off.
Robert Kraft? One of them. I was like, damn it, man.
Just imagine we were sitting here happy that the Chiefs ain't in it, just for the Patriots to be.
Would you rather have the Chiefs again than the Patriots?
What, in that divisional game?
Right now, today.
Oh,
in the Super Bowl.
I think the Patriots, because it's different conversations, but even still, bleep them, right? Like I think that's where we land at. Bleep them. I see you, Ren, saying y'all say that now till we're getting roasted on every sports show, which is different than right now.
I was about to say,
which is different than right now.
Yeah.
And this season feel like a waste.
Mm-hmm.
All right, you're in the loop on Sports Radio 610.
You're right.
Just getting going. Actually, I have questions even more questions that flowed watching Championship Sunday, one of my favorite weekends in all of the NFL season. So
obviously, you slept through it.
Well, that's not my fault. It was cold outside.
Drunk
it was a lot of chili.
John.
It was a lot of chili, and then it was snowing. Bleep you. Coming up next, let's dig into some of the questions that popped up for me during the championship weekend. We'll do that next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
What do I?
accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Faggy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
Seemed like they got off the, what did he say? Off the slide?
Oh, God,
if you
that
listen to
made
Lil
me
Kiki.
think I was
Hey,
cringing.
no, Lil Kiki is a legend in these cities.
No,
if Lil Kiki said it's off the slide, then it's off the slide.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Monday to you. Hope that you're staying warm. Hope that you are keep yourself busy in a good way, and we're happy to be with you here on Houston's Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. I got some questions that popped up for me during the course of watching I was about to call it the Super Bowl, but I mean NFC Championship game did feel like it.
Yeah.
But yeah, championship games this weekend, and so I wanted to throw some of these at you. 713-572-4610. We were actually just in the break talking about one of them. There was a couple of instances of do you go, do you not, that have been popping up a lot more recently in football, especially as we get more analytics and sometimes even go away from the possibility, like overshoot some of the analytics. There was a couple of instances, one in either game that I thought of. First and foremost was early third quarter in the AFC Championship game. The Broncos have an opportunity to either kick a field goal or go for it, to put themselves up 2 scores in a game where
the first half.
Was it? Yeah. Did I say
third quarter?
Oh, early in the second quarter is what I meant. Apologies.
Yeah.
Had an opportunity to kick a field goal. They ultimately go for it, and they aren't able to complete or get a new set of downs rather on fourth down or anything to that effect. Do you have gone for that in the same way that Sean Payton went for?
Yeah, and my answer to both of these questions, because I know where you're going with the second game, is
take the points.
Is going to be. This is what I said before the play happened. This was in real time as I'm watching.
So you're not even using the benefit of hindsight.
Yeah, no hindsight at all. And so to answer the first one, absolutely kick it there. Simply, and people are saying a lot about, you should have known the weather forecast, which they should have, and I'm sure they did. You knew things were going to go, bad in the second half. You didn't know how bad, but you knew things were going to go bad in the second half. Also talking about 2-score lead at home. To me, the biggest reason you kick a field goal there is Jarrett Stidham. Like, he might have had a good big play that led to the first touchdown or not, but he is still, that was like his 5th or 6th pass, since 2023. You don't know how he's going to be affected. You don't know if he's going to get hurt. You don't know really anything. You have a backup quarterback. If Bo Nix were there and his ability to run, and then maybe you lean on the analytics a little more, because the analytics did say to go for it there, as I saw it anyway. But to me, you kick that field goal, you take a 10-0 lead, you got your backup quarterback in a more confident place, you got points, and then, of course, now the hindsight kicks in. We all know what happened in the second half.
Yeah, that's the. I think I agree with you in that particular instance of with the way that this game is trending. But I also recognize where they probably look up, and New England had been a little bit better of an offense this year, but the weather that was coming. If you would have imagined that they had some level of insight as to what was about to come down, that you probably want to make sure that you get yourself
your points.
More of a lead in that instance. Do you feel any differently about the Rams? About 5 minutes left to go in the game, 4th and 4. You're down 4 points. So the field goal does not put you up. It doesn't even tie the game. It'll put you down 1 point. However, you get an opportunity to then, if you get the ball back, if you're able to make a stop, then, come back and, ultimately win the game with the field goal as opposed to still needing a touchdown.
Again, in real time, I was looking, and I think I remember this correctly. It was like 4:50-something left in the game, and you were down, was it 31-27, I believe?
Yep, that was the score.
I think it was 31-27, and I think you also had all 3 timeouts. Or you at least had 2. I remember looking at the timeouts, and in real time, I'm like, kick it. You don't want to do it. I found myself actually pulling for the Rams in this game. I guess my Matthew Stafford love was kicking in, but I was like, kick it, because you don't want it to come down. What it did come down to, and that is a desperation. You got to score a touchdown moment.
Yeah, I get what you mean. I think that I understand where that comes from. I'm actually good with them going 4 on 4th down there. That's an incredible offense. You're in that space. A very good defense that you played against. and I don't know if you would have, had this insight, but there were no points scored in the fourth quarter here. This thing kind of got really, really dicey. You had an opportunity to take your shot there. And not only that, the play worked. Just a fantastic defensive play on the other side. I think sometimes that happens for you, but I understand the decision either way. I think I would have gone for it as well.
And I'm normally not kick the field goal guy, but in both instances, given the circumstances that we just laid out, I was like, kick it. Kick it. You got to get those points.
How do the Vikings look right now after Sam Darnold is headed to the Super Bowl, especially with the game that he had there, 346 yards, 3 touchdowns?
Clint Kubiak coached for the Vikings too, didn't he? Wasn't he like a quarterback's coach there for a while?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so.
You got Arnold and Kubiak. I believe he did. I'll double check.
Yeah, but the Kubiak thing, like that's the natural progression of moving up, moving to different. They had an opportunity to return Sam Darnold to sign him back up. Yeah, but I think that what hits more is the active decision to not bring back Sam Darnold.
In addition to that,
sure. But I mean, again, I think that's something else entirely. But the decision to not bring back Sam Darnold, especially seeing what J.J. McCarthy has become, and probably what you had an inkling that he might be. How do they look in this moment?
I'm not as down on the Vikings for that decision, knowing what they knew then and what they thought then, as a lot of people.
They kind of, to me, I don't want to say they screwed up, but they did draft a quarterback. So
basically, they hitched their wagon to the wrong person.
Yeah, to me, I would understand if they didn't draft a quarterback and they just didn't want to pay Sam Darnold. But you had to see what you had in J.J. McCarthy.
How about you?
I tend to be in there as well, but I had a long discussion with a friend of mine about this, and he's like, look, man, quarterbacks have sat for 2-3 seasons before, and if you could get something done, like Sam Darnold is currently on a 3-year, $100 million contract. Could you have done something similar? And then out of it in second or third or before the third year, and then after having allowed J.J. McCarthy to get some of that development. But that's more investment in a quarterback that you would then not have in some other places on the team. I think that they had to go and see what they had in J.J. McCarthy.
I agree.
Sometimes you miss.
Yeah. And you wasn't sure if this Sam Darnold was going to be this Sam Darnold this year.
Right.
Like, you had no idea. I thought it was going to be just a one-year flash type deal.
Yeah, and it was a horrible finish, his career with the Vikings.
He turned into a pumpkin in the last 3 games or something.
And hell, people were talking about it this year. Is he really that guy? To the point of into this game, going into this game, which, by the way, he was spectacular. Like, he was spectacular.
Without question.
Are we ready to talk about that 2018 quarterback draft?
Well, he's the first one to get there.
Yeah, he's the first one to go and as a starter because he went as a backup with San Francisco.
And Lamar Jackson was in that draft.
Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, Baker Mayfield.
There's a lot of quarterbacks. I think that very much, again, points to circumstance matters to a great degree with these quarterbacks. Somebody on the text line brought this up, and a couple of people actually from 936, Vikings don't look as bad as the Titans do. What do you think is going through one Amy Adams Strunk's mind now that the man that she fired has turned around a team and gotten them to the Super Bowl fast?
A team that was 4-13 last year.
By the way, I believe they will be the 5th team to go to the Super Bowl after a 4-win season. The 4 prior teams have a 1-3 record in that game. But regardless, how do you think the Titans fans and particularly the Titans owner feel?
I hope they're sick and they're mad and they're all egging Amy Adams' house. Not really, but maybe. No, let's all point and laugh. We can all point and laugh.
You should point and laugh because we thought what they were doing was crazy anyway. And they didn't really give him a chance to win like that. He was doing all the stuff he's doing with the Titans, Mike Vrabel. He was doing that with a rough type of offense, man.
And remember the draft when he walked out? Vrabel when he was
because they traded A.J. Brown. Yeah, like what do you expect?
I mean, you can point to that moment. You can point to that moment when everything changed for him. Yeah.
And then one more real quick here. What side of the Tariq Woolen thing are you? Tariq Woolen, cornerback for the Seattle Seahawks. He has a big moment where on a 3rd and 12, they get a big stop. He runs down. He's down the sideline talking all of his noise to the Rams sideline.
The coaches.
Ultimately, yes, all the coaches, players, everybody over there. He might have been talking to the fans too. And then ultimately, flag goes up, taunting, and that gives the Rams a first down. They ultimately go and score a touchdown on that. Are you a Tariq Woolen is a knucklehead, or are you a let the grown men taunt person?
How can anybody be on the let the grown man taunt side?
Hi, my name's Reginald Atatula. Come on, dog. What are we doing here?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely 100%. You know the rule. I don't care if it's right or if you agree with the rule or not. You know the rule. That to me is he's a knucklehead aspect of it. Look, you don't have to like the rule. You don't have to agree with the rule. But you know the rule. And you know what you can. And you went to the sideline, man. You went nose to nose with those cats. And by the way, one more point. Matt Stafford was talking right back at him as he got the flag and walking at him. And then the very next play.
Yeah, they threw out.
The very next play.
Big play.
That could have ended ugly for him. If the Rams would have won that game.
Matt Stafford said, "Where's 27? All right, let's give Puka a try against 20." No, 100%, Reggie. I'm not going to say you're wrong, but I think you're wrong. Simply because.
Thank you for your discretion in this moment.
I don't think, again, I don't care where you stand on the rule. You know the rule. It's the NFC Championship. You are a knucklehead for doing that.
That's when it becomes a mental thing, a mental game, because you could be dominating all you want, but now it's mental.
Yeah.
Know not to get in those type of situations.
Right.
My brother in Christ. These are division rivals meeting for the third time in what has been, they were separated by 2 points over the last 2 years.
0 yards?
10 yards, I think, difference. But in 4 years of playing games amongst, four instances.
158 to 158.
Yeah. These are two heated rivals. And we talk about how we love the beef of this all. This is part of the beef of this all, man. They're all grown adults. They're all playing a game, man. Let these dudes talk to one another. Why are we pretending like these dudes are supposed to be youth sports and come and do a handshake line?
But see, they're already talking to each other. They've been talking all game.
Talking all game, shoving all game.
You ain't got to go to the sideline nose to nose now. It's like,
it feels like a distinction without real difference here.
There is a real difference. No, there is a distinction and there is a difference because they were, to Figgy's point, talking the whole game from before the game.
Shoving before the game.
What's his name? Parkinson and somebody had to be separated on the field. All that stuff. But you don't go to the other sideline and talk crap to the coaches. You know it. You know it. You don't have to like it. You know it.
And I ain't trying to be Mr. Safety Guy, nothing like that, but that could cause a big old scrum on the sideline.
And I don't even care about that. I guess I do, but I don't even care about that in this group.
I don't care where I should.
All I'm saying is, you know you're not supposed to jump off sides. You know you're not supposed to go to the other sideline and taunt coaches. So you don't do it. You just don't. He's a knucklehead. And by the way, they might have shipped his ass if they lost this game. They might have shipped him. Yeah.
Yeah, the tough thing about it is he's also very good at football. But yes, I understand what you mean.
Yeah.
So yeah, those are some of the questions.
They're gonna ship that dude who muffed that punt for the Rams.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Xavier Smith.
He was getting it on social media. I'm like, I feel so bad.
That did feel like that canceled out the Tariq Woolen penalty because that also set up a touchdown for the Seahawks.
Yeah, they scored after that.
Yeah, and to the Woolen thing, even a rookie, a great rookie, but Emanwari was in his face on the side, like, what the hell are you doing? What the hell were you doing? Like, they had to almost be separated.
Oh, yeah. His teammates weren't
especially with it being that close of a game, too.
Yeah.
Ultimately, they end up winning, and so we have a Seahawks Patriots Super Bowl set for February 8th on NBC. And we'll be out in San Francisco the week leading up, talking about all those things, talking to a lot of great people. I can't wait to unveil some of the guests that we are getting for Super Bowl Radio Row. But until then, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to our question of the day. It feels like the Arctic blast that was supposed to come through definitely did not live up to the hype. So question of the day, what are some things that just didn't live up to the hype? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it next.
Will building up the offense be a major focus for the Texans in the offseason? Doesn't sound like it per Nick Caserio.
D'Amico and I have never sat in our office and said, like, well, our offense is a concern. Like, what do we got to do? Like, we got to play better. There's some things that we can do better.
failures. 281-222-2222.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Ray Atatula.
All right, question of the day time here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. What are some things that just didn't live up to the hype? Because we were all getting ready. I'm sure that everybody had all these conversations at work or just out in these streets about, oh man, it's about to be cold.
Hey, some people probably called off too.
Oh, schools are out.
God bless them.
Yeah, schools are out.
Yeah.
Some people around here might have called off.
They're supposed to, hey man, ice. You never know with this grid what's gonna happen. Seems like we were pretty good. Seems like we made it through the weather.
Man, I was flying here to work, man. I got here.
Awesome.
Wasn't even no ice on the bridges or anything?
Nothing. Yeah, I was. It was clear.
Yeah.
It was nice and clean, and I got here in about 15 minutes.
Now, to be fair to our weather people, what happened was the precipitation didn't come down.
Yeah.
Remember I was talking, you guys make fun of old weatherman Lopez. I was talking about how
Why don't you be the weatherman then?
Hey, I was.
Why don't you do they need to hire you as the weatherman then.
I'm not going to pat anybody on the back, but my forecast was a little more accurate than theirs.
Why don't you coast the train?
My forecast was a little.
Why don't you coast the train then?
Just saying, I could. Shout out to the weather people. But anyway, yeah, no precipitation. I guess up toward Huntsville and north.
Yeah, north of Houston. Because I know I got people out in Killeen. They got ice and sleet and such.
Dallas was looking wild.
Dallas was looking crazy. I loved watching the news. Like I bet the news ratings were crazy with people just trying to see what was happening around.
Yeah.
Watching the news, seeing the difference between Houston and Dallas was like, oh, these are entirely different places. With what happened. But yeah, shout out to just our geography and the precipitation not coming down. It just ended up being a little bit colder. Which that didn't stop no shows.
Yeah. So
ultimately, that did not live up to the hype, which thankfully it didn't, right? Because I would very much like to for it to be a nothing burger as opposed to grid failures or having people in perilous situations in their cars and stuff. So I'm happy that it went the way that it did. But let's have a little fun with it. What are some other things that did not live up to the hype? And you will be surprised.
Yeah.
Except you won't be at all to see that one of the most common answers coming in on the text line 713-572-4610 is one. Coleridge Stroud. C.J. Stroud did not live up to the hype. And clearly.
This blast after him, man.
All right. By the way,
C.J. Stroud 2026.
It is going to be a very, very long offseason for C.J. Stroud and Texans fans alike because the C.J. Stroud jokes, they're not original, except they're happening everywhere, right?
Yeah.
Everything is, oh, man, substitute cheeks for C.J. Stroud or anybody that is bad. They're basically giving him the J.J. McCarthy treatment, which is disrespectful.
Yeah, Texas fans, we got to roll with it all offseason.
Did you see the graphic of this storm where it just said C.J. Stroud across all the ice?
I did.
I will say, like, that's the relatively low-hanging fruit. I do think that C.J. Stroud on the season level didn't live up to the hype. And that's not to say that he was bad per se, but I do think, remember a conversation being about him being – doing the Tom Brady stuff and like taking that level of control of the offense. We didn't get that from C.J. Stroud. Even as he, even in the instances where he did deliver and make some plays, he did not ever at any point this season feel like he had a full command of the offense to where he was utilizing it to attack defenses, right?
Yeah.
And maybe it's unfair to think of that where Tom Brady and Peyton Manning would step to the line and use his knowledge of the offense to make the defense bend. You didn't see that from C.J. Stroud, and it was definitely unfair of us to think that was the case. It was going to happen so quickly, but that was the hype that was there.
Yeah.
Hey, they don't give a damn about no fair.
No.
Especially that all season C.J. Stroud was making that media run and calling himself a killer on the couch, and he put himself top 5 and all this other stuff.
Yep.
It's hard to defend that.
So some things that didn't quite live up to the hype, like Arctic Blast 2026. I feel like I'm going to use this time before I get to y'all's to just kind of get a bunch of stuff off my chest. No, none of it is like controversial. Well, maybe something is controversial. I talked about the Mona Lisa.
I've been watching the news lately. This is how I feel.
Just like I always jot down like the first few things that pop into my mind. I could maybe get a better answer, but I always write down the first few things that pop into mind. One was I got 5 for you that just popped into mind. Five things.
Lopez, just do the segment by yourself.
That didn't live up to the hype. I'll go through them quickly. I mentioned earlier the Mona Lisa. When I went to go see it at the Louvre, it was a lot of people, a lot of crowds. They're rushing you through there. They keep it way back where you can barely see it. It's not that big of a painting, and you kind of go, shoulder shrug, you know. But
I can see how that happens.
Yeah. Okay, so that's one. Another one, and this happened to me. No, not this weekend. Last weekend. Y'all are you familiar with boba?
Yes. Don't you dare. Nope. You're
tea?
wrong. You're
It's
wrong.
the worst.
You're wrong.
It is the
You're wrong.
Like I think
you're wrong. It's fine.
I feel
you're
like,
wrong.
I feel like people say, "Hey, would you like this? Whatever it is, it's tea, right? Is it tea or coffee or whatever?
Boba tea.
Boba tea. I
With
think
the tapioca balls, whatever.
Yeah, I think they're vanilla or tapioca, whatever they are. I think people like to order boba only because they like to say boba. It's so overrated. And
You said the same thing about pho.
Same thing.
Uh-oh. I don't like the trend that's there.
Boba is does not live up to the hype. The Heatles, if you want to talk.
I think you said
that's interesting.
I think you said the same thing about mimosas too. People like saying mimosas.
Well, you see a trend here. It's the cute little words they order it because it's a cute little word. The Heatles didn't quite live up to the hype.
That one is tough because they did get out here talking about not 4, not 5, not 6, not 7. You know, and so they did not do that. There's people still blaming the Heatles for the generation of basketball afterwards, where they dominate this with the player movement of getting those guys together.
Yeah, but that's not what the hype was. The hype was them winning,
and they won 2 out of 4.
Okay.
I mean,
and they were in 4 straight.
But see, at the time, we was talking about that was going to be the greatest team ever, though.
Yeah.
And again, I think that's
where it gets dicey.
It's all context on the front end. So I guess the hype itself was probably unfair. I still think that was quite a run to put together. Because also, one of the things that we have to remember is the team building of that was not easy. You had the 3 dudes at the top taking up all this, and they just put some dudes in
that's
there.
part of it.
They made Chris Anderson, Birdman Chris Anderson, a large part of what they were doing there. Go look at Birdman Chris Anderson's career. That is just a dude with all due respect to him.
He could block some shots. Anyway, 2 more because I don't want to get into y'all's time here.
Buddy, there's no time.
Yeah, we got to go.
It's all you, big dog.
Google Plus.
Buddy, I was so into Google Plus. I thought it was gonna be it.
It's the worst.
It's one of my biggest regrets is that I thought Google Plus was about to be the wave, ladies and gentlemen.
And Peloton.
Ooh, see, yes.
Yeah.
I think because
everybody Peloton. It's another word they like to say.
Peloton does seem really tough, but it's just the subscription.
It's the worst.
I think the subscription
never
model,
lived up to.
You pay thousands of dollars for the bike, and then it's like, wait, I still have to pay all the time for the subscription
Just get a
too?
bike. Just get a bike and ride it.
I got to pay to watch this video.
Yes.
Lopez 936 says, as native Texan, it hurts to say, the Alamo is mostly meh.
I don't disagree with that.
Oh,
I don't disagree with that.
Okay.
Because it used to be this enormous place, and now it's just like that
small
that
facade.
front facade. Yeah, people go there and go, that's it. That's it.
Yao and T Mac era didn't live up to the hype. Yeah, injuries really robbed us of what should. Because I think of that era, and the first thing I think of is back spasms. T Mac's and that's not even considering Yao's injuries that he had. What a rough thing. Champ Slice, don't say that over these airwaves. You're gonna be in a bad place because he says Whataburger's overrated. Don't do that.
Go back to California.
By the way, some people did do the In-N-Out was overrated, and again the hype. The hype that ends up happening.
I thought it was good.
It's a good burger.
I first tried it in 2016 in California, and I thought it was good. When it came here, I didn't. I feel like they changed something.
Yeah.
Disney.
You have any?
Yeah, the first thing I thought about was the TV show HBO Max, which is Succession.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I thought that was a little bit overhyped, man. And sometimes I like the shoot 'em up type shows.
Yeah.
But I put that to the backside. And I just felt like it was,
Yeah.
It
You have one?
I mean, I had one. I've forgotten it at this point after rattling 5 of the
Another one I got is I want to say it was a Tyler Perry movie, and I'm not a Tyler Perry fan at all. But I had all type of people coming out of nowhere like, you got to watch this movie called Straw. And I'm just like, nope, I'm not watching it. And then somebody finally got me to watch it. I was so pissed I watched it.
Those are the worst, right? Because
I knew what it was.
If somebody leans really heavy into it and you're like, all right, fine. And you're just like, this was a waste of my time.
Y'all forced me to watch this, and it's exactly what I thought it was going to be.
Yeah.
Bad.
Yeah.
Somebody said Zoo Lights.
Oh, no. That is fantastic. Well, to be fair.
There it is.
I didn't go.
There he goes.
No, I didn't go with the crowd. Remember, I got the sneak peek?
Ah.
Yeah, so it was like not a lot of people there. It was awesome. Yeah.
Somebody said the Tyson Spinks fight. If you went to the restroom, you missed it. Okay, I can see how those Tyson era fights where it was just here's 35 seconds of fight and we're done here.
Yeah,
that could be but the hype was, hey man, don't miss a minute or you're gonna miss the fight, and that was the hype. It very much hit the hype right there. So yeah, keep those coming in 713-572-4610. Here's the problem: everybody's coming in with various different TV shows. We could do that forever.
Yeah.
Yes.
There's a million of those.
Yes.
But we appreciate you jumping in here. 832 said, nah, Zoo Lights is terrible. They doubled down, John Lopez.
Yeah, well, you should go when it's a sneak peek.
Okay, Okay, everybody just get a sneak peek and you'll have it. All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL where the coaching carousel keeps churning, and there's a lot of weird things happening within this. On top of that, also, we already have a line set for the Super Bowl. I'll tell you what that is next.
In the Loop. sports station. The Texans play here. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
We're about to go around the NFL here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. A few more things that people view as overhyped have come in on the text line. A couple of kind of Americana things.
Mm-hmm.
Hoover Dam, someone said, is overrated.
Oh, I was a big fan. Now, you can't stay there very long because it's like, it's the same thing.
Maybe that's
like
what
the
it
Grand
is.
Canyon.
Maybe that's it was like the Grand Canyon was also a thought that I had. I have not been.
It's impressive, man. It's damn impressive.
The awe hits you, huh?
Yeah.
Similarly, someone from the 281 said Mount Rushmore was overhyped.
I wouldn't argue with that one. I wouldn't argue.
Is it fair to say L.A. is or Cali is kind of overrated a little bit? Because I went there as a vacation and didn't really want to go back like that.
I don't think
I went to
bad.
L.A. I went to L.A. It was cool. Some people be like, "Oh, you got to go to L.A. You got." I was just like, it was cool. I never really made the I guess a way to try to get back.
L.A. probably doesn't rank in the top 3 of my favorite places in L.A. though. I mean, in California. So yeah, L.A. is a little bit overhyped.
All right,
yeah.
what's top 3 then?
San Diego.
That's a good answer.
Yeah. San Diego's 1. Napa.
I always forget you're a wine guy until it comes up.
Well, it's just Napa in general, but yes, I'm a wine guy. And then Tahoe and that whole mountainous the mountainous area.
Oh,
over
he
there.
got money.
Yeah.
Okay, I see you, big dog. And then Ocho on the text line he's going off on Kelvin Sampson and the Cougs because he holds them to a crazy high count. The one that I do have some thought on is the Cougars player development. He says is overhyped, and I was like, maybe I could see that because they do a good job of creating a team that plays well. But like they put some guys in the pros, but also it's not to a crazy extent. I'm thinking Grimes, I'm thinking Sasser, and also there are guys who come in at a certain level at the NBA level. And it feels like they're somewhat capped to that degree. It doesn't seem like they're doing a lot of elevating to a crazy degree.
I think they were capped, because keep in mind as he's built this program, he's really just in the last few years starting to get those 5-star talents like Kingston Flemings. I mean, he's going to be
Kingston Flemings. That's a dog.
He's
man.
a badass.
That is a
Did
baller.
you see the Tech game?
Yes. Yes, and I was
42?
disappointed. I was disappointed in the way that it ultimately went. Ocho does also have a lot of criticisms for their offense, which I think showed up in that game. Oof. Yeah. That dude in particular, he's tough. Let's go around the NFL now, where we have a line for the Super Bowl, and tell me, do you agree, disagree with the way this goes? The Seahawks 4-point favorites.
Lay those points, baby.
You're there?
Oh yeah. There's going to be at least a touchdown win here.
Now, they also set the over-under, the point total at 46. How does
Pretty
that
high,
feel
isn't
to you?
it?
Yeah. Especially, I guess the idea maybe being that the Patriots would not be in that particular weather because Santa Clara should be good weather football, and the Seahawks are going to go up and down. They do have the capability, whether it's running or passing the football, to get up and down. Patriots are a deep shot team, so they should have some opportunities. That feels like it makes sense, right?
I think JSN has a lot to do with that, too.
That man is sick.
Man, it seemed like I feel like Seattle will probably be taking up the bulk of those points, though, man.
Because, it does feel like that.
Because I'm not questioning Drake May or anything, but he just didn't look good in these playoffs, man.
The weather was big time on him. Better than he's looked, but I still think you're right.
That defense too?
You're right, yeah.
Like if you were to give me just around that number, like a 31-16 final, I'd be like, yep, sounds about right.
Yeah,
without question. So yeah, I feel you there. And since you mentioned JSN, the NFC Championship game felt like the battle of the power slots.
Oh yeah, Puka
9 for 165 and a touchdown. JSN 10 for 153 and a touchdown.
Yeah.
I was just like, okay, because we talked about this earlier in the season, did we not? The instance that the best wide receivers in football, or at least the most productive ones, have actually been these dudes that are kind of slots, like power slots, that they can get it from the slot, but they also can move around and really hit you in a lot of different ways. So they hit you in these matchup conundrums, whether your nickel or a safety getting over there. Do you have to pull your best cornerback in? And then with good coordination, they can move you around and really push and pull a defense. It felt like that was very much one of the stories of that game as well.
It was. We're going to get into some of the lessons at noon.
Yes.
And that is going to be a big part of mine, with the way they use those two
also
guys.
as well. Yeah.
Yeah. So but Jay, and they said it in the broadcast as well. You look at the game and how does he get that wide open? Consistently. I mean, there were guys not even 2 and 3 yards close to him.
Yeah. And it's like, they know.
Yeah.
Now, the Rams secondary can be a little shaky, which is understood, but even then, they know uniquely. They've played him 2 other times this year alone.
Yeah.
They play him on a consistent basis. They know what challenges he poses.
Yeah.
And yet still showing up. So, yeah, that was a fun part of that. But, yeah, I think there's a lot of people that are laying the points. There are a lot of people that are taking the over there. That one feels like we're set for what should be a fun Super Bowl. We'll talk more about that throughout this week and definitely throughout next week. You see that the Steelers have officially filled their position with a local kid.
Yeah.
It is Mike McCarthy, who is from that general area of Pittsburgh, just over the border in West Virginia. He will be the next Steelers head coach. And Art Rooney said, quote, he is somebody who has a longer track record than many of the other candidates, a winning track record. He's been a winner everywhere he's been, probably just as important for our purposes. The quarterbacks that he's worked with have all been very successful, so he has a proven track record of developing top-flight quarterbacks. Those are the things that maybe stick out the most. That is the owner there. Can I posit this as a thought? The Steelers did not want to move on from Tomlin. Tomlin steps away, and they just went and got Mike Tomlin in white. Did they not? Right? All right, let me take you through it. Won Super Bowl a long time ago, right? Wins in the regular season, does not win in the postseason. Calls an antiquated, on his side of the football, calls an antiquated style because Tomlin's defense was very antiquated. And this offense that Mike McCarthy runs, if he is indeed running it, is antiquated. And is, players coach. Players seem to like playing for him. All these things feel like that is just, they went and got Mike Tomlin except in white.
So they went from black Mike to white Mike.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
I want to know who this quarterback is that he's going to develop.
Yeah, that's also the thing.
That was their big thing. He can develop a quarterback. Can you put a name to that?
How do you get? I mean, man, imagine being a Steelers fan and you've been sitting here talking about Mike Tomlin need to go, and he finally go, and you get Mike McCarthy.
No, I think that's a big part of it. I think they're probably lying to themselves a little bit. Those that were like, we got to move on. Okay, they're probably.
You moving from Mike Tomlin, you ain't think about no damn Mike McCarthy.
Exactly.
You was thinking about everybody else but Mike McCarthy.
100%.
But what's also interesting to me, and of course it's been a long time since they did indeed hire Mike Tomlin, 19 years as we know, is this breaks the trend that they typically have when they've hired. Look at the stat is that they have had 3 coaches over the span of like decades, a number of decades. It breaks the convention. Their previous 3 coaching hires, Chuck Noll, Bill Cowher, Mike Tomlin, they were all young, rising coaches in their early 30s. And defensive guys. It doesn't have to be that, but that's also a trend there.
Yeah.
This is a very much, I guess, proven to some degree, veteran retread head coach. And, also on the offensive side, if you want to put that portion of it. This breaks the trend, and I don't know that that's the reason why this won't work or anything, but I found that to be interesting that the Steelers have really gone entirely away from the MO that made them, in my mind, the Steelers for such a long time.
Yeah, it does. It's to me, it's just kind of a quirky kind of thing, difference from what they've done in the past, but maybe it's not so quirky. Maybe they realized, we have to not go all in, but we have to be good right away with what the roster is we have.
Maybe so, but they've also been a team that they usually don't pay dudes in free agency. That's changed to some degree. They went and put their whole offseason on hold waiting for Aaron Rodgers, which is an interesting subplot because Mike McCarthy, Aaron Rodgers, the thought is that maybe that could help that along. Not the reason why they hire Mike McCarthy, but could be an added benefit. It just feels like the MO of the Steelers that I don't know if it's I think that it helped make them who they were as a franchise.
Absolutely.
Seems like that's gone a little bit by the wayside, and I'm super intrigued to see if that if that pays dividends for them. How do you like the hire just in general? Because I didn't ask you that.
I really kind of don't, and it has nothing to do with. You've been on this thing about his offense. It's really sort of run its course.
It's a 2008-ass offense, man.
It's not even that to me. It's like, I guess it goes back to your first point. It's like you're kind of hiring the same guy, and it's not the vibrant, energetic, young, not that you had to because of your history, but just you had to almost because you're going to be developing a a young quarterback at some point real soon, you know?
Yeah. Some other things around the NFL. The Miami Dolphins, we talked about them having a new head coach, and Jeff Hafley, the former defensive coordinator for the Green Bay Packers. They now also have an offensive coordinator. You might be familiar with the offense that he's bringing in. They are elevating their former passing game coordinator to offensive coordinator, and his name is Bobby Slowick.
Damn it, Bobby.
This is really intriguing to me because the rift here was Bobby's way or no way. Had problems with the offensive line that was sort of inherited and not really fitting what he wanted to do. And then D'Amico wanted to, as we all know, do it this way, run the ball, be more conservative. I'm not so sure it's not a bad hire. I mean, a good hire. I'm not so sure it's not a good hire.
I'm actually not that sold on it because, again, we know Bobby Slowick has somewhat of an more simple baseline effect of the Shanahan offense. But also, one of the things that tanked this offense here was the offensive line play. That's not a particularly good offensive line right now.
No, but what I'm saying is, will it block more of a scheme that he is comfortable with? Because it was square peg, round hole, in terms of how they were trying to block.
Do you not
got
think
a dude fired?
Do you not think early on that they were allowing Bobby Slowick to go about his? You think that D'Amico Ryans was putting that
early
level
on,
of impact on him?
But getting to the second level and outside zone and all that. Laremy Tunsil wasn't built for that, and it really came back to haunt him.
Yeah, I'm not sure that their offensive line, as currently constituted, will work there. Tony Pauline, who's a senior NFL analyst for Essentially Sports, writes that apparently at the Shrine Bowl, people are praising this hire. He's expected to have a say in whether or not they will continue to have Tua Tagovailoa and they'll retain him. The things that he writes were he's had consideration for head coaching jobs, which we saw here.
Yeah.
And I think that the context of that is very interesting. On top of that, he writes that Slowick fostered the development of then rookie quarterback C.J. Stroud. Under his guidance, the Texans went 10-7 during the regular season, obviously winning the AFC South both years. And then with winning the first-round contest versus the Browns, that's what made him a hot commodity in the 2004 hiring cycle. And yet a year later, his stock cooled. How do you view that perspective that is seemingly going around about Bobby Slowick that, obviously that he helped foster the growth of C.J. Stroud and that the coordinator helped them also win the 10 games that they did and go to the playoffs?
Well, I'd be interested to know who said this. We won't know, but I'd be interested to know who said this because you're not going to bash the new hire. You're not going to say, boy, this guy.
Well, I mean, if you're at the Shrine Bowl, you're just talking to other executives and coaches. They don't have any obligation to praise him.
I'd be interested to see who it was that was saying this. But, again, that's why I said, because I'm not saying you're wrong necessarily about, who knows with the offensive line and all that. That's why I'm saying this is going to be really intriguing for me to watch.
I think it's something we probably going to be keeping an eye on, too, because if that offense look better than the Texans' offense, somebody gonna have to have some explaining to do.
Yeah.
And there's something to be said for, because as much as I was not a fan of the way that it played out for Bobby Slowick here, he was still early in his play calling development. There's still room for growth, and he did spend last year under Mike McDaniel, who we do view as one of the better play calling coaches in the NFL right now. Did he find some development in what his philosophies are in the way that he implements the system? That will be. Yes, very much interesting to watch. So that's what they've got going there in Miami. But he also is not going to have any of that oversight. Again, Hafley, a defensive head coach, he's going to be given the reins in a similar way to this is your side of the football.
Yeah.
I can't wait to see what it looks like. Going to be a very interesting experiment there. Some other things. Apparently, do we have this audio? Because I forgot to ask you about the Browns and the way that their head coaching search is going. Yet another. I think it's Grant Udinski this time has pulled out of the Browns coaching search. We talked about Mike McDaniel doing a similar thing. And you might be asking, why is this happening? Why are all these coaches going out for this job and then ultimately going, actually, you know what? I don't want to. Maybe Ian Rappaport has a little insight as to why that's the case here.
This time, Pelissero.
Oh, was it Pelissero? Okay, one of them dudes from NFL.
The Browns search process and interview process is unlike any other in the NFL, and it plays to certain types of candidates. They are a dad-driven operation in Cleveland, and so they spend an extraordinary amount of time gathering data on their coaching candidates. You're talking about taking a personality test, writing an essay. You're talking about completing homework assignments going into both the first and the second rounds of interviews. It plays toward the types of candidates that they have in the mix.
There's a written test, huh? Really? Like they want you to write an essay? This is why I want to be the coach of the Cleveland Browns, or
questionnaires, a multi-part essay, a personality test, and then additional homework assignments if you get through the first round to get into the second round. Which
and
you can imagine then.
The answer can't be Google me? Like you can't go Signetti? I know I'm being flippant, Tom, but that to me, I don't know. You're hopping around the country.
That's Pelissero. Obviously, he was on Rich Eisen. Yeah. But they got these dudes doing homework.
Homework. I love that they say that.
Yeah. I would have pulled out of the head coach in consideration.
Well,
I heard that.
Think about the candidates that you're going to get. Well, obviously, for one, because you're the Browns. But for two,
they looking for a certain type of candidate.
Exactly.
Which I'm actually okay with that portion of it, right? We want somebody who's analytically driven, which you're saving yourself the headache on the back end of being like, we've done all this in the front office, and then we take all this data to the coach, and the coach goes, I don't care about this. Yeah. I get that portion of it. Why are you putting up so many barriers to your candidates? Because you want to figure out what they are, but you also don't want to make this so, I don't know, prohibitive that people don't want this job. And I know that I can't say definitively that's what's happening, but it does feel like coaches are going like, bump you. I'm not doing all this for your job that's not even that appealing in the first place.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like the level of candidate in terms of pedigree that you're going to get is going to be quarterbacks coaches. It's going to be, coordinators that we're not really getting interviews anywhere else. It's guys that are desperate because it's one of 32, as shout out to David Culley. That's who you're going to get.
I know you ain't gonna get the John Harbaughs or the Brian Dables or the worlds. You ain't gonna get people like that.
You're not even gonna get a Matt Burke.
You gonna get a 32-year-old guy that been in the books for years studying football.
Had them writing essays, take a personality test,
essays and homework.
What is?
Yeah.
I feel like you should get your focus right here.
That's crazy. And Reggie sitting there like, what?
Yes. And Reggie loves essays.
Wait, what?
I actually do love essays, but come on, man.
We're talking about analytics.
Yes.
And every round, not just one. Like, you give me one, we'd appreciate that. Every
Reggie
round
asked for homework.
All right, y'all doing a lot. Because one thing I tell you very much, I did not ask. I did not miss all of the assignments because I had many incompletes.
You lying?
Oh, buddy, I will get my mom on the phone. She will tell you. But yes, that is absurd. So maybe that's why the Cleveland Browns look the way that they do. I don't know. Also, shout out to Phillip Rivers, who removed himself from the Bills coaching search, so you don't have to worry about that story coming around. That's around the NFL here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next. Astros Fan Fest was this weekend, despite the cold weather or what have you. Are you feeling good about this team as we move towards spring training? 713-572-4610. We'll talk about it next.
Nick Caserio. Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
You're in the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. Astros Fan Fest was this weekend. I know, Lopez, you were super excited about it.
Sure.
How was the weather?
It was 72 degrees where I was.
I bet it was. But Fan Fest was this weekend. Some interesting quotes come out of it. Are you feel good about this team as we move towards spring training? That is the question I have for you, 713-572-4610. And I'm interested how some of the things that we got from Fan Fest impact that.
With the Astros, I think the way you put it is the best way to put it. I feel good about them.
Okay, just right there.
I feel good. Yeah, I feel good about it. Which is, by the way, better than I did.
Last year, or better than you did before?
Earlier in this offseason, this grapefruit league, as they say. Or no, what do they call it in the offseason? Whatever it is. But no, I feel good about them. I think they've made some smart moves.
Spring training is grapefruit league in Florida.
No, but that they had the offseason, they call it something else. Anyway, I'll remember it and say it when it's not appropriate. Talk about something else.
Yep.
But like some of the moves they've made, I don't see how you can really criticize them. Whether it's the pitching that's come in, some obviously tapping into Asia for the first time, Japan for the first time, being able to bring in some new coaches, things they had to do, new training staff, things they had to do, athletic trainers and medical staff. Like, you have to feel good about it. My thing with the is it good enough for what's happening around you, especially in your division?
Right, and that's something that will remains to be seen. But some of the things that we got, like the manager Joe Espada, he laid out that we're done with, in large part, with the Altuve in left field experiment, saying that Altuve will reprise his role as the team's primary second baseman, saying that Yordan also will play some left field, but the majority of his games will be at DH. So those are pretty established. If you're building a lineup, or at least putting in defensively where they're going to man positions, you're going to go ahead and slot Jose Altuve in that second base slot. You're going to go ahead and have Yordan Alvarez as the DH, injury, health willing, and that is going to be the options that you have there. It does, again, bring us to the question that we have. Once you have that, is what are you looking at with the rest of the infield? Because that is the thing that we still have. And so you still have the circumstance of Carlos Correa is the starting third baseman. That's what we heard. That's what we expected anyways. Christian Walker still going to be here at first base as of right now, for all we know. And then Isaac Paredes will be taking some reps at second base. But that still does not create a lot of opportunity. I think Joe Espada was saying that we'll have to be creative, and I have to find ways to get them all in the lineup and keep everyone healthy. Is that a sufficient answer for you, or are you in a place where there needs to be a move that happens before we get to spring training?
There has to be a move to be able to figure something out on the infield. It's one thing. It's like we have to figure out ways to get him into the lineup. If you're talking about young players or young rising players, etc. These are all veterans here. These are all veterans that deserve to probably get the majority of time in the infield. And you just mentioned it. Obviously, what they're going to do at second base is Jose Altuve is not going anywhere. So how does that fit in with the rest of the infield? Jeremy Pena is locked up. There's just no way. Carlos Correa is locked up. Where do you put Isaac Paredes? He's not. It's not like he's a rising player that you can kind of work in. He needs to play. And so I think another move has to happen.
Now, am I also being a little too, because someone's like, our infield is good, and yes, it is. It is. But it's like, are you utilizing your resources appropriately? However, we're not certain that the injury thing has been fixed. Now, of course, they've made some adjustments to it, changing the staff. But if it isn't, having someone like Isaac Paredes, especially if he's picking up some second base reps, does give you a little bit of coverage. If you have one of these infield guys go down, you can easily, remedy that and still have a starting caliber, one that you are proud of, infield that you go out there and play with.
And that's the big decision to make, because injuries will happen. We know it every year it does. Last year was a good example. But it's a big job for Espada right now to be able to keep everybody happy and find that find that rotation, so to speak, whether it's in the infield, and then you have to worry about the outfield as well, but find that rotation in the infield that's going to be there every day and happy about it.
Yeah, the happy is something that it's something obvious, but when you said it, it really hit me.
Yeah.
Do you have any concerns about the happiness of any of these dudes that we're talking about? Carlos Correa, who, mind you, apparently met with the manager 3 or 4 times, had 3 or 4 lunches in hopes of addressing shortcomings he saw. He seems to be very much trying to step up into that leadership role that we were asking at some points last year who was going to fill. But Correa, Pena, Altuve, Walker, and Paredes, do any of those guys strike you as someone who might be made unhappy by a lack of playing time during this?
I think all of them do. It won't be as public, and they'll probably be tactful about it. But I think some conversations will be had in the clubhouse with the manager. Like, give me right now your opening day infield. What's your opening day infield?
I think it's going to be mine or the one that they put out there. I think it's the one that you expect. I think it is
set.
Left to right. I think you go Correa at third, Pena at short, Altuve at second, and then Christian Walker at first.
All right, you didn't mention a name.
Isaac Paredes.
What do you do?
I think that.
How many games does he play?
That's the question I have. Because if go ahead and knock on wood, if you do have good health, and maybe you have Altuve at second base for 140 games with an additional maybe like 10 or 12 in left field or whatever. How many games, and then you get, Correa off his feet every once in a while, Christian Walker off his feet every once in a while. How many games does that actually amount to? Is that 40? Is that 50 games?
And that's not what you're paying him for. That's not what he's here for. And oh, by the way, he was one of your best players for a long stretch. Paredes.
And it's also didn't feel fluky. It very much felt like what you expected was the Crawford boxes being in at left, his pull power, those melded together, and it just felt sustainable. So I don't think that this is one of those he had a great year and he falls back. Well, but he could if you don't give him enough consistent reps, right?
Right. And that's the thing. And then you have the whole. Okay, so you tried, Altuve in left field, didn't work out. That went out the window, and now you're going to play him. As you mentioned, maybe 135, 140 games at second base.
So
how's that going to play out?
That's the question I wanted to ask you. And maybe the thinking is Altuve, as he advances in age, might need some more time off, right? Might give him, with you having Paredes, and especially if you work him at second base and it works. Maybe you could take more time off of his feet where he gets more rest days. I don't know how well that goes over with Jose, but make that work. What is more optimal of a decision? Is it having the extra infielder in Isaac Paredes and feeling like at any given time you could put out a really strong infield, but then having that concern of how do you get him involved? Or is it better to try and find a deal where you move on from him?
From Paredes?
Yeah. What is the more optimal in your mind?
I think what they're going to do is different. What's most optimal in my mind, I think what they're going to do is move on from him. Just because I think his agent wants it, he wants it. It's not going to be a big scandal or, whatever you want to call it. They're going to be talking about it publicly. But the smart thing is, well, you really got to start wondering about Altuve. I mean, it's talk about the toughest discussion you're going to have. I mean, do you cut it in half?
I think that will be something that we learn. Well, I don't know. How much does spring training tell you about that? We'll learn that in the early month of the season, I think.
The smart, do you guys disagree with me? The smart thing is maybe play him 90 games.
90 is a
90 in the field
at second, or just in total?
No, at second. No, he'll get his at bats.
90 feels like a large cut down. Like I was thinking maybe you go 120, but 90 is a lot.
And then some outfield and some DH is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I think in the perfect world,
no outfield, I guess. Yeah.
It kind of makes it up because you got Jordan that's strictly a DH pretty much. So, I mean, in the perfect world, that would be Jose Altuve's spot. But you got to play him at some point on the outfield.
Also, maybe this does point to the idea of a trade. Dana Brown was saying, quote, if we have an opportunity where we can add a left-handed bat, I think that would be more of interest as opposed to just saying, hey, we want to get an outfielder.
Right.
So the left-handed bat, but there's been a name or a couple of names at least, especially with the Red Sox, in Wilyer Abreu, and then, of course, the guy that we've talked about, Jarren Duran. Those both fit the mold, and I feel like that still points to the idea of possibly sending an Isaac Paredes for one of those guys and an outfielder in answering some of those. Right? He says and talking about that way. So I don't know. It does feel like they still have their eyes out, but we've heard that type of talk before where it didn't really produce anything, right, from Dana Brown.
Yeah. No, we have. We didn't even get to the outfield. I feel like they're going to kind of slow go with it with Cam Smith to see what happens. And then the outfield all of a sudden gets an entirely different look.
And Cam Smith also said this on Saturday. Nothing personal. It's a business. I'm never complacent where I'm at. I'm always going to work. That's nothing new to me. I'm ready, close quote. And I do believe that. Do you think that he breaks camp again? It feels weird that we're having the same conversation with Cam Smith a year later after he absolutely did break camp and had a good start to the season. But the latter portion of the season did raise the question as to if he should start at the major level or if those minor league reps are necessary for him now.
I do think, and this is before we see even one pitch in spring training, I do think that he's going to break camp again with the Astros. I feel this was just sort of their off-season message, like, hey, man, don't think that you're a lock. They want to see that improvement. They want to see him get better. They want to see another good spring training,
Yeah, and I think that he's capable of doing that.
Yeah.
The interesting thing to me is how has he taken to this offseason and how does that major league pitching continue to go after him? Because that was the big change, was that I think the fatigue portion of it as well, of going through the length of the season after not having anything similar. But I think also the major league pitching, once they got a book on him, he has to close those holes in his game. And I'd be interested. I think that that's what spring training is for, is to give us an idea of if he's been able to answer some of those calls. But the larger question, I think I'm still feeling pretty good about this team, but it's a cautious optimism.
Good.
It is very much they can be in that similar place where they are contending for a wild card at the very least, or an AL West. But I'm not certain. I'm not nearly in the place where I'm certain that they will be contending for the AL West.
Remember we talked about their over-unders? What's like 80? Was it 87 for the season?
I don't even remember if that was it. I'll have to go back and check it.
Yeah,
that sounds about
84 and
a
a
lot
half.
closer. Where if they get a nice few, some 5 more wins than you expect, then you're in a really good place. And if not, then you're in this. You're just kind of one of those teams that's okay. Which we talk about Houston sports or sports in general. That's a place where it gets real dicey. Just being in that place where you're okay, it gets real scary. But as of right now, I think I feel good, and this is the optimistic time anyways. I'd feel even better if you have one more move that helps clarify the infield, gives you a better outfielder option, and gives you another left-handed bat that you can build lineups to actually attack opposing pitchers as opposed to just kind of going in day in and day out. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, where the Rockets had actually a pretty good game on Friday, and they get ready to host another game tonight. And, hey, Scotty Scheffler, back into action, back into dominating. Let's talk about that and more next.
The Drive with
Eat like a pro.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
The biggest stories in sports and Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, we got a lot to get to after what was a very fun weekend of sports, even with weather and such impacting it. Let's start here with Dino Vasso news for your Houston Texans. Dino Vasso, defensive backs coach. He's done such a great job with your defensive backs. One of your strongest, probably your second strongest unit on the team outside of defensive line. Right?
I would say so, yeah.
They've been incredible.
Maybe the strongest altogether. Who knows?
Maybe so, because, I mean, you've seen not just great drafting, great talent, but there's been incredible development in Stingley, in Kamari Lassiter, Kalen Bullock, and then even some of the depth guys you've seen rise to the occasion pretty quickly. Dino Vasso deserves a lot of credit, and he's getting a little bit of love for that as the Tennessee Titans are looking at him possibly to step in there and have the defensive coordinator job.
Yeah, and you know what is interesting with him, and I'd like to know more about this. I don't know if we ever will. You said development, but also the evaluation of guys like, Kamari Lassiter's not real fast. Kalen Bullock had some moments, but was he really regarded that highly coming in to the draft? I'm interested to see what his role was there, as a defensive coordinator, because I can develop him. I know D'Amico Ryans had a lot to do with it. Matt Burke had a lot to do with it.
But D'Amico
he had a lot to do with it.
Yeah, did he have a connection with Robert Saleh? Is that one of the guys that came from San Francisco too? I was just kind of curious.
Yeah.
But I do feel like D'Amico, that was probably, and I don't take this with a grain of salt, but I feel like that was kind of his weakness was the secondary.
About. Yeah, it was talking about.
Yeah, I think salute to Steven Nelson.
Yeah.
Pretty much saying that was his weakness.
Yeah.
But I think that's a good look for him. No, I wonder if they did have a connection though.
And Dino, I mean, he's spent time with Kansas City, Philadelphia in his coaching development before he got here to Houston. But no, there actually isn't the connection. I think that there's just an appreciation for what he's been able to do as a defensive backs coach, and it's shown up. The proof is in the pudding, indeed. And you said D'Amico Ryans, obviously defensive coach, Matt Burke, but D'Amico does
heavily.
He does a good job of highlighting his assistants and what they do. He always talks about Coach Rod and Coach Dino Vasso and all these coaches.
Yeah.
They do a large part, and I think any football coach will tell you specifically that it is the job, like the real coaching, the real teaching happens at that level. That is the real impactful portion on when it comes to player performance. Right. So I think that this could be a big move if he does indeed get that job. But we'll wait and see, because there's been a couple of, maybe this guy gets a job. Matt Burke was a conversation that we had. It does not look like, at least not to me, that he is going to have a head coaching opportunity. Gerard Johnson, who I know people they're a little up and down with. One of the thoughts was that he went out and interviewed for the Miami Dolphins offensive coordinator job. They elevate Bobby Slowick, so that is not going to be the case. Assuming that D'Amico Ryans does not dismiss him of his responsibilities, you will not lose him. So this seems like, at least to me,
we'll see,
the last bastion of, is this a possibility of the Texans coaching staff being rated in any way?
Yeah, no, we'll see about that. Because there's clearly a lot of moving and shaking going on. But the thing with him is not only is we talked about the other guys, Jalen Petrie.
Yeah, that's a great point. How did I miss one of that might be the biggest development story that they've had. All of them. Yeah,
Jalen Petrie. And so if you're talking about a defensive coordinator and developing players on that side, and that's a big one.
And that's somebody who was here during the Lovie Smith days. Or he was there early on when they were bad, and you could kind of see their improvement in real life. It wasn't even just the D'Amico thing.
Yeah,
like you've seen it from beginning to now.
Yeah. So we'll continue to watch that space. It would make sense, right? It would make sense for someone like Robert Saleh to want to get somebody to help in that way and continue to grow. So we'll see. We'll watch that space. Some other things that are popular. We talked about the Fan Fest, Astros Fan Fest this weekend. I did not hit on one of the interesting pieces, which is Hayden Wesneski, because we talked about the other pieces that you got in the Kyle Tucker trade. He's talked about that as Cam Smith. Hayden Wesneski kind of falls by the wayside at times because he had a good start, and then he had the injury that he sustained. Apparently, he's throwing 90 feet right now. He said that he feels good going into spring training. The progress report for him is he probably will be throwing off the mound by April, and he is aiming for a return after the All-Star break. As soon as I saw aiming for a return after the All-Star break, I felt a chill down my spine.
Yes, me too.
How much do you believe in this, especially with a new training staff and so on and so forth with the Astros?
Well, I don't know anything about the new training staff, so on and so forth with the Astros.
Fair.
But I still think that's a little bit of a push. Just in general, that's a rush to get him back right after the All-Star break.
Wouldn't that be about a year?
Yeah, it'd be about a year, but what could you possibly expect?
I don't know, but I really liked what they had from him, and I like the depth of this, and the depth of the rotation gets better if Wesneski is available at some point. Because right now I'm like, all right, what does Jason Alexander, what does AJ Blueball, what do those types of pitchers give you as possibly stepping into that fifth pitcher role? Well, if you have Wesneski, I'm like, okay, well there you go at the back end of that rotation, and then you're still having guys that can step in and spot start or whatever, those types of guys, which we know they're capable of doing. Of course, that is all presuming health, which can't do as of yet, right? We'll see what the changes in the staff show for the Astros. Speaking of the Astros, our friends in the desert have given us odds on managers of the year,
and I did not see this,
and odds on first manager to be fired. Which do you believe Joe Espada is higher in? AL Manager of the Year odds or first manager to fire odds?
I'm going to say first manager to be fired.
You'd be correct in that. Joe Espada, his odds for winning AL Manager of the Year, 28-1. I believe that is somewhere like ninth best, something like that. Dan Wilson, the Mariners manager, has the best odds, second by John Schneider, the Blue Jays manager. That seemed to make sense. Those guys, those teams, well situated to go into the season. First manager to be fired odds? Well, that one looks like, let me see. First manager, wait, where did it go? Let me make sure. I done lost it. Here we go. Aaron Boone of the Yankees has the best odds. Second is A.J. Hinch, interestingly enough. But that makes sense. The Detroit Tigers have gotten to a place where they look interesting, and now it's like, hey, can you take that jump? Third is the Toronto Blue Jays manager, John Schneider, interesting. And fourth is Joe Espada with 12-1 odds.
Wow. So the Toronto one, why would that be interesting to you?
Well, just because there's expectation that they should be good and that he has high odds for manager of the year, but simultaneously, it seems like, yes, it could be other
Aaron
where
Boone
it comes down quickly.
Yeah, Aaron Boone could go either way as well.
Aaron Boone very much feels like, hey, you have all the things that you could possibly need to get the job.
But you could also be manager of the year or first.
They better not give him manager of the year. I don't want to see that. I don't want to hear that.
Why not?
Because anybody trying to hear that?
It's because you don't want to hear it.
That's right. Who said I have to be reasonable and responsible here?
That's right.
Anybody trying to hear
I just don't want to see Dave Roberts as the manager of the year.
And that's another reason.
There's no way.
It's not going to happen.
There is no way.
By the way, he has fifth best odds.
He shouldn't even sniff
manager of the year.
Nah, come on, man.
30th best odds.
Yeah, that's not something that's likely to happen. It does not. At least if the odds mean anything to you. The Rockets had a fantastic win where they held on. They played really well against the Pistons on Friday, answering the bell on the second night of a back-to-back after a lackluster finish the night before. How did you feel about that one from your Rockets?
I actually didn't put any wagers on this, but I actually thought about it, and I would have lost money.
You would have thought that
I just didn't want to bet against the Rockets.
Sure.
But I was like, there is no way, given what we've seen, even a little bit lackluster in their big win against San Antonio, for long stretches. It wasn't until, Reed Shepherd went nuts. And then the game that they had, previously against the Sixers, I was very impressed with really sort of not even resilience as much as just a change of character. They were a grittier team against Detroit. They were very much and it was fascinating to watch. I was like, this is the Rockets.
It feels like they meet the level of their competition when it comes to that.
Not even, yes, but at the same time, I think they just sort of like realized, because part of this equation is it seems like they're not going to be making any moves. I think there was sort of a realization like, this is it. This is us, and we've got to be able to buy in and play tougher defense. Ime spoke about it after the game as well. Like, that was the kind of toughness and tenacity that we've been missing. So it was a very good game, very good effort. But I think they just kind of morphed into that all of a sudden.
You mentioned that. I might as well play that here. Here's Michael C. Wright, who covers the NBA for ESPN. He had, he's a Texas guy. He kind of covers the area. This is actually on the Howdy Partners podcast with him and Tim McMahon. They both, obviously, basketball in Texas. They take that lens. This is Michael C. Wright giving a little bit of insight as to the Rockets and their mentality when it comes to getting a little help at point guard, or lack thereof.
Ain't no help coming, man. Ime told me that they are not going to get a point guard at the trade deadline. Said, hey, the second apron is what it is. You didn't have that much money anyway to work with, so there's no help coming. Well, got to get better.
Just got to get better, and you saw that now.
It's what it is.
He named names, too. Like, he told me.
Yeah, no, and I mean, I don't think that's insane. I think Ime would probably be willing to say that on the record as well.
Yeah.
But usually they don't say stuff like that, though. Man, usually they say, oh, we got to check everything, and,
he told me, ain't no help coming.
Yep.
And it's what's funny is maybe that's just even the mentality that Ime wants. If we do make a deal, that's fine. But this is what, guys.
No, and I think you can see it.
Right.
I think you can see it.
Y'all need to play better. We ain't bringing nobody else in. Y'all need to play better.
Right.
And you know who took that to heart? Kevin bleeping Durant. 32 points, 7 boards, 3 assists. But he was just like, hey, I'm going to go get it. Right? I'm going to go get it. He did indeed. 32 points. He did it in 41 minutes, though. And it does feel like, hey, guys.
And we're not even at All-Star break yet, man. Just slow down.
And it feels like we don't have reserves, and we won't have All-Star reserves until next Monday, I believe.
Oh, he's in.
But him and Alperen Sengun are also still going to be part of All-Star festivities if I had to. Man, the rest is not going to come for him.
Yeah, I was about to say, y'all better rest during the All-Star. I hate doing that. But, man, we need y'all for the rest of the year, man.
And you know what was another interesting thing with the win over the Pistons? Oh, yeah, I remembered Reed Shepard can play in the fourth quarter.
Yes.
What happened in that Sixers game, man?
I look. There's moments where even the coaching staff is growing, and I feel like that is something that's happening here.
I think we get 8 points in the fourth quarter, 10 points in the fourth quarter.
He was good in the
fourth quarter. I think we get to the point where we can say Ime being Ime.
I guess.
Remember how we used to do with Dusty Baker?
Yeah.
Dusty being Dusty.
That might be the way that this goes. Rockets hosting John Moran and the Grizzlies tonight. Actually, I haven't even checked if John's playing. John has been playing a little bit better basketball of late, but I don't think that they should have trouble with the Grizzlies. Of course, that's famous last words. 7 p.m. at Toyota Center. And just for the national portion of this, because I said I would do this, you have Trailblazers, Celtics, and Warriors, Timberwolves on Peacock tonight.
There you go.
So if you're looking for things, I told you that. Don't say that I didn't tell you. But that's what's popping here in the loop on Sports Radio 16. I think I hit everything. I think we got it.
You didn't hit Scotty.
Oh, I didn't hit Scotty Scheffler. I apologize. Yeah. You know what? I will make good on that at some point later on in this program.
No, it's going to come up in my confession.
Okay,
I was about to say, you ain't got to do it.
No.
Don't worry about it.
My confession is not about golf, but it's why I was watching Scotty.
Oh, okay. All right. That is what we call a tease here in the business. Speaking of teases, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we had championship weekend in the NFL, and I think that whenever we get to this point of football, we all start trying to take lessons from this about the league in general, but more importantly about our team in particular. So what are the lessons from championship weekend to take? I think I have a few of them. You send me yours, 713-572-4610, and we'll discuss it next.
Will building up the offense
Use as directed.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Liggett of Sugar Sports Station, the Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yep, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. You heard Big Voice Man leaving out one of our teammates. That's John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula. Figgy Fig on the ones and twos. Thank you, sir.
There you go.
Also appreciate you rolling with us wherever you're listening, however you're listening. Thanks for making us a part of your day. If I was you, I would hope that wherever you're listening is in your house under a blanket.
It's still cold, man.
Yeah, it's still cold.
Yeah.
Like, thankfully, the weather did not end up with precipitation. We didn't end up with ice. We didn't end up with sleet. None of that. We didn't end up with power outages of a great degree.
Got another night of cold
weather. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
I should not count my chickens before they hatch or whatever. But thankfully, it was pretty good. But hopefully, you, the babies, not home from school, hopefully y'all are having a good time, and we're the only ones who are mildly inconvenienced.
The big
from
ice
having to go
storm,
to work.
Fear was pretty much a 2-year-old's toot.
Is that something that people say?
Or Bijani like to say a popcorn fart.
Well, I don't like that. Shouldn't say it. I don't use that term, popcorn fart. So I was thinking about that, and so I just
what does that mean?
Converted it like
I probably shouldn't
just
ask.
a little.
Yeah, yeah. So I converted it to a 2-year-old's toot.
I don't like either of these, by the way. I don't know. I don't like either of these to be completely honest.
It wasn't what it was billed to be.
Fair enough.
At least not for us. Shout out to
right.
our northern brethren.
Yeah, no, for sure. And there's a lot of people across these great United States that are dealing with a lot of snow and such. I spent a lot of weekend hitting up various people. Like, hey, you good? I feel like that's the obligation amongst friends to check on them in these moments. By the way, just want to clear this up because I said that the Rockets are welcoming John Morant. They will not be. Apparently on Wednesday he sprained his UCL, as they said this weekend. He's out for there. He's going to be reevaluated in 3 weeks. He might not even be a Grizzly by the time that comes around because there's the potential of him being traded has been out there. So you won't even have to deal with John Morant. You will have to deal with Jaren Jackson Jr., but just get him into trouble in the first down now. 14 minutes of play and you'll probably be fine there. All right. Championship weekend we had yesterday. One game was really, really good. The other one was on. And with that being the case, either way, there's lessons to be taken, I think. So 713-572-4610. What were some of the lessons that you took from it? I'll kind of give you some of mine.
Yeah, you and I have different perspectives on what could be learned. You want me to start?
I mean, no, but if you would
go
like
ahead.
to, please.
Go ahead. I'm good.
No, I don't. I want to start first.
Yeah, you go.
I want to say things.
You go.
One of the things that I found to be very interesting is I'll start from a very particular moment. We can work out to wider. 4:20 left in the game. Seattle Seahawks football. Rams still had timeouts at this point. It was 2nd and 6. They have a defensive head coach in Mike McDonald, right?
Yeah.
What would you expect a defensive head coach, seeing that the other team has timeouts, 4th and 20, 2nd and 6, right? It's not even one of those really back to the wall downs. What would you expect that head coach would want his offense to do?
The same thing D'Amico would do. Run the damn ball.
Bold play, put the ball in Sam Darnold's hands. They go in, they pick up the first down, and here we go. We're off to the races. I found that to be very intriguing because not only that, look at the teams that won and look at their head coaches. They're defensive head coaches, but they're defensive head coaches with offenses that they trust to do things. They trust their quarterbacks fully, or at least largely, to go and do things. And that really showed up, especially even more with Sam Darnold, right? Even having Clint Kubiak making a bold decision, not just with Clint Kubiak, or not just in that game, but Clint Kubiak in general. Remember, Clint Kubiak was not his first hire, Mike McDonald. He hired Ryan Grubb, and that felt like maybe that was convenience, right? It's just a little bit of not. But he was able to recognize this isn't good enough, and he went and got somebody that created real offensive advantage in Clint Kubiak. I think that was one of the things that I saw was defensive head coaches knowing that just having enough offense is not enough.
Okay, so you and I are on the same page on this one because I'm going to use a particular word for a reason and see if you can figure it out because I'm right there with you. Matt Stafford became a Ram because offense was a concern. Clint Kubiak,
I see what you did there,
became the offensive coordinator for the Seahawks, and you mentioned Ryan Grubb because offense was a concern. You can extend it to the ugly game as well. Drake May and Josh McDaniels went to New England because offense was a concern. And really, I don't know, how much you can say about necessarily, the Broncos, but Sean Payton, became head coach, if you want to go back that far, and this is dealing with a bad cap situation as well and an albatross of a contract because offense was a concern. What are you hearing here? Offense, like Mike, you can go back to Matt Stafford. They had enough of Jared Goff. They had reached their ceiling, their height, so to speak. Now I know he went.
Didn't they go to a Super Bowl?
I know. But in that moment, in those moments,
they were out on him.
They were out on it.
And Sean McVay felt like he had to insulate Jared Goff, which I think we're being proven is not quite what you need to do with Jared Goff. He can do more, but at least the coach felt like that was the case. But even if you feel like that's the case, you get somewhat aggressive. Remember the F them picks movement?
Yeah.
You get somewhat aggressive and you make a move about it, right? You don't stand pat. And I thought that was one of the things that I took away from this as well.
Like, okay, we are a lockstep. I thought you were going to go the free agency, which we'll get into.
Oh, there's more. There's more lessons.
But I wanted to dig in on this because it ties in directly with the Houston Texans.
And one of the things is not when you talk about Clint Kubiak, it's not just Clint Kubiak, is a young, talented dude. Clint Kubiak won over the course of the season. Has been able to have a strong passing game and a strong running game at various different points. Sometimes one has not been as good. Sometimes another has not been as good, but they've been able to make that work. In addition to that, I will take you back to, remember we were talking about the power slots in this game, Puka Nacua, Jackson Smith and Jigba, the ways that they had huge games. I think that the idea of them being slots that can play outside is good, but then the utility, the way that they were used matters. And I thought that was a lesson. Jackson Smith the Jigba, there was a number of times where he's running booty butt naked open. You're like, how?
Yeah.
That is number one on the call sheet of things that we need to address. And these defenses know that. And even still, it is damn near impossible because you have those guys of talent, but then you put them in positions with a coordinator that can create and move them and scheme things open for them. I think that is of huge importance. That is a differentiating factor in seeing coordinators and play callers that actively not just can put dudes in good position, but then also open things up for them. Great players still need coordinators and still need play callers to help them to be a different level of great so they're not just working off individual brilliance.
Well, not just that, but great play callers. And again, these were wildly successful teams, and especially in the Rams and the Seahawks. The Patriots not so much, the previous 2 years. But they said, like, we're successful, to Figgy's point, we're successful, but our offense is still a concern. We need to address this, and they brought in guys that did it. And then to your point, not only, the bringing in the coordinators to do that and the quarterbacks, et cetera, but the head coach trusting them to make the call. Because one thing that I noticed after, I actually said this out loud, after the Kubiak call there, of the pass,
the second and 6
that pretty much iced the game. I turned to my wife and I said, "No way in hell the Texans would have run that. 0% chance." Because D'Amico would
they play action pass there.
Yeah, because D'Amico would have been on the headset saying, "Ball, run the ball." So it does tie in with, hey, never have we sat in our office and said our offense is a concern. You better look at these guys.
And what's interesting is I don't think it would be indefensible to run the football there.
No, I expected it. Yeah.
But the boldness stood out.
You trusted the coordinator to make that call and trust his a quarterback that had been, as we've talked about, criticized and choking and, bad end of the season and all that, and you trusted him.
Can I? Do you want to go? Do we want to go back and forth? Because I have another one that I'm interested in.
Yeah.
I found this to be interesting as well. And this one I feel like I might get some pushback on, but so be it. A quarterback playing within themselves can be not just fine, but also incredible. Hello, Sam Darnold, or whose grandson is he again?
Dick Hammer.
I did that just for you. I knew you wanted to say it.
The Marlboro man.
That's right.
That's a true story.
How many texts did we get about this, Figgy? Was it like 2?
Hell, you got pictures.
Was it 3? Yes. Yes. You were so excited about this.
I thought you was leaving that on Friday, man.
He had that Dick Hammer energy the whole game.
All right. I feel like that one's a little far.
No, that's the man.
You hear what I'm hearing, right, Fig?
That is the man's God. His parents gave him that name.
Reggie is turning red over there, man.
For those who don't know, this is 100% fact. Sam Darnold's grandpa was an Olympic volleyball player and the Marlboro Man.
Yep.
And his God-given name was Dick Hammer.
He was Richard Hammer, but point.
He called himself Dick Hammer.
That's right.
Yes.
Correct. Thank you for that.
And
Thank
so
you for
he
that
had that energy the whole game.
That energy showed up.
Yeah.
What energy was it?
Big Dick Hammer energy, apparently. He was the Sam Darnold in this game, and I know that you sometimes roll your eyes at stats, but this one's very simple. 0.46 EPA per dropback. MVP level is 0.23.
That's good. That's good.
And they trusted him to throw the football. In previous games, they had tried to insulate him. They tried to run the football a lot, and I think they recognized you're going to have to throw the football in this. And Darnold, who in his previous instances, I think he had 2 touchdowns, 6 interceptions, 300-some yards, 3 touchdowns. He answered the call. He, decently talented, but with good scheme and a humble approach, right? He played within himself, right? Because this isn't just about they trusted him to throw. He also recognized play within yourself. And I think sometimes when we go play within yourself, we think, okay, you're just going to get fine play.
Yeah.
This was a dude playing within himself, but making tons of throws, making incredible throws. And that was an incredible performance, one of the better ones that we've seen all year. This is probably top 15 type performance that we've seen all year.
Well, it was the greatest performance of his life.
And it was a quarterback, one buying in to a system that was worth buying into and playing within the parameters of what is the expectation and not going outside of the fold. I think that all those things come together, and that should be a lesson to be learned.
And part of the lesson to be learned is they not only, he played in control, they took legitimate chances. That first 50-whatever yard throw to Jackson Smith and Jigba that wasn't, that was called. That wasn't like an adjustment at the line of scrimmage or something like, oh, okay, or whatever. No, that was called, and so they trusted him. All I'm saying is we love what they're doing here, but look yesterday. Look at yesterday and see what happens when you trust your offensive coordinator. You let him make all the calls that he wants to make because he's there, doing it all the time, and you bring in players and coaches even when it appears as if your offense is not a concern.
And the reminder that I had also was, I know that people will go, yeah, but C.J. Stroud was trusted and made a lot of poor decisions. You remember when Sam Darnold was seeing ghosts?
Yeah.
You remember when that was the case? Like, that's the dude that we're talking about here. Talented dude, mentally got to a bad place. This is the type of performance that you can't get. Now, does it have to be with this amount of this long with the changes? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. But I think the idea that you can get this type of play in big-time moments from a dude who has had mental lapses or what have you before, I do think that should be somewhat encouraging. And if it's not, I understand why you would be in that place. I very much took that as an encouragement for one C.J. Stroud.
Yes, and the other part is when you speak about Seattle particularly, that is a team whose identity is defense. Yes, they have a much better offense than the Texans had, largely because of what we're talking about here. But their identity is defense. You can still have a kick-ass defense and want to, be able to win games, play games with your defense as its identity. But you're going to have to, especially in these moments, you're going to have to. That's what I learned. Like you can go only so far by not being able to do these things that we saw yesterday. By being so conservative and leaning on the run game so much and all this other stuff. It only takes you so far.
You can lean on the run game if the run game works. I think Kenneth Walker had a better game than his stats will tell you. I think he was sub 60 yards running the football, but when he ran the football, he ran the ball hard. His success rate was low, but again,
when they going to be part of it.
When they needed it, he was incredible. The last one I had was a question more than a definitive lesson. So you tell me how you feel about it. Is free agent spending the way? Because these two teams that are going to play in the Super Bowl, New England Patriots and the Seattle Seahawks, were 1st and 4th respectively when it came to contract value free agent spending this year.
1st and 4th.
1st and 4th. They were top 4, and they had fewer contracts than the two teams in between them. Or actually, no, because the Patriots had 19 contracts, but they spent a lot of money in free agency to address some of the positions that they needed. Now they hit on these free agent spendings really, really big time. You could talk about the Robert Spillane, who we saw in that matchup stepping up and stopping. Milton Williams was a huge free agent spend. There's a lot of different names that we can bring up. DeMarcus Lawrence for the Seahawks has been important for them on the defensive lines. Well, there's a lot of guys that you can point to in the free agent spending. But there was high-level free agent spending for two of these teams that make it to the Super Bowl. Sometimes we do a little too much on the Super Bowl teams, and the way that they did is the absolute absolute answer. So I will ask this as a question. How much do you believe free agent spending and their willingness to do that manage to get them here?
Well, a lot, but I think the key thing is what you referenced there, and that's where I was going to go with it. The evaluation has to be damn near perfect. You can't miss on guys because that spending all of a sudden you look awful. I mean, you look bad spending that money if you don't do it. But if you hit and your evaluation is right, look what it gets you.
Do you have any other ones that you wanted to add on top of what I had, my lessons?
Well, again, my big thing was just the offense and what you're doing there. But the other lesson is you're not really – complacency is going to get you beat.
Scare money don't make money is the thing that I typically hear.
Yeah.
And that seems to be where you're coming from there. Some other things on the text line that people are sending in. Fellas, the reason why they were able to take those chances is because they have an offense coordinator who is very confident in his play design capabilities, and the quarterback gets throws in the ocean from his design. Absolutely. That's one of the places that I started is.
I wish we could get an offensive coordinator like that then.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with that point. Yeah.
It's like when people say, oh, he's a system quarterback. All right, let's find a system for this quarterback then.
Yeah.
Let's find the right system then.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Monday. Coming up next, let's get our lunchtime confessions from the weekend that was. We'll do that next.
In the loop.
Come on. Look.
is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, y'all can call me soft. You can call me whatever you want. But I was legitimately stressed and fearing for someone like never before, or rarely before, yesterday. I watched all of 10 seconds, 15 seconds of Alex Honnold climbing Taipei 1. I didn't want
the free climb.
I didn't want any of that. I could feel my stress levels.
I saw it up here. They're showing the highlights.
Dude, it is. Why would
I was cringing.
Why would you? Did anybody watch for the full 92 minutes? It was that's what it took him on Netflix.
He was moving up that thing.
First of all, I guess we should say Taipei 101, 101-story building.
It's like what, the 11th tallest building in the world.
101 stories, way up there. He free climbed it. Nothing but hands, feet, and chalk. No ropes. No,
And boy was doing leans off of that joint too.
I couldn't. I got to. You can call me whatever you want. I couldn't watch it. I
don't think nobody gonna call you soft.
They will. Not.
Really?
I was sitting there going, I don't want to see a man potentially fall to his death.
Which,
are you scared of heights?
I didn't think I was. I mean, obviously it's scary when you look down or whatever, startling. But I was just like, nope. None of it. I wanted none of that.
Yeah, I don't even know.
I turned my head when they were showing the replays a second ago.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I didn't want to watch that.
Yeah, what's interesting is, I think about it because you're right. Netflix, you can't buy into this thinking, what happens? What happens if he does fall? Are we televising a man's death? Right.
Yes.
That is something that they have to consider. And I wonder, how do they go about this? Are they like,
well,
yeah, I was like, what is the protection that they have on the other side of this? Somebody said he's got up to the top and stood completely up. Right.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I stood straight up. Took a selfie.
Yeah, I saw that.
I didn't watch it more because I did not know when it was starting, and honestly, it's not something that interests me to watch happen. Like, clips are much more useful for me in that end. But yeah, I'm not far away from you.
No way.
Yeah, that does not. I was actually more interested in the way that they actually filmed this. Like, they had cameramen at different levels with tripods, and they had like cables that went all the way down in sections where cameramen were hanging on cables.
I'm surprised they were doing that because I feel like the easy answer would try to get a drone or something like that.
Yeah.
I'm surprised they had cameramen, like real cameramen, hanging off the side like that.
And I didn't see this live, obviously. I only watched like 15 seconds, but I saw some clips later or pictures. There were people in their apartments, like, opening the curtains as he's climbing. That could startle him.
He was
What
good.
if he goes, ah?
Well, I feel like if he could be startled like that, then we shouldn't be doing any of this, right?
They were taking pictures from their windows as he's climbing right above, right past them. I was like,
I don't even like that part because we used to have the guys cleaning the windows over there, and that used to kind of get to me.
No, thank you.
Okay, see, there we go. That's a precaution from the 832. It was on a 1 hour delay, just in case. Very good.
I didn't care.
So it would have just been like,
it would have got out eventually.
Oh yeah, no, we would have known.
It would have got out.
Yeah,
we would have absolutely known that something happened. But yeah, shout out to the free climb. Somebody said they watched the free climb, watched the documentary where he climbs El Capitan. It's insane. I have a feeling that Lopez will not be watching.
I will not.
Said
How
documentary.
much money he make for this, man?
I hope it was a bleep ton.
Yeah, it better be. You doing it for the love of the game?
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
Oddly enough, even with the weekend being somewhat of a dud, Arctic Blast wise, right? The idea that the blast is going to come through and hold people up. I knew that my weekend would largely be the same. I was not going to be outside too much anyway.
Yeah.
It was more peaceful.
Well, you didn't
I felt more serene, even though it's the same thing that I would do, a lot of different other weekends where, just kind of watching stuff, watching sports, chilling. It was more peaceful in a weird way, as if like when you are snowed in, there's a level of resignation.
Oh, you had already sort of mentally gone there?
Yeah. I don't know why. It was
I
different.
did too, yeah. You're kind of like, well, I was making, chicken and dumplings and, whatever, cleaning the house more detailed and all that stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, also, I will say at the same time, I made chili, and I was like, maybe I got into the whole vibe of it. In a secondary confession, put beans in it. Didn't stop no show. It was fine. I was like,
attaboy.
I was like the fiber, the protein. Let me see.
That's a real man right
I was just
there.
like, let me see what it's about. And I was like, this is fine. This works.
I'm sure it was good, but you made stew.
You making my dad proud right now, man.
I just wanted to try it, and I was like, yeah, this is fine. This is cool. This ain't changed no. This ain't stopped no show for me. So that's a secondary confession as well.
These are my confessions.
So last week, I think it was a Friday, I usually get here around 8 o'clock. I work on some stuff for the show. And you see right here, I got a rundown. It's kind of like my own little personal rundown for the mixtape. So that way I'm not trying to scroll on the computer and all that type of stuff. And I printed one out on Friday. And my whole story with the printer and all that stuff. It was a whole bunch of paper. Somebody printed something.
You have a love-hate relationship with
it. Somebody printed something and didn't pick up whatever they printed. So I grabbed it by mistake and I looked. And I saw on the front of it that said, I want to say it said Sean Pendergast. And it said contract.
Oh, wow.
Hey, why you putting business out here? Hold on. What is happening right now?
Let's dig in on
what
this.
Nah, man, you can't be in his pockets like that. That's crazy.
Hey, I already talked to him about it. So I saw that. I'm like, whoa, let me just leave that there. Maybe somebody ain't pick it up yet.
Yeah.
So I got my stuff, went on about my day. This morning, did the exact same thing. Printed off my little rundown, went over there, picked it up again by mistake. I'm like, man, ain't nobody picked this up.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I didn't look through it, but in my mind, this is the confession. I thought about looking at it as motivation.
Oh, okay.
I was sitting there like,
so it was his contract again?
Yeah, it was the same thing. Nobody picked it up for Friday.
The same one. Okay,
nobody picked it up. And I'm sitting there like, man, should I look at this and maybe get motivated so I could be a millionaire like Sean?
All of a sudden, you're just real spiteful for Sean.
The other side of it was, hey, if I look at this and I'm disappointed at what he make, and looking at all the stuff he do for Sports Radio 610, he got like 5 ads in one commercial already.
Yeah.
Or in one break.
Yeah.
And then all of the pregame, the postgame, all this other stuff. I ain't want to be disappointed to see like, man, this brother, this all he make. And they got him working like, they got him out here working like Stephen A. Smith.
All right, Charles Barkley, I hear you.
So I'm like, man, I ain't going to look at it. So I actually gave it to him just to make sure.
This morning.
Yeah, because, you got people going around and stuff. I want people all in this business.
Right.
So I told him, I'm like, hey, here you go. I saw it. I ain't look at it.
Yeah.
And he was like, thank you so much. Appreciate it. He didn't print it.
Yeah.
He didn't print it.
So somebody's just out here printing his contract.
I guess somebody forgot to get it.
Yeah.
But I was debating on should I look at it as motivation or I don't want to look at it and
be
not me like you know what, screw this.
Industry.
Let me get into real estate.
All of a sudden Figgy in oil and gas. Like I wonder what happened there.
Yep.
So here's a question. How many people looked at it?
Oh, I don't think there's been that many people up here, especially with the weekend that was supposed to be. I think people were just like, I'm gonna.
But I'm wondering though, Friday it was a couple people. It wasn't packed up here like it usually is.
A lot of people use the printer.
Yeah, I can't be the only one that just printed something and saw that.
That's what I'm wondering.
Yeah.
Someone knows, Sean. Someone knows.
All up in that man's business. That's crazy.
These are my confessions.
I am completely out on snow games. 100%
on
out.
snow games.
Snow games like the Patriots and.
Oh, okay. I don't know why I was thinking X Games and I was thinking like, what is he talking about?
Yeah, because the Olympics are coming up.
I was like, what are you talking about?
I get it from the 70s and maybe even into the 80s. You're growing the business, and a lot of people just played in stadiums that were baseball/football stadiums and all that stuff. But it's not even necessarily about everyone should have a dome stadium. I do agree that would be the best for the quality of the product. It's not even fun to look at. It's not even fun to watch. Like back in the day, it's like, oh, the gridiron and John Facenda narrating and all this other stuff and growing the game. And, TV executives love snow games because so many people tune in. That's where I am right now. very few. I'm sure there's always going to be some outliers. Very few people anymore would have watched that game, would have not watched that game. Very few, had it not been snowing. Like, I get, people like snow, people look at the TV exactly like, but back in the day, maybe some more people, hey, did you see it snowing on the blah, blah, blah game? And then more people tune in. Now, people are going to tune in no matter what. No matter what, they're going to watch that game.
I would argue that more people turned it off because of the snow.
Yeah, maybe.
Because that game got real uninteresting.
Was it because of the snow or possibly the quarterbacks that was playing?
And it was just
because
game.
I think the game probably would have been better if it was like a Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes.
But that's the nature of football, is that you can't guarantee the quarterbacks.
You got Jarrett Stidham out there, man, and he had an okay game. But I think if it was a better type of quarterback that know how to play, for real, not saying they don't know how to play, but I think they probably would have made it a little more interesting than what we saw.
My whole thing is the whole argument about growing the game and people like to watch snow games. That's over. That is done.
Yeah,
they want to watch real football.
I think that one was probably
especially when it matter.
Yeah,
because this ain't no regular season.
Yeah,
week 13 type of game.
I mean, the reality is, snow is an additional variable, and it's just one it's not needed.
It wasn't fun.
If you have great quarterbacks, the great quarterbacks can show up on, obviously, in a neutral site. And if you don't have great quarterbacks, now this is an additional hurdle towards the good product that you want.
Yeah.
And so now the thing about it is the other side of this is, well, you got to build domes, and that costs money, and there's obviously infrastructure that you already have. But going forward, I think that should be our priority is covering this up. And I know people are like, the game is meant to be played outside. All right, whatever, man. What is the best product ultimately? Because you still have to consider it in that way.
Yeah, and then right now, I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon, especially with some of these stadiums.
Sure.
So, I mean, what do you do going forward? How do you fix this right now? Do you just
right now, there's not much that you can. There's not much you can do right in this moment.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, the best thing to do is put a dome on every stadium, but that ain't gonna happen right now.
No.
Yeah. So what's the fix right now?
But I think there is a greater trend toward roofs on stadiums outside of Robert Kraft, who's a dummy anyway.
Don't forget the Pagulas that have the new Highmark Stadium that'll have the canopies over half of the seats, but not a full stadium.
Yeah, but it's run its course. It's done its job. It's gotten people to think about.
I'm just curious, what's the fix for it right now?
Dome stadiums.
Yeah, in the future have
but they ain't going to Dome Stadium right now.
No, and that's the thing is it's not immediately fixable.
Yes,
it's not immediately fixable, but towards the future, that should be the perspective that I think the league should take.
Man. That wasn't fun to watch. It was nasty.
I agree.
Yeah.
I thought it was funny.
It was funny, yeah.
Yeah, but I don't think that's what they're really selling. They're not selling you comedy. They're selling you football, and it was lesser. It was lesser football than what you expected there. All right, those are your lunchtime confessions here on a Monday in Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, as we often do during this time, let's get some winners and losers of the weekend. Who do you think was a winner on the weekend? Who was a loser on the weekend? Let us know. 713-572-4610. We'll discuss next.
All right, Synergen X and Low T Center.
Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
We're about to get into winners and losers of the weekend. How do you feel about this proposition? Because, Fig, you were asking, what do you do to fix the prospect of snow games or what have you? Now, I don't think that this is unique to championship weekend, although championship weekend is the last possibility that you have of just like cold weather games like that. Neutral site championship games?
I've never been a big fan. You work too hard. You work too hard for 18 weeks.
For that benefit, that strength of having a home field advantage.
I actually thought about it yesterday because we were talking about like just how awful it was that the game was awful the way the game was being played, awful the way it looked, awful that it was not fair, awful that you weren't getting a pure product. Like compare it to the afternoon game, the evening game. That was beautiful football, man, in great conditions, and you weren't getting any of that. I actually mentioned it. But I'm like, nah, you work way too hard for that home.
But you would think if the players saw how bad it was going to be like that, or the team saw how bad it was going to be like that, you would probably want to go to a place where the dome currently instead of rolling the dice and playing in the snow like that.
Yeah, but changing that
the home team would not.
Yeah, changing that last second would be rough. And
yeah,
then
the
also,
home team, that's their turf.
You lose the revenue of that, which is I think is part of the benefit of having a good football team is getting people into your stadium, being able to sell those tickets. Not that should be the concern of the fan or whatever, but I'm sure that that's a part of the consideration. All right, let's do some winners and losers of the weekend. Actually, Pat McAfee talk about this right now. So Fig, I need your help here to determine whether or not the Ohio State Buckeyes are indeed winners or losers here. Arthur Smith has found a new job, and it is as the offensive coordinator of the Ohio State Buckeyes. I did not consider him going to college, and that is where he lands. Is your team winners or losers with this hire?
I have no idea, man. I have no idea what to think of this, but I'm seeing a trend where some has-been type of offensive coordinators try to get that opportunity again by going to Ohio State. I don't know what to feel about. I don't know what to expect with this. I will say with him being an NFL assistant and coordinator, all that stuff, I'm sure the offense will probably be ahead of schedule, but I have no idea what to think of this.
If I were an Ohio State fan, I probably would end up not even really caring that much. It's Ryan Day, man. It's the way he builds that team.
I'm just sitting here thinking about their, who they got. They still got Matt Patricia as DC, and now you got Arthur Smith.
Yeah,
they seem like they running this like a NFL team at this point.
Yeah.
Just a lot of NFL experience.
But I think that does help some of the sell. Not that they're having such a hard time recruiting or anything, but Ohio State
it's tough out here, man, for them.
Ohio State as development program.
Yeah.
Right? It's obviously they're there to win college football championships as much as they can. But putting guys in the league, in the pros, matters. I think that matters as a sell to players at times.
Yeah.
I think of John Calipari. I always had a great respect for him being like, look, man, I know where you're trying to go. You know where you're trying to go. Let's win here, and then I can get you to where you need to be. And I wonder if that's some of the sell that Ryan Day is cultivating with some of these pro coaches.
I think it's more about the coaches going there to try to get that start because we seen. Who was talking about Chip Kelly before he went to Ohio State?
Yeah.
And then he became one of the top paid.
He might be the example.
Yeah. So that didn't work out in the NFL, but it seemed like a lot of coaches try to go there. Even Bill O'Brien was supposed to go there as OC.
Yep.
And he ended up taking another job, but it seemed like it's a trend to let me go here to try to get popping in the league.
Arthur Smith's a winner.
Yeah, he's a winner. Gets another job. I don't know. I don't love the hire, but I could see how that's to do with the experience. And smart people that I respect seem to be turning the corner on how they view Arthur Smith and his capability of calling an offense. It has not landed on me in such a way, but also I have a little bit of skepticism when I see people who have good inactivity.
He was all right in Tennessee when
that's where he got his.
when he had Ryan Tannehill and all that.
Yeah.
But outside of that, I'm kind of with you.
Quick loser that's breaking, so to speak, on the text board of the weekend is Reggie Atatula with putting beans in chili. We got that's not chili, that's casserole. Leave Texas now with that bean bleep.
Casserole.
Beans got to be. The one says beans got to be in chili. No beans in chili. That's embarrassing. There's no beans in chili. Another one, and on it goes.
Okay. I just wanted to see. I was like, oh.
What kind of beans? Was it pinto?
I think it was kidney, actually.
Kidney,
Yeah.
Kidney.
Worked out all right. It was good. It was
You
good.
normal, man.
Yeah.
I mean,
You know.
I've always
you
been
good.
I've always been agnostic.
Don't listen to
anyways.
them.
I just tried it. How about this as a loser? And maybe this doesn't count. I don't know. The Philadelphia Eagles still can't get nobody to be the offensive coordinator. Although there is an interesting development. I said that Bobby Slowick getting that being elevated to the offensive coordinator job in Miami probably ended the possibility of somebody taking Gerard Johnson.
Yeah.
Whether or not D'Amico Ryans decided whether or not that was a place where they were going to move on. Well, Gerard Johnson's name has come up again as a potential suitor for the Eagles. Remember, he has been considered there before. I believe it was last year, in fact.
Yeah.
Was considered for the offensive coordinator job. Could they circle the block with Gerard, and would he be the one who ultimately takes the Eagles job that it seems like they had not been able to get anybody to really desire?
Well, I know that the Eagles had to have been real high on him last year to circle back and try again. So for whatever reason, Gerard didn't take that job last year. I don't know if it was a coordinator or not. But to be able to get the coordinator job here, one little factor that I think matters, where's Jalen Hurts from?
Channelview.
Yeah, he ever been in that Elite 11 camp that Gerard worked with C.J. Stroud at?
Believe so.
He sure was.
Yeah, and that.
So Jalen Hurts with Gerard.
Was it Brian Johnson who had a similar kind of history with Jalen Hurts? And now that one didn't work all that well that time in Philadelphia, although how many of the offensive coordinator hires have worked that well?
I kind of don't want him to go to Philly, man, because I don't want them fans treating him and his family all mean. Because
they on Kevin Patullo's ass still right now.
You treat that young man right.
Yeah, man. Nah, you could do that to everybody else. Don't do that to Gerard Johnson. That's my guy, man.
Hey, on the other hand, OC is OC, man.
That's true.
From the
get that money.
From the 8-2, who the hell would hire off of this offensive staff? Gerard Johnson is not defined around the league by the way that this offense has gone. I understand the sentiment, and I get it, right? It makes sense in a vacuum. He's worked outside of this system, and people know him uniquely on his own merit.
I always think about when Mike Vrabel was here as the DC, and the defense was pretty bad. He still got the job, man, with no issue.
It's because of the connections you have around the league. And if you just follow some of the interviews from this staff over the years, Gerard probably has more interviews elsewhere than just about anyone in the last 2 or 3 years. He's been, Pittsburgh, Philadelphia. I'm talking about last year. This year, Tennessee. I think someone else interviewed him. Miami interviewed him this year, but there was another one last year. So he's respected around the league. And it might be kind of a like, hey, we know what you can do. And why don't you do it over here?
Yeah. Some other winners and losers. How about the Astros being winners here? You tell me if you agree. Jose Altuve is not going to play in the World Baseball Classic at the request of the Astros. I mean, a dude who's proud of where he's from, not being able to play for his team kind of stinks, especially here in Houston. However, we were just talking about it. They're going to play him at second base, and I have a feeling that they're still going to try and get a lot of games out of him, making sure that he's as rested and as up for the task as possible is going to be imperative.
An absolute win. Who would be upset with
Venezuela?
That? Well, with Venezuela, sure. But
Venezuela fans.
I mean, he's done so much for the country, much less the baseball team. I don't think.
Hey, they don't care. They want him to play.
I don't think they're going to hold much of a grudge against him. He's played for him 4 times, 5 times.
Need to be 6.
That's right.
He's basically an ambassador for the country.
That's right.
Yeah.
You ever heard that saying? I do so much for you. The one time I don't, now you pissed off at me.
That's right. And then, I guess we're going to go ahead and say the Astros winners there. I thought that was smart. Hey, man, especially for a dude of that magnitude. I think
played a lot.
Be responsible.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
He played a lot.
He's played a lot of baseball. He sure has. How about the Chargers? Black Mike is officially the offensive coordinator.
Sure about that?
Yes. According to him.
They got according to him, they got him on the social media with the way that they do it. They had him in a picture of like a Lambo hanging out the window or something.
Yeah.
They are all in. Black Mike, OC, which honestly, again, what a huge win for them, not just because they got the dude, but that's a schematic advantage. We were just the importance of that. And if they had to get back out here looking for an offensive coordinator, I don't know how it goes.
And he doesn't have to change his look at all. It pretty much goes from Miami to L.A., so he'll be all right. But on a serious note, what he can do for Harbaugh, we kind of see. We've seen the template yesterday. A guy that's not a defensive coach. He was he was a quarterback. But I'm saying, he's able to allow Mike McDaniel to bring his offense in and just take it to another level. They're looking offense is a concern. I'll put it that way. Offense is a concern in LA.
You just keep hitting this hard, don't you?
So they're trying to fix that. Yeah.
I know someone's got
I'm not wrong.
I know someone in that building's got that radio on, and they're just ready to duff you out. They're like,
that's fine.
Swear.
That's fine. But I am not wrong if you look at the teams yesterday.
No, I don't.
And
I don't think
what
you
they're
are.
doing in LA.
I don't believe that you are. How about this as a winner? Managing to get through adversity. Are you familiar with a gentleman named Jay Vine?
Jay Vine.
Mm-hmm. You shouldn't be.
I should not be?
No, you should be. He's an Australian. He's an Australian who.
I thought it was a rapper.
No. That's a good guess, actually.
Sound like a rapper.
If you didn't know, if I just said the name Jay Vine, what would you think that he does for work?
I actually looked at Figgy like, should I know him? Is there a song I know?
What would you think that he does for work?
You could have played it off, Figgy. You said, yeah, he sings that blah, blah, blah.
Now, Jay Vine is a cyclist. He is a cyclist. He won the Tour Down Under in Australia. It's the first event of the 2026 World Tour. You don't need to know about this because I don't really. The important thing that you need to know is that he won it after getting knocked down by its kangaroo on the final stage.
I did hear about this. Kangaroos don't play, by the way.
They don't.
They don't play.
They are terrifying animals, and they're mean as hell, man.
Yeah.
Why you hopping over here and kicking me for no reason? I ain't do nothing to you.
Yeah, they do not play at all.
But I just love the idea that you're going about. Imagine what other sport? What other sport could you just be competing, and all of a sudden here comes a random wild animal attacking you?
Yeah.
To stop what's happening here.
The only thing I could think about that I guess to kind of relate to us is remember the bat that was in I want to say it was in Spurs game.
The Ginobili bat.
He hit it down, and then Randy Johnson hitting that bird with that fastball. That was crazy.
That
man.
was crazy.
Yeah, now scale that up a whole bunch because kangaroos ain't small like that.
Yeah, imagine like when the NFL plays in Australia. Some kangaroo
eventually once they get
it comes around.
Got a kangaroo on the field.
Tackled.
Like, what would be the American equivalent of that? Of just like an animal jumping into.
Dog biting someone. Dogs get
dogs
get on those fields.
Yeah.
Just a dog in here. Yeah.
Remember who was the guy
bees
with the
at
horse?
A baseball game.
Who was the guy that was afraid of the horse? That defensive back? I think he played for the Chiefs. And they had a horse, it was either mounted, whatever, security or something, or just an exhibit. And he freaked out.
I can't remember who that was.
Freaked out. Yeah.
Yeah, he was in the high speed section with about 60 miles left of a 105-mile stage. And then there were 3 riders, mind you, who were forced to quit the race, and a kangaroo was injured as well in the process. But old boy Jay Vine, he was like, I will not let this. I'll get these last 60 miles. And he got back on his bike. He won the race.
Should have had Kevin Harlan on the call for that one.
The man is drunk.
It's a kangaroo.
Yeah, Kevin Harlan would make that go without question. Happens in NASCAR. They hit animals all the time. Oh, okay. Well, today I learned, which is funny because I've watched a little bit of NASCAR over the last handful of years. Have not seen that happen yet. So maybe I just need to watch more closely. But yes, shout out to Jay Vine managing to win through kangaroo. We were talking about snow. Nope, kangaroo attack, baby. Somebody said the kangaroo was in pure shock. I bet he was. All right.
Yes.
You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Those are winners and losers of the weekend. Coming up next, there's a little rumor out there on a player that the Texans could be interested in. Are you intrigued by this? 713-572-4610. We talk about it next.
Odyssey Sports Station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yep, In the Loop here on Sports Radio 610, and I have a big oopsie in winners and losers of the week. I've got to be honest, and appreciate you on the text line 713 for reminding me. University of Houston might have lost to Texas Tech this weekend, which they did on Saturday. Kingston Flemings 100% should be mentioned.
Oh, yeah.
And winners and losers of the week. And yeah, without question. It's one of those things that I was like, oh, I'm going to remember this. You know, I do this all the time. I'm going to remember this. I don't need to write it down. And then I completely forgot it.
Yeah.
Kingston, in fact, the winners are the NBA draft class of 2026 because there was a number of dudes this weekend. Keaton Wagner of Illinois, obviously Kingston Flemings, AJ DeBansa, who is, obviously the number one kind of rated guy out at BYU. They all scored 40+. Kingston Flemings with 42 and 6 assists in this game. These dudes were hooping this weekend.
It was big time, and the kid at Duke.
Cameron Boozer.
Boozer had I was going to say Booker.
Yeah, he had 32 points. Darius Acuff, I don't know if that's how his name is pronounced, but he's an Arkansas Razorback. Just so many, five dudes with 30+ points on a particular Saturday in college basketball, 3 of them eclipsing the 40-point mark.
Yeah.
Dudes are getting buckets. Kingston Fleming, unfortunately, wasn't able to, carry the Cougs over Tech. Tech was a very, very well-oiled machine, and you see some of the issues, I think, with U of H's offense as of right now. It's a little too individual-based and definitely leans heavily on the three-pointer right now. But, man, Kingston Flemings, we've said it before, enjoy it while it lasts because it's not going to last very long in Houston.
No, not at all.
At least not at the collegiate level. I don't know if Kingston Flemings is that something that your mind goes to at all where you talk about, hey, young point guard addition?
Oh, why would it not? Why would it?
Because
not?
I don't think he'll be available. He'll be available for when you're picking.
That's why not. Yeah.
Yeah, but shout out to Kingston Flemings without question. What a fantastic play. Somebody said, is DeBansa Nigerian? And that is a great question that for some reason my brain did not go to. I don't think he is. The name does not sound Nigerian to me, but I will go check because one thing is clear.
Yeah.
I'm going to claim him. If there is a hint. Man, Giannis Antetokounmpo, that's my guy, right? He claims Greece, and I'm still like, no, I know where your heritage is, big dog. You can't run from this.
Let me ask you this: is Shedeur Sanders a winner or a loser?
With him being named to the Pro Bowl as a replacement, I want to know how many QBs were just like, I'd rather have the week off.
Yeah. Well, how far down the list did they go before they said, hey, Shedeur?
I don't have a great answer to that, but I do think that it points to why we can't use Pro Bowl when we're talking about accolades anymore. We can't talk about, he made this number of Pro Bowl. Yeah. It does not mean the same thing. And I say that with all respect to Shedeur Sanders and the good things that he did do this season. Let's be honest. That's not made the same.
Yeah.
Salute to him. I hope he enjoys it.
Pro Bowl in 7 games? I think he had 7 games.
He might be fun though in the little Pro Bowl flag football. He might be fun doing that. I'm not gonna lie.
Like I say again for the 3rd time, Pro Bowl.
Yes.
When you say his name, address him as Pro Bowl quarterback.
Bowler, Shedeur
All right.
Sanders.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's like call me Coach Prime.
Yeah.
I see what you're doing there, Fig. I see what's happening. All right. Are you at all interested in this possibility? I've already kind of quoted Tony Pauline at some point during the show, but he also had another report that I found to be somewhat interesting, saying that the Texans are expected to, quote, make a run at Panthers starting center Cade Mays once free agency opens up in March. Obviously, we've got a little time till March, but it does feel like offensive line, there needs to be a buy on the offensive line. I was calling for it. I wanted it last offseason, and I'm big enough to recognize that the name that I wanted was Kevin Zeitler, and I don't know that he had a good enough season to have justified what you probably would have needed to pay. I get that. But still, it does feel like they need to add a multiple on the offensive line, and free agency feels like a place to add. Does this seem like one that is interesting to you?
Well, he's highly regarded as a center. I know he graded pretty high just from a cursory look at it. But my bigger point is we need competition at center. We need competition at right tackle. We need competition or a new guard at right guard. So, any of these guys that you want to bring in.
Are you not at all concerned about just the idea of any of these guys as your perspective? Doesn't it still need to be very particular? Because
you talking about draft?
No, even free agency. Because didn't we were just talking about the lessons that we learned from the championship game. And one of the things that I brought up was that the Patriots and the Seahawks, both top 4 in free agent spending. The two teams in between them are the Giants and the Vikings, which maybe cuts a little bit across the argument. But free agent spending, when done correctly, is a huge boon to what you do, right? Getting in veteran players that know what they're doing, that can execute, that you're not asking the question, can they execute?
Yeah.
But the caveat that we talked about was you have to hit. Are we going to in a play where we get so eager for a offensive lineman that you get somebody who might not be the right one?
I think what we're talking about here is really and has been an issue. We talked about it Friday, I believe. What is it all comes down to evaluation. You mentioned the Seahawks and the Patriots, and what are they, first and third in free agent spending?
First and fourth.
That's a lot to spend, but their evaluations were tack on. I mean, they hit some really good players with their free agency. And you say the same thing about Nick Caserio and the Texans when it comes to their free agency spending. So it's not so much what you're spending, it's the evaluation that you have of them. And frankly, that's a big question, when it comes to evaluating offensive linemen here.
Yeah. Interestingly enough, a shout out to Texans Jacob on Twitter, who's doing a little bit of the work here. In 2024, Mays was the highest graded center on gap scheme runs, which that's something that they have taken to. And I mean, based off of what Nick Caserio has said about the idea of, he would expect that Nick Caley returns as the offense coordinator. You could probably believe there's going to be more of that as you go. That seems like that would fit. But also, I know that there's been a lot of people that have been interested in the possibility of if you're going to swing big for someone like a Tyler Linderbaum, the center for the Ravens. Like, that is a dude who's played a lot of snaps, played them at a high level, is relatively young, and you would have to pay a good amount of money. Which of those sounds more appealing to you? Someone that is maybe a little bit more reasonable but still can do the job, or somebody that you just go, I want to go get possibly the best at the position?
I want to eliminate as much of the I want the closest thing to a sure thing as you can get, and that would be Linderbaum. Just because I don't know how much I trust their evaluation, what I've been talking about. Like, I mean, the record is clear. You can go Cam Robinson if you're going to talk free agency and acquisitions. You can go, some of these other guys as well, Laken Tomlinson, or draft. You can go with, having drafted 7 offensive linemen since Nick Caserio's been here, and exactly 1 as a starter. So I want to eliminate the what if.
Yeah, and now, of course, it's easy to be like, hey, let's go spend all the money. That's a consideration where you have to find a way to balance it. But I think that there's enough. Yeah. If you go for a splurge, you could go for one big splurge. And someone like Tyler Linderbaum is absolutely something that would be deeply interesting. But at least there is a report out there that the Texans may take a run at Cade May. That's a name to consider. There's going to be a lot of names that are going to be up in the air. We'll try and kind of compile that as we go, because Shrine Bowl is happening right now. Senior Bowl is soon coming. There's going to be a lot of things where we learn about some of the young talent coming into the league that the Texans will be looking at. But we also know, at least if Nick Caley is to be taken, or Nick Caserio rather, is to be taken at his word, they kind of treat the draft as something separate. They try and go about their offseason in a way where they answer some of these questions. So I think that this makes sense. Let them go get somebody in free agency that they believe can do the job. And then if you go and you draft someone who's better, that's the cherry on top. Yeah. You definitely need to answer at least one of 2 or 3 positions in free agency. So I'm glad to at least see those names starting to roll in, even if it's just one at this early stage, that they're going to be looking at in free agency here in a couple of months, or in a month or so.
Yeah, there's all kinds of games. The Senior Bowl, they're already doing their reporting and getting measurements and stuff. I mean, it's happening this week.
Yes, it is. So I'm in fact, I probably need to tap in with some people that are going down there and get a little bit of insight into what they see.
John Harris is going to be there.
Yes, in fact, we'll need
He's
to
probably lining up out there right now.
We'll definitely need to talk to Johnny and see what he's seeing and what he's feeling out there in those streets. It was championship weekend. The thing that is hard to miss is that there's a level of FOMO for Texans fans. There's just the basic, we should have been there.
Yeah.
We should have been there. You look at what Jarrett Stidham ultimately brought. For a period of time, he looked good. They had the flea flicker that they hit deep on, and you go, oh, okay, he can hit some shots. It kind of faded pretty quickly. You saw some of the rustiness, and that's against a Patriots defense that pales in comparison to what the Texans have. I can only imagine the hell that Jarrett Stidham would have been if the Texans would have gotten there. But are there other levels of FOMO within this weekend that you saw?
Well, let me ask you guys. I think the obvious one, we can all agree, right? If the Texans had won that game, C.J. Stroud had played better, we'd be talking about the Texans being in the Super Bowl.
It does feel like that's the case.
You agree?
Yes.
First of all, my mind is, I don't even want to go there. It's so frustrating. But I 100% believe they would have been there. But let me ask you some questions here about some old familiar names. And if you have, you tell me, do you have any FOMO whatsoever? As much as we love DeMeco Ryans, as great as he's been here, as much as we love, so many of the coaches that have been able to do some things here, especially on the defensive side. Do you have any FOMO on Sean Payton? Sean Payton was a candidate here.
I was about to say no.
14-3, despite the really. Let me just lay it out, and because I don't. My answer is no. I mean, DeMeco's great for this organization, but there is the compare and contrast. Had the whole Russell Wilson thing, and then they're upside down basically on cap. Then they go 10-7 last year, exit in the divisional round just like the Texans. 14-3 this year altogether, and that close to a Super Bowl. Is there any part of you that goes?
Yes, there's definitely a part. I'm trying to figure out how large of a part, because that is a dude that creates schematic advantage. You'll hear me say that phrase probably too often. I recognize it. But he creates schematic advantage offensively. And the interesting thing, now they've already worked towards this. They've got a really good defense, which is one of those things that you think of when you get an offensive head coach is, are you going to be able to facilitate that other side? They have. The problem is, and maybe I'm weighing this too heavily, y'all can let me know if you view it as such, the cultural aspect is the part that I kind of waver on with him.
Oh, he has a definite culture. It's just different.
Yes, it's a very different culture. I wonder if the culture that was built here was the one that was necessary for where they had been, right? I think that the idea of somebody who is of here that understands what this is and is able to rehabilitate in the way DeMeco Ryans was particularly necessary. I wonder how you go from the time period that you had been into a Sean Payton. How does the culture that he tends to cultivate matter in that context?
Yeah.
Maybe you say it doesn't matter when football games and everything's all hunky-dory and okay, that's fine. But that's something that is fresh on my mind as I think about is the cultural aspect of it.
Yeah, I don't really have the FOMO for Sean Payton because remember at the time, I didn't really have an issue with him as a coach. But during that time, remember it was coming off of a 4-12 or 4-13 season.
Oh, yeah.
And they were talking about a first-round pick, giving up a first-round pick for him. At that point, I was just like, nah. If he was a free agent, where
but even setting that aside, just what he is and what he's done,
and the Broncos, Broncos they gave up those picks, like they gave up the capital to get him.
Yeah, I just wasn't there at that moment to do that, but I'm fine the way everything turned out.
Let me ask you this: a couple more names, real quick here. 2017, we all know Deshaun blows his ACL same day the Astros. The day after Astros won the World Series.
The parade,
same day as the parade. And they end up going, I believe, 4-12. I think it was still a 16-game season then.
Yeah.
And
they had no first-round pick.
No first-round pick. Bill O'Brien is in trouble, man. I mean, people were already, he ended up getting fired a couple years later, whenever it was. But he was in trouble. People around town and around the league were wondering about Mike Vrabel taking over as head coach. It would have been pre-Titans. He would. Yeah. There was a discussion, should Mike Vrabel.
He was in the building.
He was in the building, defensive coordinator. Is there any little piece of you that goes,
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes and yes.
The question that I had with Sean Payton is culture. He's similar in the culture. They they're out here doing their road warrior thing, and they won 2 road games to get themselves into the place that they are right now. That's there, and there's clear connections, especially, I know you like beating this drum about, hey, look at all the Patriots ties. He has the Patriots ties while also finding ways to get connections that can actually also still produce. Now, of course, he went and got Josh McDaniel, but the dude who can create offensively what you need. So, yeah, there is a level of FOMO that goes, hey, could have had something similar to what you have with the culture, but also find some answers that fit nicely.
And one more, which, well, I won't try to taint your answer here, but any FOMO, any part of you, Clint Kubiak?
Yeah. I just thought it made perfect sense, man. You got somebody like DeMeco Ryans coming in who played under Kubiak. I just thought that was the perfect marriage.
He was damn near hired.
Yeah.
He was damn near
I thought that was the perfect marriage right there.
Yeah.
I had no questions about that.
I wonder how much the timeline played into it, because by the time that you made the decision to move on from Kaylee, in a similar way as DeMeco Ryans this time, where he took the week to make his decision, and all of a sudden we find out that Bobby Slowick rather, had been moved on from. You were 2 days later, Clint Kubiak isn't being hired as the offense coordinator of the Seahawks. Like the timing, I wonder how that would have lined up. And that does make me think right now, like again, we have the strong inclination because Nick Caserio has basically said it that Caley will remain. But does that at all change for you, or at least change your thought process on the time that they take to reflect in the way they do?
Yeah, I think so. I think it does. The interesting thing about Kubiak is that they were going to make him, I believe, passing game coordinator here, and so he was ready to come, and then they decided to hire him over there. I also wonder, had they hired him here, and ultimately he ends up being, offensive coordinator, would they have put a governor on him? Would they have allowed him to do the thing?
I think they would.
But he called an incredible game yesterday. I mean, just absolutely incredible.
I'm still amazed by the ways in which he gets Jackson Smith and Jigba open.
And Darnold and really the run game and
he made people look silly.
The well-timed
some of the run game, I don't know how much I put on him because you get Kenneth Walker out here with the dude in the gap making that dude look stupid. I feel like that one I could give Kenneth Walker a little bit more credit towards.
Well, no, the players, I mean, Jackson Smith and Jigba too, but I'm saying being able to do those things and take advantage of what they are and
being willing to throw Kenneth Walker the ball and screens and such.
Right. And the passes that he made, some of them were just ridiculous.
Yeah.
That guy's going to get a job 5 minutes after the Super Bowl.
If you're ranking FOMO candidates that you threw up here, how does the
Clint
ranking?
Kubiak.
1?
Yeah, Clint Kubiak 1.
And then
probably
Vrabel 2,
probably
Peyton
Vrabel
3.
and then Peyton.
Yeah. All right. There's your championship weekend FOMO rankings as given by one John Lopez. Appreciate you, sir. Appreciate you guys rocking with us here on a Monday in the Loop. Coming up next, about that time where we hand things over to Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got, man?
Yeah, so we're all going through this whole winter storm thing. I think the whole country was. And I got some winter storm quick news hits that we're going to go through. Just all the craziness that was happening.
All right, let's take you to the winter storm news desk of Figgy Fig in the mixtape. We do that next.
Will building up the offense be Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the mixtape in the loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man, Figgy Fig, holding it down on a Monday. Happy Monday to everyone out there. So the weather people been kind of blowing this whole winter Arctic blast thing going on. And it's not just in Houston. It's kind of all over the country.
It's actually been everywhere except for Houston, it feels like.
I feel like the whole country was cold.
Yes.
Everywhere was cold.
Yes.
And I'm going to take y'all through a couple stories that happened pretty much all over the country, as well as one that happened in Canada.
Okay.
So let's go to Canada first. So I guess it was so cold up there, somebody decided to make ice cream outside.
Okay.
So they didn't use anything. They use all the ingredients and all that stuff. They put the bowl in the snow.
And then it's just like just cream and
that salt
and
rock salt.
Yeah,
right?
salt, and then they're flavoring. I'm guessing it was vanilla extract. And
Yeah. So this is what it sounded like.
If you're wondering what we do when it gets this cold, we make ice cream outside. First, you make a little platform for your bowl. Take some cream. One cup of cream. Now we need sugar.
I forgot about the sugar. Yeah,
you splash vanilla extract. And a pinch of salt. And then you whisk until you can't whisk no more. It's working. Look at that. We're getting peaks. Snowstormers coming in. I gotta finish this quickly. Smooth it over the top and just wait. And I think we have ice cream. Time to go try it. Ice cream?
That actually looks really cool.
Look at that.
I saw at least 4 people do this.
Really?
Yeah. And I was like, I get the novelty, but also I don't.
Yeah.
It's like, oh man, look, I could do this, or I could, make it the way that everybody else.
It's showing how cold it is outside. That's kind of like when it's hot, somebody got to cook an egg.
But also,
put a skillet outside.
You know how else I know it's cold outside? It's a little number that they put on this app.
It's on the TV.
Get out of town, really.
It's on your
Get
phone.
out of town.
Yeah.
Really? So other things that was going on pretty much around the country. Yesterday, 11,000 flights were canceled.
Oh, I didn't even know that.
11,000 U.S. flights were canceled.
I didn't even think about people flying or nothing.
And apparently that was the most for a single day since the start of the coronavirus pandemic back in 2020.
That is a lot of flights being grounded.
Yeah. Yep. And that's more than double the number of flights that was canceled on Saturday. 11,000 flights.
A lot of mad people.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
But also, you got to know that the game is the game. You was trying to fly through a storm.
You're mad.
Yeah. The funny thing about it is, I've been trying to go through the process of getting what you call it when you go through the airport, the pre-check.
Oh, yeah, TSA pre-check?
Yeah, TSA pre-check.
Just the pre-check, or are you going to go with the clear?
Nah, just the pre-check. Just the pre-check. I ain't got that much money. But so I signed up online, and I made an appointment for Sunday.
Okay.
Because I'm like, all right, it shouldn't be too bad.
Right.
I got all the way to the airport to get the text that said, we're canceling your appointment. As soon as I got to the airport, I got an automated text that said they canceled it.
Did you reschedule, or are you gonna have to?
Yeah,
I'm gonna have to go. You have to go through regular like us.
Nah, I could go to another place.
What was the reason?
I guess the weather. I don't know. The weather was just fine too. It was people at the airport and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I guess they're like, man, this fool really trying to get some TSA pre-check during a time like this.
Boy, if you don't take your home,
take your ass home, man. What is you doing?
Yeah.
So you gonna on Saturday or Sunday when we fly to San Francisco, you gonna be?
I'm trying to
because the fast lane.
I'm not sure how long it take because they say it could take a couple days. It could take a week.
Yeah.
So
how he's trying to leave us?
I don't
want to take off my shoes.
Hey, it's actually it's cheaper than I thought because I know the clear is like $200 for like a year or something like that.
Yeah.
But the pre-check is like $75.
All right.
See, even then, I'm like, I'll get there early enough. It doesn't hurt my feelings.
For a couple more, man, it's a lot easier, especially if you're traveling with laptops and all that stuff. Yeah. I know you ain't got to take your laptop off like you used to, and you can keep your shoes on.
You know, the thing though that I am thinking about is if I do go to this, if I go to this wedding in Italy, global entry. is the thing that I am thinking, because going through customs, that's something I'd like to save myself from.
Because that's always.
Yeah, that one is a mess.
Yeah.
That one I might actually do.
Yeah. So other things that happened throughout the weekend with this whole winter storm scare is I think we talked about this on Friday about people going to grocery stores, buying out all the cases of water.
Yeah.
Did I tell you guys that I ended up going to HEB on Friday? It wasn't that bad. There was actually bread in there and stuff.
But I'll bet you a lot of shelves are.
A lot of the shelves were rough.
Yeah.
A lot of the shelves were rough.
Yeah. So somebody online posted a photo of a local store pretty much cleaned out the bottled water.
Yeah.
And left, what water did they leave?
Dasani.
Yes, sir. They left that. And somebody else commented on this picture and said, we officially wiped out the Dasani at my store. Now they are Dasani desperate.
Wow.
That was their comment.
Yeah.
I need to go back and actually check why Dasani is, because it does taste different.
Yeah.
It does taste different. I don't know why it is. I don't know if it's psychosomatic or whatever. It does taste different. Why is that?
I have no idea.
Yeah, I don't know. I never really looked at it. Like, if somebody came in here and gave me a Dasani bottled water, I would be like, ugh. But
I need to know what Coca-Cola does to that water.
Yeah.
I feel like Dasani got to lean into it a little bit with these pictures and stuff like that. And then another thing is, this was more, I guess, kind of on a serious note. Nobody was hurt in this crash involving semi-trucks in St. Louis on Saturday. And apparently the truck was carrying yogurt.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So yogurt got all over the highway, and this is a NBC affiliate in St. Louis with the report.
They said that semi-trucks got into a crash going off the ramp towards downtown. IDOT says that one of the semi-trucks they think was carrying yogurt. Yogurt is all over the highway, apparently. And I will say that is about to be some frozen yogurt out here because it is freezing.
Look at her.
She had that in her back pocket.
That was ready to go.
Yeah, she had that ready.
Frozen yogurt.
Yeah.
Like something I would say.
Very much so, without question.
One more thing. DoorDash, they took a lot of heat for something they tweeted. Did y'all see this?
No, I didn't.
So DoorDash, they posted something about, I guess, getting snowed in with a hookup.
Oh.
You want to see what they tweeted?
Yeah, man.
So they tweeted this. Ladies, if Saturday comes and you get snowed in with that man, there is nothing we could deliver to help. Please be choosy.
Oh, man.
So they got crushed with.
Yeah.
I ain't seen nothing too. It wasn't that bad where I'm like, let me boycott DoorDash or nothing like that. They're still trying to be funny.
Yeah.
It wasn't that funny.
It did feel a little bit like, hey, this is a color of joke that I do not expect from the app that brings me my McDonald's. You know what I mean? Like that was probably, it just felt like this is not the brand that I expect to be telling these jokes.
Yeah.
I think that's more of, it's like Sesame Street telling an off-color joke on their social media accounts. What is happening here? This is not what I expect.
Yeah.
I don't think that it was in particular bad.
You're probably right, but my first thought was that's just people being people on social media.
Oh, just wanted to be
trying
mad?
to get somebody, catch them. Look, see, now I'm going to be outraged.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be outraged, but it is kind of an eye roll looking at the DoorDash account.
From the 281, would have been more interesting if a yogurt truck ran into a granola truck. Okay,
now
all right.
we're talking.
All right, very good.
That would be hilarious. She should have said something like that. Yeah, I think the granola truck just rolled past and they missed the yogurt. So. Yeah. One more thing on the storm. So a meteorologist did something so hilarious on her social media account. She asked people, so a lot of snow going on and all that, and she asked someone or a lot of people to send measurements.
Oh, I saw this.
You saw this one?
I saw this one.
Yeah, so
this is so good.
Yeah, so she asked them to share their measurements. She was talking about the snow, but she just says, send your measurements.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
And got a lot of nasty comments.
That's exactly what you thought.
Come on now.
Yeah, so some people replied by saying 3 to 7 inches.
3 to, that is quite a range that we're talking about.
Somebody said it was too cold to get an accurate measurement.
It was cold. I was in the pool. Yeah.
Even, I was waiting for it. Even women got in on this saying 36, 24, 36.
Hey, okay, very good. The classic.
Yeah, so a lot of people having fun with that. I think she actually leaned into it by posting a photo of her host of Vienna sausage, saying they're going to snack on that. I guess during the winter storm and all that.
They're gonna snack on Vienna sausage. Okay, very good.
Yeah. So people having fun with all that craziness.
Mm-hmm.
It's a mixtape in the loop. Sports Radio 610. I wish I could have found out who sent me this. So, shout out to somebody who's tagged me about a Chattanooga man charged with shooting up a home with a family inside.
What?
Now, nobody was hurt. I see y'all clutching your pearls a little bit.
Yeah, of course.
Nobody was hurt, but a Chattanooga home was shot up on Sunday afternoon while several people was inside. Police said it happened after a dispute over money between a woman and the man she had been talking to.
Okay.
Oh, no.
So the officers were called around 12:20 p.m. and reported an aggravated assault. And when they arrived, they found a whole bunch of bullets around the house and in the doors and stuff like that. And cops said the woman involved in it said I guess she took $821 from a guy by the name of Malik Chain and ignored his messages. So that's why he went over to this house to kind of shoot it up.
Yeah.
And before they even knew all of that, when they came to her house, the police talked to her, and she said, I know exactly who did this.
Okay.
So it was a guy that I guess he got conned out of the money, and he decided to go over there and shoot up a house on a Sunday afternoon.
Wow. So was there any that was the first time they'd met? That was the only time they'd been.
I guess they met. I guess
she took $821.
Yeah, I guess he was hoping they could get a little busy, get a little further.
And she said nah.
And she said nah, but she took the money. And he been caught, and I guess they arrested him on Monday. So
I think it's at Super Dollar who sent this to you.
Yeah, Super Dollar. Yeah, salute to Super Dollar for sending that.
Is that a buyer beware?
I
don't. Yes.
Right?
I guess.
I kind of thought, you know what? It sucks.
You got to charge that to the game.
Yeah, it sucks.
The part that got me with this was $821.
That's what I'm saying.
That's a very exact number.
Yeah, so I was just like, all right, it's one thing. She took $800 from me.
Yeah.
Or took $900 from me.
She took $821.
She
took her car payment or house payment or whatever. Rent, whatever.
Yeah.
But that's just a buyer beware, man.
Yeah.
It happens.
Yeah.
120. Yeah, man, you just got, man. Sometimes you gotta understand you got and move along. Because this is the thing. I get you was trying to get your get back. Who ended up in jail here, big dog? Like how did this go for you, my friend?
Yeah. All right, I'll get y'all out of here on this. It's the mixtape in the loop, Sports Radio 16. I'm just throwing this out here just in case you need a good laugh. I ran across this clip of comedian Bill Burr telling a joke on how black people cuss when they telling a story about another race versus how white people cuss when telling a story about another race.
Black people have the genius to put the curse word after they say the race of the person, where white dudes, we always put it in front. And if we would just make that little adjustment, we could save so many careers, so many jobs could be saved in the white community if we would just put it after. You never notice that in conversation? You hear a black guy being like, man, I was standing there, this Asian motherfucker came in, he starts talking about, you don't even hear it. You're just sitting there, oh, what did this Asian motherfucker do? I would love to hear the rest of this story, right? Dude, I would tell the exact same story, right? I'm standing there, right? This Asian comes in. Everybody like, whoa, hey, easy, dude. What year is it, you know? It's like, dude, I just said what he said. I just preempted the that's all I did.
There's a lot there.
Is it pretty accurate?
It's a lot there. Are you before or after, by and large?
After.
I'm after.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know. Now I'm thinking about it too much.
Yeah, I pretty much do it after. I feel like a lot of, I can only speak for some of my black family. It's always after. Like, man, this Jamaican month.
All right, okay, all right.
I ain't gonna cuss, man. Reggie, don't clutch your pearls, man. You good, man.
I got to.
I ain't never had to be dumped since I've
There's
been
always the
working on
first
this
time.
thing.
I'll tell you that for sure.
Yeah.
But I appreciate you, as always, putting together a fantastic mixtape, Figgy's Mixtape, 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here on Sports Radio 610 at the Figgy Fig on social media. If you see something mixtape worthy, as you see, he'll play it. We'll shout you out as well. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Monday. Coming up next, we get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive. Would you like to get into some championship weekend overreaction or no? Would you like to do that?
Who wouldn't?
Let's do that next.
In the Loop.
SportsRadio.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Thank you, Figgy.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Appreciate you rocking with us on this Monday in the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. It's been a fun one. Hope everybody's staying warm. We're warming up. We're above freezing again, which I don't think we're supposed to dip down.
Yeah, tonight we go back down.
Yeah, we go back down. But after that, we should be on the up and up, right?
Yeah,
when it comes to the freeze.
Cool, but not.
Before we get back to the weekend where we'll dip back again. But that is your very, very unofficial weather report. But, hopefully everybody's staying warm out there. Thankfully, we didn't have any real large negativity involved here in the city of Houston. But the weekend also gave us some championship Sunday, which I at least watched largely entertained, was largely entertained, although I get the reasons why a lot of Texans fans frustrated, at least by the AFC Championship game, wanted to do a little bit of overreaction or not.
All right.
Off of this, something that we would used to do a little bit. Shout out to CBS Sports for having overreactions. How about this? Drake May and the Patriots silenced the schedule skeptics. Do you feel like that happened? Is that overreaction or reality?
Boy, that's a good one. Because they didn't play well, but here they are.
Right, the Road Warriors idea. They will play in the Super Bowl.
Yeah. I'm going to have to say yes. I hadn't even thought of that one.
I think that's an overreaction.
Is it overreaction?
I still look at them and I go, now the one place where I'll say maybe they did a little bit of silencing, just a smaller bit, was this defensive line. I was wondering how much better they had gotten. The Patriots defense had got over the latter portions of the season and into the postseason. But I was like, how much of that trajectory upward was looking at the offensive lines that they faced in the playoffs being the beaten, battered, and bruised Los Angeles Chargers line, and then the moderately improved Texans line. And then they went up and faced against a real offensive line in the Broncos. They handled it pretty well. But
the conditions come in.
The conditions come in. That undercuts some of it. And then, again, I still haven't said, as I said earlier, I still haven't seen, rather, good game the first from Drake May. And so, I don't think that has been fully answered. They've done enough to win, which, again, speaks to how primed the AFC was for anybody's taking, which, again, adds to that FOMO and that upset, the anger that I think a lot of people have towards the Texans not getting it done. But, I'm still in a place where I don't know what that looks like for them.
I just feel like, they're here. That bottom line thing, they did get to the Super Bowl. And Drake May, he was an MVP candidate. He had a couple of bad games and some bad conditions. And even at that, made some pretty dang significant plays with his legs, not with his arm. But, I'm gonna have to go on the other side on this one.
And I think Sean was making mention of this. Their schedule next year is going to be
real tough.
It's going to be a monster.
Yeah,
of
real
sorts.
tough.
Obviously, they've got their AFC East as always. That's 6 of their games when they play them a couple of times. What do the Dolphins look like under Hafley and with Bobby Slowick as the coordinator? How do the Bills bounce back with whoever ends up being their coach? Those are things that they will have to have some level of answers to. What do the Jets look like as they continue to progress? Rather, they have.
But aren't they facing like the NFC North?
They are.
Yeah.
Bears, Lions, Packers, Vikings, all in there as well.
Right.
And they've got the AFC West as well. Yeah, man, those are tough games. When you talk Chargers, Chiefs. Raiders maybe not so much depending, but then also Chargers, Chiefs, and who am I forgetting in this moment that is evading me?
Broncos.
There you go, Broncos as well, right? So they'll get that Super Bowl rematch as well. And then on top of that, they get Seahawks, they get Steelers, they get Jags. Like there's some tough games in there. I don't know that that's just a guarantee that this will be another double-digit win season even. There.
Well, no, I that's what happens. People were talking about that with the Texans when they all of a sudden were, or any team, when they start all of a sudden play a first place schedule. No, I was just thinking about this year,
But it's not even the first place schedule of it. It's also the schedules because that hits those 3 games that are decided
the divisions you're facing.
The divisions they're facing also aren't advantageous.
But
for them
you also
either.
face the first place team in the common games.
Yeah. How about this? The AFC Championship was the bronze medal game. Overreaction or reality?
Not an overreaction. It's a reality. We felt it. You could see it. I think most people would agree. including us. Had the Texans been there, I think we all would agree that they'd be a relatively not significant, but they'd be a definite underdog in the Super Bowl. I really felt like Rams-Seahawks was the real Super Bowl.
It felt like that to me. There's also that familiarity that created a really good rivalry within this game, the NFC Championship game. I think as of right now, DraftKings has the Super Bowl as a 4.5-point spread there. But yeah, I think the Patriots still have an opportunity to play in this game, but I guess that would be an overreaction in some ways, but I think in all reality, I've liked what the Seahawks can do. I think the question though that comes up is, do you get the same Sam Darnold again?
Yeah.
Because
That's the Patriots' hope.
That's a possibility that you do get, because he's turned into a pumpkin before. I don't think that that's the case here. He's gone pretty far in being more, valuable and useful for them. But if he does, then that changes the whole dynamic of what we're talking about.
So when we wrap up on Radio Row next week, a week from Friday, what is the point spread going to be? Do you think it's still going to be 4.5?
By the time we get to the end of the week?
I think it could be 6. 6.5.
But what would change that number so drastically?
All the money coming in on the Seahawks.
Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah.
I could see that happening. How about this? We talked about the decision to not kick the field goal by Sean Payton. Overreaction to reality, Sean Payton lost Denver the AFC Championship game.
That's a reality. It's somewhat of a reality. I'm going to have to hedge a little bit on this.
He had some missed field goals later, although it was in the driving snow.
And that to me was an in the moment. Nobody's sitting here, looking back on it after the fact. In the moment, I was like, you've got a backup quarterback. I don't care what you thought of his first, series or two. Keep in mind, he started out 0 for 3, and then he hit the big play, and then he hit a couple. And you're talking about early in the second quarter. You still don't know what kind of game Jarrett Stidham's going to have, if he's going to stay healthy. I was saying it. Get the 10-point lead.
Could you hear an argument of you get to imbue your backup quarterback with confidence and trusting him in that place, especially if he's able to pick it up?
No, I think that absolutely you could do that. But even
now, of course, there's an argument for anything. I think you're probably right, and you take those points and you continue to build.
And we haven't really talked about this a whole lot, I don't know if at all.
Go for it.
Sean Payton, after the game, was falling on the sword.
He was.
Yeah, he was like, no, he was regretting the play call, and that they even went for it. So he knew it. I mean, I think we all know it. That would have been huge right there.
Sam Darnold outdueled Matt Stafford.
No.
Overreaction?
I think Sam Darnold played the game of his life. Matt Stafford was ridiculous.
He was very good. And you can talk about the numbers that Matt Stafford put up. Something that has been a continual, occurrence in the Rams postseason run. Some of the throws that he is making are sick. Throws across the field to an out route where you go, only a sicko makes that throw. He had a number of those in this game as well, where you have to appreciate what he is and what he's been at this age. Did you see Sean McVay asked, I think it was his last question of his post-game presser, asked if he expected Matt Stafford to be back, and he was like, "We haven't talked about it." But he got a little mad and defensive.
Why would he not?
Yeah, what a stupid question. But when he ultimately got to what I think the reporter was trying to ask, which is, would you want him back? He was like, "Absolutely, right?" Or do you think he will be back? Rather, it's like it'll be up to Matt Stafford. I think Matt Stafford being able to play this season with the back, I don't think the back thing was non-existent. I think that he just managed it for a lot of the season. I think that'll be probably the biggest deciding factor on whether or not Matt Stafford returns.
Some players are just fun to watch, and I had absolutely no dog in this fight. I was just, that's about as entertained as I could get watching a game where it didn't matter to me one way or the other. But Matt Stafford is just a fun player to watch. His decision making, his arm. I mean, he still has an arm that's just stupid. His accuracy, all of it. I mean, it's just. He's an incredible player.
Yeah, and I've got to imagine for the Rams, the objective is try to convince him to stay one more, so you put off the decision-making process of trying to find another.
Yeah.
Because this was a shot. Mm-hmm. I mean, they've got to feel, you talk about, obviously Texas fans feeling like, man, you missed an opportunity. They've got to feel like they missed a huge opportunity.
Yeah. Well, they do, and the only thing that kept them out of it was the team that's basically going blow for blow with them all year long.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the last couple of years, in fact, in their division rivals there. So, yeah, appreciate you for doing a little overreaction reality with me. Appreciate you for listening with us. And appreciation to D&M Auto Leasing for giving us an opportunity always to crosstalk with the fellas of The Drive. It's Clint It's Ron. Fellas, you made it out of the Arctic Blast 2026. How could you possibly have made it through such adverse circumstances, gentlemen?
Well,
it's good to see you alive and healthy.
Snow shovel anyway, so I'm sure.
Yeah. I'm sure that came into great use this weekend.
Oh yeah. Salt on the road.
Yeah, man. I mean, you had it. You might as well use it.
You broke out that old leather jacket, didn't you, Chief?
I did, man. I got
still a couple buttons down.
Fonzarello, isn't it?
That game never leaves you.
The button down
leaves you. I don't care how old you get.
Showing your chest hair.
Boy, somebody snap old headshot of Lopez, put it on his bio pic on his socials, man. That's a good look for you right there.
Line of the week so far. Good look. That game never leaves you.
That's a good line. It is.
That is pretty good.
We asked as our question of the day today, inspired by the terrible weather that wasn't. What are some things that just didn't live up to the hype? Just whether historically, sports wise, or anything. Lopez, you did throw up like the Heatles, the LeBron James, Dwayne Wade, Chris Bosh Heat. Would you agree with that as one that didn't live up to the hype?
Absolutely not.
I'm talking about the hype.
Oh, I mean,
not 5, not 6,
that
not
they
7
weren't
is
great.
where you're
not
going.
that they weren't great, but the hype that was.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I guess.
Mm-hmm.
They went to the finals 4 straight times, won 2 of them.
Yeah.
And just took over the. I guess maybe you're talking about accomplishment wise, like they took over, like the sports world there for a second in a way that I didn't even know it was going to be as big.
Mm-hmm.
Like just. Like that was hate watching for most people, not me, of course.
Mm-hmm.
That was hate. That was hate
That's
watching
right.
to a whole.
I forget who I'm
level.
talking to.
That was hate watching to a whole nother level. I mean, they were so. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
Clint, is it fair to guess that maybe the electric vehicle might be one of those for you?
Oh, no question.
I hadn't thought of that. That's a great one. That's a great one.
I'm gonna tell you, man. I don't ever want to take things political on these airwaves, but I'm still mad at Biden over that. I mean, I think there's a lot of reason to be pissed at Biden. That one right there stuck in my craw, man. I sat right there, and I mean, I caved on my wife wanting one just because I had heard him talk about that.
Yeah.
Boy, I'm still every day I get in that I'm like, damn it, Biden.
Why do you keep getting in it?
Yeah.
That's the thing I wanted to ask you.
That's the thing.
What's the exit strategy here? Because
there ain't no exit strategy. I'm gonna tell you what I
You can't blame Joe for you keep getting it.
Oh yeah, I can. Hell yeah, I can, because what Joe did, that's why I'm blaming Joe. I bought that damn thing, and then about 2 months after it, they dumped about $20,000 out of the bottom of it. So I'm upside down on that damn thing.
So there is an issue.
That's why I'm pissed. I ain't pissed because it's electric.
Yeah.
I ain't pissed because we bought it. I'm pissed because they dumped the bottom out of it immediately.
Mm-hmm.
And now, hell, ain't nobody want them damn things.
Timing is everything,
they're not,
man.
the Chargers ain't gonna be everywhere like we thought they were gonna be. So it was just a piss poor advice from the jump.
That vehicle just wasn't right for you.
No. Well, I'll tell you what it is. I tell you, boys. I'm doing a little financial
like a redo?
organizing.
Redo, yeah.
I'm gonna tell you, you bumped them old gas numbers up over the year up against these old charging numbers.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you'll open your eyes now. It'll have one Ron Hughley. I guarantee it'll have one Ron Hughley going. I mean, it's a couple $100 a month.
Really?
Wow.
And when gas prices, when I was really thankful for that car, and gas prices were like. It would cost me over $100 to fill up that Escalade.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, them charging prices were real nice.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Start looking at them oil changes, all that automotive you got to do.
Yeah.
Not on them old electrics. And when you're driving 45 to an hour one way every day, hey.
Yeah. That's good.
I'll pedal that golf cart for a while, baby.
That's
and it cost me $20,000 to get out of no, I'm good.
Yeah. So there is an extra strategy.
You remember that Philadelphia Eagle team that got Andy Reid fired? You remember that? You remember that team they put together? Where they went and got, I believe, Kerry Washington's husband. What's his name?
Huh?
I don't think was Vince on there.
Was that the one where Vince Young was saying that they were a dream team or something?
They called
like
it the
that?
dream
Might
team.
have been.
That was
Might
their
have
nickname.
been,
They called
What
it
an
a dream.
error.
They put together. They Nnamdi Asomugha.
What a
before
great
he stopped
shout.
Making,
That's a great shout.
Yeah.
Like that team they won like 4 games and got Andy fired. One of the greatest things that ever happened to my favorite team, but they went out there and won 4 games.
Yeah.
They were I think they were Super Bowl favorites.
No, they were.
That's a great one. I forgot about that one.
They went off at free agency, and it was like, damn.
So you're saying that's the electric vehicle?
That's
you just said team that
didn't live up to the hype. Yeah. You get out here talking about the dream team.
Yeah.
I guess it's similarly. I don't know why that brought me to Five-Headed Monster. That one hits a little bit below the belt. All right, fellas, looking forward to a Monday.
Looking for things now. You're trying to.
What, Five-Headed Monster?
You're looking for. There was no reason for you to bring that up.
Yeah,
all right, they were sitting there chilling, man. Texas just sitting there chilling, and you just brought.
Well, no. When we asked the question, you will not be surprised that the first answer was C.J. Stroud up and down the Texas line. No, everybody was bringing that right back.
Boy, I'm telling you. Y'all need to go on vacation.
I thought Sam Darnold was a good proof that, hey man, even a dude who's mentally was a little bit on the shake. You remember when he was seeing ghosts? Oh, I'm looking forward to it. That is what you can look forward to in another Monday edition of the best damn sports show in all of the great Houston. I don't even know what I'm saying anymore.
I know we all knew what you were trying to say.
I was trying. I'm falling down some stairs right now.
I think I do. Yeah, I think
it was close. It was close. If you don't know what I was saying, you probably should just keep listening. The fellas will pick up and do much better than what I was doing there. John Lopez, I'll catch you tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
You say I believe it. I believe it. But what I do know is that you're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. And I also know that the drive is live.
That's right. The drive is live on a Reaction Monday as we are reacting to championship weekend. And first, Tyler Milner made it back.
He back.
What up? And look at there. If you're looking on YouTube and Twitch, that's Tyler's winter coat. I'm certain of it. I am certain. I believe, Tyler, that
doesn't come out often.
I believe that's the heaviest thing you got. Like, if you're like, all right,
it's denim.
Let me go. But it's denim out here. But then there's some warmth on the arm. I believe that is the warmest thing you have in your closet.
You might be right. I live for being able to take it out, though, because I love this weather. We don't get it often enough.
I got mine in the car because I got to take it off. I can't drive hot. And then I had to park in the garage, so I said, hell with it. I'll just leave it in the car in case I got to get out. But I looked at it, I'm like, that's got to be Tyler's. That's got to be his thickest coat. Right
you hit the nail on the head, and I will be losing it soon because I can tell it is warm in this studio.
Denim body.
He's trying to cover up that A&M
hoodie extremities. I like it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I do like it. It's very nice. Nice denim, half comfy fabric jacket. But like I said, just don't get to wear it very often.
Good for you. Good to have you back. After 2 days, I think most people believe that it wasn't a hangover. I never believed that at all. I believed that you were really sick.
Did have steak night Wednesday night, but didn't stay out late enough to get no hangover.
I thought Kobos got you on Thursday. I'm not gonna lie.
That's a fair thought to have.
I thought Thursday was one of those like, oh boy.
But no, I was just a little sickly.
Well, let's not act like you got to be at the bar for a long time to get a hangover.
It's also a great point.
You could have gone home. Yeah. You could have gone home and dirty watered this thing.
You have turbo boosters at the bar too. You have no problem.
No lies detected anywhere in there. Yeah.
Get overdrive.
All right, welcome back, Tyler. Champ Slice, welcome back from your illness, T-Mill. Yes, T-Mill is back. Shout out to Colin, who stepped in for you. We still don't know the last time he's had sex. But
I need to listen back for that.
I thought he might.
He said it's a good question.
I thought he might find it was 2 days. I thought maybe he might give us something.
You think
never did?
I mean, O'Colin does jump out of that booth and come in this door right here about it between every segment and have a little message. I thought for sure he's going to say, "Hey, name was Betsy. Name was Betsy about 2 months ago."
He stuck with. That's a good question.
I can only imagine how uncomfortable that question made young Colin.
Oh, especially the way I delivered it.
It was.
I just came burling in the door and said, "Man, when's the last time you got some, Colin?"
Welcome to producing the drive, Colin.
He said, that's a good question. That was Thursday. Never came off of. We brought it up 2 other times. Stayed with. That's a good question.
I got to circle back with him.
I'm hopeful. I'm hoping he had a lucky weekend. Good for him. But no, man, it's good to have you back. We'll get to a lot today. We got a Super Bowl set. We'll be out in San Francisco as well as joining the Patriots, joining the Seattle Seahawks. That's the matchup that we have in a Super Bowl. I'm just glad the Broncos didn't make it. I just didn't have anything for Jarrett Stidham. But But the Patriots make it, and Drake May, Sam Darnold, fun quarterback matchup. Two good teams throughout the year, 14-win teams throughout the year. And if I know you, Clint, I know that you were probably watching these games. Now, we'll get to the AFC Championship game. I don't know what lens you could watch that game in. But I know for a fact you were probably watching these games from a Texans lens. And I bet a lot of you were. I know a lot of you were probably watching the AFC Championship game, yelling at your TV sets. I know we'd have won. I don't know if the Texans have scored, to be honest with you, but I can understand where you come from. But I know you damn sure had to watch that Rams-Seahawks game and look at that. It's hard not to watch it and look at those offenses and the shows that they put up and not think about the Texans.
Yeah, I think it's hard for me to understand how DeMeco Ryans, who I know is sitting at the house watching these games and probably watching the tape over and over again.
Well, he's probably sick, yeah.
How does DeMeco Ryans watch the L.A. Rams and the Seattle Seahawks tape and not say, hey, man, we got one of those Puka Nacua guys. Hey, man, we got one of them Jackson Smith and Jigba guys. The only difference is we choose to use them differently. We choose to use Nick. Like, I don't know how DeMeco Ryans doesn't immediately pick up his phone and text Nick Caley and say, hey, Bob, general manager said you're going to be back next year, so congratulations. Can you meet me in the office Monday morning? Can we get a little better grasp on how how things are operating here? I mean, it's not like if you're DeMeco, you got an offense that leaves a lot to be desired. It's not like you've got a well-oiled machine that just goes about it differently. You leave a lot. There's a lot left to be desired offensively. I just don't know how any coach in America that has one really good established weapon on offense doesn't run the football particularly well. Doesn't have anybody else that is a consistent man-beating type player. I don't know how any coach in America watches that NFC Championship game and goes, damn. Or I'm sorry, I don't know how anybody watches that and doesn't go, damn, I got to move Nico. I got to find a way. Nico Collins can impact a game like that right there. Ron, those guys they each had 5 targets in the first quarter. Actually, one of them had 6, I think. I mean, I don't know how DeMeco Ryans watches it and doesn't immediately pick the phone.
Clearly, two pretty good defenses and defensive staffs, went into the game because they've played them 2 other times. And Puka and JSN have hurt them. Walking into it, that was the main objective. And they still couldn't, not just stop from getting targets, they lit their asses up.
Yeah. And, I mean, just in such critical situations, man, like it just – like right now you got the entire offseason to work on it. I mean there's no reason that Nico Collins shouldn't be used in a different way. Now, unless you're going to go out there and try to sign the 5-headed monster again and you're going to tell me that you're going to leave that stationary and have some other guys that can win. Like there's just no reason that Nico Collins shouldn't – and I typically don't like to watch offenses like that and come away with such an aggressive opinion of what needs to happen, but I'm there. Like this team, the way they're wired, the one thing that before you ever sign another player, we understand that's going to happen at different positions offensively. If you're self-scouting, the one thing you can do is say, we've got to make sure that Nico Collins is a bigger part throughout, not just on a 15-play script, but throughout the game of how we're using him. He's got to impact we got to have screen game's got to improve. The quick game, which is pretty good, that mid-range game, pretty good, and you take the shots when you got them. Like, Nico Collins has to be – I know y'all don't believe in building around your quarterback, so why would you build around Nico Collins? But, like, Nico Collins has to be a guy that impacts the game more than just, hey, man, we got some shell coverage, and they took him away from us, so we went elsewhere. Like, that's a wild approach to offense, man.
Look, Clint, I'll speak for myself, Tyler, and I would say both of the listeners. Sure, Dick Olin's out there listening. Most of us don't know the game, the offense specifically the way that you do, being with your experience. But I'm going to tell you what. There is no way, because I'm going to take this a little bit further than you are. There's no way if you're Cal, Hannah, D'Amico, Nick, CJ, all of it. There's no way you can specifically watch the Seattle Seahawks, and you're right with the Rams too. There's no way you can watch the Seattle Seahawks and think to yourself, damn, we need a new offensive coordinator. If we're trying to win a Super Bowl like that, there is no way. Like, guys, I mean, we could try it all we want to. I mean, Kaylee is – I don't get the sense that Kaylee is about to start to turn into Clint Kubiak or some of the better offensive minds. But you watch that game, and everything you mentioned, right? There was one point Kubiak drew up in a vital spot, 3rd and goal from like the 10 or the 11. He's got JSN lined up in the backfield. You talk moving around. I don't know as much as you know about the ins and outs of game planning in football because I ain't been on the field. But damn it, I know everybody on the Rams has to be saying we are not going to let 11 beat us. I know he did it. Clint Kubiak did it against the number 1 defense in the world, the Texans. We heard after the game that was the game plan. We got to get hands on him, not let him beat him. He repeatedly kicked the Texans' ass and got open in that game. And how in the hell, 3rd and goal, they lose by 4. They draw it up to where he is wide open. He's in the end zone and nobody's 5 to 7 yards near him. That's Smith and Jigba.
Yep.
Hell, he don't have Devontae Adams on the other side keeping people. That's Smith and Jigba. The Rams lost him because Clint Kubiak schemed it up and moved him around and did that stuff. Man, you know good hell well if you got to be talking about week 22 about moving Nico around, baby, you just ain't got it. You're not gonna you picked that up. Hell, even Bobby Slowick picked it up and said, all right, maybe we shift off this thing about week 10 and go to around the Lions game last year and go to a more quick game and quit going down the field. He never changed. Like, in his mind, it's plays, not players, I guess. But you can't watch that and be like, damn, he getting the ball to his number 1 guy, and Rashid Shaheed, who got 1 catch on the other side, is the other guy that teams got to pay attention to. His backup running back or his 2-headed monster, it's out for the year. Doesn't matter. He finds a way to get Kenneth Walker the ball. They run the football where their offensive line isn't world beaters. And Sam Darnold is an elite quarterback. And you're watching them, and they are going. The Rams got one of the best front 4s. They're not getting pressure on Sam Darnold like that. It is just like there's just no way you could sit there and be operating with the mindset of we want to put a ring on the bull or whatever it is they're saying.
Yeah.
And think to yourself, yep, this is it. This is it. Man, they out-dueled offensively. Them jokers, they got the MVP in Stafford. They got Puka. They got Devontae Adams. They got Sean McVay. And they out-offensed them. I don't know how any of them can sit there and say, next year, year 2, Nick Cave's gonna come to his own. He's about to turn into that. He's about to scheme up Nico Collins touchdowns where nobody's around him. Like I just don't know how they could sit there, or any fan could sit there, or anybody running the team or a decision maker could sit there and say, yeah, man, we're on par with that.
It is a very interesting approach, and I think what we saw this year should be enough to flip D'Amico Ryans, and now again, Nick Caley's coming back, so that's not the case from the play caller perspective. But if you look at like what Nick Caley wants to do, like you're being stagnant, stationary, and you're allowing the defense to align with very little thinking. Nothing you're doing is forcing them to communicate at a high level, adjust at a high level on the fly. Everything you're doing is the one that's got to adjust and communicate and do everything mentally at a high level is your quarterback, right? By design, that's what you're doing, right? When you look at what they do with Jackson Smith and Jigba and what they do with Puka Nacua is now all of a sudden they're moving guys around. They're forcing the defense to – now all the pressure's on the defense to make the calls and to adjust Whereas with this system, all the pressure's on your quarterback to always be right and always know what's going on defensively. And that's the interesting approach. And what the way this season ended, we'll see what kind of adjustments D'Amico makes in this offseason.
Real quick, from the text line, your thoughts on this, Clint. D'Amico's offensive philosophy is the problem. I don't blame any of this on the offensive coordinators or the general manager, even though the GM could do better with the O-line. So you do blame the GM a little bit there. You think this is much not as much on Caley and Caley's handcuffed by D'Amico's philosophy? You think that's what it is? I just don't think D'Amico's handcuffing him from being more creative in how he uses his weapons. Like I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I find it hard to believe that D'Amico has a philosophy, to be honest with you. I've said this a million times. Like what I think D'Amico is trying to ensure here in Houston is he's got an offensive unit that can communicate. He's got an offensive unit that is physical up front. He's got an offensive unit that that you would hope is playing to strengths and not weaknesses. We've seen him hire two different offensive coordinators with complete different philosophies. I know one came from McVay and one came from Shanahan, and you might look at that and say, well, those are similar. I just completely disagree. I think they're two very different coordinators.
I watched Nick Caley. I don't know where he came from. I watch it like it doesn't resemble the Rams. I mean, some of it resembles the Patriots because I know he was there first. But like I don't know. I don't look at that offense and think I watch what the Rams.
No, that's what I'm saying. It's more new. I mean, it's Nick Caserio, Nick Caley. It's the O-line coach. It's more about what. I mean, they're on record of talking about watching 2004 or 2005 New England. So it's obvious what they're doing. I just don't know. Boy, if you're D'Amico, I don't know how you watch these. And I get it, man. You can sit here and say, well, we were good enough to beat anybody, and we should be in this, and we're going to be defensive minded. That's fine. I'm not talking about going out and signing anybody that you don't already have in-house. There is a lot more you could do with number 12, and it's not being done by choice. That'd be tough for me as a defensive-minded head coach if I were D'Amico. That'd be tough for me to live with.
All right, coming up, Tyler should be very excited about this news with a legend, a Houston sports legend. We'll give you the latest on what that's about coming up next right here live on The Drive.
Nick Caserio shared his perspective on the Texans' disappointing end to the season.
In the end, I'd say our shortcomings come down to execution. Can't turn the ball over 5 times.
Drive, live at Radio Row, supported by Planet Fitness. Celebrity guests and station shenanigans every day. It's a radio experience unlike any other. Right here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Altuve bids for a two-run home run. It's gone! Jose Altuve gives the Astros a 5-run lead. It's now 8-3.
You hear the news, Tyler? There's
did.
There's nobody more. You and Sean Pendergast every morning catch him right here. Him and Payne and Pendergast. I'm certain you two lost your minds. That's Jose Altuve, and he will not play in the 2026 World Baseball Classic after the Astros requested that he not participate. If you remember the last time, he broke his hand on a hit by pitch that cost him a lot of the start of the season, and it's just it has a lot of organizations understanding that these players want to play for their country, but a lot of organizations that don't love the deal. And I know this was probably hard for Jose Altuve because I think he truly loves playing for his country, but I know people, a lot of Astros fans, Tyler, I know is one of them. Yeah, is in celebration mode. You absolutely hate the WBC. You don't even watch it with any enjoyment when the Astros are playing.
Hell no.
You're probably pissed that Carlos is playing for Puerto Rico.
Absolutely. I wear Houston Astros jerseys. I'm a fan of the team that plays at Dyken Park every spring, the Houston Astros. I could give 2 issues less about the WBC, and I'm so happy to hear that Jose is not playing in it. Now, Correa, you got time to change your decision.
He's not changing his decision.
You got time to make the right decision. God, I hate that thing.
Man, how'd that conversation go down? Hey, man, we got to level with you, bro. I think they had to bring Jim in. I don't think Dana could have told him not to play. I think they had to bring – I don't think Joe or Dana could have told him not to play. I think Jim hit and then sit here, Jose. Hey, man, we can't have this happen again.
I kept it real as a true professional myself.
Listen, I enjoy watching the games, but I'm with you. When it's your team, when it's your guy in there, that is concerning. I tell you what, they tell Jordan's ass, you better not even think about it. You bet your ass better not even think about it.
Yeah, that's it. I'm probably more in line with Tyler and Sean. I mean, I don't despise it. I'm not playing celebration music, but I being here in Houston, I mean, one of the things that as you guys know and our listeners know, I mean, it just sticks in my craw how much we worry about injuries with some of these guys and how we worry about workload or load management for some of these guys. So much so the manager speaks consistently about getting these guys rest all the damn time. It sure is hard for me to listen to that and then go, yeah, let's go play. Let's go get started a month or so early and play a bunch of games in a row. Let's go do that.
Yeah, it's the pitchers for me, boy. They gotta gear this thing up and get in playoff mode, ready to go in there. Text or YouTube and Twitch. Joseph to Tyler. Correa has made the right decision, Tyler. Country above job. LOL.
Nah, you're wrong. Sorry. I just, as a fan who does not care about the outcome whatsoever, and I'm a very patriotic person, I could give, again, 2 issues less if the U.S. wins the WBC. I don't need my guys on the Astros playing in it.
Would you feel different if this was the Olympics?
I do think that is different.
Because right now it's a made-up tournament they've made up because they cannot participate in the Olympics.
Right.
If this was an Olympic gold medal, you'd feel a little different.
There is a difference. I gotta really think about how I would weigh it up against it, but Yeah, I mean, I'm a fan of the Stros, man. That's where it lies.
Yeah, and you've clearly, Astros fans have clearly seen how it can screw you
Yeah.
up.
First-hand experience will do that. Gosh, damn it. Still mad about that injury to Altuve.
Clint, speaking of Altuve, they had Fan Fest this weekend, and it looks like, according to him, like he's going to play second base for the most part. And they've already so now that's him playing second base for the most part. We'll do some DHing, and then they also said earlier that Yordan's going to be a designated hitter. That Yordan is, for the most part, going to play DH. That's where they want him to be to preserve his legs, injuries. So it looks like we got spots for Altuve at second and Yordan at DH for the most part. He didn't kill the left field thing, but it seems the way they're talking that Altuve's a second baseman and a DH.
Yeah, Altuve's a second baseman and a DH. They all but said that. And in hindsight, how stupid was playing him in left field.
Just give it a shot.
I mean, you've got an aging player that is fine and dandy playing second base, and all of a sudden you're gonna spend a spring training playing him in left field, all to when it matters most, he's not playing left field. And then the very next season say, nah, man, that experiment is over. I mean, can we just take a minute and reflect on how stupid that was and be honest? And be honest about people out there that were like, hey, no big deal. No, get the hell out of here. Are you kidding me? And they're all but telling you how stupid it was.
You want to take a moment of silence for Altuve in left field?
Man, I mean, that was.
Did we play taps for Altuve in left field? I want to know who it was. Who was the person that decided that first came and said we got to throw in the towel? Like who? I wonder who it was. I know it wasn't Altuve. He'll do whatever for the team. But I wonder, was it Joe? Was it Dana? Who was it? Because whoever's idea it was, they didn't do it. They had to be forced. Whoever's idea was to move him out there. I just want to know who finally came up and said, guys, we got to start doing this. We got to keep him that. Whew.
It's not ideal.
I have no idea. I have no idea who it was. But when it's all said and done, I know Ron's answering this. I meant to ask the guys on In the Loop. I am shocked every time we start having a conversation about Yordan Alvarez and the Astros outfield. I mean, we have literally thought about putting and spent a season putting Altuve in left field. And I can't help but think that Yordan Alvarez playing left field doesn't solve a lot of the
I agree with you
in a major way.
I agree. Him playing left field, because they're going to have, and we could dive into this a little bit more, they're going to have a lot of days, the way that they're positioning this, where, like, especially if they're going to keep Christian Walker at first base, like, somebody's got to sit. Paredes, Altuve, Yordan, somebody's got to sit. And you can argue those may be the three most important bats on the team. And if Yordan is set as a DH most times, and he is set as a second baseman, Altuve, then, like, if Christian Walker's going to play first, I mean, Paredes hasn't played out in the outfield, and Correa's playing third, and they're gonna have one of those bats out a lot of games, the way that it's set up right now and the way their roster is. So, yeah, it would help a lot if Yordan was just the left fielder. But
I mean, it would just make sense.
I just think you can't not take the injury risk out of there.
Yeah, and that's where you lose me.
No, I know that's where we lose you. I know that's where the disagreement is.
He got injured doing this crap last year. He still got injured twice. I mean, swinging a bat and stepping on home plate.
Oh, I know it, and I think you potentially enhance his risk of getting injured even more if you put him out in the outfield. If he's getting hurt swinging, if he's getting hurt stepping on home plate.
I mean,
stepping on home plate, that was a freak injury. That was just.
I still think they should have fired whoever painted that damn plate. Left it slick like that.
It might have been the home plate umpire. What the hell's on his brush? Shining boots on his brush. All right, coming up, we got to look at this AFC Championship game that was ridiculous in many cases, and I know a lot of Texans fans were frustrated, but we got to take a look at what happened there, and this just has to stop in the NFL. This just really does. If you have not heard this, we will let you. There were Clint Tyler. There are many times where people disagree on a lot of things. I believe 100% of everyone will agree with this take. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, look, if you
assist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
For 40 years now, Beck's Prime has been a staple of the Houston food scene. They're known for their burgers, which are the best in town, but they're also known for so much more. Food for every mood, I like to say. It's my favorite place in town to go. All fresh every day. They grind their meat. They chop their veggies fresh. Hot dogs, fajitas, salads, steaks second to none. Hand-spun shakes as well. If it's just you and a date, or you and the whole family, there's something for everybody at Beck's Prime. 10 Houston area locations. Find the one nearest you at becksprime.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, we are back here on a Reaction Monday here on The Drive. I'm curious, seriously, 713-5724, YouTube, Twitch. You can jump on with us, text in. I want to seriously get everybody's thoughts. Did you enjoy watching the AFC Championship game yesterday? Was that enjoyable for, like, did you watch that? Like, were you on the edge of your seat watching that? Did you enjoy watching? It was 10-7. I think it was the lowest scoring playoff game since something the Jaguars were involved in. Champ Slice chimes in, yes, it was more fun in the snow. Did you enjoy that? Obviously, I said that was to get to the Super Bowl. The first half looked relatively normal. And
That's what I was going to say, the first half maybe.
And then the second half, we were in the globe that Tim Allen was, that you had to shake for Charlie to see his dad in a Santa Claus. That was the second part. The second half, the fourth quarter, you could just – the shots that they were coming back from commercial break from, I said, damn, I can't even see the stadium. I don't even know where it is. Did you? Because some people say that's football. That's football right there. Did you enjoy that?
First half, I was on it, man. First half, I wanted to see Jarrett Stidham with that start, the long ball, the long throw. Boy, I'm thinking, man, if he settles in, if he hits the screen here, man, this thing's got a chance to be real interesting down the stretch, right? And then the second half happened. And I didn't realize how bad it was when they they're talking about it at halftime. Weather's changing a little bit. I'm thinking, it's Denver, ain't no big deal.
Have you ever played anything remotely close to that?
No, not at all. Not even remotely close. I ain't even stood on the sideline and watched anything like that right there. No,
because I remember you. I know cold is different than that. That was you couldn't even see.
Well, I mean the wind. It's almost more like a sleet than it is a snow, and it's just. Yeah, man, it was bad. It was, and you don't realize how bad it is until the announcers start talking about take what you see on TV and multiply it times 10. It is significantly worse than what you're seeing on TV, right?
Yeah, Tony wasn't even getting on my nerves with how much he was just saying, like, hey, guys, like this is bad.
First time in my watching. Covering career in football that I was like, this is silly to even have outdoor games in this weather. Typically, I'm not. Typically, in watching, whether it's rain or snow, and it's just bad footing, but guys are able to make plays here or there. Somebody has an advantage. Like that was as bad a watch as you could have in the second half.
Yeah, I mean, it was like, here's some people coming in. I fell asleep. It wasn't really enjoyable to the last few minutes when you were looking to see if Denver could come back and actually win the game, but it was pretty sloppy otherwise. It put me to sleep. The conference championship game would have been an event worse game. It would have been even a worse game if the Texans were in it. They didn't deserve to be there. I didn't tell you to just take out the Texans here. Someone texted in, Ron, I enjoyed the game, watching them play in the snow, but not the game itself. No, I didn't show. I watched the Snap marathon instead. I can't get into Snap. I've tried a couple of times. I can't get into women because I start looking at my wife crazy. I can't get into women taking out their kids. I watched the Dateline where she replaced his Gatorade with antifreeze and slowly killed him. And I looked at Courtney, and I know she'd never do that, but I looked at Courtney for about a week.
Hold on, so
very strange. So I can't watch Snap. Like you said, man, it was I was sitting there saying, just move the game to tomorrow. Like give us a rain delay. Yeah. Give us a snow. Like, when Tracy Wolfson did the thing where she said, all right, look, this is us going into the wind, as you can see it. And then she turned around and they swung the camera around and you just start seeing everything coming in. And like you said, as they kept saying, just multiply it times 10. It's worse. Like they were saying, they were running pass routes and could not see like the defenders in front of them. Like, let alone, it was just like you couldn't even judge any of them.
Yeah.
At this. And then when Will Lutz came out there for that 46-yard field goal, I mean, he didn't have a chance. Like, it was just like the only way someone's going to win is if somebody breaks away, and that's not even sure. The play where they were backed up, the Patriots, and Drake May turned around to hand it off to Stevenson, and he slipped. And then Drake May said, damn, all right, let me turn around and run it. And then he slipped. And it was just like, what are we doing? Like, it was like, honest to God, I know some people may like not like this. If you are building a new stadium, like obviously this is not going to happen to Lambeau, but you're building a new stadium. I'm not saying you got to have a dome, but you got to have something that covers so that doesn't happen. I think it's a shame before God Buffalo gets to build this new stadium, and they don't have anything that will stop like snowstorms like that.
Yeah,
I'm not saying you got to close it, but that was to Clint. You know how much these guys work. You've done it. You've worked the hot ass days in Wichita Falls, and you do all of that. And this is to get to the Super Bowl, and there's money on the line for every one of those guys when they advance. And then we get in here and we can't even stand up. We can't even punt.
Yeah,
my man had a punt 20 yards and still did matter. Punted them in field goal range, still did matter.
Yeah,
like that was just stupid.
And the other part of that too is I mean they've got a backup quarterback going with Jarrett Stidham gets his first start in 2 years or whatever. 3 years.
And he came out throwing the ball not bad, like you said.
But then when the weather turns, you're just. I mean, now you've got a backup quarterback in there where your playbook not cut in half, but your playbook significantly, I would say shrunk. And then now all of a sudden you've got a guy that hasn't been taking real starter snaps all year long that's having to play in inclement weather and manage the situation and manage the third quarter versus the fourth quarter, win at your back, win in your face. Not to mention the third downs and the fourth downs and stuff like that. The field position. It swung. Not only the weather. When the weather swung, it just swung a huge advantage to the Patriots, given their style of play and given their quarterback had been around all year. Yeah, and having a 3.
And they didn't need to score again.
Yeah, good point.
Because like someone texted, this is football. You don't pee out because of the weather. I mean, I'm not saying they're peeing out because of the weather. It wasn't football. Like it wasn't.
They couldn't play the game as it's supposed to be played.
Clint, they had a total of 50 yards in that fourth quarter with 3 first downs. A total combined. I mean, it was just 3 first downs. Like, I mean, get out of here. It was ridiculous. That was a tough watch. I feel bad for both squads, but that was because you just couldn't. I mean, you just couldn't do it.
I'm surprised we didn't see more when it did go that way. That we didn't see more designed quarterback runs from both of those teams.
Well, Stidham saw one late.
Stidham hit one early for a good gain, and I thought, well, that's got to be part of what they do moving forward. And we didn't see another one
until that. Obviously, that bootleg.
Oh yeah, bootleg stuff. I'm talking more of the read, the quarterback plus one stuff. I thought we would see that. Initially, I thought we'd see more of it anyway in this game, and then all of a sudden, when the weather turned, I was like, "Ooh, the quarterback's legs are going to play a big part of this." And like you said, it ended on a bootleg, but I was thinking more attack downhill type stuff with the quarterback, and we didn't see that either.
Yeah, text line coming in. Denver had an advantage. Clint, shut up. Patriots won fair and square. I don't think he said anything about that.
Yeah, I didn't say it wasn't anything. Nothing was unfair.
And no, Denver did not have an advantage. When the fourth quarter hit, they didn't. Why? The Patriots didn't have to score again. Scoring was coming. The scoring was an issue.
Yeah. I did perk up a bit when Jarrett Stidham. When they started making the points about the weather, and you're like, okay, well, now all of a sudden the Broncos have their weather at their back. Can Jarrett Stidham and Sean Payton can they pull something out of the hat here, at least get a field goal? I perked up a bit there, but that didn't last long.
Yeah, they were going to need, like, you were going to need to get a chip shot. You have it. Did you have as big of an issue with, because that's the big thing coming out of the game, because other than that, you couldn't see nothing. Sean Payton not going for that field goal on that 4th and 1 early to make it.
I can understand both sides of it. I can understand. With your defense, if you go up 14-0, you put some serious pressure on New England. As you can see now, it would have won the game. If you kick the field goal, I think you're protecting an inexperienced quarterback, your backup quarterback. So I could understand that. At that point in time, I think there's a bigger conversation to be had around the LA-Seattle game when LA decided to go for it late in that game and not kick the field goal. Because, in the second quarter, you're not really swinging momentum and like you're not moving the rate of the opponent. You're just obviously taking points off the board for you, but it's not this major swing. There's still a lot of football left to be played. I have a hard time looking at a 10-7 game, knowing the weather took a huge swing in the second half and going, damn it, Sean, you should have kicked that field goal.
I bet, fellas, you they knew the weather was coming.
Yeah.
I wonder if they knew that it was going to be damn near unplayable.
Yeah.
Like what that was like, all right, here we go, Masters. We had a couple of rain delays. Let's set us time back a little bit, and now we're on the back nine with the final groups. At about 7 o'clock, we're starting to get dark, and we're just gonna keep playing through it. And nobody can see anything, but we're just gonna keep playing through it. That was just unplayable. Nobody's pansies or soft. It's just unplayable at that point the way it was. All right, coming up, we can hear from you. Let's open up the phone lines. We watched championship weekend, and I think a real easy thing is to look at what you saw, and when you look at the teams and the games yesterday, do you still, at this point, feel like the Texans, going into next year, they're at a championship-level team? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Will building up the offense be a major focus for the Texans in the offseason? Doesn't sound like it per Nick Caserio.
D'Amico and I have never sat in our office and said, well, our offense is a concern. What do we got to do? We got to play better. There's some things that we can do better. So try to put together a good team that gives us a chance to compete, on each Sunday.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
From the Attorney Steve Lee Traffic Desk, 713-CALL Lee. Your traffic report is sponsored by DAZN. I-45 the Gulf Freeway, southbound FM 1959. It's going to be a disabled vehicle sitting on that right shoulder. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610.
Two global superstars in their prime square off at Madison Square Garden.
Here we go.
Teofimo, the Brooklyn-born king of 140, looks to retain his world title as Shakur steps up to become a 4-division world champion. Don't miss Lopez versus Stevenson, January 31st. Watch only on DAZN.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Drake May showed up when he needed to, rushing for the only Patriots touchdown in yesterday's SEC Championship game.
West Point Lincoln at West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in on a Reaction Monday, 1 hour down here on The Drive. We appreciate you jumping in with us. Phone lines are open, 713-572-4610. After watching these games, if you were able to watch them, after watching these games, the AFC and NFC championship games, now we see the Patriots and the Seahawks are going to the Super Bowl. Do you feel better or worse about the Texans being a Super Bowl level team? Do you feel better or worse about being a championship level team after watching championship weekend? I think a lot of people saw and believed this team had its best chance ever to get to a Super Bowl, the way that everything laid out and played forth, but wasn't able to get past New England. Now watching this, moving forward, do you feel like this is a team? You feel better about it? Feel better or worse that this team is a championship-level team? How do you feel after watching these games, Clint?
Well, no, I feel worse, but it's all because of the NFC. I mean, it has nothing to do with either of the teams that we watch in the AFC. Now, a lot of it has to do with the way the second half went. I mean, if Denver would have went out there and the weather didn't act up and Denver won with their backup quarterback against New England, that would have changed things. If the weather hadn't hit and that game kind of played out to where we could actually draw something from it, I may change my song and dance. But I as I watch the NFC Championship game, I mean, you just got two really good defenses that have quarterbacks and play callers that are absolute game changers. You want to keep this thing tight to vest and low scored? Okay, we can do that. If the game starts to get away and becomes a shootout late, we can do that too. And it literally comes down to a fourth down inside the 10-yard line. And then the other team goes out there and Seattle and throws the ball multiple times to keep a drive alive, to chew up all but 25 seconds of the clock in the fourth quarter. And so the NFC right now, I think, is the cream of the crop. And no, I don't feel good about the ability to I don't feel better about the Texans' ability to run with them cats. Now, the problem is the AFC.
The AFC is weird this year.
yeah, it's so weird this year. And the AFC Championship was, again, the weather caused a major problem. You really can't draw anything from it. But, yeah, this just isn't a normal year in the AFC to me, where you got the absence of the best players on this side of the turning.
It's a lot of weird stuff, because I want to get your thoughts too, Tyler. Like we said, 713-5724-610. Jump on. Do you feel better or worse after watching championship weekend about the Texans being a championship-level team? There's two things. One, if you're going to tell me the AFC is going to stay like it was this year, anywhere close to where it was this year, where it felt like defense kind of ruled the day, right? The Broncos, you could say the Broncos, Texans, and Patriots were like some of the best defenses out there, and they're the ones that were kind of left there at the end. Chargers probably got there defensively for the most part. If you're going to tell me that the AFC is going to look like this next year, then I would be with you. I don't think the AFC is going to look like this, where you don't have to have a great offense to go along with your defense. I think your offense is going to have to play better. I would say yes. And to me, it doesn't seem like, and we could be wrong, and I will promise you, I will be the first one to come on here and admit that I was wrong. But it does not look like they're going to make major enough changes offensively to make you believe that their offense is going to take a leap that it may need to take. So for me, I don't feel better after watching these games, because I don't believe the AFC is going to have another year where your quarterback play doesn't, just could be, don't mess it up.
Yeah.
Right? because that's, I mean, really, like, I would say, if you look at it, New England's March, I think Drake made some plays against the Chargers. He just didn't mess it up as much as Herbert did. He made some plays against the Texans. He just didn't mess it up. He messed it up, but he just didn't mess it up as bad as CJ did. He made a couple of plays with his legs, but obviously he didn't mess it up as bad as Stidham did. So, but I don't think you can go through you're going to be able to go through the AFC like that moving forward. So for me, I don't feel better about it because I don't think this is what they're going to be looking at. This is the type of field they're going to be looking at next year.
Yeah, I don't either. And I don't. I mean, I don't know how if you're the Texans, it's not internal. Like I don't feel like even with all the changes in the AFC, I don't feel like next year. I mean, it could happen, but I don't feel like next year all of a sudden Baltimore is just going to catch fire just because Lamar Jackson is there. I don't feel like next year that Buffalo don't be any better just because whoever they hire, they got people pulling out of there. They got guys that never pulling out of their coaching.
Phillip Rivers, that is who he's talking about, folks.
I mean, so I don't know that that those guys are just going to be unstoppable next year. If with the Texans, I mean, it's all internal. I mean, it's all about what you do and how your quarterback rebounds and how your offensive coordinator takes strides. And to me, that's it's all internal in Houston. And do you believe that those strides can be made to compete with those two NFC teams that you watched compete last night? And I don't believe it's going to happen.
So I'm here on the text line. We'll get to the phones here in a second. Phone line's open 713-572-4610. You can jump on and grab a line. Do you feel better or worse after watching championship weekend? Worse. Until the quarterback is fixed, we're not a championship team. Other teams are going to try to pick this defense apart by free agency, trades, and all types of other things. We had a generational defense, and C.J. Stroud messed it up. Texans are not a championship team because the head coach will not let the passing game progress from the beginning of OTAs, and the defense gives up too many big plays and has too many gaps. I don't believe in D'Amico's philosophy. Hell yes, we are a championship team. We would have beat Denver or New England out there. Yes, this team was bad quarterback play away. I don't think CJ will play that bad again next year. If he plays well, they can hang. If not, they won't. Simple as that. So there's some people there with their thoughts. I want to get to Tyler. Let's go to Riz on the phone line first. Riz, what's your thought? Do you feel better or worse after watching the games yesterday about the Texans being a championship-level team?
Hey, look, man, I've been watching you clowns play for the last, 15, 20 years. And I don't feel better for you guys, but I think I said to you, Hughley, a while ago, as a Colts fan, I was able to admit New England was on the uprising. They were going to come back and take their throne. I told you that. I told you that the Bills would be going to be second hand in that conference. I told you that. Now, the Texans, look, you've been this mediocre team. You haven't been championship level even when you had Schwab. And there's always some quarterback excuse and all these other excuses. I watched that game. I watched that game when you played the Colts. You played the Texans. And Drake May torched your defense. He torched you. But for some reason, you keep saying he ran, he was able to run the ball. You don't have the panache to beat that New England team. You can't. You're a bunch of weekend warriors. You can't win the big game. All right? That's it. You can't beat that team.
All right, Riz. I guess Riz believes that they are not championship worthy. We got Kanash in there.
My favorite part was when they had stumped the Schwab quarterback. And
I think it went Matt. Yeah, we knew where he was going. Shout out to him. 713-572-4610. Do you believe, do you feel better or worse about this team being a championship-level team? Tyler, where are you at? You feel better or worse after watching these games? Tyler is generally the most optimistic fan until he turns. And then when he turns hard. And then he just
that is so well said. I can't
right now, Tyler still needs a week before he believes A&M can win 7 games. games.
If you're watching on YouTube, today's the first time I've been able to break out this new shirt about A&M and the college football playoff. It came in the day after they lost to Miami, but I've been able to wear this thing.
Yeah. It takes him a minute, but where do you feel better or worse about their opportunity?
Man, the way you're phrasing it to me, I don't feel any better. That's for sure. But if you were to ask me if this Texans team in the 2025 season, if this year this was a Super Bowl ready team after watching Championship Sunday, especially that AFC game, I would say hell yeah.
Well,
and that hurts.
Year, yeah.
And that hurts. This year, yeah. But ultimately, your question, big picture, hell no. Because it's all the same problems, a lot of which were here at the end of last season. So I do not feel any better about where the Texans are.
Yeah, it was the AFC Championship game. That was one thing. Then you slipped over and watched that later game, and it's just like I watched that later game, and I'm thinking, I don't believe that the Rams and Seahawks, because the reason why I say this is Clint, I think there's going to be probably at least 2 Rams or Seahawk type teams in the AFC next year. Right, New England may be one of them coming back another year, and who knows what some of these. I think they're going to be better. They're going to be better teams that have better offenses and defensive combinations, like those 2 teams. Like I watched it thinking, I don't think the Rams and Seahawks would get off like that. Would just be able to score. There was at one point where, Stafford, like he was coming out, they were getting big chunk plays, just bow. Like they had. I think Seattle scored a touchdown with Kupp, and they were at the 2-yard line in like 3 plays. Mm-hmm. I don't think they can do that to the Texans defense. But I think those type teams can score 20 and 21, and that with this offense can be problematic. And that is the to me the big concern is we know what they can do on defense. Hell, even if they lost a couple of players, even if they took a small step back. Like right now, I don't really see a way, unless there's a rash of injuries, that the Texans aren't a top 5 defense next year. Right? They're going to be amongst the top defenses. But like you just can't expect that they can just drag and carry you the whole way. Like that, and that is to me that right now has not changed, and they have already made some moves to let you know that that's probably not going to be a major change unless they just bring in, as you said, what'd you say, 5-headed monsters? They just bring in.
Which they don't have the money to do that. So, making major changes offensively are probably not going to happen because you don't have the money. In the future, it's probably not going to happen because you don't want to break up your defense. And so, it's just it's a hell of a way. It's a hell of a way to try to win ball games. There's so much pressure on your defense to be perfect, and then all of the pressures on your quarterback is to conform to this offense and be perfect within that offense in order to win games. It can happen, but it's going to be a tough.
It's definitely the hard way. Robert, jump in here. Where you at, man? Do you feel better or worse after watching the games yesterday about the Texans being a true championship contender?
I feel better.
Okay, go ahead.
I disagree with a lot of the people because a lot of people griping about the Texans. They actually don't know anything about sports as far as playing it. You have to look at the chemistry. The leading receivers was both down. Tank Dale was down. Nicole was down. Then the chemistry has to develop. That's a whole different offensive line, a whole different line. They got rid of almost all of them. You got to have what's the word, cohesiveness? And
I'm not sure what you're trying to get to. You talking about chemistry?
Cohesiveness.
Oh, maybe cohesiveness. Okay.
Right. You got to have that. You got to have that where it's more like a fine-tooth machine where people don't have to think. They can just react from being repetitive and doing some of the same things over and over and over. Now you take the thinking out. They're going to play better if they can react rather than trying to think, memorize plays, memorize routes, like the receivers, the timing. A lot of those quarterbacks, when they throw to the receivers, the ball's in the air before they make their break. You don't see that a lot with the Texans. Now you do it with Nicole Collins, but the other guys, you got to have that chemistry and timing. It takes a little time to develop that. And I really don't feel like CJ was 100% from that contusion. I think with the money you're going to get, you got players, you got coaches, everybody trying to get him back well. But he just seemed like he wasn't thinking like he had been thinking.
All right, appreciate the call, Robert. I do think some of those things they kind of bring on themselves, right? Like they were rotating guards this year. They're going to have to probably make some more major changes on the offensive line. They're probably going to have at least 2 more new starters on the offensive line because they haven't been good enough, right? So
but we're living in a world. I agree with the overall point of it's a new offense. It takes time. The cohesiveness is important. The chemistry is important. I agree with all of that. But the reality is, man, it's 2026. You know what? That cohesiveness and chemistry and all that was really important for Clint Kubiak and Sam Darnold for their first years, and Sam Darnold for his first year with Jackson Smith and Jigba. They don't have a problem with it. First year of Matthew Stafford with Vontae Adams, they don't have a problem with it. You look through and around the league, and it's just there's some truth to what you're saying, but the reality is ain't nobody want to hear it, and nobody's going to be patient because you right now you can choose to be patient with that if you want to. What are you going to do with your quarterback if he has another pedestrian year? If he has a pedestrian year next year, let's just say he flatlines and stays the same. Let's say there's no more regression, there's no major blow up in the playoffs, just doesn't get it done. Are you going to chalk up $60 million to him and just say, oh, man, cohesiveness takes time? Oh, man, it takes time to get that chemistry with them guys. We're just living in a different world where, it's instant results, and if you don't get it, then somebody's head's going to roll, whether it's the head coach or the offensive play caller or it's the quarterback. And you're seeing teams around the league, chemistry and continuity and things of that nature are happening damn near immediately with certain teams, certain offenses.
Yeah. All right, coming up, I think we saw the best example yesterday of why the biggest story, I believe, coming up for the next several months for the Texans, like why I think people maybe need to take a breath and take a beat. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, H-Town, a new year is here, and hopefully you've made
going to give you your flowers for sure.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
And I listen, I'm sorry, when I get somebody on here by the name of Big Mac, I just really got to hear what this fella is. What this fella's about, Big Mac. Go ahead, Big Mac. Jump on here, close this out, man. Go ahead, give us your thoughts. You feel better or worse about the Texans being a championship level team after watching yesterday's games?
I feel worse because when a person has success, a lot of times they don't address the problem. We've been talking about the offensive line for the last 3 years, and you want to put some people in there with duct tape and bubble gum and super glue and whatever else and try to make it work. You know that Ingram had a good year this year, so he probably won't be back. They probably ain't going to be able to pay him what he wants. You don't know what they're going to do with Titus Howard. They're going to trade him. And look at this last game we had. Yeah, CJ played bad against the Steelers, and we didn't expect him to play bad again against the Patriots. But you was already missing Nico, and Trent Brown didn't play. Now, you was able to run against Pittsburgh, but you couldn't run against New England. Trent Brown didn't play and Titus moved to the edge. You know what I'm saying? So they left Patterson and Andrews there. And we got penetration from the line. All the divisional games we lost in the trenches. When we lost to Baltimore 3 years ago, we lost in the trenches. When we lost to Kansas City, we lost in the trenches. And we was losing to New England in the trenches because they was getting penetration. And as long as he don't address that the right way and just put whoever he can take off the scrap heap to enforce the line, because we've seen CJ play well when he's not under pressure. And he was under pressure so much that sometimes he think he under pressure when he's not. And I know that's between the ears, like Clint would say, but they need to address the line. And if he's not capable of drafting people, look like Ursery's going to be good. But if he's not capable, you don't think he will be?
I don't think he is. I mean, I appreciate the call. Great call, Big Mac. For real, call back again. That was a well laid out. Yeah, I mean, I don't like the odds are that he's not. I mean, he ain't been good drafting them. He ain't been good getting them in free agency. I mean, like you said, Big Mac, this will be the third time that they're going to have to where the offensive line is a major problem from a team that made the playoffs that they're going to have to try to revamp. And no, I don't have – I got confidence in Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans in several positions that they can draft to get people. I think receivers, corners, really anything on defense. Woody Marks, great draft pick. I think they do a lot of good things. Offensive line, they have sucked from the first day they've tried. And so that's why we continue to have to try to regroup every year and find different ways to do it.
Well, it'll be interesting to see how I think D'Amico has all these things we keep talking about. There's just no way D'Amico doesn't look at it and say, again, with the offensive line play, it's one thing like Nick Caserio will sit there and look you dead in the face and try to convince you how much better they got this year. And they did. They did. There's no doubt about it. I think you got as good offensive line play as you can given your approach to offensive line in the offseason. I think you got
what you put into it.
I think you got as much as you possibly could. Now you've got to ask, what's the plan moving forward? Is that brand of offensive line play what you want? Then just keep on bringing in these low-level free agents and keep rotating guards and keep moving Titus from tackle to guard and back to or guard tackle back to guard. Like, keep doing all those things, but this is what you're going to get, right? Or, do you go out there and do you shore this thing up with higher level players and you pay for them and give C.J. Stroud and give this run game, a real chance? Oh, Woody Marks was – you can't look at the Texans offense this year and say, boy, you just got to have running back play. Woody Marks did a good job. Marks did a admirable job. The truth of the matter is, anybody watching can tell that Woody Marks is not a 3-down back. Woody Marks is a 3rd down back at best. He's not a guy that's going to go in there, and he doesn't even need to be a guy, a 1A, 1B type guy, if we're being completely honest, through 18 weeks. You're going to need 3 of them. You're going to need 1A, 1B, and 1C. You're going to need all those, right? So you can look and say, yeah, man, this was an admirable job, and you did more, quote unquote, more with less. I'll even apply it to the others in the wide receiver room. Look, I thought they did a good job with Higgins. I mean, but you go watch some of these rookies that are having great years, like you have something to really get up in arms about. They're on a whole different level. And
but when you look at everything they've they've pulled Nico and Tank and they
didn't. Yeah, I guess Nick did.
They've done pretty good. Like you can look at some. Oh, it's not bad, man. It's Ursery and it's year one Ursery, and you hope that he stays at this level and gets better. But outside of that, man, like Fisher, like you're not at no point to like you would think, Clint, if you've drafted offensive tackles in back-to-back years, that maybe it would be a sign that you move on from Titus. You can't move on from Titus to put Blake Fisher in as a tackle.
No. I mean, look, you got a bunch of serviceable units on the offense. That's what you have.
Yeah,
you have guys that are serviceable. You don't have any anchors. I mean, Titus Howard is your anchor right now. Nico Collins, and I'm talking about their position. But there's you don't like the rest of they're just all serviceable. Like you can't be mad at all these other receivers, with the exception of Christian Kirk. Like you can't be mad at these young guys. Like Xavier Hudson, man,
he's giving you everything.
Oh, no question. He's
outplayed other guys you've drafted.
He has locked up that number 4 receiver spot with the Houston Texans. No question about it.
And the problem is he keeps becoming higher than that.
No question.
Due to injuries or whatever happens.
So they got to make up. There's a certain level of, hey, this is where you landed in free agency. Everything that you added that is for sure is on the defensive side of the football. Offensively, man, we got to patchwork some things. Is that how you're going to keep approaching this thing because you got so much money wrapped up in your defense? Is that what this thing looks like moving forward? If that is, then they're not going to bring in a bunch of offensive linemen. They're going to keep rotating Jake Andrews through here until they find more Jake Andrews.
How many offensive linemen do you think they are? How many new offensive starters on the offensive line do you think they have next year?
Just the only caveat they're new?
Yeah, they're new starters. Like, because they ended the year where they wanted to, like, when they were all right, finally what they stumbled upon, it was Ursery, Titus, Andrews, Ed, and Trent Brown. How many of those do you think are the same next year?
4.
You think they'll just have to change one starter, one of the guards? You think they keep the center?
I think they keep the center or one of the guards. I think it's Ursery, Titus Howard, Trent Brown are those, and I think they change one of the center or the right guard. I don't because Ed's a free agent, and Ed played well.
Like he just said, yeah. Ed
he played well and probably garnered some pretty good money. I don't know. I mean, it wouldn't shock me if he didn't garner a 3-year deal with some pretty good. I mean, because he's one of the better analytically driven and these advanced stats. Where he's one of the best guards in the game this year, I believe. And unless he fell off the last month of the season, I know he's one of the better guard game for a while.
Yeah, we'll see. Good call, Mac. Yeah, that O-line. We've been here again. This is the 3rd straight year that's going to be a big talking point going into the offseason that they have to prepare. I think they need at least two, and then we'll see what they do with some of the guys, like you said, Ed Ingram, who may be a free agent and may want more money somewhere else. All right, weekend's best, weekend's worst. As we give what we saw this weekend as the best and as the worst. We'll do that coming up next.
All right, I tell you what, I hope I'm looking at these
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Text line coming in before we get to weekend's best, weekend's worst. My early weekend's best is Tyler's back. How about that? You know,
really
cared about it, man.
Well, look at there, man. That's nice. That was nice of you.
I feel that love.
Yeah. You know, you got to cherish when you have the number 6 producer in all of Afternoon Drive, not including
L.A. and New York.
L.A. and New York. You got to, man.
Do it for the people.
We got to do it for the people. That's
yes,
right.
Sir.
As I see it, man, we got about, I don't know, 3-4 more days until us still being the number 20th ranked show in all of Afternoon Drive.
Climb the charts a little bit, you think?
Well, yeah, that's one way to look at it. We could do that or the opposite, but we got 4 or 5 more days to that claim, baby.
Yeah.
There we go.
Better be at least 19.
No, someone texted in. So Trent Brown wasn't good in free agency. Ed Ingram wasn't good in free agency. Ursery wasn't good in the draft. Come on, the Texans will figure this out. They're not stupid. They know they have to figure it all out.
You don't want to talk about that Christian Kirk edition, huh?
I mean, we just stay on the offensive line. Cam Robinson was the plan. He was your most expensive guy you brought in. Lincoln Thompson, they're not even on the team. Listen, they made Trent Brown work, and he was good and helped change this team offensively up with physicality. But Trent Brown wasn't the plan, and Trent Brown is damn sure probably not going to be the plan moving forward, right? And Ed Ingram has played really, really well. That was a good move, and we talked about it. We talked about Ursery and Ed Ingram as the good moves, but we're talking about the 3-year period that Nick has been here, and then the other 2 years. I'm sorry, the 3-year period that they have been here, and they have, way more misses than hits. So, but yeah, man, we'll see. Trent Brown, man, he's got health concerns and issues and getting up there. And what kept him out of the game and what kept him out the start of the season is exactly why, that's not a dependable piece for you to have. So we'll see. We'll see, man. Like I said, and I said it before, Nick and D'Amico, and even Nick prior to D'Amico being here, they have done really, really well and have some strength, especially in different positions they bring in. I mean, I don't even know there's an argument. That offensive line one is just not one of them. I don't even know that there's even an argument for it. All right, weekend's best, weekend's worst. We do it every week. You can send yours in. Clint, let's start with you. What was your weekend's best?
I'm going to go with Cooper Kupp in that NFC Championship game where the Seattle Seahawks ended up beating the L.A. Rams. Cooper Kupp, they decided they were going to move on from Cooper Kupp, the Rams, that is. He lands in the division in Seattle, and pretty quiet in a sense of really all year long what we're used, or what we had grown used to seeing out of Cooper Kupp while he was an L.A. Ram. He was pretty quiet in Seattle throughout the year.
Just a solid season. Just solid.
Yeah, I mean, good, but this is a guy that
won the Triple Crown.
Yeah, I mean, was one of the best for an extended period of time in all of football. And now he's taken a third row seat in the Escalade to a couple of different guys. But last night had to be bittersweet for him. This is a double one for me, Ron. Not the same guy, but for 2 reasons. One, the performance. He caught the last touchdown to go up 2 scores. Which was big. He caught the 3rd and 8. I think it's 3rd and 8. Maybe it's 3rd and 10 conversion on that last Seattle drive that allowed them to chew up the majority of the clock. And then the final one of the final third downs in that particular drive, he drew a holding call, which allowed Seattle to literally milk that clock all the way down to, I think, 25 seconds by the time L.A. touched it again. So just playing such a big role, scoring and playing such a big role in that last drive where his team was able to milk the majority of the clock and solidify an NFC championship and go to the Super Bowl had to be a bittersweet feeling for Cooper Kupp. The performance number one, and maybe Cooper Kupp is not overall a guy that celebrates much, but I felt like watching it in the moment was he was going to go out there and do his deal and play well, but there was not going to be any mouthing off to his team. It seemed like watching it there was some love there for his old team and some appreciation for his old team in the moment. Maybe that's the way he's always played. I'll be honest with you, I hadn't paid that much attention to Cooper Kupp over the years to see how just kind of what his mannerisms are. But it seemed like me, and maybe it was me, but it seemed like just, hey, man, I'm going to go ahead and my team get this dub, but I'm not going to show up my old squad. So I appreciate Cooper Kupp.
You know
and how
he felt good,
that.
though.
Oh, I had to feel good.
You knew it.
There's something deep when somebody says that they don't want you and they'd rather go a different route. Boy, to beat them's one thing. To be such a big part of it in the fourth quarter is another.
All right, my weekend's best is I know a lot of people looked at this weekend, this Saturday. It's the first time, whether it be college or the NFL, that we hadn't had any kind of football on a Saturday. But for me, I mean, college basketball was front and center. And my weekend's best goes to the freshman performances on Saturday in college basketball. Multiple freshmen had big games. We had 3 freshmen go over 40 on Saturday in games, including Kingston Flemings, the guard here for the Houston Cougars, in a great game against Texas Tech. He had 42. Keaton Wagler, the Kansas City kid at Illinois, he had 46. And maybe the number one pick out there at BYU, A.J. Devonta, he had 43 points and went off. But Cam Boozer had 32. Your kid at Arkansas, he had 31 and I think 12 assists. He had a big game. It was just an amazing performance by freshmen around the country on Saturday, just going off and playing really well. So that's my weekend's best. Shout out to the freshmen in college basketball on Saturday.
Yeah, that young fella at Arkansas. That's the one I keep an eye on, man. He's a real deal, ain't he?
Just got to get aggressive with getting them braids redone. More often.
Oh, he's not getting them braids redone often enough for you?
About 2 or 3 weeks. I know somebody down there in Fayetteville. I know somebody's down there. Somebody's down there braiding hair.
Kind of money he's making, he can fly a barber in whenever he wants.
I know he got somebody on that campus that can braid him up. He's come on a couple of times. I'm like, Darius, come on, baby. All right, what's your weekend worst?
My weekend's worst is the Chicago Bulls. I don't know if you guys saw this, but Derrick Rose was his jersey was retired. They raised it up into the rafters, right? Did y'all? And I hope I'm wrong with this. I hope it's not true. Did y'all see the video of the lady that actually does the seamstress that does all their sewing?
I didn't see this.
I believe they recognized the lady. At least the video surfaced. Somebody figured out who she was. Maria Estela. Never heard this name. Grew up in Baytown. Never heard this name. Rincon Nino. I've heard Rincon. I've heard Nino. I've never heard Rincon Nino. Her last name Para. All right. Coach, she was literally sitting up there eye level with that jersey.
Oh, they had her up.
I'm not kidding, Ron.
They didn't have her on the floor.
I bet 10 rows from the top. I bet 10 is max.
And when they recognized they put a light on her or something, I don't remember this part. I watched some of the Derrick Rose
I'm hoping this video is what. I mean, it was too professionally done to not be. I mean, somebody took the time to post all the, like her actually sewing and her sewing this particular banner, and the video posted next to her was somebody in the stands, they recognized her or whatever, and they pan over and she's up screen. Yeah, hey, how y'all doing? Bye, 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 bye. Yeah. Ron, her hands damn near hit the ceiling. I mean, if you're the Chicago Bulls, man.
You got to have it. She got to be on the floor with Derrick.
You got to be kidding me, man. I mean, even if it's a lady.
And they just said we're going to get her in the building.
Come on, man.
They just said we're going to get her in the building.
I mean, one, I hope this was not real. 2, if it were real, I hope she is such a big Chicago Bulls fan that she has season tickets and just can't afford anything better than where she was, and told the club, hey guys, I appreciate y'all trying to put me courtside with my feet on the wood, but I'm gonna sit up here with my family in these season tickets I got. Hopefully this wasn't. If the Bulls can't do no better than that, man, you got to come on. I mean, top wrapped. I mean, she may have been looking down on that
She may have been higher than the jersey
on her sew job, man.
All right, my weekend's worst goes out to the helpful a-hole that I ran into at HEB this weekend. Pretty embarrassing moment for me, and if you're a man, just let a man struggle and figure it out. All right, I'm coming down the kind of the salad dressing and that aisle.
Hold on, so
at HEB, and I'm trying to get some bacon bits.
Okay.
All right.
Is that my boy Ron?
And they got some left, but they're pretty far back. They're like, they got 2 bags back there, pretty far back.
No.
And like, if you would have gave me, another 30 seconds, like I would have gotten to it. Like I was about to pull it to me, but I'm trying to reach back, and this man gonna come. Oh, don't worry, buddy, I got it. He said, "Don't worry, I help people all the time." This big, tall ass son of a.
I got
and
you,
he went
little
in there
buddy.
and just grabbed it and said, "Here you go. This one you want." I said, "Thanks."
Was your wife and kids?
I brought myself, but I wasn't other people down the aisle. Man, it was a full aisle. Hey, man, back up, dude. Let me struggle. Don't come back here and just weaponize your height on me. On me. No, sit your ass back. And I just wanted to say it. And I don't lie. Like, I will be honest. I was about to strain my calf on my tippy toes pretty hard trying to reach back there.
Were you going to step on the?
Yes.
Were you going to click? See, that's why he saved you.
No, I did not. Well, I would have rather have gone down or broken something.
No. What would you do if you stepped on that damn rack and that thing would have fell over on top?
I would have rather that happen than him come over.
No.
Than him come over and put his nuts on the top of my head and grab them bacon bits.
I can actually help you here with this in case you ever come
and then
across
he's gonna say,
in the
"Don't
future."
worry, I do this all the time."
Helps people that
Like you go
that
over
he's
and
taller
reach over
than-
the top, man.
It's like on his resume. I can really actually help you with this in the future. As a man whose last job before this was stocking the international shelves of a section at all HEBs in the Houston area, anytime you're on an aisle, if you're in that situation, just look up above you on the very top of the shelves. Walk an aisle, every third or fourth aisle, there's bright yellow stools. And you can just take one down, set it down, get on it, use it, put it back up.
I would have found a way to get it.
I'd love
to
see Ron walking around HEB
sitting around thinking to myself, I was sitting there thinking, damn, why is this thing so deep? Get back here. No, man, don't do that. If you 6'3", 6'2" out here and you can reach, just let that man struggle. Now, if it's a lady, I get it. If it's a lady, I get it. Or maybe a little person, I get it.
Man, he did what was
right. Nah, man. You better chill out, man. I felt so violated, I zipped my coat up. Zip my damn coat up, man. And he came behind me, over my hands outreached. He came and reached over mine.
Breathing down your neck.
I didn't even say thank you. I just stood there for a second. Damn, man.
It's supposed to be fronting that product.
I'd rather tore my calf muscle than you come over here. I got it. I do help people all the time. Go get your damn mayonnaise. Go ahead. What you got?
All right, man. It's the NFC and AFC championship games are in the books. It's a reaction Monday, and I can't help but react through the Texans' lens, man. It is blatantly obvious where the Texans can improve offensively without spending another damn dollar. You don't have to spend another dollar. All you got to do is watch what's going on around you. And D'Amico Ryans, you got to make this move, boss man. We're going to talk about that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yeah, big shout out to ERCOT, boys. Big shout out to ERCOT. Dirty's Daily is powered by ERCOT, Electric Reliability Council of Texas. We got some freezing weather coming through. Got cold last night. I think it's going to remain cold for a while being a day or so. But I don't think, I hope everybody out there is okay. I hope I'm not off base here. I don't think we seen any power outages here, Tyler.
Not many, if any, that I've seen. No,
sir. And I think it gets pretty bad up north. Up north in Dallas way, and even north. I think it's pretty bad up there. I hadn't seen any rumblings of this grid failure here in Texas, and so I got to give a shout out, man. We give them hell when they screw it up. Let's give a shout out, man. Electric Reliability Council of Texas. Be honest, Tyler, did you know what ERCOT stood for?
I did not. I knew who they were, but I had no idea that's what it stood for.
I had no idea, Ron. Being the newest Texan in the studio, I'm going to assume you didn't have it either.
Absolutely had it.
All right, 27 million Texas customers, and they supply electricity to 90% of the great state of Texas. So hopefully, I don't regret this. Good thing is, Dirty's Daily rolls around once a day, so. If you screw this thing up and that old grid goes to failing on us,
drop the sponsorship.
Yeah, we'll definitely drop the sponsorship. Good call, Ron. And I'll just drop the hell out of it and move right on to the next. By the way, Dirty's Daily is a free agent. Anybody out there that's interested, every day, and you can tell I give a little time to the old Dirty's Daily now, so don't be afraid of it. If you're out there and you want to sponsor a segment here on the Drive, we don't have much open, but we do have Dirty's Daily. So go ahead and holler at the front office. Give me a shout. Hit me up on social media. I'll get you locked in. Reaction Monday. It is a Reaction Monday, and we had a couple of good games yesterday. Couple of close games. I don't know how good that first one was. That AFC Championship was 10-7 in the second half.
Survival.
In the second half, Mother Nature took over, and it was awful. But congratulations to the New England Patriots. Congratulations to quarterback Drake May, year 2, taking that storied franchise to another Super Bowl.
12th
Super Bowl.
That's a record. Yep, that's the most.
How about 32 years of ownership by Robert Kraft? He's been to 15 AFC championships. Damn near half the time he has been to an AFC championship. But I'll be honest with you, that game really, really was a buzzkill. I was pretty excited about the first half with watching to see what Sean Payton could do with a backup quarterback in Jarrett Stidham. Started out hot, throws a long touchdown, and seemed like it was going to be a pretty good game. And then, like I said, Mother Nature took over at halftime, and the second half was just really just nothing changed. Hell, New England was already up 10-7, and it stayed the same. And it was a rough watch there in the second half. Now, the NFC Championship game is the one I want to get to. The NFC Championship game. 31-27, the Seattle Seahawks won. The Seattle Seahawks hung on late, but it was an absolute barn burner late. I mean, it was both Sam Darnold and Matthew Stafford were slinging it around. It was a great game to watch. Two true heavyweights in the NFC. We will see if New England, to be honest with you, we hadn't really seen New England. We saw them throughout the year.
Yeah, they were a really good offensive team. Now, they faced great defenses and weather and stuff like that.
That's where I was going with it, right? Was like we've seen them in the playoffs versus a beat-up Chargers team, correct? We saw them versus the Texans, and you saw what C.J. Stroud did there. And then you saw Mother Nature. Yeah. You saw Mother Nature take over a game in the second half where the opponent had a damn backup quarterback playing. So while I will come around to saying, hey man, they're a lot better than what their strength of schedule said they were. when the playoffs started. They beat some really good football teams, and I can't take away from that. But the reality of it is when you bump them up against the Seattle Seahawks, I don't know exactly where they lie. I don't know how they compare. We haven't seen Drake May. We haven't seen the New England Patriots versus this caliber defense in this big of a game on this kind of stage. It's for a hell of a matchup. But I want to talk about the NFC Championship game for a minute, Ron. In that game, I told folks last week, I believe it was during Dirty's Daily, not positive, but I believe it was during Dirty's Daily. And I told folks then, I said, I want Texans fans to do me a favor. I said, I want everybody to watch the NFC Championship, and as you're watching it, I want you to keep an eye on Jackson Smith and Jigba when Seattle's got the ball, and I want you to keep an eye on Puka Nacua when the Rams have the ball. All right? And I want you to ask yourself, if you're the Texans and you've got a bunch of others and Nico Collins, don't you think that it would be in your best interest, D'Amico Ryans, I'm talking to you, don't you think it would be in your best interest to get the absolute most out of Nico Collins every single game, every single week, so that when time comes around and you're bogged down, you've got your best player, you've got at least a plan to get your best player touches in creative ways? Do you think it's a good idea to use Nico Collins in a way to apply pressure to the defense, make the defense communicate, spur of the moment, make the defense adjust consistently throughout the game, instead of you being stagnant and the defense calling all the shots and your young quarterback obviously struggling with it, your young coordinator obviously struggling with it? Don't you think it'd be a good idea to use Nico Collins to the fullest? I think it's criminal moving forward if they don't, Ron. And here's what I mean by that. When I told you to watch this week's game, NFC Championship, this is what you got. With 11 minutes left in the second quarter of the NFC Championship game, Jackson Smith and Jigba had 5 targets. 11 minutes. This one quarter, and I think, what is that, 4 minutes? 1 quarter and 4 minutes. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Puka Nacua had 5 targets. Jackson Smith and Jigba had 5 targets, and Puka Nacua also had a carry in there, by the way, right? Fast forward to halftime, right? At halftime, Puka Nacua had 8 targets and 1 carry. Jackson Smith and Jigba had 9 targets at that point in time, right? I mean, I'm just highlighting because in the second half, it's more about how does the game go. You know, are they going to run it more? Are they going to throw it more? Is it a shootout?
Early on, we are specifically making a concerted effort to try to. This is a game plan.
Yes, we are going to apply. We're going to use our best players to apply pressure to you, and that's all I say is D'Amico Ryans. If you're listening, you don't have to spend another dollar. You don't have to replace an offensive lineman, get more depth at tight end, get a bigger, better running back. You don't do all those things. Right? I'd like for you to, but you don't do all those things. The one thing I believe that has to be a conversation with the Houston Texans and a defensive-minded head coach, D'Amico Ryans, is I know that I've got one of the best wide receivers in the game. And I know he's built like a Mike Evans and a guy that you would think would just be a 50-50 ball catcher and a deep ball guy, but he's not. He plays like he's 6'1". He's extremely difficult to tackle. He's got great hands going over the middle, catching the ball in traffic, right? The problem is, D'Amico, is that every defensive coordinator that comes in this thing that you play against, a good chunk of the game, not always, because there was times when Nick Caley's script would move him around, but a good chunk of the game, we're comfortable with Nico Collins just sitting over there on the boundary all by himself. So we're so comfortable with it that we come to the mic in a post-game presser, and when asked about asked about Nico Collins, it's, oh, man, they put that safety over the top of him. That means other guys are open, so we're just going to throw the ball to whoever's open, right? It ain't going to cost you another dollar. You don't have to make a personnel decision. You don't have to do anything. You got to sit down with Nick Caley, and we've got to see an offense that at least has an NFL average screen game, both from a creativity standpoint as well as an execution standpoint. For an organization that spends so much time talking about my wide receivers have to block, your screen game is piss poor, right? There's no excuse to have a receiver that's one of the best in the league, I'd say the best thing he does is run after a catch and how difficult he is to tackle, and you don't have a screen package on steroids for that particular player. It's a crying ass shame. It don't take another dollar or another player to make that happen, right? Get it drawn up, get it executed, make it part of your offense, right? Moving him around in general.
And that's something that their offensive staff, whoever it is next year, should be capable of doing.
There is no excuse for any offensive coordinator in all of football. Go watch Friday Night Football in Texas. Some of these not going to be top programs, just some of the more well-coached organizations or teams, schools around the state of Texas. They got a star player. They find a way to get him touches. I got a good buddy of mine, Jared McBride, was a quarterback at Arkansas with me. He coached for 20 years in Arkansas. I used to go watch his games play. I used to go watch him coach games. He's an offensive-minded coach, old quarterback. Odds were he had one really good deep difference maker on his team on the offensive side of the football. That joker, you as a fan, you'd have to strain just to find him in the formation. You never knew where he was going to line up, right? You've got to find ways to do that. And last night we watched Jackson Smith-Njigba absolutely be a game changer. And there's no reason Nico Collins can't do Jackson Smith-Njigba type things. They're not identical, but damn it, they're caliber-wise, they're very similar.
I mean, at least Puka size, it doesn't matter.
Puka's a better. You're right. Puka's the better comp in terms of how he plays, the size, the strength, the everything he does. But you watch Puka Nacua, he impacts the game from the backfield. He impacts the game behind the line of scrimmage. He impacts the game in the quick game consistently. And we saw it last night. You mess around and let him get over the top. He'll go up and make a catch there. Here's the deal with what the Houston Texans have to do offensively in 2026. They've got to switch gears mentally with the offensive staff and the play and the play callers and the play designers. They have to switch gears at least part of the time in a part-time fashion. Start thinking, how can I force the defense? By everything I do before the ball snapped, how can I force the defense to be under pressure? How can I apply pressure to the defense? How can I make them make real-time decisions before I snap the football? How many times can I make them adjust, and not just adjust with one guy, but adjust? Linebackers got to kick, safety's got to rotate, corners got to bail. There's all kind of stuff. How can I become a team, an offense, that can apply that kind of pressure to a defense? I'm not even asking you to wholeheartedly dive in and commit and just change your offensive system. I'm asking you to do it as a switch up. Make it part of your plan, because you can't just turn it on in week 15. You got to make it part of what you do. But I'm telling you, I told everybody out there to watch it. I sat down and watched it myself, and over and over and over and over again, I'm reminded of how number 12 is one of the best in football, and he should be used the way that those two guys were used in the NFC Championship, Ron, especially the way the Texans have built their wide receiver room. You got a bunch of young dudes that you're hoping and praying will come along, right? You had a veteran in Christian Kirk who clearly was not going to get it done, and so you needed more out of Nico.
Do you think it's the need of, because someone on the text line has kind of mentioned this, do you think it's the need that he needs better weapons around him for them to be able to get him more touches, because other teams key on him so much because they have no fear of anybody else beating them?
Well, no. I mean, yeah, if you want to take that route, if anybody had an excuse to be super vanilla, which they're not, it would be Sean McVay. He's got Devontae Adams on one side and he's got Puka Nacua on the other, right? And so he's got the ability, and he's got a pretty good run game, by the way. So he's got the ability. If he wanted to be super, you got a future Hall of Famer and a guy that looks like he's got 8 or 9 years left in the league, but looks like he's on his way to a damn Hall of Fame, putting up the numbers he's putting up in Puka. So, yeah, I mean, if you want to go out there and get a true one-on-one man-beating, receiver on the other side, then yeah, you could choose to be. But I still don't know why you would. I mean, I still don't know why you would do that. Why can't we do this, Ron? Why can't? Because what the Texans appear to believe in is we're going to put Nico Collins over here, and if he draws attention, then we're going to feed the other guys, right? Why can't we get creative with Nico Collins, and the more attention that he draws because we're getting him touches and we're moving him around, the more confusion he causes in the defense, the more pressure he puts on the defense, the other guys can eat too.
Yeah.
Kind of like Cooper Kupp did last night, touchdown. Kind of like Rashid Shaheed did last night on the go route down the sideline, right? They're so worried about what I was going over here with Jackson Smith and Jigba. Boom. All of a sudden, you got
it seemed like they have that part down because that's how they start off the Charger game. But the other part is Clint and Sean McVay are able to do that, but also still he got 10 catches. He got 8 catches. They're still involved in the game. It seems like with the Texans, they can use him. Nick's been able to use him to get other guys open at times, but maybe not both. Use him to get other guys open at times. And
there's just not a creative approach with Nico Collins, and it is stagnant, stationary. We'll let y'all take him out of the game. Y'all dictate when y'all want to pressure. Y'all dictate y'all want to play these different coverages instead of let's make Nico hard to track, and then all they can do to guarantee they got him is play man. Right? If they play some kind of zone, now they've got to pass it off. You saw it last night. Kyron Williams for a touchdown. Right? You saw Jackson Smith and Jigba out of the backfield for a touchdown. They try to play some kind of zone, and you got guys trying to pass off who's got who, and you can't do it. I made you panic. Now it's too late. It's over. Game over. Easy throw in the ocean touchdown for the quarterback to their best player. Right? Those are the things that the Texans don't do. It doesn't cost any more money to make it happen. You can do it with the guys that you have. In fact, it would make what you're doing in the offensive room make sense if you got more out of Nico Collins. That's it. NFC Championship game right there. The proof is in the pudding, and your personnel in the wide receiver room, hell, your personnel in any eligible pass catcher room screams do more with Nico Collins.
All right, coming up, some good news coming from the Texans, just announced within the hour. We'll let you know what that is, and we'll continue as we ride here on a Reaction Monday right here live on The Drive.
Before we do that, I got to tell you about QC Connect.
Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in to Reaction Monday, and Tyler, we're reacting to Clint Stoerner right now. He brought in some eggs and avocado. I don't know how I feel about the reheating of scrambled eggs.
Yeah, that's up in the air. That's it.
I mean, if you got to go for it, the reheating of scrambled eggs.
All right.
That one really tastes different.
You going keto or what?
I can't speak for Ron. No, I'm going keto. Them kids don't eat all their damn breakfast. And I said, I'm tired of throwing them eggs and them avocados. Like, go ahead and I'll take them joints for lunch. Let me ask you this, T. You ever heated up a breakfast burrito?
I have.
Bingo.
That's a great argument.
That's the feel of it.
I mean, can I tell you how many times? I don't know if you're old enough to appreciate C&D's over on right next to Lee back in the day.
Oh yeah.
I got to where I'd always order 3 and eat 2 and put that third one in that fridge. Boy, you heat that sucker back up, it is game over.
I've experienced this. It's true. Fajita egg and cheese from C&D's in Baytown will change your life.
Huh?
Yeah.
Beans, cheese, and hot sauce on that piece.
Ooh. Yeah. I don't know if this just feels like a different taste. I mean, look, you got to put it down. You got to put it down. But
no, there ain't nothing wrong. You gonna bite? You gonna taste it?
I'm fine.
Okay.
I do eat eggs.
Huevos?
It's significantly better than I thought because those eggs were. What is today? Monday. I mean, part of those eggs are the Friday or Saturday morning eggs.
So these
some
are
of them
not
this morning, some of them from previous
You
day.
got a mixture. So some of this is from Friday, from a couple of days ago eggs.
Yeah,
that you had
put them in the fridge. My wife doesn't do leftovers, so I mean I'm the only one in the house that does leftovers.
I forgot about that.
So I have no problem. No problem. I'll be honest with you. When I out of haste this morning, I didn't really plan on stopping. I had to get something done, and so I said, man, I've been putting them eggs. I'm going to get them, man. They're better than I expected. Significantly better than I expected.
See, fries used to be that way until we got air fryers introduced. Air fryers changed the game on fries.
On heating them up, you talking about?
Yeah.
Facts, dude.
Oh, yeah.
You didn't want them soggy things reheated before.
Nah, you couldn't do nothing with that. They changed the game. Eggs. They need the equivalent of it. Somebody
I'll give you a bite. You can try them.
I'm good. Someone said a few drops of water or lemon juice on scrambled eggs before microwaving, and it's good.
Well, I'm gonna have to try that, but these are actually.
I usually put a damp paper towel over them. It helps.
I was concerned about the dryness of them, but I'm not. I don't know if they got cheese in them too,
Yeah,
so
cheese.
maybe the cheese keeping them
maybe keep
them gooey.
Yes, I thought you were going to say the word that I hate.
Moist.
Yeah, that
No,
one.
Moist and gooey.
I wouldn't do that to you. It's just gooey. No, it's good, man.
Bill,
it's
add
really good.
cheese or the eggs might be a little rubbery.
I'll do it again.
That's the feel. Yeah.
I'll do it again. I will be more aggressive towards keeping my daughter's leftovers. Every other day, I'll have plenty. I can bring you some. They leave plenty. I can bring you some.
If I got here, I can see. I got to throw some fried rice with the reheated eggs. I could see that.
You know what's really good? If you got some leftover boudin from the weekend, that too. Yes. If you got some leftover boudin, I said boudin, Ron. I said boudin. If you got some leftover boudin from the weekend, slice that thing open, throw it in them eggs, whether you're cooking them or they're leftovers, and heat that up. Game over. So there's some rice right there. Oh, game over. Yeah. Game over. By the way, I have not tasted it yet, boys. I've not tasted it yet. But since we're on the boudin topic, or at least since I brought it up, I'm not going to play like y'all want to talk about it. I saw, you'll like this. I saw brisket boudin.
Really?
Brisket. I've not tried it. I saw it on one of the social medias, of course. Brisket boudin. Never heard of it. I've heard of crawfish.
Give that sausage a whirl.
Yeah. Same family. Same family. I'm a boudin guy. I'm more of a boudin guy than a sausage guy. You a sausage guy or a boudin guy, T?
Oh, I'm both. Yeah.
Which one would you prefer if you had to pick one?
Boudin. Boudin, like you laid out beautifully with some eggs or something, or just, give me some saltine crackers with some boudin.
Oh, yeah. With
smoked brisket boudin.
Smoked brisket boudin. That would be tremendous.
That is a different level.
There. Yeah, that's not
Oh, they actually got it linked up.
Yeah, they got it linked up.
I thought somebody was going to do lazy and just and buy the boudin. You can buy the spread and then
they
just
linked
throw
that
some.
sucker up.
They actually stuffed it, man. I'm gonna have to get my cousin on that. Head, where you at, baby? Jay, where you at? Big draws, where you at? Brisket boudin next time.
Give it a shot. Give it a whirl as you, I get.
Brisket
by the way,
boudin.
It is.
That
by
might
the way,
be right up your alley.
It might be. Good news though.
What is it?
Texans got a couple more Pro Bowlers. Kalen Bullock. He's replacing Steelers safety Jalen Ramsey. Quite frankly, I don't know how he got voted in to begin with. Kamari Lassiter, he is in. He is replacing the Patriots cornerback Christian Gonzalez because obviously he's in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
So guys who I think deserved it, Kalen Bullock and Kamari Lassiter. Does that mean Jalen Petre's still in there? Something's going to happen. I mean,
I'm trying to think. Who are the nickel defenders for those two teams? Jones?
Well, yeah, I don't think any of them.
Jones the nickel defender for
Yeah, but he's a Pro Bowler, but he's a Pro Bowler on special teams as a returner.
Yeah.
So he's not, yeah.
You're right, though. It needs to be remedied.
Well, it needs to be remedied is that damn Pro Bowl just needs to be done away with. But I'm happy for our guys. I'm happy for Bullock, and I'm happy for Lassiter. They both deserve to be there.
I mean, to get an understanding of what Clint is talking about, that was good. But, guys, somehow, with 1,400 yards this season, passing, 7 touchdowns, 10 interceptions, 56 completion percentage, Shedeur Sanders has been added to the Pro Bowl roster as a replacement. He is in the Pro Bowl. Sanders is the first fifth-round rookie to make the Pro Bowl since Puka Nacua. Guys, we just got to stop playing the game. And listen, I'm a Shedeur fan. Shedeur's got 8 games, 7 starts, 1,400 passing yards, 7 touchdowns to 10 interceptions. We just got to stop playing the game. We got. I mean, if we get clearly CJ has turned it down. By the way, how you feel about that? I feel good. Go ahead, man. Just shut this thing on down. CJ turned it down. Hell, I gotta believe Cam Ward is a rookie. Turned it down. How many people shot it down? And I feel bad because somehow I think Shedeur is going to get. He's going to catch flack for this by some people. Somehow I think Shedeur is going to catch some flack for them putting him in the Pro Bowl. But this is at this point, man, if we get down to a quarterback who's got 7 starts, 7 touchdowns, and 10 interceptions on 1,400 yards, we've just got to stop playing the game. We just got to shut it down.
I mean, this has got to be. And look, I mean, if I'm Shedeur, I'm gonna go enjoy myself.
Well, hell yeah,
This has got to be a.
If I'm Deion, I'm letting everybody know my son made the Pro Bowl first year.
This has got to be a publicity stunt.
But even then, I mean, they had to have gotten down to a bunch of. You don't think they even asked a bunch of quarterbacks?
I'm with you. I find it hard to believe that. I mean, any starter in the league had to turn it down.
Just about, because we know Bo Nix can't go. We know Mahomes can't go. They're out for the year. Drake May can't go. And Trevor, Josh. Hell, Aaron Rodgers, he probably shot it down. Cam Ward, did Cam Ward turn it down? Hell, Geno Smith would have been more deserving. He did. He threw for 1,400 yards.
Keep going down the list. You got. There's a bunch of them in that AFC now.
Man, I just Herbert. Herbert probably turned it down. Tua probably deserves it. Yeah, Tua's got 20 touchdown passes. He probably shot it down. I mean, I can see Herbert turning it down with the hand. Lamar probably turned it down. This is getting we just at this point, and I think we should still do this, Clint and Tyler. It should be let's just announce the Pro Bowl team. We've gotten down here to two-hand toucher flag. Let's announce the Pro Bowl team and just move on with it.
I like it.
But the reason we can't do it is because the damn ratings are going to be through the damn roof for the Pro Bowl game, and they're going to keep doing it.
I just got to believe if those ratings are through the roof, somebody's manipulating the numbers.
I get it. B Block, Brandon Scott, isn't a fan voting part of the Pro Bowl selection. Maybe that has something to do with Sanders got in. I mean, that's pretty far down the list. But that's to the point, though. It's one point that you had to dip down to Sanders. But I'm guessing, I think we've got to have 10 guys turn it down. Only one went to the Super Bowl. 10 guys, 12 guys turning it down. Crazy. All right. I know this is going to be something that many of you are not ready to hear and listen to. And maybe my partner, Clint Stoerner, may be in this as well. But I think we may have watched something yesterday that could be the biggest proof of the biggest talking point that is going to happen the entire offseason for the Texans. We'll discuss that next.
All right, y'all. Mokaram injury.
card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back here as we are live here on The Drive. And I said, I don't know if many of you are going to be ready for this one, but if there was an argument, and this is the side that I am on, because I know we are still here, as I've said, I think maybe wanted some time off if people will at some point be able to move past last week. I know it's not there. It was tough. As Brandon Scott, who I know is listening, I think said the performance against the Colts by CJ may have been the lowest moment in the history of the franchise. And so that's going to take some time to heal through.
It felt like it ripped my nuts off.
But if there's an argument for – it is. If the argument is for not to just punt and give up on C.J. Stroud, I think what we watched from Sam Darnold was a great example of it. Sam Darnold was seeing ghosts with the Jets, and under Adam Gase and Jeremy Bates and those coordinators. Then he, there was a struggle there. He just looked like at times, even like we thought CJ looked rough mentally the last couple of games he played. Sam Darnold was even worse in that situation. Then he went to the Panthers, and Joe Brady was there, got fired midseason, started dealing with Ben McAdoo, who is now a defensive specialist now around the league. I saw that the other day, which him and that weird mustache that he used to have. But then he started to get around Kyle Shanahan, Clint Kubiak with the Niners, and started to turn around. And then obviously with Kevin O'Connell. And then Clint Kubiak again with the Seahawks, back-to-back seasons of 14-3 records, and now going to the Super Bowl. And as we are hearing a lot from yesterday, he has kind of silenced the ghost. And so to me, like when you see Sam Darnold, and I think CJ's is at least is that talented, and Sam before these last 2 years hadn't shown to have one of those great seasons. We've seen that from CJ. To me, watching the Sam Darnold story, when you start to kind of see him move, and especially get with better coaching, I think that is one reason to maybe pump the brakes on kind of writing him off. I think a lot of people are, kind of look at him and think that maybe it's over with CJ, but I think that Sam Darnold story is at least an example of maybe why you look at it and think that maybe C.J. Stroud can get back to potentially being the guy we've seen him be.
Well, it definitely takes the right formula. I think one of the popular phrases going around all the different talk shows is more top-rated, more highly talented quarterbacks have been ruined than have failed, and so I think that's kind of how it goes. The phrase, but. There's no doubt that Sam has obviously came into the league, under some awful circumstances. It was one of those quarterbacks that I always was a really talent, but just was the dysfunction in the organizations that the first two organizations that he landed with were just no quarterback was going to overcome that. And so, that's the one part of this thing where CJ was really lucky to come into an organization where immediately D'Amico was the guy, the roster, the culture was set in a way that he didn't necessarily have to move mountains to play quarterback. And so, look, I mean, he's a talented – CJ's is a talented dude, just like Sam Darnold's obviously a talented passer of the football.
But to me, then the next 2 years after year one, where it seemed like everything went right, there does seem to be something odd going on, and not just odd going on, but clearly, I don't know that he's getting the best around him, especially from a coaching perspective, in the last year, especially, maybe even more. And I don't just mean that from the OC. Like it's probably everything, right? It is their entire offensive staff. Like this year, I don't know, maybe they were more on the same page. The year before, it just appears that a lot of people were off in the in his second season, that we saw the first kind of level of regression. So I just think like Sam came in really, really young too, like CJ did, and I look at that and I'm just like, now I know potentially it won't happen this year, or maybe Nick Caley, really, really grows from year one. But it is just not a coincidence to me, Clint, that Sam Darnold completely shifted his play once he got around Kyle Shanahan, Clint Kubiak, and Kevin O'Connell.
Yeah.
That's who he's been with since
2014. Well, I mean, there was definitely a hard reset where he backed up in San Francisco, and to your point, he gets around a certain system that he obviously is a really good fit in. He learns that system in a backup role, and then he moves to Minnesota and wins 14 games. That ain't good enough for them. They want to go a different route. So he goes to Seattle and he wins 14 more games. Now, I guess it's more like 16 games this year now that he's won 2 in the playoffs. So, I mean, look, he's a good fit in the system. Obviously, that is a really good group of guys to be around.
Yeah.
And, sometimes you need that hard reset to make it happen.
Yeah, my man said, does that mean he's going to have to go to 3 teams? No, I like for me, the reason that Sam had to go to 3 teams, I think, is because he just didn't find those coaches soon enough. Right? Well, I don't know about you. I look at it. It is clear to me like he got, because I'll just say this. I thought first that CJ was somebody that could come in and like, all right, he's one of those guys that can, even when you ain't got everything set up for him, like he can make it work because he did year one. I think it's a step back of like, well, maybe CJ is not somebody who could just come in and just, all right, like Joe Burrow, I'm going to come in and take over a Cincinnati organization and drag it to maybe he's not that. Like, I don't think Sam is. But, I think it's clear to me Sam all of a sudden found his potential when he started to get with guys that would use him. Now, that's the other part is how quickly does CJ get to that? Again, does Nick Caley spin and turn into that? Coming up, someone just texted and said the key to everything you just said was he needs different coaching, and they're not changing the coaching, so he's screwed. And maybe Nick Caley learns and grows and becomes one of those guys. I think
here's the deal. I don't think it's any coincidence that all 3 of the guys that we mentioned are all offensive-minded coaches that he's in bed with, the system that he's in bed with.
Yeah.
Right now, look, I'll say this again, and I said it during training camp. D'Amico Ryan's got to be better in that department.
Absolutely.
Like I'm gonna tell you, man, one of the things that just falls by the wayside, and it doesn't here because I brought it up over and over again. That training camp last year, that was a joke, man. I'm gonna tell you, man, that was, if I were C.J. Stroud, I don't know how this is again, and I've complained about this multiple times, where C.J. Stroud's good guy image and his good guy approach to everything, it's detrimental to him.
Real quick, what do you mean about the camp so people know what you're talking about?
I mean, they just unleashed it. They did a lot of ones versus ones, right, which meant the number one offense versus the number one defense. And you saw what our defense was. Everybody knew they were going to be one of the best defenses in the league.
And this was a line that you're trying to put together.
Well, you had a bunch of new faces on the offensive line that never played together. You had a new offensive line coach. You had a new play caller. You had all new terminology. You had a new number 2 receiver. You had 2 rookie receivers. You had a brand new back who you brought in late to training camp in Chubb, and you had Woody Marks, a rookie.
I just playing a different position.
Yeah, I mean, and you just unleashed the hound. I mean, that was a Bush League approach, and I believe it stunted the growth of the offense, and I believe that it wasn't doing right by C.J. Stroud. Now to hear Nick Caserio say, "Hey, it ain't about one guy anyway, so who gives a rip?" But if we're going to really analyze what the Texans did offensively and kind of the why and how they struggled this year, I believe it started in training camp. If we go back far enough, I believe C.J. Stroud didn't like to hire, if I'm being honest. But I think the way that they handled training camp from an install perspective was Bush League.
And to go back to Sam, the comfort level that he shows the last 2 years, and the offense he's in, all of that, we haven't seen that from C.J. since year one.
I guarantee you, which it doesn't matter because they're all really good they're all really good offenses. So if you go ones versus ones in San Francisco, then you're fine. If you go ones versus ones in Minnesota you'd have been fine. If you go ones versus ones in Seattle, they're good on both sides of the ball, so it doesn't matter. But I guarantee you this, in New York, when Sam was seeing ghosts, I bet he was getting his ass whooped at practice every day.
Sounds like Adam Gase.
Carolina, bet he was getting his ass whooped at practice every day.
Matt Rule? That sounds like Matt Rule.
One way or another, I bet it was chaos. And I ain't talking about organized chaos either.
Coming up, 5 o'clock fire, we've got a Super Bowl matchup, and we see the betting odds. We'll take a look at the early thoughts of what we're going to see there. The Astros, they went to Jose Altuve and said, hey, boss, we need you to chill out on something. We'll let you know what that is coming up next. And news about potential changes with the coaching staff. We'll let you know about that coming up next.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire.
Nick Caserio shared his perspective on the Texans' disappointing
Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Liggett of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Flip all these burgers.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show, T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, have the latest. And the latest is we have a Super Bowl. We have a Super Bowl matchup yesterday. The New England Patriots defeated the Denver Broncos in the Snow Globe 10-7 as they advance to their 12th Super Bowl and seek in search of their 7th Super Bowl championship. Blake, I keep calling him that. Drake May leads them there in his second season in New England. So they're in the Super Bowl. They will be facing in this has been the matchups of the year. The Seahawks and the Rams, they played 3 great games. The last 2, both in Seattle, both really, really good games coming down to the end. Seattle, they outlast the Rams yesterday in the NFC Championship game, and they are heading to the Super Bowl. I'm seeing Seattle opening anywhere, Clinton Tyler, from a 3.5-point favorite to a 4.5-point favorite, according to a lot of the sports books. So the Patriots are the underdogs in this. I'm sure Vrabel would love to play this role. And listen, I think that plays and that tracks the way that Seattle has played. And, weather had to do with it, but New England hasn't looked anywhere near as impressive as the Rams have, as the Seahawks have. And, they've had some fortunate situations. The weather yesterday, the injuries to the Texans and CJ's, and the offense's issues turning the ball over, and also offensive line injuries and issues with the Chargers kind of helping them get there. But I still think this has the chance to be a tight game because I think the Patriots' offense is better than what we've seen, and their defense is really coming on. But Seattle, 3.5 to 4.5 point favorite, will be there next week to cover Super Bowl week on Radio Row. What do you your thoughts early going into that game?
Not surprised. I think Seattle is the more complete team. I think Seattle's a more proven team. I think Seattle is the team that right now, based on what we've seen in the playoffs, is the better football team. Now, a lot of that has to do with the last 2 games for the Patriots were in sloppy weather. One of them unplayable second half this past week in the AFC Championship. And so, they scored 16 points against the L.A. Chargers coming out. We're never uncomfortable because their defense was so good, really in large part due to the Chargers they couldn't protect the Justin Herbert, and Justin Herbert was a non-factor. And, week 2, they end up winning comfortably because C.J. Stroud turns the ball over 5 times. And look, I got to give credit where credit's due. They turned them over. The offense turned the ball over 5 times. And I got to give credit. They turned them over. But at the same time, I think it's fair. Anybody that watched that game knows how poorly C.J. Stroud played. And then you look at this past week, a backup quarterback, and in the second half, Mother Nature really, really solidified that thing for you. So I say all that not to minimize what New England has done, but more to just say it's a mystery. Like I don't know how New England stacks up against one of the best overall football teams.
Yeah.
And I say teams, I emphasize teams on both sides. I have no idea what to think of how they stack up against that caliber football team because of what we've seen, both in the regular season with a strength of schedule that left a lot to be desired, with the exception of playing Buffalo. The schedule was absolutely trash. And now in the playoffs, I really don't know how powerful. A good football team, great football team, really good defense, coached well. Right? Situationally as sharp as anybody in the game. But, the two most recent games we've seen, have not. I don't believe have been real telling of how good they are or they aren't. To be honest,
Yeah, especially the AFC Championship game. They're going to sit around and hear Seattle as the favorite for 2 weeks.
That's right.
Which I think will be kind of an emotional help to them. And the crazy thing is, this is a team that has mostly been carried by their offense, right? They've been a top 4 offense all season, and they generally score points. The thing is, I think their offense definitely can play better, and especially watching the Rams against this team. Now, I understand it's the Rams and the weapons they have. Like, clearly the Rams, you can move the ball on them. Like, there were some of those you're like, what is going on with Seattle's defense? I mean, they were getting down there quick. Obviously, they've got Puka and other guys, but the Patriots have been a good offense most of the season, and the elements should not hurt them. As you said, it was rain or snow mix in New England when they just played the Texans, and then yesterday it was just stupid. But they'll be in San Francisco, Santa Clara. There should be a weather impact in that, and then the other part about it is their offense isn't playing to the level that it played during the season, but their defense has taken a big step in the postseason. Their defense is turning the ball over. Like they got another 2 turnovers yesterday. Really, they won the game, to be honest with you, when you look at it from that first turnover. That was how they scored their touchdown. They've been turning teams over and holding teams down. And so their defense is playing above the level they played in the regular season. Their offense is playing below it. We'll see maybe if they can put it together a little bit. I think this is a tighter game than maybe some people believe. I think right now, the early edge to Seattle makes sense, but I think New England's offense plays better in this game.
Well, Drake May, I'm telling you, man, Drake May in good dry weather with that athletic ability and that arm talent. I mean,
he left a lot of balls short. You could see, I don't know if that may be something.
Well, he did. I mean, look, he threw the ball well against the Texans in the times when they hit their head on the damn goalpost. I mean, all 3 of them were touchdowns. Yeah. But there were throws in that game that were just like, what the hell? I mean, one hopping receivers and stuff.
The end of the half, right before the end of the half in this last game, they could have gotten another field goal. Absolutely. He had Booty coming across. He short-armed a couple of throws, or I don't know if he didn't have a grip. And he talked about the grip after the Texans game.
Yeah.
And I'd assume he probably gave him problems yesterday, but I think it's a good matchup. It'll be fun. We'll see if Drake can play better and play to the MVP level that he has played all season, because he has not looked like that in the postseason.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Clint and Tyler, one of Tyler's favorite stories. Stay tuned for Payne and Pendergast in the morning. I'm sure Sean is going to express his happiness, but you don't have to worry about Jose Altuve playing in the World Baseball Classic. He is not going to play this year, and apparently, as Jose said, it is not up to me. The Astros requested that Jose Altuve not play in the WBC, and he is not going to play this year. If we remember the last time he played, he got hit in the hand and broke his hand and missed long stretches of the first half of the season, which obviously they don't want to see that happen again. But Astros fans, you have to worry about it. Jose Altuve is just going to be concentrating on nothing but Astros and not in the WBC.
Yeah, man, look, we live in a day and age where our manager always and constantly is talking about load management in baseball. And
that was a no-brainer for me.
Yeah, I'm with you, man. And that being the case, I don't think adding, 6 weeks or a month or whatever it is to Jose Al, 3 weeks, whatever the hell it is, to Jose Altuve's season is a good idea. If we got to load manage him and we got to go into it with a plan to make sure that we give him rest days consistently as they do with several players, then let's not tee this thing up and start the season earlier than necessary. So I agree with it.
Yeah, it makes sense. And we know Altuve's not going to play, but I know Correa is going to play for Puerto Rico. So that's another player that we know that is important is going to be out there. That
Damn it, Lopes.
Like you're not even gonna be able to watch it. You're not going to watch it.
I've never watched it.
You've never watched any of it?
It's backyard BS baseball that doesn't count
backyard.
towards anything.
It counts towards their country.
No.
Backyard. Yes.
Again, going back to what we talked about earlier, I could hear it maybe if it was the Olympics. There's a discussion there. But this WBC thing is stupid.
I watched when it was Trout and Ohtani facing each other the last time, and like it started to get real tense. And that was a thing when there's nothing happening in sports. And like I remember that was a big deal. I caught a little bit of that, but yeah, it's the pitchers always that worry it for me. Is they gotta eat. They try to ease themselves into spring training, but then there's that period where they got to start to ratchet it up, and then all of a sudden turn into almost playoff level baseball. The way they're throwing in these intense.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it ought to be an end of the year tournament. Yeah, I mean, it should definitely. To your point, I mean, I don't even give it enough thought to get into the point of like, hey man, let's make sure that these guys are ramped up and ready to play. But that's a great point. Is we spend so much time ramping guys up in spring training, and that somehow, some way they've made themselves believe that it's okay to just go out there and let it rip in the WBC. I don't do any of it. I'm not here for any of it, to be honest with you.
Yeah, text line coming with a great point. Yeah, I'm with you. Are you getting Stephon Diggs at the Super Bowl this year? I think we ought to make that happen. I mean, he's going to be there.
This is the first time we'll know for sure it's not him.
He's going to be there. We got to find a way we got to make that happen. Hey, Steph, dog, man, we interviewed a fake version of yourself. Can we get you there? We won't ask any Cardi B question. Maybe. But can we get?
Why did she dye her hair green?
Can we get? Cause she's living her life. Damn it! Can we get the real Diggs in? That would right there. That would get us in the top 15. I'm telling you right now, if we got the real Stephon Diggs,
there's no way Diggs isn't one of the main guys on stage, right?
Oh, I know it, but we got to.
Is there?
Oh, he definitely
with the Patriots.
Is. Oh, absolutely, he definitely is. Like if you media day on Mondays, usually they probably got probably
8 or 10.
It's usually like both teams. It's probably about 20 guys, 10 on each side. They have in podiums, and then the rest of the guys they're just walking around, and you can go up. He's definitely not a walk around guy. I mean, Justin Reed got a podium last year. No offense.
That's fair.
No offense, Justin. He ain't gonna be down there walking. Charles, admit you.
I mean, I guess Diggs is. I mean, hell, he's probably number 2 behind May on that.
Not just the Cardi B situation too. That adds more to him too. So absolutely, he is damn sure going to be one of those guys.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, the Eagles, they are still looking for an offensive coordinator. I'll be damned if it's becoming very difficult for them to fill that job. With everything they have over there, they've been to 2 Super Bowls in the last 4 years, playoffs every year. They got Saquon Barkley, but they cannot seem to fill that job. That my man Mike McDaniel wasn't even taking that one serious. But they're interviewing Texans quarterback coach Derod Johnson after being a candidate for the Dolphins OC job that went to former Houston OC Bobby Slowick. He is also now interviewing for the Eagles. Listen,
man, there's Ron. There's
no chance.
There's 2 guys out there and 2 guys on. Greg Roman and Cliff Kingsbury. As long as those guys are on the streets.
I know Nathan Shieldhouse may be a little hot.
No, I don't like that. I don't even like that, to be honest with you. I mean, you have got to. We're gonna do this. We're not gonna build around our quarterback stuff. Like you've got to. It's got to be a guy that has experience with the quarterback at the NFL level, using his legs to the fullest.
I've listened to them out there in Philly. They want Brian Daboll bad.
In Philly?
Yeah.
That could be a good
OC, but I think he's trying to get a head coach.
That could be a good one. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that could be a good one. I don't know why he would. I don't know why he would, because he's interviewing for head coach gig.
Yeah, he's trying to get a head coach gig, but if he doesn't get one, that is.
I wouldn't hate that, but for whatever reason, Brian Daboll with Jalen Hurts. I mean, I'm sorry. Damn, it was in Baltimore and then was just in L.A. I just said his name. The Chargers OC that got released.
Oh, Greg Roman.
Greg Roman. And I can't. I just can't get like the Greg Roman days in Seattle with Harbaugh the first time with Kaepernick. Like I can't
San
get.
Francisco, yeah.
That's what I say. Baltimore, Seattle. I'm yeah. Good God, I'm all over the place. When Harbaugh was in San Francisco with Kaepernick, that was Greg Roman, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't help but think, boy, if Cap can do that in that offense right out of the gate, man. I mean that should be a match made in heaven with Hurts. And then you look at Cliff Kingsbury. He's obviously done it with Kyler Murray, and it's the same system that Jalen was running in at Oklahoma. And so, if you've got a quarterback that can move, they've got a part of the playbook that really caters to the mobile quarterback, and boy, that would be ideal, man. Clint,
I just think with all the options out there, just don't think that the Texans offense, and then now when you start to look at what has happened with C.J. Stroud, I just don't think it's been good enough that teams are ready to make a move and take the chance on Gerard Johnson to run their offense.
Well, I think the one thing that is working in the favor, a couple things that's going to work in the favor of Gerard Johnson is, one, I'll give you three things. One, the rookie year of C.J. Stroud, you can't just completely take the quarterback coach out of that mix. Number two, he's got some experience in the Shane Steichen offense in Indianapolis before he came here. He was in that system for a year or two. And then number three, I think he could walk into an office right now, and according to what they've told us here in Houston, is this is a collaborative effort. You got all these different voices that are involved in the offensive game planning and offensive scheme. I mean, the shortcomings, if you will, would be very easily to explain those away as, hey, man, we had about a 5-headed monster. We ain't talking about pass catchers. We're talking about the play callers. And so I think those are the things he's got going for him.
Yeah, we'll see. If this was coming off, CJ had a couple of years like he had the first one. That's one thing. Yeah, but it's just kind of tough. Like, we're looking at you. What was your position? I was the quarterback coach for who? CJ Stroud. The last 3 years.
Yeah,
it's kind of going down every year. What's happening there? So I think that's a tough thing to maybe explain away. Hopefully, I'm rooting for him. Hopefully, he gets an opportunity soon. But yeah, that's a tough one, just coming out of what this offense and the quarterback has looked like here the last couple of years. All right, T-Mill's best bets. Make you a little cash. Tyler, Clint stepped in for you last week. I know you got Jackson Smith and Jigba. I feel like the hook got you with Devontae Adams. It was 4.5. Yeah, the hook got you with Devontae Adams. So he stepped in for you.
I didn't do very good.
Oh,
2-3 the first night, 1-3, and then 1-3 in the next 2 days.
It's been worse.
I mean, I thought Devontae was clear. I mean, I thought that was easy.
I thought it was easy money. I thought for sure the other one was the interception. I had.
Oh yeah, no, Sam played the game of his life.
I mean, neither one of the quarterbacks did interception. He only scared. I don't think a defender only touched the ball once. He didn't even have a batted ball go up in there or anything. He didn't even tease me.
Sam wasn't playing around. All right, T-Mill's best bets and much more coming up next.
All right, y'all. Look, the new year's here, baby.
lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
T-Mill's Best Bets coming up here in about 4 or 5 minutes or so, around 5:30-ish. So stay tuned for that as he is looking to get off to a good start this week. He was doing really, really well until that whatever got him. Flu, stomach bug, whatever it was that got him.
A nasty, that's what I call it.
Yeah. He was doing really well.
Were you out there rooster telling? Puking?
A lot of snot, mainly, in different areas.
Yeah. In different areas?
Different areas, yeah.
I was waiting for Ron to pause the response.
713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. What other areas does snot come out of? We've got the nose. We're taking that off the card. Where else does snot come from? Where else could Tyler be talking about that snot came from?
Had it in my chest, you know.
Yeah, but you said you had snot coming from different places.
Well, he's spitting it out.
Spitting it out? Okay.
Coughing it up.
True. Ugh.
Okay. So if you had pus or something, I'm not sure.
He had that old COVID.
Yeah. Snot coming from different spots. All right.
Bumblebee tuna. Bumblebee tuna.
There he is. T-Mill's Best Bets coming up here in a bit. Clint, you watched these games as most everyone did. Did you feel better or worse about the Texans as they move forward being a championship level team, seeing, Seattle and LA and Denver and New England and understanding this team and potentially worse? Did you feel better or worse? Because I think like a team like in Chicago, I think they feel better. I think they feel good about their opportunity to grow into next year and beat that. Where are you at with the Texans after watching?
Yeah, I feel worse. Look, there's nothing I can take from what we watched on the AFC side of things, given Mother Nature took over at halftime. I mean, there's not a whole lot we can take from that. I'll say this. I think this year in the AFC is an outlier. I don't think we're going to have another year. So I think other than the opportunity that we missed, if you're looking at strictly the AFC, I don't know that there's a lot other than the opportunity. I don't know that there's a lot to take from, boy, I feel better or I feel worse, right? Whether Lamar Jackson and Joe Burrow and Pat Mahomes, whether they're all back next year, or you look up and Bo Nix and Drake May and, these other guys have gotten better. I just believe that we're not going to have another year like this where you can not turn the ball over your way to a damn Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Right?
Whether yeah,
whether you're looking at the overall AFC or you're looking at the weather that New England had to end up playing in there and in Denver, that would have been the Texans' trip as well. So it literally meant just not turning the football over. I don't think it was a clear, real indication of where your team really is as they stack up. Now, I watched the NFC Championship game, and I don't think there's any chance in hell that the Texans are close to that. Even with the defense, I don't think they're close to that. And so overall, I think to answer your question, I feel worse because of the way the whole thing played out. And watching those two teams last night, we played them. Hell, we played them both. They've got really good defenses, good to great defenses, and they've also got quarterbacks and play callers that are difference makers. And I just don't know that. I don't think anybody knows what the hell we have in Houston and C.J. Stroud and Nick Caley.
When I say, because this is all offensive laden, right? Like this defensive, we know they can hit, and I admit I don't think the Rams and Seahawks would have done to the Texans defense what they did to the other two. Now those are some good defenses like Seattle, the way they've been playing. Seattle actually overtook the Texans in scoring defense this year. So they've been really, really good. But I don't think that those teams would have been able to just go up and down the field on them. But I don't know that the Texans would have just held them down to 17 or 16 or 20, like they were able to win. But, man, when I say the names of the players that are on the Texans, you start thinking about their offense. I mean, damn, man, they should be a top 15 offense at least. Like, and not just by number, like a feel of a top 15. When you say CJ, you think about what he has done, and you think about Nico, and potentially we'll see if Tank Dell is back. But you think about, Noel, some of these young receivers, and Dalton Schultz, who had a great year and is being absolutely screwed not getting into the Pro Bowl. I don't know what that's all about. And Woody Marks isn't terrible, but you just look at it. Like it shouldn't be an offense where you're like, damn, I don't know if they're going to be able to score or do anything. And they have parts that should be better. It's just when the parts actually get on the field and the game plan and how it's run and what they're doing, and even some of the philosophy of how they're going about it, it doesn't paint out to what it would look like. And that is something you hope changes.
Well, yeah, and I think you've got one thing, even on the AFC side of it, what we've seen this year is your quarterback being able to handle adversity and your quarterback being able to weather the storm, so to speak. That's always going to be there. And I'll be honest with you, at this point in time, I don't feel real good about CJ's ability to do that. So, there's plenty of reason for me that I just can't get there. I feel worse given what I watched.
Yeah, like you said earlier, the AFC is just, I just don't get. I feel like the AFC is going to have a couple of Seattle and Rams level teams back next year.
Yeah,
like it's offensively, especially offensively, they'll have some teams where you got to score some points to beat. Like you said, I don't think you're going to be able to just, hey man, just protect that sucker. I think they'll have some teams you have to go up and score. If you look at the Patriots run, I mean, I don't think that's a run that you're going to have. Chargers struggling offense, struggling offensive line. Texans struggling offense at times, and Broncos without Bo Nix. Right? I feel like you're not going to run into that. All right, T-Mill's best bet as he tries to get off to a good start this week. Hey, I wonder, are you looking at the Rockets? They got a double-digit favorite lead over the Grizzlies without Ja Morant coming into town. But T-Mill's best bets, remember, you can find it at T-Mill Real Deal if you aren't able to remember what he says here. But what you got tonight? What kind of money you making?
Yes, exactly. Putting money in these pockets for the Drive family. 4 picks around the NBA. One does include that Rockets-Grizzlies game, but I was too scared to go -10, man. It's not that. First, I'm on the Magic plus 6.5. They're going to be in Cleveland taking on the Cavaliers. That is Orlando plus 6.5. Next, more points. I got the Warriors plus 8.5. They're going to be in Minnesota taking on the Timberwolves. And the Warriors this year have a winning record whenever they're going up against the spread. You give them points, they typically come out on the right side of it. Warriors plus 8.5. Then an over for you. The Blazers taking on the Celtics in Boston tonight. I'm on the over, which I got in at 225 points. Over 225 Trailblazers Celtics. And then your last pick here, number 4, is within that Rockets-Grizzlies game. It is a prop bet we have made a lot of money on this year. It is Alpi Şengün over on assists, which is set at 5.5. At least that's what I got. So Alpi Şengün over 5.5 assists. Those are your 4 best bets.
Yeah, I like the Şengün. I think he was the one that saved you the other night.
Yes.
We saved Clint the other night. Clint had 2 of them. I think he got the points and was just short on the rebound.
He got me by the hook, man.
Nice. Yeah. Love Alpi.
He tends to do that. So there it is. Magic plus 6.5 at Cleveland. Warriors plus 8.5. The Timberwolves, they play back-to-back games there. Blazers at Celtics over 225. Not bad. Way those teams, the Celtics, they're going to shoot 56 threes. See how many of them go down.
Yeah, I was looking at those 3 numbers for Boston. I need that tonight.
Yeah. Şengün, and I like, obviously, 5 and 6 assists, man. That seems to be something that he gets close to, if not runs into it. I'll
take that.
As Clint has learned.
I'll take that with you, T.
All right.
And Şengün.
Just want to let you know, Clint, Luka's playing tonight. So
I hit that one.
I want to check the first quarter ads.
I hit the 3. Tyler, we're on one here, bud. This is one of those why in the hell we ain't doing it every night type of deal.
Yeah, that Luka. That Luka, man.
It's a one Luka over under 3-pointers in the first quarter.
I'll follow you to the money.
He's taking at least 4.
You have it?
I'll check.
All right.
The Luka points and 3, like that's he plays 12 minutes of the first quarter. He plays the entire first quarter every time, and he shoots repeatedly. So he is just bound to. I think Clint was going to bet about 3 different things on him the other day, and they all hit before the first commercial break. And of course, that day he didn't bet. It's all right. All right. Yeah, I mean, we've talked about this a bit, but boy, man, you're watching the Seattle Seahawks, man. This may be harsh what I have to say, but you watched the Seattle Seahawks yesterday. I just got to believe everybody that is a decision maker with the Texans, they at least have to sit down and have a conversation. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, look, it's a new year, y'all. Hell, it's almost January. It's almost out. How your results coming, man? You getting in shape? How you feeling about it?
$29.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Good reaction Friday as we react to the AFC, NFC championship games, and we've got a matchup.
You trying to skip this whole
Friday,
week, huh?
Bob?
I did Friday.
You ready to get to that Super Bowl?
You got us going to the Super Bowl.
I got Friday in my head. I don't know how I got there. It's Reaction Monday. Check that. As we got the Seahawks and the Patriots coming up next, not this Sunday, but the Sunday after, to play in the Super Bowl in San Francisco, Santa Clara. Should be a good game. They're coming up behind us, and I think it will still be Monday. Will be Area 45. Stay tuned with this. And Luke Morrow in for our guy Patrick Creighton. Sean Bijani and Luke will have you coming up at 6 o'clock, 6 to 10 p.m. They got you late night wise. Area 45. Stay tuned and listen to the fellas, as I'm sure they will give their thoughts on obviously the Texans and whatever it is they want to give thoughts to, and probably keep you updated, or as Tyler would like, abreast about this Grizzly.
There you go. Get it out, man.
Man, keep it in.
He's been under the weather, man.
It's
He's been under the weather, man.
Grizzlies.
He's good to get out and about.
There's a Grizzlies-Rockets game at Toyota Center tonight, so stay tuned. Area 45 coming up right after we get done here on The Drive. Clint, this may be a little much for some others. That's fine, but I'm watching, and you watch a lot of football, and you, as you talked about it earlier, it's hard not to watch some of this out of certain lenses. And I'm certain most people watch this in a way out of the Texans lens. And when I watch the Seattle Seahawks and I just look at everything that they're able to do, when you look at Sam Darnold, even with this run, even with these last 2 years that Sam Darnold has had, I don't think people are looking at Sam as one of the elite quarterbacks in the league. I think he's a very good quarterback. Hell, he only got, really 30-something million a year, and I know that's a lot of money, but comparative to what starting quarterbacks that have gone 14-3 back-to-back years in the Super Bowl, like they're getting away real cheap.
Won 28 regular season games, and the conversation last night is he cracked the top 10 yet?
Yeah, right. But again, this isn't an elite quarterback that shoot, man, he just fixes so many things, right? He is still. He's a really good quarterback. And then you look at it, they've got a lead receiver in Jackson Smith-Njigba, and you kind of highlighted a little bit ago, like, dude, they're able to get that guy the ball seemingly whenever they want to. You just don't go through games where Jackson Smith-Njigba is not involved. The amount of times they create one-on-ones with him, and you're like, how the hell's that happen? Yesterday, Clint Kubiak, I got to give it to you, man. This dude, in an important part of the game, 3rd and goal from the 10 or 11, somehow got Jackson Smith-Njigba in a route where nobody was around him in the end zone for 5-7 yards, just by himself. I just don't know how Kyle, Hannah, D'Amico, Nick, Casario, CJ, everybody that's an important piece. That's so, because I'm telling you right now, these people desperately want to win a championship. The way you look. You can talk about a lot of different things. We've been around the McNairs. They desperately want to win. They want to win bad. They probably took this as hard, probably harder than you all did. D'Amico wants to win bad. He's probably watched that damn Patriots game 30 times since that game ended. They want it bad. Nick, they want it bad. As bad as it is that they want to win a championship and be in that spot, Clint, I don't know how they can watch the Seattle Seahawks and watch them be able to run the football with an okay offensive line and get the ball to their playmakers. They get it to Kenneth Walker so many different ways. JSN, and then think to themselves, man, we didn't even have to sit down and really talk about this coordinator thing. Like, we ain't even got to sit around. We are good.
We ain't even evaluating.
No, we ain't even got to sit around. Like, we coming out before, right as soon as Nick has his postseason remarks. Kaylee's in.
Expect Kaylee back.
I just don't know how they watch that and think, man, look at our guys, that we were able to do that. Like, I just cannot see how they can sit there and think offensively they're on par with that. And the struggles that they have getting the ball to their best players and getting the ball to their best players in spot where they can dominate. You know, the Rams were eyeing JSN, but he still had over 100 yards before the half. I just don't know how they can sit there and want to be a Super Bowl team like I know they want to, and sit there and, like you said, don't even feel like they got to wait a week before they evaluate the OC.
Yeah, it's I can understand why they wouldn't make a change. I think part of the business that they're in is a lot of times you got to let things. You didn't hire Nick Caley with the expectations of year one everything being complete. Like you've got to let some things run its course. For me, it's more about the inability to acknowledge the shortcomings. That's the fear of, boy, them, because I believe they believe it. Like the constant, repetitive excuse of mechanics, technique. It has nothing to do with creativity and this and that, and all the way down to Nick Casario's final press conference is. There just doesn't seem like they see it through the same lens that most folks do.
Yeah, I just that's the part you're right. Like I have made it clear. I would move on. You need something like that, right? And I think one of the places we maybe have misjudged or jumped earlier, at least right now he's not getting that at this point, is I think CJ's maybe closer to Sam Darnold in terms of being a really good quarterback than he is to the elite quarterbacks. And so I think with that, you got to give him more help from a play perspective and so many other things. And you look at that, man, you ain't cutting that. And you're right. Like my mindset is like, man, we got to move on. Look at all these guys that are available right now. We got to move on and try to get one of these potential coordinators. But you're right. To not even have had like what appears to be any kind of a long conversation about it. Like it was like, no, man, he's golden. He's good. He's good because this offense, they performed, especially in your big games against really good teams and in the playoffs, they performed in a way where it's at least a conversation. Like it should be at least hey, let's sit down and discuss this. Should we open things up to look around, or should we think about this a little bit? Like, what's the plan? Because it just, to me, it wasn't just a, hey man, let's run this thing back.
Well, let's see what year two looks like under Nick Caley. I mean, there should be a significant growth, and we should see it in training camp in a sense of kind of some of the different things that they're doing offensively.
Yeah, we'll see. Hopefully they can. And I hope Nick Caley can find it and find, maybe that first year was just his first year, just kind of getting to know things, and now next year he really takes off, and they all really takes off, and maybe the moves they make and additions they make really send that to the next level. We shall see. People blaming it on the quarterback.